Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents When the Dead Come A-Knockin' by B.L. Brunnemer, narrated by Carla Mercer-Meyer and Chris Koscheski. Prologue. My name is Alexis Delaney. Most everyone calls me Lexi. I'm your typical 17-year-old girl, except I am a necromancer. I can see the dead, control the dead, and interact with the veil. Or I'm supposed to be able to. I'm still trying to figure out how it all works. So far, all I've managed to do is see the dead, almost die, and wipe a girl's soul from existence. I have visited the Veil once, the place between life and death where all souls go to move on, and someone is fucked with it. They shut off the veil so souls can't reach it to move on. So everyone who dies now can't move on. They're stuck here, which is pretty much fucking with the amount of energy a soul should have. The more energy a ghost has, the more dangerous they are. Oh, and the energy also fucks with the soul's personality and makes them not them anymore. So, bonus danger. The longer the veil is shut, the more the energy builds in this world. Someone is planning something big, and I'm supposed to figure it out and stop it. Right, me, the 17-year-old. Yeah, I'd think it was impossible, but my friends keep reminding me that nothing is. My friends are pretty great. You know that weird girl in every high school with only guy friends? Yeah, that's me. Other girls don't seem to like me. That might have something to do with this bitch at school spreading rumors, but I can't be 100% on that. Oh, and the bitch is my friend Asher's sister. So, fun. Feel the sarcasm? Anyway, that's my life so far. Are you sure you want to keep listening? 'Cause shit's getting real around town. You're sure? Okay. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 1. Wednesday, noon. Okay, guys, it's the Wednesday before Christmas vacation, and I still need to know what you all want for Christmas. I pointed out to the guys. I looked at Asher, who was sitting on the bench to my left. He was your boy next door, only with model good looks, high cheekbones, and a sharp chin. His sandy blonde hair was still short and near his head, but it was starting to grow out. He needed a trim, but one of the things I liked best about him were his eyes. He had both light and dark blue streaks with flecks of white throughout. He literally had eyes that looked like an ocean wave crashing. His athletic build was wrapped up in his black wool coat and gray pants. He swallowed his food before answering. "If we tell you, then it's not a present, Allie," Asher explained in his rich baritone. The other thing I liked about Asher, well, besides the fact that he's him, was his voice. It was like rich hot chocolate to my ears. "I tell you, you go buy it and give it to me. It's an errand then, not a gift." I rolled my eyes and looked past him to Isaac, who was sitting further down the bench. Isaac's square jaw was covered in some black scruff today. His slightly pouty wide lips were the envy of every girl around. And surprisingly, he had a straight nose still. Mixed martial arts matches hadn't broken it yet. I knew it was coming, but so far he'd been lucky. Isaac wasn't handsome so much as striking, though most of your attention went to his hair. His hair was buzzed on the sides and left long on top. That wasn't the strange part. It was blue, a vibrant, bright blue. He had finally added darker blue streaks to his hair like he'd been talking about for the last 2 months. He was going for a Cookie Monster thing. While you were looking at his hair, you might miss the fact that his athletic build was wrapped in a neon blue snow jacket and blue jeans. His chocolate eyes met mine as he shook his head. "Cookie Monster," I all but whined. He smiled at me, which instantly made me want to smile back. Isaac just had that effect on me. "Red, you're on your own," he said. His voice was oddly like honey, sweet, creamy, and smooth. I playfully growled at him before looking further down the table to Zeke. Big, strong, intimidating as hell Zeke. You know, the poster child for the death penalty, as in the one for it. That was Zeke, at least in looks. His broad cheekbones and wide, strong jaw gave his face a rough, frightening look. It wasn't just his face or angry glares that were intimidating. It was his frame. He was huge. My head just met in the middle of his chest. It wasn't only height, either. Oh no. Zeke had wide shoulders and was like a mountain of muscle. Though that mountain was currently wearing a black snow jacket, black jeans, boots, and his ever-present wallet chain. Zeke's clothes never changed much, and I was starting to think it was so he never had to match anything. A couple of weeks ago during lunch, he said he liked the blue flower I had been drawing. The flower had been violet. I didn't tell him. Zeke's rough and scary looks didn't intimidate me anymore. The guy was like a teddy bear who argued all the time. Well, unless you hurt a girl around him, then he was your worst nightmare. I met his sky blue eyes and threatened to pout. He glared at me.
"No, Lexi,"
Zeke warned me. My lips started to stick out.
Nope, not dealing with that fucking lip.
Zeke snapped as he turned his back on the table until all I saw was the back of his short black hair.
"Tell me when she fucking stops,"
he growled. The guys burst out laughing. Zeke just kept his back turned. I looked over to Ethan, Isaac's twin. The only difference was, well, everything but their faces and builds. His black hair was straight and reached his jawline. On his right ear, he had 5 silver loop rings running up his earlobe. His athletic build was also in a black snow jacket and black jeans. Ethan, please, give me a hint? Something you need? I asked sweetly. Ethan sighed.
"Beautiful. We don't need anything. Gifts are supposed to be fun, not something you need,"
he said. Ethan's voice was smooth and smoky. It rolled over my ears like fog. It wasn't his toe-curling voice, but it didn't matter. I could listen to him talk all day. I looked over to Miles and raised an eyebrow. Miles was cute until he smiled. Then you saw how handsome he was. It felt like the world's biggest secret, and I was the only one who knew about it. He had high cheekbones and an angled jaw. His chestnut hair was short, but had a wave to it, though it was getting long enough now that it started to curl around his ears. He had lovely dark green eyes behind his black-rimmed glasses. He was leaner than the other boys, but his shoulders were still broad with some muscle to them. Right now, his lean frame was wrapped in a dark green snow jacket and brown cargo pants. "Miles?" I asked, knowing I wasn't getting anywhere. He gave me an understanding smile.
"I'm sorry, Lexi. You're going to be on your own for this one,"
Miles said gently. I cursed and buttoned up my long black wool coat. The guys had finally made me give up my leather jacket for a thicker coat this winter. The shitheads took me to the mall and wouldn't bring me home until I bought one. It had taken me a while to find one I liked. Well, that. And making the guys go to 3 different stores was fun revenge. The coat was fitted through the bust, tucked in at the waist, then flared down to just above my knees. I also loved the hood. It was very cloak-like. It looked great with my mass of curly copper hair. "Fine, I'll figure it out," I groused, then pointed a gloved finger around the table at each of them. "But if you get shit you don't like, you have only yourself to blame." They just smiled at me. Zeke turned back around, now that he knew I wasn't pouting. Use a pout once, and the guy avoided it like the plague. I felt my phone vibrate in my jacket pocket. Already knowing who it was, I pulled my phone out and checked my text. Dylan.
"It's the last day of school before vacation. Want a ditch?"
I smiled. It was tempting. I had only seen Dylan a few times since we met at Vagabond in October. Though we texted or talked every day, we still weren't dating. I would ask him, but it seemed he didn't think of me that way. Though he had flirted hard in October, he'd eased back since. His dad had a couple of people quit at the hardware store in Dulcet, and Dylan had been stuck picking up the slack, which meant no time to see me, even though I was willing to drive up there. It seemed I had been friend-zoned. I sighed, feeling resigned. I texted him back. "Alexis, can't. I have to turn in that final art project today." I set my phone on the table. The guys were talking about plans this week while I looked around at all the snow. There had been snow on the ground since November, and I was still trying to get used to it. Coming from the southern desert states, this was a complete turnaround, and it was fucking freezing. "What are we doing out here, guys?" I asked, tucking my hands back into my pockets. I heard my phone vibrate. I didn't want to answer it right now. Ethan's hand shot out and snagged my phone. "You snoopy shit," I snapped. I reached for it as he read my messages. Ethan frowned down at my phone as I came off the bench to snatch it back.
"You don't have an art project due today,"
Ethan pointed out, before letting me take my phone back. I sat back down and ignored him. I checked my text. "Dylan."
"Shit, I was hoping to get a chance to see you."
I snorted before texting back. "Yeah, sure you were." "Alexis." "Sorry." A shadow fell over my phone. I brought it to my chest to hide the screen. Asher was leaning across the table. "Yes?" I asked, smiling through clenched teeth. His eyebrows went up. His eyes widened before he gave me his sweet smile.
"What's Dylan up to?"
Asher asked, going back to his side of the table.
"He wanted to ditch to see her, and she said she couldn't."
Ethan ratted me out. I kicked my foot out and hit him in the shin. He hissed and shot me a look back.
"Wait, you have a chance to see Dylan and you're not taking it?"
Asher asked, his eyes running over me. I glared at Ethan and mentally began planning my revenge. The thought of putting bleach in his shampoo so his hair turned orange entered my mind. "I've been friend-zoned," I said, hating to admit it. "You guys think it sucks to be friend-zoned as a guy? Try it being a girl." They looked confused, so I continued, being blunt. "I have boobs. These things are supposed to be a free pass into a relationship. But nope, I've been friend-zoned." The guys started laughing, even Asher, though he was trying to stop so he could say something.
"What do you mean, friend-zoned? You guys talk all the time,"
Asher pointed out when he finally stopped laughing. My phone vibrated again. "Yes, we talk on the phone, we text." I sounded irritated, which I was. "And we don't see each other." I shrugged and picked up my phone. "Dylan."
"Which painting did you end up finishing?"
"Alexis. I went with the seascape. How's your day going?" The guys were still looking at me like they didn't believe me. I snorted at them. "You want proof?" I slid my phone across the table and gestured towards it. "Have at it." Ethan snatched up my phone and scooted down the bench to share with the others.
"Why don't you just ask him out?"
Miles asked, closing his book. "I was going to, but he stopped flirting. I'm not asking out a guy who isn't even flirting with me anymore." I felt like sulking. This sucked. Miles reached out and patted my shoulder awkwardly. Miles still wasn't comfortable touching me on his own.
"Sorry, Lexi,"
Miles said gently. I shrugged. "It is what it is," I muttered.
"What the hell, man?"
Asher grumbled as they went through my messages. Asher looked over at me, confused. "Told ya," I said, then gestured towards my breasts. "They're defective. I need trade-ins." The guys chuckled, and to be honest, I laughed a little too.
"That sucks, Lexi,"
Zeke said, sliding my phone back towards me. It vibrated before I picked it up. I decided not to check the message this time.
"Want me to kick his ass?"
Isaac offered cheerfully. I smiled at him. "It's fine." I just wish he'd told me he wasn't interested. Would have saved my ass a lot of time. The guys were sending each other strange looks. I made a guess as to why we were outside at a picnic table. "Okay, someone's got a girlfriend, and now you guys think it's a bad time to tell me?" I gave it a shot. Isaac squirmed. Oh, this was fun. I leaned forward and eyed each of them. "Come on, spill. I have to live vicariously through someone." They chuckled. Zeke met my eyes.
"It's actually all of us. Well, except Miles."
Zeke announced. My mouth dropped open. Holy shit! Where the hell have I been? I asked, looking at each of them in surprise. Who are they? Where are they? And when did this happen? The guys smiled. This had to have happened recently because you guys are not that sneaky. They chuckled.
I've been talking to Riley at parties and at Vagabond since October,
Zeke admitted. I raised an eyebrow and pointed at him. Purple hair girl? I asked. Zeke smirked.
Yeah.
I looked at Asher expectantly.
I've been talking to Trisha for a couple weeks now, mostly on the phone since we're still practicing for the playoffs,
Asher admitted. I looked over at Isaac, who had a shit-eating grin on his face.
Cece is that girl I've been hitting on for the last 2 years. I finally got her,
Isaac announced. He looked happy. I loved it when Isaac looked happy. Hell, I loved it when all of them looked happy. I looked at Ethan.
I met Faith the last time we played at Vagabond. She stayed after to ask why I played the E minor chord the way I do.
He shrugged with a small smile on his face. You were hooked instantly, I guessed. He gave me a big smile.
Totally hooked,
Ethan admitted. I chuckled and looked around the table at them. They were all smiling and happy. It made me happy. Just like that, the day was better. That's awesome. But you guys didn't have to hide this from me. I want to meet your girls. If you like 'em, I'll like 'em, I assured them. They sent those looks at each other again. I felt a knot forming in my gut. Just spill it.
Some of the girls are a little weirded out that we have a friend that's a girl,
Asher admitted reluctantly.
And with Jessica's rumors...
My heart dropped. They were ditching me for their girlfriends. The day just turned shittier. Asher's sister, Jessica, had a bug up her ass about me and had spent every moment of her time since October trash-talking me around the school. I didn't care, but now? They don't want you hanging out with me, right? I picked up my phone and grabbed my bag. I didn't want to hear this today. This just fucking figured. Tell me when they lose the sticks up their asses, I snapped as I got to my feet and headed for the parking lot. Fuck today. I was going home.
Lexi, get your ass back here,
Zeke barked at me. I turned around. Why? So you can tell me your girlfriends believe Jessica's bullshit? How about so I can meet you and make up my own fucking mind? A sarcastic voice shot from one of the hallways. A tall, willowy girl walked out into the open. She wore black skinny jeans, black boots, and a purple shirt. She also wore a black snow jacket. I realized all that while I was looking at her oval face. She was damn pretty with nice cheekbones and almond-shaped eyes. A simple nose ring was the only jewelry she was wearing. She had thick shoulder-length lilac hair. I met her brown eyes. Really? I asked, holding back a smile. She smirked, and she had a cute dimple. She was fucking adorable when she smiled. Yeah, I wouldn't take that bitch's word even if she was just telling me the time. The girl, who had to be Riley, said. I liked her instantly. I eyed her and smiled. I looked at the boys still sitting at the picnic table and pointed at Riley. I like her, I announced. The guys burst out laughing. Riley did too. I turned back to her. I'm Lexi. I'm Riley. She pointed to the boys who were still laughing. They thought it would be better for the girlfriends to meet you one at a time. I thought about it and nodded. Yeah, I'm usually better one-on-one, I admitted. My day was already sucking, and they said their girlfriends didn't like that they had a friend that was a girl. Then they mentioned Jessica's shit. Wow, they really suck at giving news, she said, her eyes wide. I snorted. We headed back to the table. She walked up to Zeke and narrowed her eyes at him. Did you guys really start off with, we have girlfriends who listen to rumors? Riley asked. Zeke's face grimaced as he ran his hand through his hair. Riley waited.
I guess we did,
Zeke admitted awkwardly. Riley shook her head and gave him a hug. Zeke wrapped an arm around her waist, gave her a couple pats, then let go. I looked away. It was so fucking weird seeing Zeke hug a girl. When Riley pulled away, Zeke made room on the bench for her. I walked back to the table and sat down where I was sitting earlier. "Not the way to go, cutie," Riley told him gently. She looked over at me. "Why's your day sucking already?" "Got friend-zoned by a hottie I've been talking to since October," I grumbled. Riley winced. "Ouch." I pointed at her and looked at the boys. "See what I mean? A guy friend-zoning a girl who's into him shouldn't really happen." I knew that it wasn't true, but I felt like complaining, so I went with it. Everyone burst out laughing. "She's right," Riley said. "Unless he's gay." I looked at Asher with fake suspicion. "Is he gay?" I asked, my voice serious. Asher just shook his head, looking a little stunned by the direction the conversation was going.
"Nope, not gay."
I looked back to Riley and sighed. I should just cash in my girl card and go live in a cabin. Riley grinned. "Actually, I know a couple guys who would absolutely love you," she said cheerfully. My mood perked up. I looked at Zeke with his tense shoulders. I met his eyes. "Best girlfriend ever," I told him earnestly. The boys chuckled, Zeke relaxed, and everyone started talking about their plans for the day. Feeling stupid, I reached into my pocket and checked my text. "Dylan."
"Not bad. Might get some time off soon."
"Yay, good for you. Not like you'd use it to see me anyway." "Am I bitter?" No, of course. I'm a bit bitter." Alexis. "Good. You need some time off." Alexis. "I just met Zeke's new girlfriend. She's fucking awesome."
"And you keep texting him back,"
Asher pointed out, his voice full of disbelief. I put my phone back in my pocket and pointed at him. "I train with you guys now. You've all made me a sadist," I told him honestly. The boys chuckled. "I mean it. With those fucking 7 a.m. sessions on the weekend?" I was glaring at Isaac now. "Who does that?"
"MMA fighters, Red,"
Isaac countered, grinning his shit-eating grin.
"And people with packed schedules,"
he reminded me. I made a face at him. He was right. My schedule was packed lately. With rock climbing lessons, MMA training, and meditation exercises, I barely had a night free anymore. I looked over at Riley and leaned on the table. "Talk to me about girly shit that will make them uncomfortable," I begged. The guys groaned. Riley's eyes lit up with mischief. She leaned on the table, mirroring me. "Did you see what Jessica was wearing this morning? How the hell do you wear that little clothing in this weather?" She had an exaggerated, girly voice. The guys started cursing. Oh, this was fun. "Did you see her shoes? They were awful," I offered, exaggerating just as much. "Did you see Mary McNull's hair this morning?" Riley made a fake shocked face. "I know. She had a total bedhead. I call walk of shame."
"Oh my fucking God, Zeke, what the fuck did you do?"
Isaac shouted across the table. Zeke just looked pained. Riley and I started laughing. We didn't stop for a while. The guys finally realized we were messing with them and looked so relieved that it set us off again. I was wiping tears from my face when they stopped glaring at us. "Oh, that was priceless," I said between breaths. Riley was still snickering. Zeke was shaking his head. He was probably wondering if introducing me had been a good idea. It kept a smile on my face as I looked at the others. "So, when am I meeting the others?" I asked sweetly, then narrowed my eyes at them playfully. "Or are you all dreading that now?" Isaac groaned and held his face in his hands. Ethan was shaking his head, and Asher rolled his eyes. I loved bugging my friends.
"Well,"
Asher began, rubbing the back of his neck.
"Since we're all going over to my house tonight, we thought we'd stagger the girls showing up to meet you."
I nodded. It made sense. "And Jessica is going to be where?" I asked, as I raised an eyebrow, waiting. Asher snorted.
"She'll be on her way to a spa in Missoula for the next couple weeks,"
Asher assured me. I did a little dance on my bench. Best Christmas present ever, I declared. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I sighed and pulled my phone out while the others started talking about what movies to take over. Dylan.
Zeke has a girlfriend? Wow.
Alexis. That's not all. So do Isaac, Ethan, and Asher. I put my phone back down and returned to the conversation.
No sappy romantic movies. I don't care if the girls like them.
Isaac was adamant. I snickered and raised my hand. I second that. Asher sighed.
If the girls want to watch a love story, we need to compromise.
Asher pointed out. I snorted. Okay, I got one, I announced. Everyone looked at me. Deadpool. They burst out laughing. I shrugged. What? It's funny. There's some romance, and it's not that thick, sweet shit either. Plus, a body count. When they kept laughing, I started wondering if there really was something wrong with me. I didn't like the sweet, sappy stuff. It made me uncomfortable. Okay, occasionally during that time of the month, I would watch a romantic comedy, but it always had a happy ending. I realized that the other girls were probably going to want to watch at least one of those movies tonight. Shit. I waited till they all calmed down. If your girls want to watch some sappy movie, it has to have a happy ending. Please, none of this tragic love story crap. I get enough of that in English, I begged, looking at them with pleading eyes. They all agreed. My phone vibrated. I picked it up and checked it. Dylan.
When did this happen?
Alexis. Apparently in the last 2 weeks. I'm meeting the rest of them at Asher's tonight.
Dylan. Oh yeah? Movie night. What's the theme? Horrible monster movies?
I snorted. Alexis. No, that would be awesome. I have a feeling we're going to be watching some girly shit. Dylan.
LMAO.
Yeah, laugh it up, buddy. You're not the one who has to sit through it. Everyone started suggesting movies. Riley suggested binge-watching Game of Thrones. I smiled. I was going to get along great with Riley. Soon enough, the bell rang, and we all headed off to class. Before heading home, I decided to drop by my locker and leave my books here over break. I was already pissed off at myself due to my latest attempt at painting an ocean scene. I had liked it yesterday, but today I saw all the mistakes I had made. The waves were wonky, the colors didn't work, and oh yeah, I sucked. I wasn't even going to finish the damn thing. First garbage can I saw, it was going in. Otherwise, I'd end up lighting the damn thing on fire. I was berating myself over the stupid mistakes I had made while trying to juggle the large rolled-up canvas as I was trying to put my non-dead people sketchbook away when I turned a corner. Smack. I hit something tall and firm. I heard an oomph. My bag was knocked off my shoulder as I stumbled back a couple of steps. I managed to stay on my feet. I looked up to realize I had run into some guy. His face was grimacing as he rubbed the middle of his stomach. It was probably where my shoulder hit since he was 2 heads taller than me. He had a tall, lean, broad-shouldered build with shaggy dark hair and dark eyes. That was all I had noticed before I was apologizing. Sorry, I sighed. This just followed the pattern of the day. I knelt and focused on putting my books back in my bag, pushing the painting out of my mind for a minute. I wasn't looking where I was going. The guy squatted down to help me.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't really looking either.
He mumbled as he passed me my World Civ book. Thanks. I took it from him and stuffed it into my bag. I reached for my algebra book. So we're both at fault, I said, before looking over at him with a half smile. I'll have my people call your people to settle the damages. He gave me a tense half grin as he kept his gaze on the ground. He handed me my chemistry book. When I finally finished putting everything away, he gave me my canvas. Thanks.
You paint?
He asked, his voice so quiet I could barely hear him. We both stood back up. I try. This is a massive failure. I'm not even finishing it, I said absently as I put the canvas under my arm, not caring if I was crushing it. I'm seriously thinking of having a Viking funeral for it. I looked up at him just in time to see his gaze jump back to the ground. He was shy, worse than miles shy. I was probably making him uncomfortable. I gave him a small smile. Thanks for the help. I went to step around him. And sorry again for the crash. I headed down the hallway towards my locker, where I passed a trash can. I didn't even stop as I threw the canvas away, never wanting to see it again. Stupid fucking waves and their bitchiness. Turning around another corner, I went down the hall to my locker, still cursing myself as I opened it. There was a folded-up piece of paper inside. Weird. I usually always cleaned out my stuff. Thinking it was class notes, I picked it up and opened it. It wasn't class notes. It wasn't even my handwriting. You looked beautiful today. I just had to tell you. Your secret admirer. I blinked hard and read it again. Okay, someone was fucking with me. I didn't look great today, let alone beautiful. My hair was just pulled off my face, and I was in blue jeans and a gray thermal shirt. And the secret admirer thing? Nah, I wasn't buying it. It was one of the guys fucking with me. I stuffed the note into my jacket pocket and began unloading my books. I put it out of my head as I shut my locker and headed back out to the parking lot. I drove home and picked up several movies I liked, all with a body count. I also grabbed Rory's Lord of the Rings trilogy. Maybe that would be enough romance to keep the girlfriends happy. I was in a somewhat better mood as I drove over to Asher's, which was right next door to the twins' house. I didn't have training tonight or climbing lessons, and I didn't have to try any of my meditation exercises. I had the night off. It usually only happened once a week, and I was going to enjoy it. I pulled up to the curb. Asher's house was an old farmhouse with a wraparound porch. It was a nice house. I parked and grabbed my bag of stuff for movie night. I hurried up to the door and tried the knob. It was locked, so I rang the bell, not wanting to deal with my keys. It was freaking freezing out here. I was bouncing on my toes when the door opened. It wasn't Asher. It was a girl with long, curly brown hair and hazel eyes. She had a beautiful face. A small, sharp chin and angled jaw gave her cute, smooth cheeks. Her eyebrows had been plucked, and her makeup was flawless. Her slender body was clad in designer jeans and what looked like a cashmere sweater. Surprised, I looked at the address, thinking I just went to the wrong house. No, this was it. I looked back at her and smiled. Either Asher moved out and forgot to mention it, or you are Trisha. I held my hand out to her. I'm Lexi. Her eyes ran down my body, then back to my face. She gave me a tense smile that didn't reach her eyes. She shook my hand with her fingers like she was trying to touch my hand the least she could. A knot formed in my gut. I took my hand back and waited for her to let me in. Nice to meet you. But movie night isn't until, 6 tonight, she said. Trisha's voice was soft, but held a sharpness underneath. Okay, this is Asher's girlfriend, Lexi. Play nice. Yeah, I pointed into the house. Asher threatened me with no snack privileges if I didn't help make them this time. She ran her eyes over me again like she was deciding something. I tried again. Seriously, have you had those chips? They're so addicting. When she didn't open the door further, I was about done trying to be polite and getting no response. I kept my smile friendly as I looked past her. Is Asher here? She seemed to decide something. She smiled again. It didn't reach her eyes. Yeah, of course. Come on in. She stepped back and opened the door further. I walked into Asher's house and dropped my bag by the stairway in the foyer as usual. Ash, where you at? I shouted out like I always did when I walked into his house. I started taking off my jacket. You really don't need to shout, Trisha said, frowning at me. By the horrified look on her face, I must have done something she considered terribly rude. I was about to explain when Asher shouted back, Kitchen, where else, woman? I chuckled at that. Trisha's eyes widened a bit before going back to pleasant. I started to explain as I pulled myself from my jacket. The first time I showed up here, I went looking for him, almost walked in on him changing. I grimaced and shook my head. No, thank you. Since then, I just shout for him. I tucked my phone into my pocket. Oh, she said quietly. Her face was pleasant, and her voice was friendly, but her eyes were still cold. I decided to ignore it for now and play nice. Come on, let's go make some chips. I turned and headed straight down the hall to the kitchen, rubbing my hands together. Chips, 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 I said in my happy kid voice, trying to make her laugh. It didn't work. Trisha was acting like I had interrupted some special alone time they were having. But if that were true, Asher wouldn't have told me to come over and make my share of the snacks. I pushed it out of my mind as I stepped through the doorway to find Asher surrounded by food. He was adorable as hell in his blue and white striped apron. She's so cute, I whispered. Asher chuckled as he cut the ends off the potato and reached for another one. I think so. He grinned, then chopped the ends off another potato. Trisha walked into the kitchen as I was washing my hands. So, how did you two meet? I asked, hoping to get her talking. Maybe if we talked more, then she might like me a little. We met at school a couple weeks ago, Trisha began, her voice warming. Yay! I had a fashion club meeting and came out to find I had a flat tire. I turned, leaned against the counter, and looked at her. Her eyes had become soft as she looked at Asher. Asher was leaving from practice and saw the flat. He fixed it, asked for my number, and we clicked. Her cheeks had gone rosy. She really was beautiful. Way to go, Ash. That is so romantic I might barf, I said dryly. Her eyes flashed sharply at me. Asher chuckled. Trish, just so you know, Asher began, not looking up from the cutting board. That's Lexi speak for aw. I snickered and looked at Trisha again. She didn't look like she believed him. I tried to explain. Romance makes me uncomfortable. It's something I need to work on, I admitted honestly before looking back at Asher. So, what am I supposed to be doing? He gestured toward the cut potatoes with the knife. Get the mandolin out, start slicing, and lay them out on the paper towels. We want as much water out of them as possible, Asher said as he continued cutting. I went to the cabinet with the mandolin and set it up the way Asher had shown me last time we used it. And don't cut yourself, or I'll never hear the end of it, he added. I snorted. Zeke's lectures could go on and on and on. I lined a couple layers of paper towels on a baking sheet. Then I started slicing. So, is that what happened with Dylan? He got romantic, and you became a smartass, he asked. Trisha made a small noise. Asher winced. Mouth. Smart mouth. I raised an eyebrow at him. What was that? Trisha doesn't like swearing, he said, pulling another potato from the pile. So we can't swear, I asked, horrified. Did he not know me at all? I swore in just about every fucking conversation I had. He finished cutting the potato before answering. She can stand some swearing, but she has a limit, Asher explained, looking over at me. And with you, Zeke, and Riley in the same room tonight? Oh, yeah, that's a lot of swearing, I admitted, wincing. I went back to slicing. We're going to need a swear jar or something. Asher nodded as he put another potato on the 2-slice pile. Then we'll need more jobs to pay the swear jar, Asher chuckled. I just don't appreciate swearing. It makes me uncomfortable, Trisha said defensively from across the kitchen. I waved my hand dismissively. To each their own, honey. We want you to feel comfortable around the rest of us, I assured her. Then I had a thought and snickered. Wait till Zeke hears he can't swear. We both started laughing. Oh, it'll be so funny. When I finally stopped laughing, I started slicing again. You still didn't answer the question, Asher pointed out. I shook my head. No, You guys don't get to keep your girlfriends a secret and then get to go snooping in my love life, I told him firmly, or lack thereof. Not happening.
Fine, I'll stop asking,
he muttered. I started setting the slices onto the paper towels, then added more paper towels, then more slices. We were making a ton of chips tonight. So, Trisha, tell me about yourself. Have any siblings? What movies do you like? I asked, hoping to get the ball rolling. I have one sister, and I like all kinds of movies, Trisha said. The Fault in Our Stars is one of my favorites. I winced. Sad, girly movie, damn it. I've never seen it. What's it about? I asked, as I started slicing again. She began telling me about the book and then the movie. When I stopped slicing to grab another potato, Asher nudged my arm with his elbow. I looked up at him. He mouthed, "Thank you." I winked at him. When Trisha started talking about the scenes they left out of the movie, the front door opened. "Hey," Isaac shouted. A girl's voice started speaking softly in the hall. "Kitchen," Asher and I shouted at the same time. The footsteps on the hardwood floor came towards the kitchen. That knot tightened in my stomach. I don't think Trisha liked me. Was Cece going to be the same way? I turned around and leaned against the counter as they came in. Isaac came in first, his arm behind him. He stepped further into the room, pulling Cece with him. Cece had a sweet, heart-shaped face, a cute chin and arched brows. Her nose was just slightly too big for her face, but it made her look unique to me. Her skin was pale. Not redhead pale, but the kind of pale light blondes get. She had long, straight, white blonde hair. She was wearing a loose blue beanie that hung off the back of her head. She was dressed simply. Jeans, a shirt, a scarf, and her jacket. Her big dark green eyes ran around the kitchen nervously. She had a death grip on Isaac's hand.
"Red, this is Cece."
Isaac introduced us. Isaac looked down at her, his face softening.
"Lexi to everyone else."
She gave him a nervous smile before looking over to me. I gave her a big smile. "Hi, want to come help slice potatoes?" I asked in my friendly voice. "It's so fun." Asher shot out with an elbow and hit me just under the shoulder.
"You're not getting out of this, Allie, so stop trying."
Asher chided me.
"You eat more of those chips than anyone else, so now you gotta make them."
I looked up at him and saw that he was grinning at me. He knew what I was doing. I stuck my tongue out at him. Both Isaac and Cece laughed. Yay! I turned back around and started stacking again. "So, how did you two get together?" I asked, hoping to get her to relax. Footsteps moved across the kitchen to the counter to the right of the corner sink. Isaac hopped up, then pulled Cece until she was standing in front of him, between his knees, his hands rubbing her shoulders. It was sweet. "We've known each other for a few years," Cece said. Her voice was sweet and a bit uncertain. "Isaac always went out of the way to talk to me even when he was busy."
"Yeah, I was kind of stalking her for a while,"
Isaac admitted. Cece smacked his knee lightly. "Oh, you were not," Cece scolded him. I smiled. "I had broken up with my ex a couple months ago and Isaac was there. It was just the right time." "That's a sweet story." I looked up at Isaac and smiled. "You went for the long game, huh?" He chuckled.
"Yeah, I went for the long game,"
he admitted, giving Cece's shoulders a squeeze.
"And it actually worked."
Cece rolled her eyes. I kept working. Over the next half hour, I finished slicing and had the chips in both ovens. The timer was set, and we were just standing around the kitchen getting to know each other when the front door opened again. "How can you say that?" a girl's voice shot out.
"It's very easy to say that. You're wrong."
Ethan's voice came down the hall towards the kitchen.
"See? Easy."
I winced as all went quiet and listened. "The Gibson L5 was the first orchestra guitar. That alone makes it better," the girl, who must be Faith, pointed out. Ethan scoffed. I smiled. They were fighting over guitars? That was incredible.
"The Gibson Les Paul sounds better, and it plays better, so it wins hands down,"
Ethan shot back. "Bullshit," Faith scoffed. Trisha winced. I leaned over to Asher. We're going to need that swear jar, I whispered. Asher chuckled, but went looking for one anyway.
You know, you're cute when you get all pissed off.
Ethan's voice changed to that smoky, low, toe-curling one. He used that voice, the shithead. So are you, Faith said, the fight leaving her voice. Oh, he cheats, I mumbled. Isaac snickered. There were footsteps down the hall. Then Ethan stepped into the kitchen, followed quickly by Faith. Faith was hot. There was no other way to say it. She had the curves that most girls would kill for. Her black hair had red streaks running through the pixie cut. Her face was pretty. High cheekbones, small chin, angled jaw, and a cute freaking nose. Her olive skin made it seem like she had a tan. I noticed the eyebrow stud and the small hoop nose ring. She looked around the kitchen and stopped when her amber eyes found me. My stomach knotted. I just wanted to get along with them all, that was all. You must be Faith, I said from my spot on the counter. She ran her eyes over me and nodded. And you must be Lexi, she replied. She sounded like a soprano to me, but I wasn't sure. Yep, that's me, all day, all the time, I said cheerfully. You totally won that argument, by the way. He cheated. Faith raised an eyebrow at that. Ethan's mouth dropped with fake shock.
I would never...
I called him on it. Oh, stow it. You know you did. Ethan glared at me for a second, then nodded. Faith smacked him on the shoulder. I smirked. Ha-ha. That's for snooping today, I shot at him. Ethan's eyes promised retaliation. Asher came back in and set an empty jar on the island.
Okay, guys, swear jar,
Asher announced.
Trisha isn't comfortable with swearing, and we have Zeke, Riley, and Lexi tonight.
The guys winced like I had.
You swear? Put $1 in. We'll use the money for next movie night snacks.
We all mumbled an agreement. Then everyone started talking, trying to get to know each other. Well, the girls were trying to get to know me, and I was trying to get to know them. The other guys seemed to have already met the girls. The knots in my stomach eased as I talked to Faith. She seemed awesome. She was a music devotee like Ethan. She was even in a band herself. She didn't mind me being a smartass either. Then Ethan slipped up.
Hey, beautiful, did you bring Monty Python tonight?
He asked absently, stealing a chip that was still hot from the rack. My gut knotted even worse than before. My eyes flicked to Faith to see how she was taking my nickname. Her face was completely blank. I looked back to Ethan, who was juggling the chip from hand to hand. Yeah, I brought it, along with the Lord of the Rings trilogy and Hellboy 1 and 2, I said to the room, like I hadn't noticed anything different. When Faith didn't say anything, I started to relax. So, Lexi, are you seeing anyone? Trisha asked from her spot next to Asher on the far side of the island. I stopped myself from groaning. I kept my face pleasant as I answered, I have been talking to a guy since October. The girls looked interested, but I think I've been friend-zoned. Just talking? Faith asked bluntly. The room went silent. The tension ramped up as all the guys frowned at Faith. My stomach knotted hard. This was Ethan's girlfriend. I couldn't just tell her off. I could see Ethan becoming angry, getting ready to say something. I answered before Ethan could say anything. Yep, never even kissed the guy, I admitted in front of everyone, which totally sucked.
I still don't think you got friend-zoned,
Asher said, changing the way the conversation was heading. I chuckled as the other guys chimed in.
You saw his texts. He's not flirting with her,
Isaac pointed out. Ouch. Thanks, man, I said, my voice pained. Isaac sent me an apologetic look.
He is really busy,
Ethan offered. The front door opened and closed. Oh, God, please stop, I pleaded, my face going into my hands.
I still think he's into you,
Asher said confidently.
I think she should stop wasting her time,
Ethan countered,
and ask him out.
Can we please not do this? I asked no one in particular.
And if it's a no, he'd stop talking to her.
Isaac reminded Ethan.
Would that be so bad at this point?
Miles asked, coming into the kitchen. His face went white as he realized there were other girls in the room. His body tensed immediately. I jumped to help. Miles, as the only other almost single person here, come save me? I asked pitifully, patting the counter next to me. Miles gave me a small, tight smile, then walked over and lifted himself to sit next to me. His fingers started a staccato rhythm against the counter tile. I hadn't seen it in a while. I bumped my shoulder into his and gave him a smile. He gave me a half grin and bumped back.
The question still stands,
Miles told me. Traitor. I took a deep breath and let it out slow. Everyone was still listening. Fuck. No, it wouldn't be so bad, I admitted.
Just ask him out.
Miles's voice was gentle and quiet. He knew I liked Dylan a lot more than I admitted to anyone else. Miles always managed to get the truth out of me. He was right. I was tired of this almost dating but not dating place I'd been stuck in. Fine. I'll get it over with and ask him out tonight. The front door opened and closed. Big feet walked down the hall towards the kitchen. Zeke walked in and found a place to lean, Riley following right behind.
So, what did we miss?
Zeke asked the room. Oh, just tearing my lack of love life apart, I answered grumpily. Zeke looked at the guys, his face becoming hard. I looked at Asher, pleading with my eyes. Can I tell him? It'll cheer me up, I begged. Asher grinned as he nodded. I looked at Zeke with a big smile and pointed at the jar. We have a swear jar. No swearing tonight. Zeke looked like he'd been hit in the head with a board. The guys and I started laughing. Even Riley joined in. Not a minute had gone by, and the first thing Zeke said was,
Fuck.
Chapter 2. Wednesday night. A couple hours later, we were watching Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. Trisha had insisted on it, and we had to be completely quiet during the movie. Asher's family room wasn't huge. The green couch was under the front windows on the left wall, and two wide blue armchairs against the wall across from the pass-through. With the entertainment center, end tables, and coffee table, it was a comfy room, though with the lack of seating, a couple of us had to sit on the floor. The guys and I made a point to make sure Ethan had a spot on the couch. His back had been hurting him more lately. He never said anything, but we'd all caught him wincing over the last week. I sat near the doorway to the foyer, watching the screen. I was miserable, and it was only halfway through the movie. I pulled my cell phone out and texted Asher. Alexis, I hate you for this. I watched as Asher pulled his cell phone out and read my message. He smirked and typed back, Asher,
we'll watch something with action and shooting next.
Alexis, we better, or I will mutiny. Asher snorted as he read my messages. He put his cell away and continued cuddling with Trisha. My phone vibrated. I checked it. Isaac.
Next an action movie, please?
I snorted. He hated this too. Alexis, if not, I'm planning a hostile takeover. You in? Isaac snorted. My phone vibrated. Isaac.
Just give the signal.
I smiled to myself. I got another text. Ethan.
What are you guys doing?
I snickered quietly. Alexis. We're planning a rebellion if the next movie doesn't have high body counts. You in? Ethan snickered. My phone vibrated. Ethan.
Yes.
I laughed silently. I was about to put my phone away when it vibrated. I checked it. Miles.
What are you three up to?
I grinned. Miles always watched me and the twins carefully when we were snickering. Chaos usually ensued soon after. Alexis. Just planning a coup if the next movie is boring. Want in? I looked across the room to watch Miles look at my message. His lips made a half grin. Miles.
Are there explosives involved?
I snickered as I answered. Alexis. Could be. I watched as Miles read it. He looked up from his phone, a full grin on his face. I winked at him. He shook his head before looking back down at his phone. My phone vibrated. Miles.
I'm in.
I looked up from my phone and raised an eyebrow. Miles was never usually willing to create havoc. Then again, this movie was boring. He gave me a small nod. He was serious. I gave him a big smile. He smirked at me. I put my phone away and watched the movie. We were at the part where Juliet was going to take the potion that would put her to sleep. I couldn't take it anymore. I got up to walk into the foyer to pull my jacket on.
Red,
Isaac whispered. I looked at him and made a walking motion with my fingers. Isaac nodded, then went back to watching the movie. I looked over at Miles, made the same gesture, and pointed over my shoulder. Miles looked around the room and noticed the couples getting touchy with each other. Well, except for Riley and Zeke. Those two seemed to be playing a game on their phones together. His ears started to turn pink. Miles quickly got to his feet and crossed the room, apologizing as he went for blocking the television. No one seemed to notice. I waited in the foyer as he pulled his green snow jacket on over his shoulders. His green sweater pulled up as he pulled on his coat, flashing me a glimpse of hard abs. Miles was the state swim champion for the last 3 years, and his body showed it. I turned away and headed outside. Rule 1 of being friends with guys: don't get caught drooling. The cold bit into my skin as I buttoned up as fast as possible. Miles stepped onto the porch, closing the door behind him. I thought you might like to get out of sitting through the makeout session about to start, I said, smirking up at him as we headed down the porch steps. He nodded, his ears almost back to his usual pale. Thank you. He grinned down at me gratefully. I have been mentally calculating the odds of an asteroid entering the atmosphere and only hitting the DVD player. I snorted as we headed down the shoveled walkway. And what did you come up with? I asked as I pulled out my black skull scarf and wrapped it around my neck. I started with the house. 1 in 45,755,561,741,716. He told me confidently. I smiled as he pulled out his own gloves to put on. I was still working on the calculations for it hitting the DVD player. I laughed as I began pulling out my own gloves. Not a fan of tragedies? I asked, watching him pull out his own gray wool beanie and pull it on. If they are done right, he admitted. I think plays should be done in a theater and not turned into a movie. It loses something. I thought about that, then shrugged. I've never seen a play, so I will take your word for it. He looked down at me, his brow furrowed. You've never been to a play? He asked slowly in his careful what you say, don't insult her voice. I had to bite back a smile as I shook my head. Never had a lot of extra time. I watched his grin fade out of the corner of my eye. He pulled out his phone and started typing. Miles, what are you doing? I asked in my sweet voice, already having a hunch. His lips moved to a half grin. I'm looking for any upcoming plays in Missoula, he said matter-of-factly. I snorted. You don't need to take me to see a play. I felt the need to point it out. His half grin turned into a smile. Yes, I think I do. I snorted as we crossed the street. I will never be a fan of tragedies, Miles. Not all plays are tragedies, Lexi, he countered. In January, the university is doing A Midsummer's Night Dream. He continued tapping his phone. Miles, it's in Missoula, I pointed out. He smirked. Yes, which is an hour away, he reminded me. When he was done with his phone, he looked down at me, grinning. It's not a tragedy, and I've already bought the tickets. I chuckled. The shithead knew me too well. If he had already spent the money, he knew I wouldn't let that ticket go to waste. You cheat. You started it, he countered. I shook my head, smiling as I pulled out my beanie. How are you going to get the guys to go? I asked, curious now. He chuckled. I didn't even bother buying tickets for them. It's not something they'd really try. I thought about Zeke watching a play and snickered as I pulled my beanie on over my head. He smothered a grin before looking away. "What?" I asked. He looked back, smirking now.
"Your crossbones are off-center."
I reached up and tried to find the small patch.
"Here, I'll get it."
Miles reached over and adjusted my beanie until the patch was at the center of my forehead.
"There."
"Thank you, sir," I said in a fake British accent. His grin spread to a smile.
"Any time, my lady."
His gallant voice always made me smile. "You are so OCD," I pointed out as we started walking again. He sighed.
"A little, yes."
He agreed.
"I like things put away in their place and easy to find when I'm distracted."
I glanced up to see his ears were a tinge of pink. "I'm the same way," I admitted. He grinned down at me.
"You're not that bad about it."
I shrugged. We walked for a few minutes in comfortable silence. "How are you doing, Miles?" I asked quietly as I moved to avoid a patch of ice.
"I'm all right,"
he said, using his smooth, silky voice I loved to hear.
"The house is just quiet."
I bit my bottom lip. Miles's mother hadn't been home since October, and frankly, I was starting to not like her for it. "If you ever need some noise, call me." I smiled up at him while meeting his emerald eyes. "I'm noisy as hell." Then I had an idea. "Or you can come over to my house and play video games with Rory and me." He smiled. It was a sad smile. I wrapped my arm around his and rested my head on his shoulder. "If you need anything, Miles, you know you can call me, right? Any time," I asked seriously. His other hand went to mine on his arm. He gave my hand a squeeze, then left it there.
"I know, Lexi."
He sighed.
"I just don't want to bother anyone."
"You're never a bother, Miles," I reminded him, not so gently. "Definitely not to me." I peeked up at him to see a small half grin on his face. "So, if you want company..." His warm eyes met mine.
"I'll call you,"
he mumbled, sounding resigned. I gave him a big smile, making him laugh. It warmed my heart to hear it. It wasn't long after that when his cell phone rang. I let go of him so he could answer it.
"It's Autumn,"
he told me. Autumn was Miles's on-again, off-again girlfriend who lived in Nevada. Since we were in Montana, they took breaks from dating each other. They got back together a month ago. "Go ahead and head on back," I gestured down the road. "I'm going to walk for a bit more." Miles looked around the deserted street, frowning.
"I can call her back," he offered. "I shouldn't leave you out here alone."
His worry was sweet and made me feel all fuzzy inside. "I'm okay, Miles," I reassured him. "I'll only go another block, then I'll turn back." I headed down the sidewalk away from him. I shooed him back towards Asher's.
"If you're sure."
"I am. Go." Miles looked like he still didn't like it, but he answered his phone anyway.
"Hi, Autumn."
He headed back toward the house. I turned around and kept walking down the street. I kicked snow piles and avoided ice. I was worried about Miles. Maybe we needed to get him a pet. What kind of pet would Miles like, though, that would keep him company? He was always concentrating on something and losing track of time, so a dog probably wouldn't work. Maybe a cat? They're kind of independent. I wanted to talk to the others about it, though, to see what they thought. When I judged that the movie would be over, I started heading back. I managed to keep my big secret a secret, at least. One of the reasons I didn't watch sappy movies was because they always made me cry. I hated the ones with unhappy endings, too. I'd seen enough of those in real life. I was walking back toward Asher's Street when a chill ran down my neck. I froze. Shit. I looked around for the soul. The chill turned into pain. I spun around to see the fucker behind me. I felt my barriers hold against his energy. The old man was dressed in a nice suit. I felt a pressure on my chest. Heart attack, probably. I didn't know what to do anymore. I couldn't help him move on. The veil was shut, and I still didn't know how to open it. The ghost knew I saw him.
"Can you help me?"
he asked. My chest ached. My head was starting to throb. Maybe I could. I could try. "Who are you?" I asked. Then he began talking. Herbert Munich had been a collector of Civil War memorabilia. He'd had a full life. He married his high school sweetheart, had 4 children who gave them 9 grandkids. He owned and worked at his antique store for years. After his wife had passed away, he had one of his kids take it over. He understood he was dead, but he didn't understand why he was still here. Shit, he really didn't have a reason to be here. There was nothing I could do. I tried to explain. The veil was closed by someone. Until I can fix it, everyone's stuck here. He didn't like that answer. My head was throbbing in time with my pulse now, and the angrier he got, the worse it became. I needed to go. Now. I'm working on it. I'm sorry. It was all I had to give him. I stepped around him and headed back toward Asher's block, guilt gnawing at my stomach. Herbert followed. He cursed at me, told me I wasn't doing enough, that I needed to fix it so he could be with his wife again. I felt that pressure in my face and dug a tissue out of my pocket. I was just in time to stop it from hitting my coat. I had no clue what got blood out of wool, and I really didn't want to learn. Herbert's ghost was battering me with energy, more energy than he should have had. I just kept telling him I was working on it. He still cursed me. When I passed the end of his haunting ground, my stomach was rolling. Every ghost I'd met lately was pissed, and when I told them I couldn't help them, well, they did what Herbert did. They battered their anger at me until I couldn't see straight. When I reached Asher's house, my nose was still bleeding, my stomach still rolling. I opened the door, then hurried through the foyer and up the stairs to the bathroom. I didn't bother to stop to take off my jacket. I stepped into the bathroom and pulled the tissues away. Blood started falling again. I cursed and held more tissues to my nose. I used my other hand to unbutton my coat and take it off. My head was throbbing as I sat on the toilet lid and kept pinching my nose shut. The nosebleeds were getting worse as the ghosts got more juice. It was going to start getting dangerous soon. It just figured right now. There was a soft knock on the door.
"Lexi, are you all right?"
"Come on in," I said in a nasally voice. The door opened and Miles stepped into the room. He saw the tissues.
"Did you run into a soul?"
he asked gently. I nodded. "Yeah," I huffed. "I just walked the whole block with this pissed-off guy screaming at me to fix the veil so he could see his wife again." I swallowed hard as a knot of guilt grew in my stomach. It kept getting bigger with every ghost I saw lately.
"I should have insisted that you walk back with me,"
he mumbled as he came in and sat on the edge of the tub in front of me. His worried eyes ran over my face.
"I'm sorry, Lexi."
I shrugged and looked at the floor as I took the tissues away slowly. Only a small trickle this time. I tossed those tissues in the trash and took the toilet paper that Miles handed to me. I put them to my nose. "Not your fault," I mumbled.
"It's not yours either,"
he countered. I sighed. "It's someone's," I said, still in my nasally voice. "I still have no idea where to start." Miles's mouth pinched down before his eyes met mine.
"Lexi, I kind of hired a few graduate students out of several universities."
I raised an eyebrow. Where was he going with this?
"I hired them to research and find anything to do with the veil or necromancy,"
he announced. My mouth dropped open. My chest instantly felt lighter. He had people out looking for answers? Then I realized what he had said. He hired them. Shit. Guilt slammed down on me hard. I sighed. "I love the idea, Miles, but you don't need to spend money on me," I told him. I didn't want Miles's money. I wanted to see him smile and laugh. Those were the things that mattered to me. I pulled the tissues from my nose. The bleeding had stopped. His shoulders grew tense.
"I've had them looking since October,"
he admitted quietly. My eyebrows went up. Wow, the sneaky bastard.
"After we came back from the cemetery, I made a few calls and found people who would be able to find what you need. If it exists, they'll find it,"
he assured me. I was torn. I didn't want Miles to have to pay for that, but on the other hand, I needed that information as soon as possible. I didn't know what to do. He saw the indecision in my eyes and gave me a small half-smile.
I'm not calling them off.
His voice was firm, taking the guilt away.
Think of it as your Christmas present,
he offered. I don't know what happened next. I was sitting on the toilet lid 1 second, and then the next I was practically in his lap with my arms around his neck. I don't even remember doing it. Miles wrapped his arms around me and squeezed. I really needed a good hug today. Thank you, Miles, I whispered against his shirt, my voice cracking. He rested his chin on my head.
Of course, Lexi.
It wasn't long before I had control of myself again. I let go and sat back on the toilet lid. The sound of the others joking around downstairs floated up the stairs. The movie must have been over. I don't think the girlfriends like me, I said, that knot in my gut again. He frowned.
I think Trisha came with her mind already made up,
Miles offered.
She's been sending you glares all night.
I snorted, which hurt my face. Ow.
I think she's going to try to keep Asher away. Not just you, but eventually all of us,
Miles added. I raised an eyebrow at that. Why do you say that? Miles' eyes unfocused for a few heartbeats, then focused again.
I've noticed some indicators of control issues,
he said casually. I grinned at him. Yeah, that no talking during her movie shit? What was that about? Who didn't talk during movies they have already seen 100 times? He snickered. A heavy tread sounded on the stairs. I call Zeke, I said instantly, his eyes unfocused as he listened.
I say Asher.
We grinned at each other, then looked out the bathroom door and waited. Another couple heartbeats, and Asher came up the stairs into view. Damn it, I grumbled. Miles smirked at me.
I win,
he taunted. I pulled out my wallet and handed him $1. I'm going to figure out how you do that, I warned him, smiling. Asher was leaning in the door with a puzzled look on his face. I didn't bother explaining our game.
You okay, Allie?
Asher asked, his eyes running over my face. Yeah, just got harassed on the street by a pissed-off guy who can't cross... Footsteps sounded on the stairs, light ones. I stopped talking and got to my feet. I turned on the water and grabbed a washcloth. Care if I...
Go for it,
Asher said, before I could even finish. I smiled my thanks and got the cloth wet. When Trisha stepped onto the second-floor landing, I was just starting to wipe the blood off my face. Asher turned and tried to block her view. He was such a sweetie. It didn't work. Why is there blood? Trisha asked, calmly. Bloody nose, I mumbled, wiping more blood off my face. She tried to step past Asher, who didn't budge. Don't use a washcloth, use toilet paper, Trisha said in disgust.
I told her she could use the washcloth, Trish. It's fine.
Asher's voice was polite, but by the way she reacted, you'd think he'd smacked her. Then she was smiling again. Oh, okay. I just wanted to see what was going on, Trisha said sweetly. There was the sound of a small kiss, then light feet on the stairs again. Hiding this was going to get annoying. I'd deal. It's what I did. I finished up and folded the washcloth. Sorry, Ash. Asher turned around, still frowning.
Nothing to be sorry for,
he told me as he started rubbing the back of his neck. He turned, then headed downstairs. That's not a good sign, I mumbled. I tossed the washcloth into the hamper. Miles shrugged. Let's go downstairs before I piss someone else off.
Swear jar,
Miles whispered while pointing at me as we left the bathroom. I chuckled. He smiled. I loved Miles. I went down the stairs first because, as always, Miles was a gentleman. Everyone was debating the next movie as I pulled my wallet out and dropped another $1 into the jar. The damn thing was almost half full. Zeke was going to be broke soon.
Lexi,
Zeke asked in his gravelly voice. I sat down next to the coffee table as I answered. Just a bloody nose, it's fine. I looked around at the others. So, what are we watching?
We're tied right now. You're the deciding vote,
Isaac replied.
Between Hellboy and Along Came Polly.
I winced. I vote Hellboy." The guys all cheered. I burst out laughing at how excited they were. Trisha and Cece sent me a look. I sighed. This wasn't going well. I ignored them and watched the movie. We were still watching Hellboy when my phone rang. I pulled it out and saw that it was Dylan. My eyes met Miles's. As I got up, I answered in the kitchen. "Hey."
"Hey, how's movie night?"
Dylan's husky voice rolled through my ear. It was a good voice. "It's different. We had to watch a chick flick and have a swear jar. I'm running out of money." He laughed. "How's your night going?" Dylan sighed in my ear.
"I had to do inventory at the store."
He groaned.
"I hate inventory."
I smiled. "Yeah, counting is so hard," I teased in a pouty voice to make him laugh. He chuckled.
"I'm seriously going to be counting in my dreams tonight."
His voice sounded muffled. He was probably running his hand over his face. He did that a lot when he was tired.
"I wish I could have seen you today,"
he said, his voice soft. A heavy weight pressed down on my chest. My stomach knotted. I was sick of this halfway shit. "I kind of wanted to talk to you about that," I said. My pulse raced as my body tensed. There were a couple heartbeats of silence.
"Oh, yeah?"
His voice was neutral. He wasn't giving me anything. So I said fuck it and laid it out. "Dylan, I like you. A lot more than I probably should. We've been talking every day since October. I think we hit it off. We have fun just talking to each other, and when we do see each other, it's great." My heart felt like it was going to fly out of my chest. "So do you want to go out with me?" When he said nothing, I continued. "'Cause if not, I'd like to know now. It's time to fish or cut bait." Then I thought about that phrase in the tension. Me being the bait. That is a horrible saying if you actually think about it. Dylan chuckled. "But it's accurate." My world paused. I held my breath, and everything around me stilled as I waited for his answer.
"Fish or cut bait?"
His husky voice was warm. My stomach knots had knots. "Yeah." There was a dull thud, then a click. I didn't move for a full minute. He did not, just... I pulled my phone from my ear and saw the truth. The fucker had hung up on me. Almost 2 months of talking and texting every day, and he couldn't even say, "I don't feel that way," or "bye." I stood there leaning against the kitchen counter for a couple of minutes as that sank in. Then it hurt. I fought back tears. I turned to look out the corner windows over the kitchen sink and took deep breaths. It wasn't even that he didn't feel the same way about me. I could understand that. I could deal with that. It was the fucking hanging up without a word that got me. "Oh, hello, anger. Welcome to the party. About fucking time." My temper pushed back the tears until I could breathe without fighting the tightness in my chest. I'd rather feel angry than hurt any day. I knew I was supposed to be working on it, but right now, I let myself do what I had to do. I needed to walk back out there to watch movies with my friends and their girlfriends. I couldn't fucking do that if I wanted to fucking cry. Needing a little more motivation, I bit down on my lower lip hard. It pushed the hurt to the back, where it would stay until I was alone to deal with it. I took several deep breaths and found my calm. I was walking back towards the family room when Cece's voice reached me. "Why did she get a vote if she wasn't going to watch the movie?" I had to stop for a fucking moment. I couldn't go in there after hearing that. Not with my temper. I just needed a minute.
"That was probably Dylan. He usually calls when he gets off work,"
Isaac answered absently. I took deep, calming breaths until my head was clear enough to walk in the family room. I sat back down in my spot and pretended I didn't hear anything. I felt eyes on me. I let out a breath and met Miles's gaze. He raised an eyebrow. I shook my head. He frowned and pulled out his phone. My phone vibrated. I read Miles's text. "Miles."
"I'm sorry, Lexi. If he couldn't see how wonderful you are, then he's too blind for you anyway."
I grinned as I texted back, "Alexis." I agree completely. I watched as Miles smirked, then I went back to watching Hellboy. Eventually I got snacky. I grabbed a small paper bowl and filled it with chips, then sat back down. I was quietly munching when Zeke spotted me.
Lexi, you can't eat chips,
Zeke reminded me. They're homemade and baked, so yeah, I can, I snapped. I looked at him and ate another chip in front of him. See? Easy.
Lexi,
Zeke growled. Zeke? I growled back. We suddenly had everyone's attention. I just got dumped without even being in a relationship in the first place, which I'm sure is impossible. But it happened, and I wanted to eat some of the chips I made today. So yeah, I was going to fight him on this.
Zeke, she sliced all of them today. Come on.
Asher tried to intercede. He saw where this was going. Some of my fights with Zeke in the last couple of months had been legendary, yelling and screaming. Hell, I even threw a pillow at him once. Asher didn't want that tonight. I looked back at the movie and tried to ignore him.
You know what the doctor said.
Zeke tried again. I sighed deeply and looked him in the eye. Zeke, man, I love ya, but if you come after my chips today, you will have a fucking fight on your hands, I said, then growled as I pulled my wallet out, pulled out my last single and dropped it in the jar. Zeke opened his mouth to keep arguing.
Zeke,
Miles warned him with his calm voice. Zeke blinked, then looked at Miles.
Let it go today,
Miles told him firmly. Zeke frowned at him, then looked back at me, then back to Miles, and backed off. I went back to watching the movie.
What happened with Dylan?
Ethan asked sweetly. Miles groaned. Back off, Snoopy, I warned him. Isaac burst out laughing at Ethan's new nickname.
But I'm curious,
Ethan insisted. I rolled my eyes and gave in. The fucker. I looked over him and gave him my blank face. What do you think happened? I said, looking him in the eye. I just waited until he got it. His face changed from curious to sympathetic. I looked back at the screen. Hellboy was hitting a monster. I fought the urge to pretend it was Dylan.
What did he say?
Asher asked gently. I snorted. He didn't say anything, I said, keeping my voice matter of fact. I just wanted to watch the movie. I stopped fighting it. I put Dylan's head on the monster.
He had to say something,
Isaac asked, joining in. I had enough. They wanted to know? Fine. I watched Hellboy drop into a subway station. He didn't say a word. He hung up, I told them, not taking my eyes off the movie. I told him how I felt, asked him out, and he hung up. Damn, Riley hissed.
Swear jar,
Zeke mumbled.
That asshole,
Asher cursed.
I'm sorry, Lexi. I've never seen him treat someone that way.
I nodded. So, it was just me he treated that way. Great. Could today get any worse? You still owe the swear jar, I said. My voice was flat. The other boys chuckled along with Riley. You know, Lexi, Riley began, drawing my attention. You just tell me when, and I'll introduce you to 3 guys who would just love you. And I mean one of them would get on his knees to ask you out. I snorted and smiled. Sounds good to me. Give me a week and I'll be up for it, I told her. She smiled back. Just tell me when. I liked Riley. We all went back to the movie, talking back and forth about nothing, really. Just hanging out. The movie was almost over when the doorbell rang. I was zoning out and didn't notice Asher get up to answer the door. There was the murmur of voices from the foyer. Asher's voice was getting louder. I stopped watching the movie and looked at the archway. What the hell? Zeke got to his feet and peeked out the blinds. He frowned, then left the living room. That made me curious. Then Zeke's gravelly voice came from the foyer.
Off.
It was the end of a sentence. He must have started talking quietly, then got louder. Isaac, Ethan, Miles, and I all looked at each other, puzzled. The twins got to their feet and went to the window behind the couch. They peeked through the blinds.
"Shit,"
Isaac said.
"Oh, that takes some balls,"
Ethan said as he started smiling. His smile got bigger. "Swear jar," Riley chimed. "What's going on?" I asked. Isaac was grinning now, too. What the hell? I was about to get up when Asher walked into the family room.
"Allie, Dylan's outside,"
Asher announced.
"He wants to talk to you."
I was frozen for a full minute. What the fuck? He couldn't see me for the last month, but he could come down now? I snorted and shook my head. Yeah, it fucking figured.
"If you don't want to talk to him, I'll tell him to fuck off,"
he offered sweetly, already pulling out his wallet and taking out a single.
"Hell, Zeke's already said that to him, but he's not budging."
I felt myself go calm. This I could handle. "No, I'll tell him myself." I got up and pulled my wallet out.
"What are you doing?"
Miles asked from his side of the coffee table. I pulled out a bill and dropped it into the swear jar. "Just preparing." I smiled sweetly at them, tucked my wallet into my back pocket as I turned to walk into the foyer.
"She put in a 20,
Isaac announced. The boys burst out laughing. I just wanted to get this over with. I saw Zeke standing in the door frame like a huge guard dog. It made me grin as I pulled on my jacket.
"You sure, Ollie girl?"
Asher asked as he stepped under the archway to the family room, his face worried. I smiled up at him. He was such a sweetheart. I reached up and gripped his chin lightly between my thumb and forefinger. "I've got this, sweetie," I assured him. I squeezed his chin once, then let go. I walked up to Zeke's side and touched his arm. He looked down at me, his hard face looking scary for anyone else. His eyes ran over me, becoming a little less stern. He looked like he was debating whether or not to let me talk to Dylan, but it wasn't his decision to make. "Zeke, I got this," I told him confidently. He gave a big, deep sigh, sent one last glare out the door, then stepped inside the house. He really didn't like this. My lungs felt tight. I didn't bother to button up my coat. I doubted he'd be here for long anyway. I closed the door behind him, then walked out to the middle of the porch to meet him. Bracing myself, I looked up at him. Dylan was a head taller than me. His dark sapphire eyes met mine, and my heart clenched. His strong chin and angled jaw gave him a bit fuller cheeks. It gave him a boyish charm that made my heart race. His brown hair was shorter than it had been last month, still a little long on top and sticking up everywhere like he'd been running his fingers through it. His athletic frame was wearing a dark blue snow jacket over black jeans. He was still the hottie I met in October. "What do you want, Dylan?" I asked calmly as my gut tightened. He stepped closer, so I had to look up at his face. He was probably trying to keep the others from eavesdropping. Fine. I didn't want this to be public anyway.
"I need to make something clear to you that apparently I didn't on the phone."
His warm, husky voice rolled through my ears and ran down my spine. It sparked my temper. I didn't want to feel this way about him, especially now. "You made things pretty fucking clear when you hung up on me," I snapped at him. His warm eyes ran over my face as if he was taking in every detail and committing it to memory. The damn butterflies went crazy, the little traitors. When he was done, his eyes met mine again.
"No."
He shook his head.
"I really didn't."
Before I could ask what he was talking about, his fingers lifted my chin. Then his lips were on mine. I had half a heartbeat of shock. Then I was kissing him back. The world grew fuzzy as my lips moved against his. My stomach did that low, hard flip. My heart was in my throat. My hands went to his chest. His other hand came to my other cheek as his mouth moved with mine. Warmth spread out from my chest, filling me with light until I was sure I had to be glowing. Dylan was kissing me. Dylan was kissing me, and it was better than I ever imagined. Wait a minute. This was Dylan, the Dylan that hung up on me earlier. I pulled back, breaking the kiss. I stepped back a couple of times, then looked up at him, now thoroughly confused. You hung up on me. You didn't say a word, you just hung up. I was still trying to get my thoughts together after that kiss. And now you kiss me? I had no idea what the hell was going on. His eyes ran over my face again, then came back to my eyes.
Lexi, I didn't hang up on you. I heard you say that you liked me. Then I was up and out the door before you even finished your sentence.
My heart raced and melted at the same time. It was an odd feeling.
I ran to my truck, climbed in, started it, and that's when I remembered I still had you on the phone.
He was talking fast, like he didn't think I'd listen to him for long, and he wanted to explain everything before that happened.
The last thing I heard was you saying, "Fish or cut bait." I repeated it because hearing your voice say that was fucking cute. I was trying to tell you that I was on my way when I hit that nasty corner by my house. I had to drop the phone or I was going to run off the road. When I finally managed to get the phone off the floor, the call was over. I thought I had told you I was on my way, and you hung up because you knew I was coming down. I didn't even know you were pissed at me until Asher answered the door and called me an asshole.
I bit the corner of my lower lip. I wanted to believe him. I really did. He came closer, forcing me to look up at him. The butterflies went crazy. My fingers tingled.
I probably should have called back, but I was still wrapping my head around the fact you like me. I thought you didn't think of me that way.
Why did you think that? I asked, my voice soft. A small smile crossed his lips. His warm eyes ran over my face.
I always started all the flirting,
he explained. One of his hands reached out to take mine.
I wanted to see if you were interested or just joking around.
His thumb started rubbing the center of my palm. My heart raced from his touch.
One of my friends told me to stop flirting to see if you kept flirting,
he said. I closed my eyes. That was the stupidest thing ever. And I never did. I kept my voice soft, hoping Asher wouldn't hear me.
Why didn't you?
He whispered. He used my hand to pull me closer to him. Then he wrapped his other arm around my waist under my coat. His fingers spread wide over the small of my back. It sent those warm tingles up and down my body. The rest of the world disappeared as I took a deep breath of sandalwood, then opened my eyes. Those dark eyes immediately found mine. I didn't expect you to stick around, I admitted quietly. I was still having trouble believing the guys weren't going to bail on me. I'm not exactly everyone's cup of coffee. He grinned warmly at me.
So we were both being stupid,
he offered quietly, pulling me closer till I was pressed against him. I reached up to stroke my fingertips along his jaw as I met his eyes again. Looks like, I admitted quietly. He grinned at me before leaning down, his lips going to my ear.
Lexi,
he whispered.
I've been crazy about you since we met.
That fuzzy warmth washed through me. He continued.
I thought you didn't want me, and I still couldn't stop calling you.
I thought you friend-zoned me, and I couldn't stop talking to you, I admitted in a whisper.
Lexi.
His lips brushing my ear as he spoke.
Want to be my girlfriend?
I smiled and felt like I could fly. So naturally I was a smartass. Sure, I've got nothing better to do. I giggled wickedly. He groaned painfully at me. He pulled back only enough to kiss me again. It was a soft, tender kiss that made my heart race. He eased back a little, then kissed the corner of my mouth. My skin tingled. His lips brushed my cheek where he kissed me again. He made a path up my jaw, and I let him. I loved every kiss, every brush of his lips as he trailed soft kisses to my cheekbone.
You know, I can't seem to stop kissing you,
he mumbled between kisses. I melted like an ice cube in the sun. I didn't really want him to stop. When he kissed his way back to my lips, I was more than ready for another kiss. His lips took mine again, sending my heart racing. I kissed him back eagerly. His lips moved with mine just as much. Dylan was kissing me like he couldn't get enough of me. I felt the tip of his tongue stroke my bottom lip. Sparks ran down my spine. I was about to open my lips when a light began flashing. I growled in frustration. We stopped kissing. I opened my eyes and looked up to see the porch light being turned on and off. "They are so dead," I stated. Dylan smirked down at me and pulled me against him, his arms tightening around me. My cheek rested on his chest as I wrapped my arms around his firm waist under his jacket. He felt really good. I was still not quite sure this was happening. I was going to wake up now, right? No? Good. Dylan's lips rested against my forehead.
"I'm sorry I didn't kiss you sooner,"
he whispered. "What took you so fucking long?" I whispered back. He chuckled quietly.
"Stupidity,"
he answered, his voice warm. I smiled.
"Lots and lots of stupidity."
I snickered. The boys started flashing the porch light at us again. We both cursed. The word "swear jar" was yelled from the house. He groaned.
"Is there anything you can do to get them to stop? 'Cause we've got some shit to talk about,"
he asked, still whispering. I thought for a moment and grinned. I believe so. I looked up at him and smiled. But you'd have to let go of me. His brow drew down and his eyes unfocused, looking above my head at the house. He didn't let go. "Dylan?" His eyes focused again before he looked down at me.
"I'm weighing the pros and cons,"
he admitted. I laughed quietly. He gave a big sigh and let me go. I pulled out my cell phone and texted Zeke. "Alexis, who is fucking with the lights?" Zeke.
"The twins."
"Alexis, can you stop them? We're talking out here." Zeke.
"Why don't you two come inside? It's cold out there."
"Oh, you little shits," I grumbled. Dylan stepped back and leaned against the porch rail.
"Who?"
he asked. "All of them. They're trying to get us inside so they can hear better," I told him as I texted Zeke back. "Alexis, if you stop them, I'll give you 5 of the curse words I have left. Asher, too, if he helps." Zeke.
"Done."
I giggled wickedly and put my phone away. I just bribed Zeke to get them to stop with the light. I looked up. He was watching me with a little smile on his face. "What?"
"You're just cute,"
he said, smirking. I smiled at him. The guy had bad taste in girls.
"We need to figure out our schedules, though,"
Dylan said. Reality set in. His hands reached out. He took both of mine and pulled me closer so we could keep whispering. The butterflies went crazy. He kept holding my hands. "If you couldn't get away for a month before, then how are we ever going to see each other?" I asked, keeping my voice low.
"That science project is set up now, so that'll free up some time,"
he began, his eyes on the house wall, unfocused.
"I'll tell Dad that I'm only willing to work 3 shifts a week. He'll have to hire people immediately. I know a few of my friends from school who could use the cash."
"My Friday night is always free, and I can get my Saturday and Sunday stuff done in the morning and move my research to during the week," I whispered back, mentally going over my schedule. Dylan grinned down at me.
"That works. I can pick shifts that work during the week or in the mornings on the weekends."
He was still whispering. It kept sending those warm shivers down my spine. I tried to ignore it for now. "What about football?"
"That's over for us. Asher's in the playoffs, remember?"
he said, as his eyes kept running over my face. He still had that little smile on his lips. "That's this Saturday. You want to go?" I asked, in my sweet voice. That smile grew.
"Hell yeah. That'll make it so we can see each other when school's going on."
His eyes came back to mine.
"But we're on vacation right now, so we'll both have a lot more time to see each other. It might not be every day, but..."
"We can switch back and forth on driving, or meet in the middle," I offered. He gave a soft groan and pulled me until I was pressed against him.
"A girl who is willing to compromise. and knows the value of gas.
He looked down at me like I was something special. I'd never had anyone look at me that way before. It was different.
Bad news, though.
You have to go, I guessed.
If I want to get everything in place so I can see you Friday night, yeah, I need to go.
He didn't sound happy about it. So you're coming to game night this week? I asked, using my sweet voice again. He smiled at me.
Wouldn't miss it.
His eyes ran over my face again, then focused on my lips.
But before I go, I need to kiss my girlfriend goodbye.
My stomach did that low, hard flip again. I tilted my chin up as he came down to meet me. His lips were soft and gentle this time. My pulse raced as I moved my lips against his. His palm held my cheek. The butterflies kept going. Dylan was kissing me again. Sweet, cute, funny Dylan. Warmth and happiness filled me until I was sure I was going to be unbearably girly later. He took his time moving his lips over mine, kissing me until I didn't have a thought in my head. Eventually, he pulled back and took a deep breath, his eyes still on my face.
Okay, gotta go,
he said quietly. I pulled away from him, but he still didn't move. He was looking at me like he couldn't take his eyes off me. Dylan, I reminded him. He blinked, his cheeks tinting pink.
Okay, I'm going, he grumbled. I'll see you later.
He stepped close, leaned down, and gave me a quick kiss on the forehead. I smiled. Drive safe, I said quietly. He gave me a wink before he turned and went down the stairs. I waited until he drove down the road to head inside. I paused before opening the door. I took a breath and braced myself. I walked in. I took off my jacket, draping it over the banister, then turned around. The family room was a mess. Zeke had Isaac pinned to the floor and was sitting sideways on his butt. Asher had Ethan in an arm lock against the couch. I started laughing. That's what happens when you mess with me, boys, I taunted. Zeke bounced on Isaac.
Say you're sorry,
Zeke ordered, still bouncing his big butt on Isaac's back.
Sorry, Red,
Isaac grunted.
Now get his ass off me.
Swear jar, several of us called at the same time. Trisha didn't seem to think it was funny. Don't let them up yet. I pulled out my cell and aimed. Say don't spy on Lexi. The guys just laughed as I took the picture. I immediately sent it to Dylan, grinning the whole time. The guys let the boys up as the girls fixed the couch cushions. Ethan was practically bouncing on his toes, and he wasn't the only one. So what happened? Riley all but shouted as she sat back into the wide armchair next to Zeke. Everyone sat down and looked at me expectantly. I sighed and sat down in my spot by the coffee table. I told them about Dylan's mad rush to get here and why he dropped the phone. The girls awed. My face warmed.
Oh my God, Red's blushing, Isaac shouted. Get a pic, get a pic.
I flipped him off. So, are you two dating now? Trisha asked, looking confused. I thought it was obvious. After all, they had probably watched the whole thing. Yeah, we're dating. I couldn't seem to stop smiling. The twins gave out a whoop, and the girls just smiled. Then I looked at the guys. Now, how much spying did you guys do?
None,
Isaac said.
Not a bit,
Ethan added.
I'm pleading the fifth,
Asher admitted. I looked at Zeke. Miles wouldn't have spied, but Zeke would, and Zeke never lied. Zeke? I asked directly. He met my eyes and kept his mouth shut. Okay, fine. I looked at his girlfriend. Riley, how much watching did they do? I asked her sweetly. Riley grinned back at me mischievously. Oh, they watched the whole thing. Riley ratted them out. The guys groaned while she continued. When he kissed you the first time, Asher had to stop Zeke from going out there. I looked at Zeke, my question on my face.
From our angle, it looked like he forced you to kiss him,
Zeke admitted, not sorry one bit. When Isaac said you were kissing him back, he calmed down, Riley explained as she looked at Zeke with a big smile on her face. Zeke, I said. He looked at me. What would have happened if he touched me and I didn't want him to? Zeke rolled his eyes.
You would have kneed him in the balls.
I smiled at him sweetly. Thanks for looking out for me anyway. He just gave me that half grin of his. We all went back to watching the movie. It wasn't long after that when the girls got up to leave and the guys got up to walk them to their cars. With the sudden free seating, I got up and stole a corner of the sofa. I moved a throw pillow and curled up into the corner. When I was comfy, I went back to watching the movie. Faith and Trisha stalled in the archway. Aren't you leaving too, Lexi? Trisha asked, her voice curious. I looked up to see her face looking slightly strained, as if she was trying not to do something. I really didn't care right now. If the girls wanted to leave before our usual overtime, that was on them. I wanted to watch a good movie with a decent body counts. Yeah, I looked back at the television. I just want to watch the last of this. I hedged. I wasn't lying. I did want to watch the rest of this movie, and then the next one before going home. Nice meeting you, girls, I called to them on their way out. Riley was the only one who said anything back. That wasn't a good sign. I went back to watching the movie with Miles, who chose to stay on the floor. I was tired, but I knew as soon as I went to sleep, a ghost would show up. It had been happening all week, and now I had to deal with the girls not liking me. It wasn't too long before the guys came back in. Isaac plopped onto me. Shit, Isaac, I grunted. The shithead was heavy.
Oh, sorry, Red. Didn't see you there.
His voice was full of innocence as he slid off me to the middle cushion. Zeke took a wide chair. Ethan sat on the other side of Isaac, and Asher took the other armchair.
With you being quiet and all, I figured you went home.
I gave him a half grin and shoved him further off me with my shoulder. Isaac could always cheer me up. I don't think the girls like me, I admitted, looking at each of them in turn. They all looked puzzled.
Riley loves you,
Zeke reassured me. Oh, I love Riley. She's great.
Trisha didn't say anything about you to me,
Asher said before he looked around at the others. The others shook their heads. Huh. Maybe I'm wrong. I had a kind of weird day today, I admitted, then looked back at the movie. Might have thrown me off.
You started dating Dylan today,
Ethan reminded me. Yeah, and that's great. But my best friends kept their girlfriends a secret from me. Doesn't exactly make my day, I countered. The guys were quiet as they mulled this over.
Okay, you have a point,
Ethan admitted as he scratched his eyebrow.
We should have shared with you sooner.
You guys go on and on about how I need to be more open with you, that family doesn't have big secrets. Once I started, I couldn't seem to stop. A girlfriend is kind of a big secret. 4 is an even larger one. You all knew about it, you all met the other girls and made a point not to tell me. That's fucked up. Okay, yeah, this was what had put me in such a bad mood all afternoon. It hadn't been the shitty painting, it hadn't been Dylan. It had been this. They wanted to know all my shit, but kept theirs a secret. I was tired of it. My heart was heavy as I looked at each of them. Well, except Miles. The twins looked like they were in pain. Asher's brow was drawn down. Zeke's face was just blank. They knew I was right. It didn't make me feel any better.
Is this why you've been quiet most of the night?
Miles asked. Yeah, I admitted. When you guys hide shit like this, it sucks. I wasn't going to say it hurt. They could guess that for themselves. Isaac got up and dropped on me again. I grunted under his weight. He wrapped his arms and knees around me before resting his chin on my shoulder.
I'm sorry, Red.
Isaac's voice was pouty as he squeezed me.
We didn't mean it like that. You have enough to deal with, and we didn't want to bother you with our shit.
I freed an arm and wrapped it around Isaac's shoulder. This is the shit you're supposed to talk to me about. It can't be all my shit all the time. This was you guys not letting me be your friend. Isaac shifted, straddling my hip, taking some of his weight off of me. I guess he wasn't planning on moving anytime soon. He smelled like lemons today. Huh, it was usually limes.
You're right, beautiful. We were being shitty friends,
Ethan said. I felt the couch shifting. Then Ethan was up and dropping his weight down on my front, pressing me back against the sofa. I grunted under the weight. Now I was really getting squished.
I hate it when she's fucking right,
Zeke grumbled. There was the sound of springs moving as someone got up. Don't you dare, Zeke, I warned him. I'm already being smushed to death. The twins giggled. Instead, I saw Asher over Ethan's shoulder and braced myself. This was going to hurt. Instead, Asher reached down and yanked Ethan off of me. The relief was instant. Oh, thank God, I exhaled in relief. Asher dropped a laughing Ethan onto the floor and reached for Isaac. Isaac's arms and legs squeezed tight as he clung on like a monkey. I was laughing when Asher yanked him off of me by his belt. I rolled a bit, resting my back against the cushions, thankful that the boys were off of me. That was until Asher sat on the couch edge and leaned back on me. Oh my fucking God! I smacked him in the back and tried to shove him to the floor. Can't breathe, I gasped dramatically. Asher pulled up a bit until it was no worse than Isaac had been. His ocean eyes met mine over his shoulder.
We really didn't mean it like that, Allie. I'm sorry,
he said simply. I gave him a small smile to let him know we were good. Vanilla and cinnamon filled my nose. Just keep me in the loop, guys, okay? I asked, trying not to sound too whiny. I know I'm a private person.
I'll say, getting anything out of you is like pulling teeth,
Zeke groused. The others nodded in agreement. I looked over at him and glared. And you're just a fountain of information yourself, I asked sarcastically. Tell me, Zeke, what color is the couch? The guys started laughing as Zeke shook his head with a small grin on his face. I raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to answer.
Reddish,
he answered uncertainly. It's green. His mouth twitched at me. You being partly colorblind is not a huge thing, but it's something you never told me. I looked around the group again. I'm not the only one who needs to open up around here. You guys all know each other so well. I care about you guys, but you still haven't told me much about yourselves. They all nodded. They got it. I smacked Asher's leg. Now get your heavy ass off me. Asher smirked and scooted me to sit on the middle cushion. I sat up and looked at the jar. $38 for fucking swearing. I looked up at Asher. Can I get my money back from the swear jar now? I asked seriously. The guys chuckled.
Go for it,
Asher said, grinning at me. I gave him a smile, scooted to the edge of the sofa, and grabbed the jar. Okay, who had how much? I asked. They all gave me their numbers as I counted out the money. I handed each of them their stacks, then folded mine and stuck it in my bra. I didn't even think about it. The twins started snickering. I pointed at them. If you had boobs, you'd do the same thing, I told them honestly. They laughed. The room felt lighter as I picked up the other stack and held it out to Zeke. I figured you can give Riley back her money. Zeke took it and tucked it into his pocket. I sat back. Can we please watch a fun movie now? I begged, with a pained look on my face.
Please,
Isaac begged with me. Miles got up and the debate began. I want a high body count, I demanded. I heard snorts from around the room.
No chick main character either,
Ethan chimed in.
Lots of swearing,
Zeke added. Miles nodded.
Deadpool it is.
I shot my hands into the air in victory. Yes! The guys laughed at me. Miles put the movie in the Blu-ray.
This movie might be a bad influence on you, Allie,
Asher said, as he looked down at me, smiling. Well, I don't plan on celebrating International Women's Appreciation Day, if that's what you mean. My voice was sweet as I gave them my mischievous grin. The guys all groaned painfully. That scene always made them wince. I thought it was hilarious. The movie started and I was feeling better. The guys understood that they had hurt my feelings, and I didn't actually have to come out and say it. They also understood that I wasn't the only one needing to open up. It brought my happy back. We finished the movie and I drove home, washed my face, then climbed into bed, smiling. Dylan was my boyfriend. I let myself have one girly giggle, then I rolled over and went to sleep. Chapter 3. Early Thursday morning. Pain tore through me, jerking me awake. Still mostly asleep, I scrambled backward, trying to get away from it. Heart slamming, I looked around my bedroom. I reached out to turn on the desk lamp. My hand was shaking so badly that it took me 3 tries to find the button. The light showed me the soul. It was a man in his mid-20s. He looked like a construction worker. I couldn't get a good look because it felt like every nerve in my body was firing. My body jerked, going rigid. Every muscle clenched. I could barely breathe with him so close. My head throbbed, making my vision blurry. I felt my nose start bleeding. Shit. Back up, I managed to say through the convulsions. The ghost must have heard me because my body went limp. I felt weak, like I'd just run a triathlon or something. I was gasping as I reached for the tissues, my hand missing several times. I was getting my breath back when I brought the tissues to my nose. I felt like I had been beaten with several baseball bats. Everything hurt. I fought the urge to whimper and curl into a ball. It took me several minutes to have the strength to sit up. I finally looked at the soul. He was wearing work pants, a dirty t-shirt, and work boots. The only thing missing was the hard hat. His friendly face was drawn. He kept licking his lips. "Who are you?" My voice was weak as I tried to stay upright. 2 ghosts in a few hours were never a good thing. "I'm Carl Mason. You can see me?" he said desperately. "I knew you could. You can help me. Please." I leaned against the wall. I was still trying to get over the effects of his death memories. "How the fuck did you die, Carl?" I asked, my voice pained. He blinked at me a couple of times before answering. "I messed up on the job, did something stupid and electrocuted myself," he admitted. "But what the hell am I still doing here?" I took a deep breath and let it out slowly to give myself time to gather my wits. "The veil is shut," I told him in my nasally voice. "Someone has fucked with the way in and I'm trying to figure out how to fix it. Until then, you're stuck here." I was blunt. I didn't have enough energy for tact. He looked at me like I had just killed his dog. "Carl, I'm trying to find an answer to fix this. You just need to hold on to you, okay?" You're a kid. How the hell are you supposed to fix this?" he snapped as he started pacing back and forth across my room. "I ask myself that every day, but I will. It's just going to take some time." I tried to be comforting, but my head was in a vice and my stomach was starting to roll. "How did you find me anyway?" He stopped pacing and blinked at me. "The light." "Huh?" "From this side, the world is darker. It's always dusk here. I was walking around the lake. There was a bright light in the dark." He looked around the room. "And it's coming from you." "Oh, shit. So you just followed it?" This was not good. All the ghosts were ramping up in energy. They were leaving their haunting grounds, and now I was learning I looked like a freaking beacon? You have got to be fucking kidding me. "Yeah, there isn't much light on this side," he said. I felt more pressure in my head. My nose bled more. I grabbed more tissues as I felt my barriers shake. "Look, Carl, I can't help you right now, but I'm working on it. You can't stay here." I stopped talking as my stomach lurched. Shit. "You're hurting me." I jumped from the bed and ran to the bathroom. I made it just in time. I threw up again and again. When my stomach finally stopped cramping, I leaned against the tub. I wadded up some toilet paper and held it to my nose. Carl didn't come in with me. Thank you, Carl. I sat there miserable, guilt gnawing at my gut. I knew I needed to reach my center, but every fucking time I tried, I freaked out and climbed back out. Your center is the very core of who you are and what you are. To reach it, you had to go through all the significant events in your life, the bad, the good, and the ugly. You'd see it in a way you didn't before. That wasn't always good. I leaned my head back against the sliding glass door of the shower and just tried to breathe through the pain. I needed to get my beads. They were in my room. I needed to move. It took me longer than I want to admit to get up and walk slowly into my bedroom. I made it to my desk and opened the drawer. I pulled on my 8 onyx beaded bracelets and dropped to my bed. I wasn't conscious long. The blaring alarm woke me up. I groaned, then hit the damn thing. My head was heavy, my body still achy. In short, I felt like shit. I got up and went into the bathroom. I did my usual morning routine without a shower or makeup this time. I was going to be working out. There was no point in doing either now. I put my hair up in a bun and looked in the mirror. My long copper hair was in a mass on the back of my head. My heart-shaped face was pretty, at least I thought so, but nothing spectacular. My already pale skin looked even paler this morning. The bags under my eyes were dark. In short, I looked how I felt. My eyes were a mix of dark green and light green, with gold flecks mixed in. At least my eyes were still bright. I snorted at myself as I went to my bedroom and got ready for my workout. I pulled on my black capri yoga pants, my black sports bra, and a dark blue tank top. I pulled on my sneakers and headed downstairs. The great room was empty, not surprising considering it was before 7 in the morning on a Thursday. Rory's house had an open floor plan. The living room, dining room, and kitchen were all in one room. Well, the kitchen had its own alcove on the right side of the house, but otherwise, one big room. I turned the machine on to make a cup of coffee, then I made buttered toast. If it stayed down, I promised myself a real breakfast after the gym. Then a nap at the cemetery. Oh yeah, a nap. That sounded great. But my barriers held against 2 ghosts in one day. Yay! I still felt like shit. I slowly ate my toast and drank my coffee. By the time I was done, I was feeling less foggy. I grabbed my water bottle, keys, cell phone. I pulled on Miles's gray hoodie, then my leather jacket, and headed out the door. It was butt-ass freezing. I ran into my truck and cranked the heater while it warmed up. As soon as I could, I drove to the gym the guys called home. I hurried inside, cursing myself for not just wearing sweatpants. The gym was made of several huge rooms, a weight room, a mat room, and a room with several MMA octagons. Like I said, huge. I found the guys next to the lockers where members stashed their gear. "Hey," I mumbled as I walked to my locker. Everyone looked up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw them all frown.
"You look like shit,"
Zeke announced.
"You all right, Red?"
"You don't have to work out today if you're sick," Miles pointed out gently.
"You're paler than usual, beautiful."
"Allie, what happened?" "I had a double-header yesterday within about 8 hours of each other," I told them as I unlocked my locker. The guy a couple lockers down got really interested. He was around our age, broad shoulders, brown hair, and a cute face. That's all I got when he turned, then looked me up and down with a flirty smile on his face. I pulled out my hand wraps and glared at him. "I was trying to talk about having seizures while being discreet, you dick," I snapped at him. He had a half grin on his face as he went back to putting his gear away. The guys were laughing at me. He closed his locker before heading out of the gym. I put everything in my locker and slammed it shut. I sat down on the bench and started wrapping my hands. The guys were still eyeing me. But good news. I looked up to make sure no one was around. My barriers held through both. And by the way, don't electrocute yourself. It's the weirdest fucking way to die. The guys chuckled. Zeke eyed me.
"You sure you're up for this?"
Zeke asked doubtfully. "Bring it, bitch," I challenged him. Zeke got that grin that I had learned to hate. Oh, shit. Could I say I was sorry now? Fuck. Me and my big mouth.
Let's go.
An hour and a half later, I hit the mat again. After working out on the bags, the weights, and not to mention the running Zeke always made me do, I was tired, but I wanted to get this damn throw down. I growled in frustration. Hot, sweating, and trying to catch my breath, I sat up to glare at Miles. Sweet Miles was being a dick. Okay, he wasn't. I was the one fucking up, and he was just teaching me.
Did you see what I did with my hips in that throw?
He asked again for the 5th time. Okay, now I was getting pissed. No, Miles, I didn't see it. I was too busy being thrown, I pointed out. This wasn't working. I knew what would, but Miles wasn't going to like it. Sweetie, I know you aren't all that comfortable touching me, but you're going to have me do this in slow motion. With you putting me in the right position like Isaac does. It was the fastest way for me to learn. Isaac had the same problem when teaching me. It wasn't until I got into the right position that I understood what he was saying. But since Miles refused to do that, I was still stuck on basic self-defense throws 2 months later. His fingers started tapping out a staccato rhythm against his leg. I just waited. His green eyes met mine without the glasses today. It was strange not seeing him with glasses, but it did show his eyes off more. He nodded. Finally, I got up, stood a couple feet in front of him. He hesitated. I sighed, then looked at him over my shoulder. His face was drawn. Sweetie, either you put me in position and show me how to do this throw, or someone else is going to grab me and I won't be able to do it when I need to. His eyes flashed from warm to cold. Oh, he didn't like the thought of that. I'd learned over the last couple of months that Miles did get angry, but he always controlled it. I kind of envied him for that ability. His mouth pressed into a line before he stepped up behind me. All right. Someone grabs you from behind and pins your arms. Miles pressed the front of his body to my back, wrapped his arms around my chest, and locked his hands together. We both ignored the fact his hands were basically locked together over my breasts. Now you get into the second stance. I put my feet further apart than shoulder width. Miles let go of me. His hands went to my hips. Now, what you're going to do is turn your hips. I turned my hips the way he wanted me to. Miles continued, but at the same time, you're going to take this leg. One hand went to my upper thigh on my right leg. You're going to hook it back and around my ankle, but you're crossing behind you to the opposite side. Don't forget to plant it. Otherwise, you're still going to be stuck, he explained. I held on to his shoulder and moved the way his hand made me go. He let go and stood up. In that position, all you need to do is twist yourself straight, and the guy will drop. I nodded. Okay, I think I see what you're saying now, I said, getting back to the starting position. Ready? Yep. Miles grabbed me from behind, pinning my arms. My forearms came up, holding him to me. I instantly dropped into second, turned my hip while hooking my leg back to the opposite side, behind his ankle, planted my foot. Then I twisted as I stood up straight. Miles dropped to the mat with a thud. Yes! I threw my arm up in victory. About fucking time. Miles was smiling as he got up. Okay, you were right, Miles admitted. That is the best way to teach you. I just smiled at him. Now let's do it again. Get it into your muscle memory. I nodded. I continued to drop Miles for another 30 minutes until I didn't really have to think about it anymore. Now you're going to do it against Asher. I raised my eyebrow at that. But he's big, I felt the need to point out. Asher was 1.5 heads taller than me, not to mention he had way more muscles. Miles nodded. Yeah, and you're small. It should work on him, but if it doesn't, I'd like to know now rather than if someone grabs you. Miles said before he looked across the gym and called for Asher. Miles looked back at me. We also need to try it on Zeke. It might work on him, too. Asher came up sweating, his face red. Grab her from behind and pin her arms, please, Miles requested. Asher's brow drew down. You're still on that throw? Asher's voice was sharp. Miles looked uncomfortable.
Yes, it's my fault. I didn't want to grab places,
Miles admitted. Asher rolled his eyes and came to stand behind me.
All you have to do with her is look at her.
Asher looked down at me. I smirked up at him.
And say, Allie girl, I'm sorry, but I need to grab places to show you what you need to do.
I snickered. Asher looked back at Miles.
She's not like normal girls, Miles.
Miles glared at Asher.
Yeah, I got that,
Miles said, his voice growing colder.
And now we'll move along faster. So if you please.
He gestured for Asher to get on with it. I looked forward. Asher grabbed me from behind and locked his arms. I did what Miles taught me. Asher didn't drop, but he did have to let go to keep on his feet. Asher turned back around towards me.
You're going to have to put more force into that last move, Allie.
He gestured for me to turn around again.
Remember, it's not me grabbing you, it's some dickhead who's trying to hurt you.
I nodded. Asher grabbed me again. I made the move again, only slamming my upper body back against him harder. Asher hit the mat with a big thud. I snickered. Then I sobered. I looked at Miles, dreading what he was going to say next. Miles grinned. Shit.
Thanks, Asher. Send Zeke, please,
Miles said. I groaned. Asher was chuckling as he left. I glared at Miles.
I want to see if it will work for most people, and Zeke's the biggest we have,
he pointed out. I sighed. My body was tired, and now I had to drop Zeke? Ugh. Zeke came up and looked at Miles.
Grab her from behind and pin her arms, please,
Miles said. Zeke's face became hard, but before he could say anything, Miles cut him off.
Yes, I know. I shouldn't have been so uptight about touching her. Asher already gave me the lecture.
Miles's ears were turning pink. Zeke sighed. He walked up behind me.
I'm grabbing you, Lexi. Sorry if I touch anything,
Zeke warned me. I had a feeling it was more to show Miles than to actually warn me. I snickered. Miles was never going to hear the end of this. Zeke grabbed me and locked his arms. I did the move with as much force as I had with Asher. Zeke only rocked on his feet. A little. Fuck, I grumbled. I looked up at him upside down. Why are you so fucking huge? He smirked down at me. He loosened his arms and looked down at my stance.
Okay, I think with someone this much bigger than you, you'll have to move your hips more to hook and plant. You're going to want your knee behind me.
He looked over at Miles.
Think that'll work?
Miles looked thoughtful.
It should, if she can move that far,
Miles said.
Try it. If not, we need to know. Ready?
Zeke looked down at me. I nodded and looked straight ahead. Zeke tightened his arms around me. I did the move the way Zeke suggested, except I couldn't get my leg that far. We forgot I have short legs and I can't rotate 360 on my spine, I announced. Zeke snorted. He let go and stepped back. Zeke's eyes ran over my body, assessing. It wasn't flirting. He was just trying to figure out how to get me out of this hold. Zeke shook his head.
Lexi, you're not going to be able to throw me. The size difference is just too much,
Zeke said, then looked at Miles.
Miles can manage it sometimes, and he's had years of training.
Miles nodded, agreeing with Zeke. Well, then what do I do if someone your size grabs me? I asked. I really wanted to know here, because the idea of not being able to get out of a hold was scary as hell. Zeke looked back at me.
Your best bet is going to be going for damage,
Zeke said.
Turn around.
I turned. Zeke grabbed me again.
Now don't actually do this to me because I like my groin and feet.
I snorted.
You're going to hit me with the back of your head.
I moved my head back and lightly made contact.
Now you're going to sink down a bit and lift your arms like a chicken.
I did as he said.
Now step to the side.
I did.
Drive your elbow into my stomach.
I did, making sure to go slow and not actually hit him. His hold loosened.
Now don't do this. You would bring your fist down into the guy's groin,
Zeke instructed. Okay, I hit you. I'd rather just say it anyway. This was Zeke. His arms dropped.
Now, don't do this either. Slam the heel of your foot down on my foot. The instep is the best spot,
he told me. I tapped his foot with mine. Zeke was now doubled over and on one knee, showing me where my attacker would be at that point. He looked up at me.
And run like hell. Get in a public space, scream, whatever you have to do to draw attention to you.
I nodded, chewing on the corner of my bottom lip.
I read about one woman who hit parked cars on a deserted city street to set off alarms.
It got everyone's attention. Miles added. Zeke got to his feet, frowning at me.
Your best chance with someone my size is to run and not get caught,
Zeke admitted. I nodded, not liking it one bit.
There are a couple throws from the front we can teach you for someone my size, maybe. But a grab from behind?
There's not much I can do, I finished for him.
Besides, what I just showed you? Not really, except for screaming like hell,
Zeke said simply. That didn't make me feel any better. He crooked his finger.
Let's run through it again, and keep skipping the groin and the foot.
I snorted and stood in front of him again. We ran through it again and again until Zeke was sure I had it down. The guys even talked about borrowing the suit from the self-defense class so I could practice making the hits. But no one was volunteering to wear the suit. Miles eventually called Isaac over so I could try the throw on him. He dropped like a rock. In the end, I got it down. I was walking back to the lockers with the guys when the world spun. I stopped walking. Whoa, I mumbled as I closed my eyes.
Allie, you okay?
Asher asked as a hand went to my shoulder. I waited till the dizziness passed to open my eyes. All 5 of the boys were watching me. Just a dizzy spell, I told them as I started walking again.
Did you eat breakfast this morning?
Zeke demanded in his answer me now voice. I threw my guts up at 3 this morning. I had a piece of toast and some coffee, I admitted. If it stayed down, I was going to eat something after our workout.
Well, let's hit the diner,
Isaac suggested. Everyone agreed. I just smiled. Soon enough, we were all tucked into a booth at the town's only diner. It was still early for Saturday in Spring Mountain, so it was almost empty. I looked over the menu and decided on eggs, bacon, and a pancake. One awesome thing about working out so much was that I got to eat a lot.
So, Lexi, what are you getting?
Zeke asked. I glared at him. I'm getting something I want to eat, I snapped. I was really getting tired of him watching everything I ate. In fact, it was starting to piss me off. Zeke looked at me from across the table.
Lexi, you know you...
Yeah, I know, Zeke. But since you've been on my ass, I've lost over 10 fucking pounds, dropped a cup size, and my clothes don't fit. I growled at him. I have to go shopping this afternoon. The guys looked at me, their confusion written all over their faces.
Don't most girls want to be tiny?
Miles asked. The guys groaned. I ignored the insult and smiled at him. He didn't mean it that way. It was Miles. Yeah, sweetie. But most girls don't suddenly need that extra weight in case of burnout, I pointed out quietly. I looked over at Zeke, who was frowning. I didn't have a lot of padding to begin with, Zeke, and right now I need to put some weight back on.
I guess you do look thin,
he admitted.
I just didn't notice it until you said something.
I nodded. I'm losing fat, but I'm gaining muscle. Except I kind of need that fat, I pointed out again.
Just don't go crazy with the junk,
he grumbled. Okay, that was it. Okay, Zeke, I'll make you a deal, I offered. The others smiled. They saw where this was going. I'll continue to eat a balanced menu, but with a bit more fat added so I can gain some weight and my C's back. Zeke nodded, obviously not knowing where this was going. If you do the same. You eat junk, I get to eat junk. I eat junk, you get to eat junk. He looked at me like he was trying to figure out if I was joking. When he realized I wasn't, he nodded.
Okay, deal.
Zeke agreed. The other guys were smirking. So, I'll be having eggs, bacon, and a pancake. That means you will be having the same. Just add as much protein as you need. Zeke's eyes went wide as he realized what my healthy diet meant. Then I added, and no, you don't get to add to the carbs. The guys burst out laughing at the look on Zeke's face. I smiled sweetly at him. His gaze turned challenging.
All right, Lexi, it's on,
he said, clearly meaning it. I smirked. Zeke was going to fold in 3 days. The guy liked cheeseburgers and fries. We started talking about the football game on Saturday. The waitress came over and everyone ordered. I got a hot chocolate. When Zeke lifted an eyebrow, I told him he could have a candy bar in exchange. He smirked at me. This was going to get interesting. When breakfast came, we were talking about game night. I was eating a mouthful of pancake when my cell vibrated. I pulled my phone out of the pocket of Miles's hoodie and checked it. Dylan.
Morning, sunshine. How was the workout?
I smiled as I texted him back. Alexis. Good. Finally dropped Miles, Isaac, and Asher. Learned there is no way I'll ever throw Zeke, at least not from a grab from behind me. I took a bite of bacon as he texted back. Dylan.
LOL. If you ever could throw Zeke, I want it recorded.
I snickered. Alexis. You got it. How's your morning? I checked in on the guys' conversation. It had moved on to plans with their girlfriends today. I was eating more pancake when my cell vibrated again. Dylan.
Nice. I slept in until 3 minutes ago.
Alexis. Yeah. Rub it in. Dylan.
LOL. Do you think I could get you to myself for a couple hours on game night? Like, have dinner before?
I smiled. The butterflies going crazy. Hey, Ash. I looked up and met his eyes across the table. Do you care if I skip out on making snacks this week? Dylan wants to go to dinner before game night. Asher's mouth was full, but he waved his hand at me and nodded. Thank you, sweetie. He winked at me. Alexis. Definitely. Dylan.
Can't wait. Now I have to get out of this comfy bed.
Alexis. Okay, now you're really rubbing it in. TTYL. Dylan sent me a kiss emoji. I smiled and sent one back, then put my phone back in my pocket and got back to eating breakfast. When the food was gone, Miles looked across the table at me.
Lexi, you have meditation today, right?
Miles asked, as if he didn't already know. Yeah, I muttered, my mood suddenly not so bright.
What's going on, beautiful?
Ethan asked from next to me. I sighed. I had to be honest with them. I needed some help with this. I needed someone to remind me why I was doing this. You remember how when you're getting to your center, you see the big events in your life? The ones that had a big impact on you? I asked the group. They all nodded. Miles's eyes were full of understanding. He knew where I was going with this. I don't want to see Mary Summers. I don't want to see it from a new point of view, I admitted, looking at the table. My stomach knotted around my breakfast. It was bad enough with the first view. Ethan's arm went around me. I leaned my head on his shoulder.
Lexi, what happens if you don't reach your center?
Miles asked. I sighed. I can't do that thing I need to. But with that place closed, it doesn't even matter. They can't go on their way, I said discreetly.
What if someone comes at you the way the last one did, but worse?
Miles asked gently. I would be in deep shit, or I'd have to kill another soul. I nodded at him, letting him know I understood.
You still need to be able to do it, even before that place is open.
Miles reminded me.
Besides,
Isaac began, smiling at me from his end of the table.
I've never known you to back down from a challenge.
I smirked at that. A challenge, huh? Thinking of it that way just might make this easier. All right, I said, looking around the table. I'll hit my center today. Then a thought hit me. I might be a blubbering mess after, I warned them. They chuckled. Asher met my eyes.
I think you'll be better than you think,
Asher offered. I smiled at him. I hoped he was right.
Come over to my house. You can use the conservatory and that tub you love after you reach your center.
Miles offered. I smiled. Miles knew how to motivate me. Oh, bribery. I like it. The guys burst out laughing. It wasn't long after that when we split up. I went home, got a change of clothes and my MP3 player. Rory knew all about the awesome tub at Miles's house, and since he always assumed Miles's mom was home, he never blinked twice if I ran over for a soak. I was hoping to keep it that way. I drove over to Miles's house and drove up to the circular driveway. The house was freaking huge, 3 stories of gray stone looming over a hill of snow. I grabbed my bag and headed into the house. I didn't even bother knocking. No one did at Miles's house. "I'm here," I shouted. The house was huge, and I had no clue where he was. "Family room." I went and dropped my bag in the master bedroom downstairs. The Miles just called it my room now. I grabbed my MP3 and headed down the long hall to my family room. The family room had 2 blue couches, a big screen TV, and several game systems set up. Miles's mother had mostly left his room untouched. Miles was sitting on the sofa playing a shooting game with a headset on. I hopped over the back and plopped down next to him. "What are you playing?" I asked. "I'm playing Destiny with Autumn," he said absently. "Hi, Autumn," I called from my spot. Miles smiled. She says, "Hi back. Now be quiet. Miles is supposed to be doing damage." Miles repeated Autumn almost verbatim. I chuckled. If I ever got to meet Autumn, I was pretty sure I'd love her. I left him to it and headed into the conservatory. The conservatory was huge, with a 20-foot glass ceiling. The glass room was filled with every color and kind of flower you could imagine. Vines were even climbing up the columns. I walked down the path and found the patio chair I usually used. It was right next to the in-ground fountain with 4 frog water spouts. The sound of water was soothing. My gut nodded. My pulse raced. I needed to do this. I needed to get to my center. Otherwise, I was fucked. I took deep, calming breaths as I sat down and put on my headphones. I could do this. It would suck, but I got this. Meet the challenge, Lexi. I was going to do this. Fuck. I was going to do this. I hit play on the meditation recording that Ethan had made for me.
Take deep, slow breaths.
Ethan's voice was low and smooth from the recording. His voice filled my ears slowly, softly, till it was all I could hear.
Focus on feeling your body, breathing the air coming in through your nose, your lungs filling with air. Feel yourself exhale.
I did as he said. No one could resist that voice of his. Ethan's voice played in my ears, giving me instructions. I listened and followed. The world disappeared. There was only Ethan's voice. When my mind was completely blank, free of emotion and thought, I knew I was where I needed to be. The next recording in the list started. Ethan began again, this time giving me instructions on how to reach my center.
Feel yourself relaxing, sinking deeper into your mind.
I relaxed my hold on everything, my body, my stress, all the pressure I felt to get this right. I just let it go and sank down inside myself.
You're going to where your instinct is, beautiful.
I knew where I was going. I'd walked the path a lot over the last couple months. I sank further.
That's where your center is. That is what you need to find.
I was closer. I could feel it. I felt stronger, more me. Images flashed through my mind, not all of them good, not all of them bad. The big moments in my life. Seeing my first ghost, Claire saving me, Claire protecting me, Dad. I saw Dad reading me The Hobbit before bedtime. A wave of love burst over me. Then I saw his casket. Sadness filled me as I fell deeper. I knew what was coming. I'd been here before. I saw myself being alone at night, trying to understand why Mom wanted to go out instead of staying with me. I saw how I tried every day to make things better for my mother, how every day she blew me off. The first time my mother called me a demon child, I had been 14, and she'd been pissed that the pantry was empty. I watched as Jacob Noon tried to pin me down in the park, his hand going up my skirt as I said no. For the first time, I didn't flinch as I watched myself fight him off, driving my knee into his groin, then pushing him off me. I watched the white-hot rage in my eyes as I walked to the blazer. I watched myself pick up the short crowbar. I didn't hesitate. I didn't think. Then I watched myself smash that crowbar across his face over and over. When he was unconscious, I watched myself pull my cell phone out, call the police and an ambulance. For the first time, I accepted this. I had a dark side. I always knew it. But knowing and accepting were two different things. I had a dark side, and I needed to control it. What I did that night wasn't right, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. For the first time since that night, I was at peace with it. I didn't fight as I sank lower. I saw the color of my world leach away until there was barely any color at all. I watched us move from place to place, never settling down. The color kept disappearing from my world. Then we were in LA. I knew what was coming. I watched as my mother yanked me from my bed and dropped me to the floor. I winced as I remembered the pain. I pushed the memory away and tried to dive past it. I didn't want to see this, didn't want to feel this again. But my sinner wouldn't let me. I had to watch. I watched as my mother beat me, kicked me, and hit me. I watched as I screamed and cursed her, calling her names right back as she stomped me into the floor. I watched as I struck out with a foot, knocking her back from me. I didn't remember that part, that I had fought back. I watched as it went on and on. I watched as the cops broke open the door and yanked her out. I watched as I got to my feet and walked out the door to the police car. I walked out of there. I didn't remember that. That changed something. I don't know how to explain it except that something inside me shifted with this new knowledge. I felt more like me, the real me. I sank deeper. I watched as I met Isaac and his laughing eyes, then Ethan and Miles, then Asher and even Zeke. As I watched our conversations, I noticed the color coming back. The world was alive again, not completely, but getting there. The color grew the more I laughed with them, the more time I spent with them. I started to feel again. I hadn't realized how numb I had become until now. Serena had been right. I had been so close to cutting myself off from everyone. I watched myself talking to Miles while lying on the dock. He was telling me that just because relationships didn't last, that didn't mean they weren't worth having. Of course, he used the stars as a metaphor, but that's what he told me. I saw how he watched me out of the corner of his eye when I had to stop myself from crying. He had known. I sank deeper. I watched myself telling Asher my dream of becoming a tattoo artist, so he'd admit what he'd really wanted to do with his life. I sank deeper. I watched myself talking to Zeke at the garage he worked at. He was telling me he couldn't trust himself around me. I watched as my shaking hands pulled off my sweater and told him to look at my back. I didn't remember my hands shaking, and I saw something I hadn't seen before, that I didn't even realize until now. When someone I cared about was hurting, I gave them everything and anything I had to make them not feel alone. If standing naked and showing them my own scars made them feel even a little better, a little less alone, I did it, and it amazed me. I sank deeper. I watched myself getting jumped by the ghost of Mary Summers. I watched all the guys freak out as Zeke brought my face up so I could tell him what to do. I saw the panic and fear on everyone's face as I went limp. I watched them drive me home and get me in the shower. They took off my sweater and jeans, just like Rory told them to. I watched as they rubbed salt over my skin. I watched their faces as I woke up. Their relief made my heart ache. Then I watched them take turns holding me in the shower. Zeke passed me off to Asher when he got too hot. Asher stopped only to take off his shoes. When Asher got too hot, he handed me off to Isaac. Isaac didn't even bother taking off his shoes. Then they were wrapping towels around me and carrying me to Rory's bed. Every one of them had been pale. I sank deeper. I watched myself being hugged by each of them after I woke up. I saw the relief on their faces. I saw how they cared about me, how they wanted to just be there for me, the way I was for them. It finally fully sank in. They cared just as much about me as I did them. I was still a bit dazed by this as I sank deeper. I saw myself as I pressed gauze against Zeke's hand. I watched as I refused to let up on the pressure. That's when I noticed it. There was a connection. A shining golden thread that went from me to him. It wasn't there all the time, but it was then. I sank lower. I saw myself at the crash site, pressing on Emily Hahn's abdominal wound to stop the bleeding. She was starting to give up. I turned to see her, and I saw it again. That golden thread of light wrapped around Emily Hahn's wrist, holding her soul to me and from me to her body. I watched as her soul tried to move on, and the thread pulled taut. I watched in disbelief as I pulled her back and held her till she could climb back into her body. What the? I sank deeper. I watched myself yank Isaac out of the party at the Dotsons. I watched myself order Isaac to get it out in a better way. I saw the look on Isaac's face that I hadn't then. He looked lost. He hadn't known what he was doing that night. My chest ached. I needed to help, somehow. I needed to help him. I sank deeper. I knew what was coming. I felt almost completely like me again. I hadn't felt that way since before I got jumped. I watched as I walked toward Mary Summers' soul in my cousin Tara's body. I watched as I threw her out of me. Then I watched as the world disappeared and we entered the veil. I saw that rocky ledge above the pit of black, the boiling clouds in the sky with lightning and green smoke. But all my attention was on Mary Summers. My heart burned as I watched her scramble for a hold on the stone, only for her to slip off the edge. I saw myself reaching for her. I felt like my heart was being crushed as I watched me try to pull her back. Then the feeling was gone. I don't know how, but I knew I needed to see without emotion. I needed to see the truth of it. I watched as I pulled against the suction of the pit. I watched as she began to fade in my hands. That's when I saw it. I couldn't believe it. The whole scene stopped as if I had hit pause on a movie. I looked closer at Mary Summers. The energy had stripped her of her mind, destroyed who she was. I could see it. She was rotted from the inside out, but not completely. There was still a sliver of her in there, and I saw it. The scene began moving again in slow motion. I watched Mary Summers disappearing. Then I saw something new. She was saying something. The sound came on in stereo at high volume. The wind was howling, but I heard it. She said, "Thank you." I knew somewhere my body was crying, but it didn't matter. I watched Mary Summers die and thank me for it. Dazed, I sank deeper. Light exploded behind my eyes, bright and golden. Then I was standing on a white plain with a golden-lit sky, and across from me was me. It was me down to the last detail, even the odd eyes, and the way I tilted my head when I was pissed. "Are you going to listen now?" the other me asked in my voice. "I didn't know I wasn't," I told her honestly. She smiled sweetly, then smacked me upside the head. Ow! It actually hurt. She smirked at me. "You know the answer to a lot of things, Alexis, but your head gets in the way," she told me. "You need to start listening." "Yeah, I'm getting that," I admitted. She half grinned at me. "You need to follow your instinct when it comes to your abilities. Stop thinking there is a set of instructions somewhere, because there isn't." I sighed. Shit. You need to practice with souls, Alexis. I don't want to fuck up like that again. My voice was desperate, and I hated it. She smiled at me. "Don't salt and burn bodies, and you won't. You can't hurt the dead less than that." There was movement over my other self's shoulder. Another me was walking towards us from farther away. I looked back at the other me and had a hunch. "You're not me." The imposter me smiled. "No, I'm not. But this was the best form to take to tell you what I had to. She looked over her shoulder. Your true self is coming, and you'll have to face her in order to reach your center. She looked back to me. If you have any questions, ask them now. How do I link with the veil and force a ghost to cross? Will that even work? She smiled. You grab them, come here, and think of the veil. But it'll take time for you to build the link. It'll take work and it'll hurt. So don't start with a soul, she warned. But once it's there, it'll become easier with every use, steadier. She tilted her head to the side. It was weird seeing myself do that. You can't force a soul to cross. You can only get them to the veil. Most souls can find the veil. Only someone's fucked with it and it's closed, I pointed out. She nodded. But that someone can't keep you out, she countered, or any soul you take with you. Holy shit. I could still get them to cross even before I opened the veil? The true me was coming closer. How do I grab a hold of a soul? She smiled at me. You've already done it. You've done it with your friend Zeke. You did it with that woman in the car, she said cryptically. I wanted to hit myself in the face, which felt weird. The gold thread? I asked. She nodded, smiling. You held Emily Hahn's soul to her body. Don't you remember thinking I could let her go now? I nodded. She smiled. That feeling in your chest when you were talking to her, telling her to stay, that is the thread. It's how it forms. That's how you grab them. It's pure will, and you need to exercise it to make it stronger. She looked over her shoulder. And now I have to go. Who are you? Am I going to see you again? She smirked. Probably. And it's not who I am so much as what I am. She started walking away. I was going to ask what she was, but my true self walked by the imposter me. This was so fucking weird. I watched as my true self came to me. Her hair was different. The left side was back in braids along her scalp, making it look shaved. 5 braids from her ear to the top of her head were each dyed a separate color. The rest of her hair was still the copper I had. She wore a black t-shirt, black leather pants, and boots. Black and bronze scrolling letters were tattooed down the outside of her body in a single line, from the sides of her neck to her wrists. For some reason, I was sure it had a purpose. A ring was on her ring finger on her left hand, but it was black, and there was something different about it. I looked at her face. She had to be in her early to mid-20s. I watched her examining me just as much as I examined her. Her eyes met mine, and she smiled. Let me guess, you just moved to Spring Mountain, she said, her voice sounding different to me, a bit rougher. 2 months ago, I said. She smiled, her eyes warming. An interesting time. Her smile grew. I'm your true self, Alexis. I'm everything you are and everything you will ever be. To reach your center, you have to go through me. She tilted her head and looked over my shoulder. Or more like, I'll show you who you are, 'cause the other way just sounds dirty if you think about it. I snorted at her. She smiled. So I'm still a smartass, huh? I observed. My true self snickered. Always. Can you tell me something? I asked. She looked like she was considering it, then her eyes focused back to me. Maybe. Good enough for me. I knew I should be feeling my heart race, but all I felt was calm. I didn't question it, I just ran with it. Do I end up happy? She smiled, my big, happy smile, the one I rarely ever used. You can be, my true self said. Then the smile faded a bit. But it's up to you how your story goes. Happiness isn't just going to fall on your doorstep. You're going to have to bust your ass for it. I got that. What about the guys? Will they still be around? I asked before I even realized it. I'm not a fortune teller, I'm you, she said, smiling that big smile again. But follow your heart no matter what normal people say. In fact, Throw normal out the window. Then you'll be fine." Then her eyes narrowed on me. "And deal with your fear of abandonment. It's annoying as fuck." I snorted. Her eyes went up above us. Her smile disappeared. Yeah, I hear ya." She looked back to me. "I'm getting bitched at for answering questions," she explained. I snorted again. Who the hell could be bitching at her? Or me? This was confusing. "Will I see you again?" "No, but after this you won't need to." Her eyes went over my shoulder as they unfocused. "Well, if you somehow lose your sinner again, then yeah, you'll see me again." Her eyes ran over my face, her eyes sympathetic. "You've been lost since Merry Summers, Lexi. It's time to come home." I took a deep breath and nodded. She held her hands out to me, palms up. I put my hands in hers. She stepped closer. "Now this is the weird part," she warned me. She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against mine. I instinctively closed my eyes. That's when it happened. She showed me. I was stripped naked and in the light. Every fault, every flaw, everything I was, it was all laid out before me. I saw it all. I am Alexis Luana Delaney. I have anger problems, a tendency towards violence. I am terrified of people leaving me. I'm terrified I'll be just like my mother. I am impulsive and reckless at times. I tend to be a perfectionist, and I am a huge smartass, but I also love deeply, passionately. I am kind and generous. I am protective, not only of those I love, but of those that don't or can't defend themselves. If you come at me and those I love, you better bring an army, because I will tear you down where you stand. I am a shitty cousin, an all-right niece, and I am a more than decent daughter, but through all my faults, flaws, and traits, I couldn't find the word murderer. But I found a different one I didn't expect. I knew it all, felt it in my heart and soul. This was my truth. This was who I am. And I liked her. I felt a hard click. The light was blinding. Then it was back to the way it was before. I felt solid, whole. I felt like I could stand against anything. The white and gold world was empty again, but I knew I could fill it if I wanted to. Okay, now how do I closed my eyes and opened them. The world swam. There were swirls of green and other colors. Get back. I closed my eyes till my head stopped feeling dizzy. I opened my eyes and looked around at all the plants. It took me a couple of minutes to remember where I was. Miles's house. The conservatory. Right. The sun was still streaming through the glass ceiling. In a daze, I got up and went back into the house. My mind was going over everything as I walked down the hallway. I didn't deserve the shit my mother did to me. Merry Summers? That word. I kept going around and around. I was so lost I didn't hear my name. A blur jumped in front of me, forcing me to stop. Miles's worried eyes ran over my face. "Lexi, are you all right?" he asked, his voice calm. I nodded. He looked more worried. "I'm not going to believe you until you say something." "I did it," I managed, my head still running around in circles. I blinked and forced myself to focus on Miles. I reached my center. His eyebrows went up. "It's just a lot to absorb right now. I'm gonna take a bath and think about this." He nodded, his face concerned again. When I didn't move, he took my arm. "All right, come on." His voice was that soft and silky one that I loved hearing. He walked me down the hall and into the master bedroom. He picked up my bag and led me into the bathroom. When he let go of me, I sat on the edge of the tub, still thinking, still confused. When I didn't move, he must have started my bath water because the sound of water filled the room. I was still running around in circles in my head. Miles was back in front of me. "Lexi, do you want to use your rosemary bath salt?" I looked at him and focused. I nodded. Miles disappeared, and I went back to going in circles in my head. I was a good daughter to my mother. Why did she beat the shit out of me? The water shut off. I smelled rosemary. Miles was back, kneeling in front of me.
Lexi, if you don't focus for me, I'm sticking you in the tub with your clothes on and staying right here,
he warned gently. I blinked at him. Huh? His eyes ran over my face again. Then he seemed to make up his mind about something. I was still lost in my head as he took my shoes and socks off. Then I was up in Miles's arms. That woke me up a bit. Then I was in hot bath water up to my neck. It felt good. I sat up and wrapped my arms around my knees. Why would she have beaten me if I had been a good daughter? And Mary Summers? Did this mean... And that word... I needed to focus on one thought at a time. Think, Lexi. Focus. Miles was at the side of the tub, his chin resting on his arms. He was watching me.
What happened, Lexi?
He asked softly. There was so much information. I saw all the big moments in my life so far. I swallowed, trying to focus. You guys were there. You guys brought the color back. You guys brought me back. I felt tears falling down my face, and I didn't care. Once I got past when Jacob tried to rape me, once I got past my mother beating me, everything had no color. You guys brought the color back. I blinked. I wasn't saying what I wanted to say. Then I saw the veil and Mary Summers, but this time I couldn't feel anything. I was calm. Tears fell faster. I forced myself to keep talking. This was helping. Miles could help me make sense of it. At the end, when I was holding on to her, everything paused, and I saw what the extra energy had done to her. It had rotted her out, but there was still a sliver of her left. I looked at Miles and his calm eyes. Then everything moved again, and I heard her say something that I didn't hear last time. I swallowed hard and looked at him. She said, "Thank you." Miles blinked, his face stunned. She was suffering from all that energy. It was destroying her already. In the end, she wanted to go, I explained. Then there was the other thing, that word. But I wasn't going to tell him that now. Not until later. I met me, my true self, and she showed me everything I am, every flaw, fault, and trait I had, and not one of them. I was expecting to be a murderer, I said simply. It fully sank in. I didn't really murder Mary Summers. I just put her out of her misery. But I still killed her. There was more about that. But there was the other thing first.
That's a good thing, Lexi,
Miles said. His voice was soothing as he brushed my hair out of my face. I nodded, a little more aware. Then there was the other thing I didn't expect. I looked at Miles and just asked, why does someone beat the shit out of their kid if they didn't do anything wrong? I blinked hard and focused on his face. Miles licked his lips before meeting my eyes and answering,
Lexi, your mother is ill. She didn't abuse you because you did something wrong. She abused you because she was a drunk who did drugs. Don't let her make you think it was your fault.
For some reason, when he said that, it made perfect sense. It finally sank into my heart. I knew that. In my head, I knew that.
But in your heart, it's another matter, he said softly. You owe that woman nothing. Don't let her take up any more room in your head or heart.
I nodded. He was right. The circle of thought slowed down. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted, one that I didn't even know I was carrying. I looked around me and realized where I was. Miles, I'm in the tub, I pointed out. I'm in the tub in my clothes. I looked back at him and started laughing. Miles grinned and chuckled.
You wanted a bath, but I was worried about leaving you alone.
He gestured at my clothes.
Hence the clothes.
I looked up at Miles and smiled. Then it hit me. Miles? He raised an eyebrow at me. I reached my center, I told him, beaming, excitement washing over me. I got on my knees in the tub and grabbed his shoulder. I found my center. I was giddy with relief and happiness. I felt light and airy, better than I had in weeks, which is why I did what I did next. I grabbed Miles by the arms and pulled him into the tub with me. He splashed down next to me, then came up sputtering. Water sloshed over the side of the tub. I just kept laughing as I hugged him tight. Miles was laughing at me as I clung to him like a monkey. "Do you know what that means?" I pulled back to look at him. He wiped the water off his glasses. "You're closer to linking with the veil now," he offered, still laughing at me, still looking at me like I was nuts. I nodded. "It also means I can take souls to the veil." I was so excited I didn't even care that he was confused. "I can get them into the veil so they can cross. Even before I fix the veil. If I can get the link to the veil going, we won't have to have another Mary Summers." Now he got it. His face lit up as he smiled at me. "You're sure about that?" he asked, of course a little skeptical. I nodded emphatically and splashed him in the face with water. Miles just laughed and splashed me back. A water fight ensued. The tub was half empty by the time we called a truce. Then I realized I had pulled Miles into the tub. I looked over at him and started laughing again. "Sorry, I don't know why I pulled you in," I admitted, unable to stop laughing. Miles just smiled at me. "Because you're Lexi and you do unexpected things," he offered. I tilted my head to the side and thought about it. Yep, that was accurate. "Yeah, pretty much," I admitted. He chuckled. Then another thought hit me. "Hey, what time is it anyway?" Miles checked his watch. "It's about 11:45. He sighed. "We still have lunch at Asher's today." I nodded and smacked his shoulder. "Okay, get out. I want my bath," I said sweetly, still with a big smile on my face. He started laughing again and shook his head. "We don't have time for your bath. We'll be late," he reminded me. I shrugged. "I say we be late. Those girls are annoying. Well, except Riley, and she's not going to be there," I declared, even going so far as to point a finger in the air. Miles chuckled as he reached into his back pocket. He pulled out his cell phone. I burst out laughing. "I just keep killing your phones." I couldn't stop giggling. Miles tapped the screen and showed me it was still working. "Waterproof, remember?" he said. That made me laugh even more. I realized I needed to get out also if I was going to get out of my wet clothes. I hit the plug in the tub, then climbed out, slipping on the floor, then landing on my side. I didn't care. I was still laughing about the phone. I was so lightheaded with relief that I couldn't stop. Miles tried to climb out, but slipped back in. "You okay?" I called, still laughing. "Great," his dry voice echoed from the tub. It sent me into another giggle fit. Miles did get out and managed to keep his feet under him. When he was steady, he held up his phone. "I'll call the guys and tell them to start lunch without us." "Don't tell them. I want to tell them," I shot at him. He smiled. "And pull them into the tub. Got it," he countered, still chuckling as he worked his phone on his way out the door. I smiled to myself and looked at the mess we made. Thank God Miles was rich. He had lots of towels. Chapter 4. Thursday afternoon. It was 15 minutes before we were on the road to Asher's. After cleaning up the bathroom, I settled for a quick shower because I really wanted to go tell the guys the news. We weren't murderers. Well, not really. How often did you get to say that to people? Okay, well, you would all the time if you hadn't. But in this case, it was awesome. I still felt awful about Mary Summers, but it wasn't the heart-crushing guilt I had before. I was wearing my usual blue jeans, my black V-neck sweater, and my gym sneakers. Thank you, Miles, for saving them. Miles drove because I was bouncing around like a fucking rabbit on speed. At least that is what he said, without the cursing. And he was probably right. He ended up having to bring my wool jacket out to the car with him because I had forgotten it inside. I slipped the damn thing on while Miles drove, chuckling at me almost the whole way. When Miles pulled up to Asher's, he kept the doors locked and didn't let me out until he finished parking. Apparently my hands were shaking and I couldn't work the fucking button. Then I was out and running across the snow. I slipped and dropped on my ass. Miles kept laughing at me. I just got up and ran up the steps. I shoved open the door and ran in. I saw a big guy in the foyer with nothing in his arms. "Hey!" I shouted, getting his attention. Then I jumped and wrapped my arms around his neck. Asher grunted as I hit his chest. His arms went around me instantly. He stumbled back but managed to keep us upright.
"Allie, what the hell?"
His voice was so surprised that I started giggling again. I pulled my head back so I could see him and smiled big. "Swear jar!" I practically shouted. "I have big news." I beamed at him. He looked at me like I was nuts. There was laughing behind me. I looked from where I was dangling on Asher to see Miles come into the house. "Are you drunk?" Trisha asked, almost yelling. I looked over to find her pissed off in the family room. I kept smiling. Nope. I spotted Zeke and the twins in the family room with the girls. I pointed at the boys. Asher's arms around my waist kept me off the ground. "Boys, kitchen, now," I shouted, smiling. The guys looked worried but got to their feet anyway. I looked up at Asher. "You too. Either put me down or carry me in there. Your choice." I started giggling again. The others were standing around us now, looking at me like I was crazy. It made me keep giggling. Asher looked behind me, I imagined to Miles.
"Is it safe to put her down?"
Asher asked, seriously. Miles started snickering again.
"If I were you, I'd carry her in there and put her on the kitchen island. Keep her away from sharp objects right now."
I looked over my shoulder to see Miles's face was bright red, and he could barely talk by the end of his sentence. I looked back up at Asher, beaming. "Pick one. Let's go."
"Here, give her to me. Your girlfriend is about to pitch a fit,"
Zeke said from behind me. Asher and Zeke did some weird switch thing, and I was in Zeke's arm, one arm around my back, the other under my knees. I wrapped my arms around his neck and smiled up at him. "Hi, big, tall, and grumpy one," I greeted him cheerfully. I couldn't stop smiling. Zeke was shaking his head as he carried me into the kitchen. The others followed. Miles tried to cover for me with the girls. He said something about an extreme relief reaction. I didn't care. Zeke carried me into the kitchen.
"Someone want to move the knives?"
Isaac suggested. I spotted Ethan moving the knife block off the island and away from my reach. I didn't care. I just wanted to tell them the news. Zeke put me on the kitchen island and backed up. Isaac came up and put his hands on my legs, anchoring me there. I was trying to bounce, and he was stopping me. I smacked his hands. He looked at me and smacked my hands back. A smacking war began. Asher pulled Isaac away, and Zeke's hands went to my legs, stopping me from bouncing. Zeke was trying to stop laughing as he looked down at me, but it wasn't working.
Okay, someone talk to her."
Zeke couldn't stop laughing at me trying to bounce, and the look on my face. I looked at the others and saw they were all having the same problem, so I just told them. I reached my center. I made a huge effort not to shout. Everyone looked at me, surprised. I just kept bouncing. Then they started talking at once.
"About time,"
Zeke said.
"Good job, Red." "Allie, that's great." "Beautiful. Why are you bouncing around like a rabbit?"
Ethan asked. I forced myself to focus. That's not all. I forced myself to stop bouncing and focused on keeping my voice low. I found out how to move souls into the veil even with it shut off. I smiled big and started bouncing again. Everyone's jaws dropped.
"Are you fucking kidding me, Red?"
Isaac asked, his voice full of disbelief. Nope. There will never have to be another Mary Summers. The guys all made sounds of relief and hugged me. I was still giggling when they let me go. I was about to continue when the kitchen door burst open. What is wrong with you? You come in, jump on my boyfriend, and now you're all holed up in the kitchen? Asher turned around and took his girlfriend's arm.
Trish, Lexi just got some great health news. It's private. Just please go back out there and be patient,
Asher said in a rush with his rich voice. Trisha glared at me and left. Miles came into the kitchen to stand to the left of the island. Asher turned back, and I was smiling again.
Fuck, Lexi. If you say there's more,
Isaac groaned. There's more. My face was starting to hurt from smiling, so I stopped. I stopped bouncing, too. I gestured for them to come closer. They all leaned in. To reach my center, I had to see the whole Mary Summers thing again, right? They all listened closely. It was like a movie this time. I was calm as I watched both of us on that ledge. Then it paused. I saw what the energy did to her. She was like a rotted log inside, except for a sliver. I looked at them and felt tears welling in my eyes.
Don't you dare fucking cry,
Zeke growled. I fought them back then, shot a look at him. Then the movie started again in slow motion, and I heard her say something I didn't hear that night. I looked at them and smiled a smile of pure relief. She said, "Thank you." Everyone's faces showed varying levels of shock. Then the relief poured in. I smiled, unable to stop now.
Seriously? You're not fucking with us just to make us feel better?
Ethan asked, his eyes storming. Seriously. The energy was wiping her out already? We just put her out of her misery. They all stared at me, each of them stunned. We still killed her, and will always carry that, but she didn't want to exist like that anymore. It was more assisted suicide? I didn't know if it was the right name for it or not, but it was what I had. There were a lot of loud sounds of relief. I just smiled up at them, suddenly exhausted. The guys started looking at each other, then they started laughing. The world began to spin, so I laid down on my side.
Whoa, Allie, you okay?
Asher asked, catching the others' attention. Everyone stopped laughing. I liked my face against the cold tile. I'm suddenly very tired, I said, my voice matter of fact. The guys burst out laughing. Miles came around the island. He smiled gently as he looked down at me.
I can imagine. You've been rather manic since you came out of that state of shock,
Miles explained. I smiled sweetly at Miles. Thank you for taking care of me, Miles, I mumbled, tempted to go to sleep right there.
Any time, Lexi.
He looked at the guys.
Let's get her sitting up and some coffee in her, otherwise she's going to pass out.
I felt hands pulling me up. My face was smacked a bit. I opened my eyes to see Ethan in front of me.
Hi, beautiful. Stay with us. We got coffee coming.
I nodded, reached out, and poked the tip of his nose. Boop, I snickered. Ethan burst out laughing.
Okay, someone else take her. I can't.
Big hands grabbed me, and I leaned against a broad chest. I looked up and smiled.
Don't boop my nose,
Zeke ordered me. So naturally, I reached up and did just that. Boop. I started laughing, and I wasn't the only one. Even Zeke was laughing at me, his face turning red. It was probably just from relief, but I like to think I was just that funny. But he still held me up. I booped your nose. What you gonna do, tough guy? I smiled up at him.
Lexi,
Zeke began. I snickered. You love that I give you shit, and you know it, I said in a cutesy voice. Zeke smiled down at me as he shook his head.
Yeah, I do,
he muttered. Isaac came up beside him with coffee. Zeke took the mug.
You've got coffee,
Zeke tempted me.
Just the way you like it, cream and sugar.
I smiled and reached for it. My hands were shaking. That was weird. Miles took the mug from Zeke and put it in my hand. He didn't let go as he helped me start drinking.
Why is she shaking like that?
Zeke asked, his voice growing hard. Miles let me keep drinking the coffee. It was lukewarm, and I wanted more.
She was out of it for about half an hour. It was almost like shock. I ended up sticking her in the tub.
Miles said absently. The guys looked at him, frowning. Miles didn't notice. I stopped drinking long enough to defend him. I was still dressed, pervs, I shot at them, then drained the mug of coffee, my hands no longer shaking. The guys stopped glaring at Miles. "More coffee, please?" I asked. It was like magic, and another mug was in front of me. If only it happened like this all the time. I snickered at myself. I drank this one slower and started to wake up. The guys kept asking Miles questions. Miles answered them vaguely. He didn't tell them exactly what I had said. It was too private. I was halfway through my second cup of coffee when I blinked hard and looked around. Oh, fuck. I'm starving. The guys laughed at me. Then I realized how crazy I was acting. I winced. "Sorry, Ash. I didn't even realize that was you." Asher snorted. "It's okay, Allie girl. I understand now," Asher said before he looked at Miles. "What are we going to tell the girls?" I winced again. Oh, this was going to be bad. "I told them she was in the middle of an extreme relief reaction," Miles said. "You said it was medical news, so let's stick with that." I raised my hand while drinking, and everyone waited till I was done. "Tell them the cover. I have a seizure disorder, and we just learned I'm not dying from complications," I offered cheerfully before drinking again. "That'll work," Miles grinned. I smiled back. The guys nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll go tell them," Asher said. He pointed to Miles. "Can you?" Miles nodded. "I'll take care of her until she's normal. Well, as normal as she gets," Miles said. I snickered into my coffee. Miles smirked as he continued. "Isaac is making her a sandwich as we speak." Asher smiled, then pulled me into a hug. "Great news, Allie girl," Asher whispered to me. Then he went to do damage control. I looked around and saw a bowl of chips. I grabbed a couple. Zeke didn't even bitch. Yay! The others filed out. Zeke looked me over before giving me a shoulder squeeze and heading into the family room. Ethan hugged me and kissed my temple. I felt loved. Then Isaac brought me a sandwich, and I felt really loved. "You're the best, Cookie Monster," I said before diving in. Isaac and Miles watched as I finished that sandwich in under 3 minutes. Isaac was laughing by the end. I was starting to feel better. I kept munching on some chips while I waited till Miles said I was good. Isaac stayed with us. "So you put her in the tub, still in her clothes?" Isaac said with a big grin. Miles shrugged. "He took off my shoes," I pointed out, while I grabbed another chip. "Then when I came out of it, I got it into my head to yank him into the tub," I giggled as I looked at Miles. Isaac burst out laughing, then I added, "He had his cell phone on him, too." Miles was smiling at me and shaking his head. "So the waterproof phone paid off," Isaac said, smirking. Miles nodded. Isaac was still laughing as he headed into the family room. I kept eating chips till I was full. Then I looked at Miles. "Sorry, Miles," I said, realizing how odd that must have been for him. "For?" "Yanking you into the tub. I was just so happy and wanted to have fun," I tried to explain. Miles smiled at me, his emerald eyes softening. "Lexi, you weren't the only one filled with relief," he pointed out. Huh, I guess he was right. "Oh, well, sorry about your shoes," I tried again. He snorted. "I've got more shoes, Lexi," he said patiently. "You make it hard to apologize to you," I pointed out. He grinned. "Only when there is nothing to apologize for," he countered. I shrugged, giving up, and waited. Though Miles wouldn't let me drink any more coffee, he did sneak me one of Asher's homemade chocolate chip cookies. I winked at him before eating it. He just shook his head, still grinning at me. Miles figured I was safe enough to sit alone for a bit and ran upstairs to go to the bathroom. Trisha came in eventually and glared at me. I figured I should apologize. "Sorry about that, Trisha. I was just really happy," I offered. She nodded as she eyed me. "Asher said something about good news?" she asked, as if she couldn't remember. She was checking our story. Yeah, my seizure disorder. I threw my arms up in the air. I'm not dying. I gave her a big smile. She was still eyeing me, so I tried again. To be honest, I didn't even know it was Asher. I saw a big dude with empty arms and jumped. I snickered at myself. I bet I looked nuts. She smiled. It wasn't friendly. Yeah, you did. Trisha's voice was sharp and not so pleasant. I tilted my head at her. Don't touch my boyfriend again. I raised an eyebrow at her. Was she fucking serious? It wasn't like that. Asher's my friend, and I had just got some awesome news. I pointed out, trying to be nice. Her eyes narrowed at me. Miles was coming down the hall behind her. I understand that, she began, her voice softening as her face became pleasant. I didn't buy it for a second. But I didn't appreciate you jumping on Asher. Miles stopped inside the kitchen doorway. I understand that, which is why I apologized, I said carefully. What was with this chick? Yeah, it probably didn't look good, but if she didn't trust Asher, then that was her own problem. I hug the guys all the time, they're family. Her eyes narrowed at me. That is going to change, Trisha said confidently. I raised an eyebrow at her. There will be no more hugging and no more touching between you and Asher. She took a breath. A lot of things will be changing now that I'm here, and his relationship with you is only one of them. Part of me wanted to laugh her off, but the other part, the part I tried to keep locked down, got nervous. Stop it, Lexi. Stop putting doubt in your head. The guys weren't going anywhere. But that other part of me was a stubborn bitch. Trisha turned and froze. Miles looked at her coldly. I'd never seen him look at a girl that way before. What else are you going to change around here? Miles asked, calmly in his cold voice. Trisha stood up straight, her shoulders back, but kept her mouth shut. You might want to ask Asher how he feels about it before you start making ridiculous demands. Trisha's shoulders grew tense. Miles walked around her and came into the kitchen. He went to the cookie jar. It sounded like a threat, but knowing Miles, it wasn't meant that way. He was merely giving her advice. But Trisha looked pissed as she glared at Miles's back and opened her mouth. I leaned into her view of him. I gave her my dead face and shook my head. I might be trying to get along with her, but if she messed with Miles, I would tear her down, loudly. She seemed to think better of it. She turned around and walked back to the family room. Miles came to stand next to me and handed me a cookie. I hit my cookie against his, then we both ate our sneak cookies. But that damn part of me wouldn't go back to sleep. Miles let me leave the kitchen 8 minutes later. I had a headache and I wanted a nap, but otherwise I was back to happy. Well, except for that one word I found, but I'd figure it out later. I went to sit on the floor and winced. Hey, can someone throw me a pillow? I fell on my ass in the snow outside, I said. Swear jar, Isaac shouted as he tossed me a pillow. I reached for my wallet and realized I didn't have it. I'm going to have to owe you. I must have left my wallet at Miles's house. I leaned to the side and put the pillow under my butt. Instant relief. And your cell phone, and your keys, and your socks, Miles mumbled as he came in and sat next to me. I pulled my jean leg up and saw he was right. I giggled and dropped my pant leg. Why were you at Miles's house? Cece asked, with an odd, subtle note to her voice. Because he's awesome, I pointed out like it was obvious. Miles chuckled. I bumped into his shoulder, then he bumped into mine. We went back to watching some TV show. It wasn't long before someone's cell rang. Asher answered it. I was trying to remember what I said to Miles while I was in the tub when Asher called to me. Allie girl. I turned around and looked at him. He tossed me his phone. Dylan's looking for you. Shit. Swear jar. Ethan shot at me. I snickered. I still don't have my wallet, guys, I pointed out before getting to my feet and heading into the kitchen. Hey, you.
Hey, what happened to your phone?
Dylan's voice rolled over my ear and made me smile. Oh, I kind of got really excited and left it at Miles's house, I admitted. I realized I was going to have to tell Dylan the cover story. Otherwise, Trisha might. I hopped up on the counter in the kitchen.
What did you get that excited over?
He asked. I winced. This wasn't going to be easy. Well, I kind of have this seizure disorder, I told him, wishing I didn't have to. And I had some test results come in while I was at Miles's house. Good news, I'm not dying. I tried to play it off as a joke. It fell flat.
What? Huh?
Dylan sounded shocked. The doctor thought I might have some complications, but I don't. So I'm all good, I reassured him. I got the good news. I got a little manic, and Miles drove me out to Asher's because I was bouncing around like a rabbit, apparently. I jumped on Asher, surprising the hell out of him, by the way, and pissed off his girlfriend in the process. When he didn't say anything, I continued. Then I ordered the guys into the kitchen and told them the good news. Then I kinda dropped. They gave me coffee, food, and I'm fine again. I got nothing but silence. How's your day going?
Lexi.
I winced. His voice was strained.
He
went quiet. My stomach nodded.
Run that by me again?
His voice was hard. Shit. Which part? I asked, cringing.
All of it,
he said. His words clipped. Okay, this was not going well. I have a rare seizure disorder, I began again. My doctor thought I might have been having some complications, ran some tests came back clean, I'm fine. He said nothing, so I kept going. Miles took me over to tell the guys because I was bouncing around like a rabbit. I jumped on Asher and pissed off his girlfriend in the process. That's about it. He was quiet long enough that I was getting worried. Dylan?
I'm here.
His voice thicker than usual. It worried me.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, I assured him. I swallowed hard. Are you okay? He snorted. His voice was strained. I winced. He sounded like he was trying to hold something back. There was the sound of a bell.
I have to get back to work. I'll talk to you later.
He hung up on me. I sat on the counter for a couple of minutes, running his voice back through my mind. He didn't take the cover story well. In fact, he sounded upset about it. All over a lie. Shit. I needed to make sure he was okay because he didn't sound it. My mind made up, I hopped off the counter and walked into the family room to hand Asher his phone.
How's Dylan?
Asher asked, putting his phone away. I actually don't know, I admitted. I didn't bother sitting down. I think he was upset. Asher's eyes went wide. I looked to Miles and Zeke. Can one of you drop me back off at my truck? I need to head up to Dulcet. Both Miles and Zeke got to their feet. I was going home soon anyway. I've got a game date with Autumn. Miles offered. Zeke sat back down. We said goodbye to the others and headed back to Miles's house. I told him how Dylan reacted, and he agreed that I should go see him. I picked up my stuff and hit the highway. I had to go shopping today. I could do that just as easily in Dulcet as I could in Northridge. Besides, Tara had mentioned a couple stores that she liked there, and Tara did know her clothes. The drive to Dulcet was boring, but pretty much with all the green pines and white snow. It wasn't long before I was pulling up to Miller Hardware just off Main Street in Dulcet. I'd never been to the store, but it was easy to find on Google. I parked, got out, and hopped up on the curb. I didn't like bothering Dylan at work, but I needed to know that he was all right. The more I kept running his voice through my head, the more I worried. The counter was to my immediate left, with a guy around my age behind it as I entered. The aisles weren't cramped. Everything was neat and clean. In short, it was a hardware store. I looked at the guy behind the counter. He had sandy blonde hair, blue eyes, and a nice face. But he wasn't Dylan. His blue eyes ran over me as a smile grew on his face. The effect was creepy.
"Welcome to Miller Hardware. If you need anything, let me know,"
he said as his eyes ran over me again. I raised an eyebrow. That irked me. I decided to mess with him. I looked at the name tag on his green apron. "You can help me, Luke," I said sweetly. His smile grew bigger.
"Anything you need, gorgeous."
His voice went soft. He probably thought it was his sexy voice. It wasn't. "I'm looking for a hottie. Tall, blue eyes." I waited for a beat while he smiled. "His name's Dylan. Can you tell me where to find him?"
"I'm guessing you're Lexi, the new girlfriend?"
Luke's voice sounded relieved. I nodded.
"Good. Maybe you can do something with him. He's been bitchy since I got here."
I winced as my stomach knotted worse. "Yeah, sorry. That's probably my fault," I admitted. "Where is he?" Luke pointed toward the back of the store.
"He's stalking the far right aisle. Just follow the cursing,"
Luke said. I sighed and headed to the aisle. I heard Dylan mumbling under his breath, cursing and slamming things. I walked down the aisle, watching as he kept muttering while he stalked hinges. He was frowning, his shoulders tense. I bit my lip as I got closer. "Hey," I said hesitantly. Dylan's sapphire eyes ran over me, his jaw clenched. My stomach knotted some more.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, his husky voice rough.
"I thought you were going to Northridge today."
He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes meeting mine. "I was worried about you." My voice was soft, my pulse picking up as I stepped closer. "You didn't sound okay on the phone." He looked away from me to the shelves, his jaw clenching and unclenching. It was only a moment before he turned back to me, his hand running through his hair.
"Luke, watch the store,"
Dylan called loudly.
"Got it."
Dylan stuck his hands in his jean pockets as he turned.
"Come on, we can talk in the office."
My heart ached with every step we took to the back of the store. His body was almost rigid as he led me through a door that read, "Employees only." He was going to dump me. I knew it. He didn't want a girlfriend with some weird health problem, and he was going to dump me. All over a fucking lie, it figured. He led me down a dark hall, then held open the door to a cluttered office. I stepped inside and walked into the middle of the small office. The door closed. I turned around to ask if he was all right, but I never got a word out. He bent down and lifted me by my legs, his hands just under my butt. I had to grab his shoulders to keep my balance. I instantly wrapped my legs around his waist. His lips found mine as my back hit the wall. The world went fuzzy as I kissed him back, clinging to him as his mouth moved against mine. My hands went to his jaw. His chest and hips pinned me to the wall. My stomach did that low, hard flip as his body pressed completely against mine. I gasped at the feel of him as warmth poured through me. One of his hands moved to cup my face, the other sliding to my butt, his fingers kneading. My lips opened under his. He slipped in and left me scrambling for thought. It was a hard, desperate kiss, and with what little thought I had left, I realized I had scared the shit out of him. I was just trying to keep up with his mouth when the kiss changed. He slowed down. His mouth became gentler, softer, until eventually he was only brushing his lips against mine. When he pulled back a little, we were both breathing heavily. My back was still pinned to the wall, my legs around his waist. My body was still flush against his, and his body was very happy to be there. It kept my heart racing, my body humming. I opened my eyes to look up at him. His eyes were a little wild as they met mine. I slipped my arms around his neck and shifted, bringing my chest against his. His hand left my face to slip between my back and the wall. He buried his face against my throat, holding me tight. He was acting like I had just triggered some issue he had, like Zeke with his guys hitting girls thing. I understood that, but I just didn't know what this was about. So I stayed where I was, in his arms, pressed against him, holding him back and breathing in sandalwood. He'd let me go when he was ready. It was a while. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He lifted his head to look down at me, his eyes full of shadows. "Dylan, are you okay?" I whispered. He sighed deeply as he rested his forehead against mine.
"I've been freaking out since I got off the phone with you,"
he admitted before taking a deep breath.
"My mom died from complications from a simple fucking surgery."
His husky voice was rough, making my chest tight. My hand moved to the back of his neck, fingers massaging.
"So when you said complications from your seizure thing, I kind of lost it,"
he admitted. Shit, my luck was legendary. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you like that." I kept my voice soft and soothing. He pulled back. He looked at me with an eyebrow raised.
"Trigger?"
"Yeah, it's a specific event that caused trauma, physical or emotional, it doesn't matter. It brings up what you felt when that event happened," I tried to explain. "Like when that guy pushed me at Vagabond, that triggered Zeke, and you know what happened there." His eyebrow dropped, his eyes resting on my face. "Have you ever had a reaction like this before?" I asked, gently. He shook his head, his eyes unfocused. "Everyone has them, honey. At least everyone I know. Well, Zeke, Miles, and I do. I don't really know about the others." His eyes were focused again and running over my face.
"You have a trigger?"
he asked, his voice full of doubt. I smiled gently at him and nodded. "Yeah, you want to see me flip out? Make me lay on my stomach. Big emotional reaction. Almost took Zeke's head off once," I told him matter-of-factly. He grinned at that. It eased the tightness in my chest. He took a deep breath and let it out.
"I acted crazy, didn't I?"
he asked, cringing as he waited for my answer. He looked so cute like that. I smiled gently at him. "Well, hun, you did practically mount your girlfriend of 2 days against the wall in the office at work," I pointed out, whispering. "And you still haven't put me down yet." He groaned, closing his eyes for a few seconds.
"I'm sorry, Sunshine,
He looked down to see my legs still around his waist, his arms around me, and his body still pinning me to the wall.
Shit.
He didn't put me down. Instead, he pulled me away from the wall. I held on as he walked across the small office to set me on the tall desk. He didn't move too far away from me. His hips stayed between my knees. His hands began running up and down the outside of my legs. I didn't think he was even aware he was doing it. He tilted his head back, his eyes closed.
"I was just going to kiss you."
"Hey," I said, my voice soft. He looked back down at me. "It's okay, I get it. You needed to feel that I was okay." His eyes were still shadowed, and I didn't like it. And that's what you needed right then.
"I didn't mean to pin you to the wall like that,"
he said, as his hand ran through his hair. "I know," I said. His eyes met mine again.
"I'm so sorry, Sunshine."
He reached out and cupped the side of my neck, his thumb just in front of my ear. I liked that he kept touching me. It was like he couldn't stop himself. "Dylan, hun, I get it," I said honestly, my voice gentle. My voice dropped down to a whisper. "But that needs to not happen again for a while." He nodded.
"I completely agree with you,"
he said adamantly. He leaned in and gave me a quick, soft kiss on the lips before he pulled back so I could close my legs. Then he held my legs just above my knee, his eyes on my face.
"Now tell me about this seizure disorder."
Oh, shit. For the next half hour, I wove a tale of bullshit that anyone would be proud of. I used the real seizure disorder as my frame and explained that I didn't usually have shaking seizures, but I did get bloody noses and get sick from it occasionally. He asked questions, and I gave him answers from the website Miles had shown me. I even managed to convince him my beads were for a pressure point that helped prevent seizures. It was disturbing how good I was at lying to Dylan.
"Okay, so what if you're out with me and you have a seizure?"
he asked. His hands were rubbing along the outside of my legs again. I thought about how to answer. All the guys now had Lexi kits, but they were filled with nausea meds, salt, and salted holy water. They kept them in their cars and their book bags. Maybe we could give him one and tell him it was medicine? I needed to think about it. It depends on how serious it is. If I have a bloody nose, I just need tissues and probably a walk. If I have a bloody nose and I'm throwing up, leave me alone until I'm done. It'll be a while to get that nosebleed to stop. Then I hesitated at the third level. If I'm with you and I drop like a rock, make sure I have my bracelets on and call the guys or Rory. He gave me a look. I added, they've been through it before. They know what to look for and what to do. Mostly, it's getting me home to Rory. His eyes narrowed on me.
And if Rory isn't there?
He asked immediately. Damn, he was too clever. Let the guys take care of me. They know what to do. I shrugged. I wasn't going into it any more than that. He saw that I wasn't willing to tell him more. He nodded, his face worried. I reached up and cupped his cheek with my hand. Hey, I said softly. His hand covered mine, pressing it against his cheek. I'm okay. No complications. Fit as a fiddle. Which is a strange saying if you think about it. I mean, a fiddle lays around all day. How could it be fit? Dylan chuckled. The sound made me smile. I'm not going anywhere. I'm too stubborn. Then I smirked. Besides, who else is going to give Zeke shit? He smiled down at me. Now I have a question for you. He raised an eyebrow. Why do you keep calling me Sunshine? I asked. His face looked pained as he began rubbing his neck.
I've got to get back to work,
he began, starting to back up. Oh, no, you don't. I snagged his arm and pulled him back to me. You got a whole bunch of my stuff today. You can tell me this one other thing. He looked down at me.
It's kind of corny,
he admitted, his cheeks turning pink. I perked up. Even better, I smiled up at him. He sighed, then leaned into me till his mouth was next to my ear.
Because before you came around, my life wasn't so great,
he whispered, sending hot shivers down my spine.
It was dull, dark, and full of just stuff I had to do.
I bit my lip, feeling my face warming. He wasn't done.
Then you came along and lit everything back up, like sunshine.
Those butterflies went crazy as my face burned. He pulled back a bit to look down at my face.
You are red,
he said, smiling. That wasn't corny. That was romantic and sweet, I told him, squirming. He smiled at me again.
And now you're uncomfortable, he observed. That aversion to romance thing again?
Yeah, it's a bitch, I admitted, sliding off the desk to stand on the floor. He snickered. His eyes ran over my face.
Well, we'll work on it.
The way he said it sent warm tingles everywhere. He leaned down again and kissed me gently until I pressed harder against his lips. He made a small noise in the back of his throat. Sparks ran through me as he pressed back. He took my bottom lip between his, nipping at it before kissing me again. I made a small noise. My arms moved around his neck. His arm went around my back. Dylan, my Dylan was kissing me like I was the only person in his world. He felt so damn good like this. I couldn't think as his mouth kept moving with mine. A loud knock on the door brought the world back hard, reminding me where we were. Dylan groaned deeply against my mouth. I knew exactly how he felt. I made a small growl of my own. We both eased back till our lips were barely brushing. His forehead rested against mine as we both tried to catch our breath.
Don't go anywhere,
he whispered, his husky voice rough. Wasn't planning on it, I countered. He pulled back to kiss my forehead. We let go of each other so he could answer the door.
What?
He bit out. I leaned against the desk and tried to remember what had just happened. All I could think was, I wanted more. I took a breath and let it out. Down, body. Bad body.
The other guys are here to do their paperwork,
Luke shot back.
Remember? You wanted to hire them?
Fuck, Dylan cursed.
Okay, just I'll bring the paperwork out in a couple minutes.
Uh-huh, Luke taunted in a knowing voice. I grinned. Yeah, we were making out. I'd own it. Dylan closed the door on Luke, then turned back to me. You have to get back to work, I said for him. His face looked pained as he walked back to me.
Yeah, it's my friends.
He took my hands in his.
I'm hiring them to take over my shifts so I can see you more.
I grinned up at him. Him working less really sounded great to me. It's okay. I need to go anyway. I need clothes that don't fall off, I admitted, looking up to meet his eyes. I was just worried about you. He grinned as he pulled me into his arms. I slid my arms around his hard waist, resting my cheek on his chest. I took a deep breath of sandalwood. He held me tight, his face in my hair as he inhaled deeply.
You're okay though, right?
He whispered into my hair. I nodded. Yeah, I'm okay. No problems, I assured him. I lifted my head so I could see his face. You okay?
Much better now that I saw you and really know you're all right.
His eyes ran over my face.
But before we head out there...
He leaned down to brush his lips against mine. Butterflies took off as he kissed me gently, his hands moving to cup my face. Warmth filled me fast, taking my breath away. He kissed me softly, sweetly, until I forgot my own name. When he pulled back, his eyes were more than warm on my face.
I just needed to do that one more time.
Yeah. Thought. Smartass comment. I blinked up at him, dazed from his kiss. He snickered as he stroked his thumb over my cheekbone before dropping his hands from my face.
We need to go,
he grumbled, sounding resigned before he ran his hand through his hair. He stepped back so I could move away from the desk.
Want to meet the guys?
Sure. He grinned as we headed for the door. I was stepping out into the hall when he cursed.
Shit, the paperwork,
he muttered. I looked back in the door to see him opening a file cabinet. You forgot the paperwork? I asked, laughing. Dylan's cheeks tinged pink.
Not my fault you're distracting,
he shot back. I snickered.
Fuck, I need copies. Hold on, sunshine.
I was leaning against the doorframe watching him make copies when the door at the end of the hallway opened.
Dylan, come on, we still have shit to go over,
a guy shouted as he walked into the hallway. He was about the same height as Dylan, with dark hair buzzed close to his scalp. The guy had broad shoulders and muscles to fill it out. He was almost to me when he looked up. He stopped walking when he spotted me. He wasn't bad looking. His nice jaw and great cheekbones made him good looking. But I knew a lot of good looking guys. My bar was set pretty high.
Hey, I'm Aaron. Are you coming to work here too?
His voice was a nice, rough one. Not like Zeke's, but enough to hint at it. His brown eyes ran over my body, a smile spreading across his face. I was about to tell him who I was when he continued,
Because if you are, I would not mind one freaking bit.
That sparked my temper. Why is that? I asked sweetly. His eyes moved to my face, finally. The copier stopped.
Because we'd be spending a few shifts a week together. We could get to know each other.
He started walking closer. This was one of Dylan's friends? Wow. I smiled sweetly up at him. Never gonna happen. My voice was still sweet. I like guys who aren't dicks. I felt eyes on me. Dylan must have heard us.
Oh, I'll grow on you.
He gave me a nice bad boy smile. I could see how a girl might fall for it. Fortunately, I could smell bullshit from a mile away. So you're what, like a barnacle? You latch on and don't let go? I asked dryly. Not real appealing in a boyfriend. Aaron's smile disappeared. Dylan walked into the doorway.
Hey, Aaron.
Dylan's hard voice drew Aaron's attention away from looking me over again.
Hey, everyone's waiting out there.
Aaron's gaze went back to me.
What's your name?
Lexi, I answered.
My girlfriend.
Dylan followed up. Aaron looked back to Dylan, his brows going up.
That you're trying to hit on?
Dylan added. Aaron's mouth made an O shape. He looked back at me, his cheeks turning pink.
Sorry, I didn't know,
Aaron said politely. Do you come on to girls like that a lot? I asked, not willing to let him get away without a little more embarrassment. Aaron rubbed the back of his neck, his face starting to turn red. 'Cause you lost me the second you looked at my body before my face, I told him matter-of-factly. Dylan smirked, then leaned against the doorframe, content to watch the show. You always start with the face. You're an asshole otherwise. Aaron was looking uncomfortable, but I wasn't done. Second, you introduce yourself like you did. It was polite, and it would work. Aaron was practically squirming now. Third, you don't immediately jump to hitting on a girl, but if you want to, try complimenting her like, wow, you have beautiful eyes, or a great smile, and I just had to come over and talk to you. Aaron's face was beet red. I kept going. And never say you grow on a girl. That's creepy as fuck. He was looking to Dylan for a rescue, but Dylan was quietly laughing at Aaron. Want to start over? I offered. Aaron looked at me like he was drowning, and I was throwing him a life preserver.
Yes, please,
Aaron said gratefully. I smiled. Hi, I'm Lexi, Dylan's girlfriend, I offered politely. Aaron took a deep breath and let it out.
Hi, Lexi. I'm Aaron, one of Dylan's friends,
he replied politely. It's nice to meet you. I looked over at Dylan, whose face was red. Do any more of your friends hit on girls like that? 'Cause we can just send them back here one by one and I'll teach them on how to hit on a girl. This time, even Aaron chuckled. Dylan managed to get control of himself.
Can we?
He begged, sliding his arm around me, his hand settling on my hip. I gave him a big smile, then checked the time on my phone. I sighed. Not today. I still need to buy clothes, then get back before Rory realizes I came here and not to Northridge, I grumbled. Dylan gave me a squeeze and kissed my forehead.
That works. I think I'd rather have Aaron let the others know about you a bit before you really hang out with us.
Dylan smiled down at me.
Oh yeah, I'll warn them,
Aaron said adamantly. Or don't. Think of the fun, I snickered. Aaron laughed as he headed back down the small hallway. Dylan held my hand as we followed. We walked down an aisle toward a group of guys who were talking at the counter. Aaron moved a bit further away from me as we walked out of the aisle. I sent him a really look. He smirked at me.
Everyone, this is Lexi,
Dylan announced. Everyone looked at me.
My girlfriend.
Hey, I kept it simple. There was a chorus of heys and highs. I felt several pairs of eyes running over me.
Don't hit on her,
Aaron warned.
It won't go well.
I raised an eyebrow at him. Well, if you were good at flirting, I wouldn't have given you so much shit, I pointed out, grinning. Dylan burst out laughing. The others chuckled. One of the guys tilted his head. He was a head taller than me, short-styled blonde hair streaked with lighter blonde highlights. His green eyes were smiling as he eyed me with a smile on his cute face. He was wearing a green button-down untucked over dark blue jeans and sneakers. His wool peacoat did nothing to hide his muscular frame.
She gave Aaron shit. I like her,
Green-eyed boy declared with a big smile. Dylan snorted as he put his hand on my lower back.
Lexi, this is Jake. He's Asher's rival for the best quarterback rating in the area.
Dylan smiled down at me. I eyed Jake. Really? I sounded doubtful. His QB rating is at 100. What's yours?
100,
Jake said, grinning. Impressive. He bowed his head slightly.
You know football?
One of the guys asked. He was a head taller than me. His dark hair was streaked with purple and spiked. He had an average face, with the nose ring, eyebrow stud, and lip ring. He was wearing all black.
Sunshine, this is Derek.
Dylan pointed to emo boy.
He's a grumpy shit.
I looked up at Dylan. Zeke bad? I asked, seriously. Dylan smirked down at me.
No,
I snorted and waved a hand dismissively. Dylan chuckled as he looked at Derek.
Yeah, she knows football, stats, plays, all of it.
I winked at Derek. He smirked.
Wait, Zeke Blackthorne?
I looked up at the tallest guy. He was a head and a half taller than me. His black hair was short on top and shorter on the sides. Even though it was winter, he had a tan, or it was his natural skin color. I don't know, but he had lovely green eyes that he ran over me suspiciously.
Lexi, this is Thomas.
Dylan introduced me. Thomas's eyes narrowed on me. Yep, big, tall, and grumpy Zeke, I confirmed, wondering why he had that look on his face.
You're friends with Blackthorne?
Thomas asked again. His question got on my nerves. Yeah, and you're friends with Dylan, I pointed out. I had no clue what that look was about. Luke snapped his fingers.
That's why you're so familiar,
Luke announced from behind the counter. Everyone turned to look at him. He pointed at me while looking at Thomas.
She was there the night Blackthorne beat the shit out of Marcus.
Eyes moved back to me. I grinned. How is Marcus, by the way? I asked sweetly. Is he eating solid foods yet? Dylan burst out laughing. Everyone but Dylan looked horrified. I guess I needed to explain. Marcus grabbed my ass, pinned me to the bar, and wouldn't back off, so I pushed him away from me. The guys all reacted slightly. Some blinked, a couple frowned. He pushed me back, I hit the bar and the floor. Then Zeke hit him. A lot. Dylan was getting his laughing under control. His friends were frowning.
The guys are a bit protective of Lexi,
Dylan explained, smiling down at me. I rolled my eyes. Overprotective, nosy, gossipy, naggy, I grumbled. Dylan chuckled.
The guys?
Aaron asked, eyebrow raised. Yeah, I sighed. Here came the questions. All my friends are guys. All of Dylan's friends exchanged looks. I rolled my eyes and looked up at Dylan. I'm going to leave you with those questions because I get them enough as it is. Dylan snorted. I was about to say goodbye when my phone rang. I pulled it out and checked the ID. I grumbled. I looked up at Dylan, wincing. It's Isaac. He grinned.
Answer on speaker,
Dylan insisted. I looked at him like he was nuts. His friends were right there.
It'll make my day.
I sighed and sent an apologetic look to his friends before answering, Hey.
Are you done yet? We need food.
Isaac's honey-like voice flowed through the speaker on my phone. Then get it yourselves. I haven't even gone shopping yet, I said bluntly.
Zeke says skip it. We're hungry,
Isaac countered. I'm not skipping shopping. It's Zeke's fucking fault I need to, so you bitches can just starve, I snapped at him. Order a pizza. Jake looked over at Dylan.
Why is it Zeke's fault she needs to go shopping?
Jake asked Dylan quietly.
Hold on, I love listening to this,
Dylan said, waving him off.
We're at Miles and he doesn't do delivery,
Isaac reminded me. Neither do I. Get off your heavy ass and go get food, I countered, rolling my eyes. Dylan burst out laughing.
Am I on speaker?
Isaac asked carefully. Yup, I snickered.
Red,
he shot at me. Cookie Monster, I shot back. A couple of the others were chuckling now, too.
Dylan there?
Yeah, I'm here, Isaac, Dylan said cheerfully.
Sorry, I love hearing her give you guys shit.
Glad to amuse, Isaac said cheerfully.
Dylan, did you know your girlfriend sings in the shower? Off-key and loudly.
Everyone else on this side burst out laughing. You fucker, I growled. I wanted to rip his head off. I motioned at Dylan to give me his phone. Dylan was snickering as we switched phones. Isaac was laughing his ass off. I quickly sent a text to get even with Isaac. Yeah, laugh it up, asshole, I said sweetly as he was calming down. I got a text back and smiled. You might want to be aware of where Zeke is right now, though. Dylan was snickering again.
What are you fuck?
There was the sound of yelling and running.
Lexi, that's fucking mean.
Run, Isaac, run, I taunted. Shit. I laughed my ass off as there was yelling in the background.
Call him off.
No, you need the fucking cardio.
Red, call him off.
Isaac was breathing heavy. No, you fucking embarrassed me in front of Dylan and his friends. Now you're gonna pay for it, I told him smugly as I traded phones with Dylan again.
I'm sorry, you weren't even off key, I swear.
Isaac was running out of breath. I wondered why. Are the others helping Zeke? I asked sweetly. Sure, I was right.
Yeah,
Isaac snapped. I burst out laughing along with everyone on this side.
Red, come on.
There was the sound of bodies hitting, then a big thud hitting the floor. I winced as I heard Isaac grunt under someone's weight. Cursing followed along with my guys laughing. Someone picked up the phone.
Still there, Ollie?
Asher's rich voice made me smile. Yep, who got him? I asked, with a big smile on my face. Asher chuckled.
We ran him out. Zeke took him down.
I burst out laughing as he continued.
Zeke is currently sitting on him as he lectures Isaac about embarrassing you.
Can I get a photo? Asher chuckled.
Of course, Ollie girl, give me a sec.
I looked up to see Dylan's face was red and a couple of the others still chuckling. Thomas just kept staring at me like he was trying to figure me out. I ignored it. I got the photo Asher sent. Isaac was stretched out on the floor, his face red. Zeke was leaning on his upper back, his hip on the floor. It didn't take much of Zeke's body weight to hold you down. The guy was a giant. I burst out laughing as I showed Dylan and the others. Everyone chuckled.
Did you get it?
Asher asked. Yes, thank you, I said in my sweet voice. Did Zeke really want me to skip shopping?
Not that I heard.
Asher sounded certain. I grinned. Can you hand the phone to him, please? I asked, still using my sweet voice.
You got it.
Asher was talking away from the phone as the phone switched hands.
What?
Zeke's gravelly voice shot through the speaker. Did you tell Isaac to tell me to skip shopping to get food for you guys? I didn't bother with my sweet voice. It never worked on Zeke anyway.
No, I fucking didn't,
Zeke growled. His voice sounded further away.
You told Lexi that I said to skip getting clothes, you fuck shit?
I snickered. Isaac was in deep shit now. Zeke's voice came back, and it was his nice tone that he used with me every once in a while.
I'll take care of this, Lexi.
Thank you, Zeke.
No problem. Go do that girly shit,
he ordered. I heard Isaac yelling he was sorry in the background, begging me not to let Zeke handle it. No killing, no maiming, I reminded him.
Fine, take all my fun away,
he grunted back. I smiled as he hung up. I put the phone in my pocket. Dylan pulled me to his side, hugging me.
Oh, that just made my week.
Dylan kissed my temple, still laughing.
Why is it Zeke's fault you have to go shopping?
Jake asked, an eyebrow raised. I sighed. I have a rare seizure disorder. Zeke got on my ass about my diet. I lifted the shoulder of my shirt to show how big it was now. With all my hobbies, I lost too much weight, and now my clothes don't fit. I said absently as I checked the time. Shit, I was going to be late. I've got to go. I went on my toes and kissed Dylan's cheek, then headed for the door.
Drive safe,
Dylan called to me. I turned and answered while I walked backward. No, I'm going to drive dangerously and against traffic. I shot back with my shit-eating grin.
There's my smartass,
Dylan said, smiling. I winked at him before turning around to open the door. I waved at Dylan's friends. Nice meeting you guys. Then I was out the door. Before the door closed, I heard one of the guys ask for my phone number. I snorted as I hurried to my blazer. I needed to get shopping done fast. In the end, I ended up having more fun than I thought I would. Without Rory, I didn't feel so awkward. He gave me a limit, and I stuck to way below that. Besides, I was planning on gaining some weight back, so I didn't buy much. By the time I was done, I didn't have time to go home. I was supposed to meet the guys at Miles's house, and I really wanted a good soak. I was climbing into my blazer when I texted the guys, asking if they still wanted me to pick up burgers. They sent their orders. They still hadn't gone out for food, the lazy shits. I was soaking in the jacuzzi tub at Miles's house, enjoying my girly time. The guys had already started a game when I showed up with the burgers from the Frosty Freeze in town. I had eaten fast, so I could have time in the tub. The tub was magic. I enjoyed the water jets between my shoulder blades the most. The ones for my feet weren't bad either, though the hot water to my neck was always a huge bonus. There I was, soaking, when my phone rang. I picked it up off the side of the tub and smiled. It was Dylan. I shut off the jets, then answered it. "Hey, you. Aren't you supposed to still be at work?"
"I'm still here,"
his husky voice groused.
"I'm trying to teach these idiots how to do everything as fast as possible. It's not going great."
He sighed.
"I needed to hear a voice of reason to tell me not to kill them."
I burst out laughing. And you called me?" I managed through the laughing. Dylan started chuckling, too. When we both calmed down, he answered,
"Okay, maybe I needed a reminder why I shouldn't kill them."
I smiled as warmth filled my chest. "Because if you kill them, you won't get to see me much," I reminded him. Dylan groaned.
"You're right. No killing tonight. A beating?"
"No beating anyone up," I countered. He chuckled.
"Fine. I'll just repeat myself till I'm insane," he grumbled.
Poor guy.
"How's the game going? Is Miles cleaning up?"
I snickered. "Yeah, I think so." Before he could ask, I changed the subject. "So, did your friends think I was nuts?" Dylan snorted.
"Nuts? No. You left an impression."
The way he said it made me want to know more. "And that impression was?" I asked. He chuckled at the eagerness in my voice.
"A couple of them instantly liked you. One of them called dibs on your phone number if we break up, and one of them thinks you're a bit scary."
I burst out laughing. "I'm like half everyone's size," I pointed out. He chuckled.
"That's why it's funny as hell."
I could hear the smile in Dylan's voice. There was another voice in the background.
"Hold on a sec, sunshine."
I heard that other voice talking.
"Yeah, I'm talking to her."
The other voice was talking again.
"I'm not giving you her number, Thomas. Fuck off and go stalk shit."
I burst out laughing. I was going to have to keep an eye on Thomas when I hung out with Dylan's friends.
"I'm back."
"Thomas is badgering you, huh?" I couldn't seem to stop smiling.
"Yeah, the shit,"
Dylan grumbled.
"If he asks for your number again, I'm going to clock him."
"Nah, let me do it." He chuckled.
"No, he'd probably love it."
Dylan sounded serious. I snorted.
"Is something wrong with your phone, babe? I keep hearing an echo."
I bit the corner of my lower lip as I heard him tell someone else how to restock the nails. I shouldn't tell him. He was surrounded by his friends. But my twisted side was saying, he's surrounded by his friends. Torture him a little. Yeah, my twisted side usually won. "Remember that first text I sent you on game day?" I asked sweetly. There was silence for a few heartbeats. I heard someone else talking next to him.
"Yeah, I remember."
His voice was careful and a little rougher. I had to stop myself from giggling wickedly. "You kind of caught me soaking in the tub again," I admitted, smiling.
"Lexi."
His voice sounded pained.
"Damn it."
I snickered.
"You're..."
There was another voice in the background.
"No, I'll just... Hang on, guys."
I started chuckling silently.
"You don't need to fucking know why my face is red, Derek."
I burst out laughing, not even hiding it now.
"Yeah, laugh it up, sunshine."
I heard voices asking questions.
"Lexi, what'd you say to him?"
Jake shouted from the background. I couldn't stop laughing.
"None of your fucking business,"
Dylan shot at the guys. I heard hoots and hollers coming from the guys. I just kept laughing.
"Keep laughing, Lexi, and I'll tell them why I'm red,"
he threatened. My laughing didn't stop. He was so bluffing. Go ahead. Tell your friends that your girlfriend is in the tub on the phone. I dare ya. I snickered back to him. I'm sure Thomas will love it. He growled in my ear, sending me off on another round of laughing.
Don't tempt me, he grumbled.
I couldn't stop smiling. I kept hearing other voices in the background.
I'm not telling you guys shit. Fuck off.
I burst out laughing again. The sound of voices was getting quieter. He must have been walking away.
You know what I'm going to ask, Sunshine.
No, Bubbles, I answered. I had just embarrassed him in front of his friends. I could give him that. But there are these water jets that are cool. It's like my own private hot tub.
Lexi,
he groaned. Well, if you hear an echo, don't ask, I pointed out. He snickered.
Now, at even a hint of an echo, I'm asking,
he assured me. I chuckled. Then you can't blame me for telling the truth, I countered. He growled.
Okay, I need to focus on something other than my naked girlfriend in the tub on the phone with me.
He grumbled. There was silence for a few heartbeats.
Fuck, I'm drawing a blank here.
I burst out laughing again.
Wait, schedules. I need to see when I have days off coming up.
Sounds like a good diversion. I waited a couple of beats. Or we could just get off the phone and talk later tonight.
Nope, I want to talk now,
he said adamantly. So you don't want to talk later? I teased him.
Yeah, I want to talk later, but I really want to talk now, too.
I burst out laughing again. When I calmed down, I answered him. Okay. I decided to give him a break. He grumbled under his breath. What's wrong? I asked. He sighed.
I'm trying to remember what we talked about last night, but I just keep thinking about you in the tub.
I snickered. We both agreed to get our shit done in the morning on the weekends and to keep Friday night open too, I said patiently. Me being in the tub was messing with him more than I thought it would.
And I'd take shifts during the week. It's coming back.
He chuckled as I heard typing. What are you doing? I asked suspiciously.
I'm scheduling my shifts for the next couple months before anyone else can,
he admitted. I snorted. You sneaky bastard.
You know it.
How about that science project of yours? I reminded him. I didn't really understand what it was, except that it was for a scholarship. Dylan tried to explain it to me once, but there was so much technical jargon that I couldn't follow.
I'll check on it tomorrow morning. It doesn't really need anything else right now.
His voice was warm and soft, sending those shivers down my spine.
I'm making sure I have a lot more time now.
There was the sound of a crash in the background. He groaned.
That is if my friends don't destroy the store first.
I chuckled.
I have to go, Sunshine.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Before you go, hair up or down?
His voice sounded like he was smiling. I rolled my eyes, smiling. Up. He groaned.
Thanks, babe.
Bye. I hung up the phone, smiling. I finished my bath and dried off. I pulled on my now too big jeans, my grommet belt, a black long-sleeved shirt, and my usual boots. The guys were cleaning up the board game when I came in, humming a song stuck in my head.
Red, there's ice cream in the kitchen for Sundays,
Isaac told me before taking a bite out of his bowl. Hell yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about, I said in my happy voice. Zeke grinned as I headed for the kitchen. That song was really in my head now. I was singing quietly as I pulled down a bowl. I was singing the chorus when I opened the fridge and found 3 different kinds of ice cream. I grabbed the chocolate and strawberry. I wasn't paying attention as I kept singing, scooping up my ice cream and adding some whipped cream on top. I hit the chorus again as I was putting away the ice cream. When I shut the door, Ethan was there. I jumped. Make some noise, Snoopy, I shouted as my heart rate started to return to normal. Ethan had a big grin on his face.
Why didn't you tell me you can sing?
He asked suspiciously. I sighed as I went back to pick up my ice cream. Everyone can sing, Not everyone can do it well, I pointed out before taking a bite of sugary deliciousness. Ethan's grin turned into a smile.
But you can.
I rolled my eyes. Not really, I countered before heading toward the living room. There were hurrying footsteps. Then my ice cream was out of my hand. Snoopy, give me back my ice cream. Ethan stepped back from me, his mischievous smile on his face.
Sing one song for me, and I'll give it back.
Asher! Ethan took my ice cream, I shouted, looking for backup. I couldn't hurt Ethan, not with his back the way it was. Ethan shot me a smug look. Asher walked into the hallway.
Give her back her ice cream,
Asher told him directly. Ethan held up a finger.
I will, if she sings one song for me. You've heard her voice,
Ethan said seriously.
You know she's good.
I scoffed at him. The guy was nuts. Asher looked over at me, a small smile on his face.
You are good.
Asher betrayed me. I glared at him. Asher gave me a big smile.
It's not going to kill you, Allie.
I sighed. I didn't think I sounded that great. Fuck it. I'd do it for my ice cream. And it might be fun. I shot a look at a beaming Ethan. Fine, but I'm not singing in front of everyone, I grumbled.
We'll use the music room,
Ethan said smugly before he turned and headed down the hallway. There was a music room? I grumbled as I followed. Asher went back into the living room, not that he wouldn't hear me anyway. Ethan led me to the doors across from the dining room. The room was practically lined with books, making it look more like a library than a music room. Only instead of comfy chairs, there was a piano, a guitar, a cello, and a violin case. Miles didn't play an instrument, did he? Ethan set the bowl on top of the piano and picked up an acoustic guitar.
Take the piano bench, beautiful.
I grumbled the whole time. I walked across the room. Ethan pulled up a stool and got situated. He checked the tuning on the acoustic guitar before looking back at me.
You were singing I Will Not Bow by Breaking Benjamin, right?
I eyed him. Yes. Ethan's eyes were lit up and his smile was killer. Don't let him sucker you, Lexi.
My band just happens to know that one, so...
He strummed the first notes.
Show me what you got,
he challenged. I narrowed my eyes at him. Oh, it was on. I watched as he started playing. When Ethan played, it was all I could focus on. Then I started singing the way the song always sounded to me. It wasn't the same as the band's, after all. I'm a girl, but I sang the best I could. I wasn't nervous or worried I was off key. I just sang, my eyes on Ethan's hands playing the guitar. Then the song was over and all the nerves came back. I sounded awful. I was probably off key the whole song, and I probably fucked up the lyrics, too. Okay, there, happy? I mumbled, looking at the piano. I grabbed my ice cream and took a big bite.
Very, Lexi. You can sing.
Ethan's voice sounded impressed. I looked at him like he was nuts. Everyone can sing.
Lexi, you sing great. Did you ever have any voice lessons?
He asked, resting his arm on the guitar. I snorted. I was lucky to get a cupcake on my birthday, Snoopy, I said matter-of-factly, before taking another bite of ice cream. He was quiet for a couple of heartbeats.
So, no one ever taught you how to stay in key? Or to read music?
He sounded like he didn't believe me. I looked at him and shook my head. I swallowed my ice cream. That bad, huh? I asked, mostly joking. His eyes went wide.
No, that good. You were in key the whole time,
he began. His eyes narrowed on me.
How do you know what key to stay in?
I sing it the way it sounds to me, I shrugged. I didn't understand what he was getting so excited over. I took another bite of my ice cream. Ethan did something with his phone and set it down.
Sing one song with me, beautiful,
Ethan asked. I looked at him like he was nuts.
Please, I'll snuggle you some of Asher's cookies tomorrow.
Okay, Ethan knew how to bribe me. What song? I asked, resigned.
Do you know Broken by Seether?
I nodded.
My band has been practicing that for a few weeks,
he said. It's a duet, Ethan, I reminded him. He smirked at me.
I'll take the guy's part. Do you remember it that well?
He asked, his eyes running over my face. I narrowed my eyes at him. Yeah, I do, I admitted reluctantly.
Then it won't be a problem.
He started strumming, then he sang his part. His smoky voice rolled over my ears and down my spine. Again, I forgot about feeling nervous. I forgot about thinking I was going to suck. When it was time to join in, I did. Again, I sang the song the way it always sounded to me. I didn't know if I was off-key or what, but right now with Ethan, I didn't care. Ethan didn't correct me, he just kept playing. Then he was joining in again. Then we sang together till the end. He was smiling at me as he finished the last notes.
Lexi, that was fucking awesome.
He met my eyes.
I need to borrow you.
I went still. What?
My band has been looking for a girl who has a voice that works with that song for the last few weeks,
Ethan began. I raised both my eyebrows.
It's why we haven't performed that song. I need you to sing this song with my band this Saturday.
My heart clenched. Oh, hell no, I said emphatically as I picked up my ice cream and headed for the door.
Lexi, please.
No, nope, nada, no way, I told him on my way out the door and into the hall. Get your girlfriend to do it. Ethan's footsteps were hurrying to catch up.
She doesn't have the kind of voice we need, and she can't hit the notes you can.
Ethan stepped up to my side as I headed down the hallway.
Lexi, this would help us so much.
I don't sing, Ethan, I pointed out.
You do, and you're damn good at it. And with practice, you can be fucking amazing,
he countered as we stepped into the living room. The guys all looked up as I ignored Ethan. I sat down next to Isaac and focused on eating my ice cream.
Asher, you heard her, right?
Ethan asked, animatedly. I ignored them.
Of course I did,
Asher answered like it was obvious.
Then tell her how she sounded,
Ethan pleaded. I glared at Ethan. Asher looked over at me, grinning.
You did sound pretty great,
Asher admitted. I glared at Asher.
What's going on?
Isaac asked, leaning back on the couch. My mouth was full, so I couldn't stop Ethan.
I need Lexi to sing with us at Vagabond this weekend,
Ethan announced. I snorted and kept looking at my bowl. That's extremely short notice, Ethan, Miles pointed out.
I know, but she doesn't need much coaching. She knows the song. All she needs is a little practice with the band for this one song.
Ethan was getting excited. I loved when he did that, but couldn't he do it about something else? Get your girlfriend or one of her friends, I mumbled before taking another bite. Ethan came over to me and got on his knees in front of me.
Lexi, the manager at Vagabond says we need more range if we're going to keep playing there. You jumping in once in a while would give us that range without going into pop songs.
His eyes were begging me. My gut nodded. I've never sung in front of people, Ethan. I'd probably blow it anyway, I reminded him. Ethan shook his head.
No, you won't. You already have the song down. You just need more volume and to use your diaphragm more.
Ethan explained feverishly.
Lexi, I'm not asking you to join the band. Just help us keep being able to play at Vagabond.
I shook my head. Ethan, I suck. You need to find someone else, I insisted. Ethan pulled out his phone, stood up, and backed away.
Oh, yeah?
Ethan looked at the guys.
Listen to this, guys.
My heart dropped. You didn't, I said quietly, as the first notes of Broken played over the speaker. Oh, my God. I was going to kill the little shit. I couldn't believe it as Ethan's voice came through the phone, smoky and clear. Then mine joined him. It wasn't bad, I'd admit, but no fucking way was I going to do this. I peeked at the guys to see Zeke had a small smirk on his face. Isaac had an eyebrow raised. Asher was just listening. And Miles looked like he was concentrating. I went back to glaring at Ethan. I wanted blood. When the song was over, he looked down at me, his smile fading. "Someone's phone is going in the pool," I growled at him. When I went to get up, Isaac draped himself over me, pinning me to the couch. "Isaac, off!" Ethan moved behind the other couch, doing something else with his phone. "Red, that was awesome," Isaac said, fighting against me as I tried to shove him off me. "You should totally do this." I tried to give him a big shove, but the shithead stayed put. "Lexi." Miles's voice grabbed my attention. I looked over Isaac to see Miles with a small smile on his face. "You sounded amazing." I snorted and kept trying to move Isaac off me. "You guys are sweet. Totally lying, but sweet." I tried one more time to get Isaac to move, but the shithead was heavy. I cursed at him. "Lexi." Zeke's voice got my attention. I looked up at him. His face was serious as he met my eyes. "That sounded great. Ethan says you can do this, and I believe him." I stopped trying to push Isaac off me. Zeke never lied. He hated it. He'd rather be considered an asshole than a liar. If he said I sounded great, I sounded great. I closed my eyes, groaned, and laid my head back on the couch. Okay, maybe I could sing, but in front of people? I highly doubt your band is going to go for it. I tried to find any reason I could to make him not ask this of me. "Already sent them the audio." Ethan's voice was smug. "They want you at practice tomorrow night." I made a loud groan. I thought about what made me not want to do this. What if I embarrassed myself? What if I choked? What if... I was scared, and I didn't like it. Fuck. I covered my face with my hands as I tried to come to a decision. The guys kept talking about how well I sang and about how I didn't always have to do it. Just try it once and decide later. What it all came down to was this. Was I up to the challenge? I grinned into my hands. Okay, I could do this. Once. I dropped my hands and looked up at Ethan. "Fine, you asshole," I shot at Ethan. Before he could celebrate, I held up a finger. "I'll go to your stupid practice. If it works, we'll go from there." Isaac got off me as Ethan walked toward me, his striking face beaming. He hugged me tight. "Beautiful, you are amazing. You have no idea how much we need to keep this venue." Ethan seemed so happy that I smiled. Apparently this did mean a lot to him. I just hoped it wouldn't be a mistake. Hanging out ended for me right there. Ethan dragged me back into the music room and started teaching me on how to use my diaphragm to project my voice and hit the higher notes. I bitched the whole time. Then he ran me through the song again, this time stopping to help me hit the note. Then, when I reached it, we would start the song over. By the time I'd run through it once without messing up, I was tired. Ethan said no more tonight. He didn't want to make me hoarse. After that, I said goodnight to the guys and headed home. I pulled up to Rory's, still not believing what I was going to do. Maybe Rory would tell me no? I was still grumbling an hour later when I carried my shopping bags into my bedroom. Rory didn't say no. Instead, he wanted to show up to watch. I begged him not to. He said no. I at least got him to agree not to record the whole train wreck. I had finished putting my new clothes away when I remembered thinking about giving Dylan a Lexi kit. I started a group message with the guys. Alexis. "Hey, got a sec?" It wasn't long before my phone was vibrating. Zeke. "What?" Ethan. "Always." Isaac. "Yep." Miles. "Yes." Asher. "Yeah." I smiled at their responses. Alexis. Dylan was triggered this afternoon. It had to do with his mom. Now he thinks I've got a seizure disorder. I was thinking of giving him a Lexi kit to help him deal and just telling him it's medicine. Thoughts? There were a few minutes of quiet. Asher.
That would help him feel better about the whole thing.
Zeke.
Isn't it too soon?
Ethan.
No, they've been talking for 2 months. They were practically dating already. Now it's just official.
Isaac.
I agree with Snoopy, LOL.
Miles. That is a good idea, Lexi. You can say you can't tell him the names of the medicine because it's part of a drug trial. Alexis. Okay, vote. Yes or no? Asher.
Yes.
Ethan.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Miles.
Yes.
Zeke.
No.
Alexis. Majority rules. Zeke.
If this comes back to kick you in the teeth, I'm never going to let you guys forget this.
I snickered. Alexis. I'm not giving him one today, Zeke. I was thinking next week, unless shit ramps up around here. Zeke.
Oh, then yeah.
I rolled my eyes and put my phone down. I was still grousing about singing when Dylan called around 11. I wasn't in the best mood when I answered the phone. Hey. My voice wasn't exactly cheerful.
Hey, Sunshine. How was board game tonight? Did you manage to beat Miles yet?
Dylan's warm, husky voice made me smile. I sighed. No, our game night turned into something completely different. I went on to tell him about Ethan begging me to sing with the band for one song to make the manager at Vagabond happy. How my shithead friends talked me into it. Dylan was laughing by the end. I rolled my eyes. Not funny. It's going to be a disaster, I grumbled, covering my eyes with one hand. His laughing finally slowed down.
Oh, Lexi, if Ethan says you'll do great, then you'll probably do great.
Dylan reassured me.
That guy knows his shit. I can barely understand him when he talks about music.
I snorted. And Rory wants to come. Did I mention that? I countered. Dylan snorted.
Of course he does. He loves you.
I growled.
When is this supposed to happen?
Saturday night, I grumbled.
This Saturday?
His voice was surprised. Yeah, this Saturday.
Shit.
His voice was full of doubt. Yes, join me in the panic, won't you? My voice was thick with sarcasm. Dylan chuckled.
Sunshine, it's going to be okay. Ethan would never put you up to something that would embarrass you. Okay, not publicly anyway.
Okay, he made a good point.
Besides, I'll be there, and if something happens, I'll kick his ass.
I snorted. You'll get what's left of him after I get done, I warned him, smiling. He snickered in my ear.
Lexi, it'll be great. You'll go have fun, then you'll decide if you're willing to keep doing it,
he reminded me. I grumbled, then changed the subject. So, how did teaching the guys go? Dylan groaned in my ear. It made me smile.
Not great. A couple of them got everything down. Those 2 I can start immediately. The others, it's going to be a bitch.
I'm sorry, honey. Maybe you should stay on Saturday just to make sure.
No way. I'm going to watch you sing, Sunshine. So are the guys.
He sounded like he was smiling again. The guys, too? I grumbled.
Yep.
I groaned, covering my eyes with one hand again. Dylan was laughing. I groaned wordlessly. He kept laughing. We talked for an hour that night, mostly about stuff that didn't really matter, but I climbed into bed with a smile on my face. I couldn't sleep. Something was nagging at the back of my mind. I grumbled as I rolled over, punching my pillow into shape. I felt like I was forgetting something, like I left something unfinished, something big. Giving up on sleep, I rolled onto my back and tried to figure it out. I ran over my day in my head. Carl, then the gym, breakfast, then Miles. I reached my center and then my stomach dropped. Then the tub. What did I tell Miles? I tried to remember, but it was all a little too blurry. I covered my face with my hands. I had been rambling like an idiot about everything. Did I tell him about the park? Oh, no. No, no, no. He didn't need to know that. No one needed to know that. I took a deep, calming breath. This was Miles. If anyone could keep a secret, it was him. Besides, I didn't even know if I had said anything about it. It didn't help. I had to know what I said to him. I looked at the clock. 2:13 a.m. Knowing Miles, since it was vacation, he might be awake and working on some programming. I grabbed my phone and hesitated. What the hell was I going to say? Hey, did I tell you about the guy who tried to rape me? I snorted at myself. No way was I going to ask that. I chewed on the corner of my lip as I figured out what I was going to say. Eventually, I sent Miles a text message. Alexis. Hey, you awake? It wasn't long before Miles responded. Miles. Yes. As usual, I'm laying here trying unsuccessfully to sleep. I snorted. Miles always had a hard time getting to sleep unless he was exhausted. He usually worked on a project until he was ready to pass out. I asked him about it once. He only said, "It's too quiet." Alexis. When I was out of it today, did I say anything weird? I waited, my stomach nodding. Miles. What do you mean by weird? I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I was going to have to ask. Alexis, did I tell you anything that I hadn't before? There was a minute of tense silence as I waited. Miles tended to write a message, read it again, and then rewrite it so he wouldn't offend me. It took a while. Miles. Yes. Shit. I bit my lip as I asked. Alexis, what did I tell you? It wasn't long for his reply. Miles, you told me about Jacob and what he tried to do. My face grew hot instantly. Why the fuck did I tell him that? I covered my eyes with one hand and tried not to panic. I never intended to tell anyone about that. Even my mother didn't know. My phone vibrated. Miles. Lexi, are you all right? Biting the corner of my bottom lip, I answered him. Alexis, don't tell anyone, please. Miles. Of course not. Are you all right? I took a shaking breath before I replied. Alexis. Yeah, I just didn't plan on telling anyone that. Miles. You never told anyone? My face had cooled off by the time I texted back. Alexis. Just the cops. Miles. Why didn't you? After something like that, anyone would need some help coping. I thought about it, then told him the truth. Alexis, I didn't have anyone that would have cared. There were a few heartbeats of quiet before my phone vibrated. Miles, you do now. My heart melted. Sweet Miles. Miles, do you have flashbacks from it? Do you have a trigger we need to be aware of? I smiled at my phone. Miles was always looking to help in some way. Alexis, no flashbacks, no triggers. He didn't hit me or anything. There were a couple of heartbeats of quiet as Miles texted back. Miles, did you press charges? Alexis, no, I broke his jaw. He could have pressed charges on me too, but it's on record. Miles, it's the least he deserved. It wasn't your fault. You know that, don't you? I smiled at my phone. Alexis, yeah, I do. Miles, do you want to talk about it? I paused and thought about it. Alexis, not really. Miles, if you ever want to, I'll be here. Alexis, thank you, Miles. Miles, you're welcome, Lexi. Chapter 5. Friday morning. I was still in bed when my phone rang in the morning. I groaned. It was my Friday, and I was on vacation. Sleeping in was a requirement. Besides, I didn't get much sleep between nightmares. I answered the phone. "You're evil," I grumbled. Asher's rich baritone chuckled in my ear. "Still in bed, huh?" he said way too cheerfully. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes. "Yeah, and I want to stay here," I mumbled. He snorted. "Yeah, not happening. Everyone else backed out of snack detail today. I need your help," he said, again, way too cheerfully for the morning. I groaned. "Zeke?" I offered. "Working." "Isaac?" I tried again. "Training." "Ethan?" "Band practice. He said to tell you he'd call when they are ready for you," he countered. "Miles?" "On a long phone call to Autumn. Something's going on there." His voice told me he was smiling. I couldn't help it. I whimpered. Asher had no mercy. "I'll give you cookies," he offered. I was suddenly awake and interested. "And breakfast?" I asked, trying to up the ante. He chuckled. "And breakfast," he agreed. I smiled. "Are we doing jammies?" I asked seriously. I did not want to get dressed. "I'm already up for the day, but you can do jammies," Asher told me. I thought about it. "Jammies it is. See you in 5, I said before hanging up. I groaned as I got out of bed and put on my sneakers. I didn't even bother with socks. I did stop long enough to put on a bra. I grabbed my phone and keys and headed downstairs. Since it was Friday morning, I saw no one as I got my jacket and pulled it on. I was at Asher's door a few minutes later. I didn't bother to knock. I just barged in. "Ash, where you at?" I shouted, before I even thought about it. "Kitchen, making your breakfast," he shouted back. I smiled as I took off my jacket. I even towed off my shoes. I headed into the kitchen and found the usual pre-get-together snack chaos. Asher was wearing one of his blue long-sleeved shirts and tan cargo pants today. His hair was still wet from the shower. Didn't he ever sleep in? I went to get the mandolin out and set it up. "So, what's for breakfast?" I asked as I washed my hands. "It's that scramble you like. Eggs, sausage, bacon, and cheese," Asher told me as he moved the eggs around. "Oh, yum." I went back to the mandolin and started slicing the potatoes. "If the girls are coming tonight, why aren't they here making snacks too?" I asked, being careful of my fingers. "They're guests," Asher said. I smirked. "And I'm family." "Yeah. Mom had a big rule about guests not having to help clean up, cook, or anything," he said as he shut off the stove. "What about the other guys?" Asher smirked as he grabbed a plate and dumped my breakfast onto it. "They became family real quick," he admitted. I chuckled. Asher was still smiling as he handed me my plate and fork. I jumped up onto the kitchen island and started eating. I decided to ask something I had been wondering about. "You don't really talk about her much." I probed a bit. I didn't want to ask if it would bother him. Asher never even paused as he mixed the seasoning for the chips. "You never really asked, Allie." "Except for that one time at the party." He sighed, and I was too buzzed to be able to talk about it. He looked over his shoulder at me, his ocean eyes meeting mine. "Are you asking?" I nodded, my mouth full. Asher took a deep breath and went back to work. "She was amazing. She gave up her career to have us. She always called Dad out on his bullshit," he began. My heart ached as he spoke. I could hear how much he missed her in his voice. "Every summer she dealt with all of us here all the time, and she always had stuff for us to do. Water balloons, water guns, cooking, baking, even building that awful treehouse out back every year. She always had us moving and learning new things." I watched his shoulders grow tense. "Our house was the most stable house out of all the guys, so everyone stayed here all the time, especially Zeke." I finished eating and put my plate down. I knew Zeke had a horrible home life before he moved in with his Aunt Sylvia. I just didn't know the details.
She was pretty much everyone's mom, so when she was diagnosed with cancer, we all took the hit.
He stopped talking to take a deep breath. My stomach knotted. Okay, I shouldn't have asked. I was an asshole. Before I could stop him, he kept going.
We were all 15, and my dad was already checking out, so we took care of her during her chemo. The guys, me, and Jessica.
His voice had turned thick and shaky. I didn't think. I was off the counter and across the room in a second. I wrapped my arms around his waist and hugged him from behind. He put down the knife and turned around. He wrapped his arm around my shoulders and squeezed. You don't have to.
It's good to talk about it. I haven't in a while.
Asher took a deep breath before continuing. I just rested my cheek against his chest and listened.
So there all of us were taking care of her, and we knew she wasn't doing so well. The only thing she'd ever eat was Maria's soup. That's the twins' mom. The guys got me the recipe. I still know it backward and forwards.
Tears started falling down my face. I couldn't help it. When someone you cared about was hurting, you hurt too.
I went in one morning with her breakfast and found her. She had just passed away in her sleep. The funeral was a week later, and Dad disappeared after we turned 16. He shows up for a week every 3 months or so.
Asher's hand moved to the back of my neck. He brushed against my cheek. He went still.
Allie, are you crying?
I sniffed and tried to use my most normal voice. Me? Cry? Never. It didn't work. He snorted.
I'm tall enough to see your face, you liar, he said.
His voice was still thick, so I knew he was holding back tears, too. Nah, you put too many peppers in the eggs. This is just a reaction, I countered as I got control of myself. He snorted. The tightness in my chest eased.
I didn't put any peppers in the eggs,
he pointed out, his voice almost back to normal. I barked a laugh. Now who's the liar? I shot back. We both chuckled. He was still holding on to me, so I didn't let go. I didn't mean to ruin your morning, I said quietly.
You asked about her, Allie, not how she died,
he pointed out. One of his hands ran through my hair, playing with it.
I guess I just needed to talk to someone about it. Jessica refuses to.
I gave him another squeeze before letting go. I looked up at him. His eyes were full of shadows that I had put there. You can talk to me any time, Ash, I told him honestly. He gave me a half grin.
I will,
he promised. I took a deep breath and stepped further away. Now that I've upset us both, I said as I clapped my hands together, what else can I ruin? Asher burst out laughing as I picked up my plate. He was working again by the time I finished washing it. We were quiet until we were done. We were in the living room talking about games to play with 11 people and were having trouble coming up with them. We finally resorted to looking up party games on our phones.
Truth or dare,
Asher said, still looking at his phone. Are you asking or the game? I asked. I looked up to see him smirk.
The game.
Oh, no. With our group, you'd have to increase your house insurance, I told him honestly. He chuckled. My eyes went to the pictures on the wall. They had bothered me since the first time I came over. I knew I probably shouldn't, but I was going to ask. Ash, this is probably a bad question after this morning, but Asher looked up from his phone. Where are the pictures of your mom? He blinked. I rushed to explain. I see your dad, your sister, and you, but never your mom. Asher's jaw locked. Then he swallowed hard.
Dad took them down and refused to let us put them back up,
he said. His voice was hard. My mouth dropped. That fucking dickhead. Ash, do you want them back up?
Yeah.
His voice was quiet. Then put them back up, I told him. I didn't care if I was crossing a line here. If Ash wanted the photos up, then he should have them up, even if I had to do it myself.
It's Dad's house.
He sounded like he was repeating his father. I snorted. Your dad is here, what, a month out of the year? He nodded, his jaw unlocking. This isn't his house, Ash. Yeah, he pays for it and for everything else. But you're the one who pays the mortgage. You're the one who pays the bills. I've seen you do it. I met his warm eyes with mine. This is your house. If you want the photos up, put them up. I shrugged, looking at the pictures still up on the walls. If he comes back, take them down. When he leaves, put them back up. I couldn't seem to shut up today. Ash, you like making other people happy. He swallowed hard. You do it in 1,000 little ways. Cooking is the most obvious example I can think of right now. I licked my lips. Sure, he was going to be mad. I just want you to make sure you're happy too. He was quiet for a while. I was starting to think I should apologize.
I'll think about it,
he said, his eyes unfocused. I gave him a small smile and went back to looking for party games.
I haven't seen any photos of your dad, he offered.
I went still. My heart dropped as pain tore through me.
No one's been in your bedroom, so I'm assuming that's where they are.
It took everything I had to look up from my phone and give him a sad smile. I don't have any, I said. He blinked. His face became confused. I explained through my tightening throat. Mom refused to take any of our photos with us when we lost the house. She wouldn't even let me take a picture of him. I was still pissed about that, but it was what it was. That fucking bitch, I sniffed, looking back down at my phone, fighting back tears. They're probably in a landfill somewhere.
I'm sorry, Allie,
he said, his voice soft. Not your fault. It's hers, I shrugged. It is what it is.
Okay, maybe we should stop talking today. We keep making each other cry,
Asher pointed out. I laughed, looking back up at him, the tightness in my throat easing. Yeah, maybe we should. I chuckled as I got to my feet. We just can't seem to stop. I went into the foyer and pulled my shoes on. I was pulling on my jacket when he walked into the foyer. I looked up at him and smiled. I promise, tonight, I will not make you cry. He smiled.
I promise, tonight, I will not make you cry,
he repeated back to me. I gave him a long hug and headed home. The house was empty when I came in and sat on the couch. My stomach was knotted up from my conversations with Asher. I really didn't mean to upset him. I was still grousing to myself when my cell phone rang. It was Dylan. Hey.
Hey, sunshine, you busy?
Dylan's husky voice rolled through my ear. It made me smile and instantly feel better. Nope. Just got back from Asher's. Everyone else bailed on snack making, so I had to help. I took a deep breath. What's going on?
I just wanted to nail down a time to pick you up tonight,
he said. My stomach knotted. Pick me up here? With Rory? Shit. If you do that, you'll have to meet my Uncle Rory, I pointed out hesitantly.
Yeah, I figured.
He didn't sound worried. He didn't get it. He's a cop and overprotective and always armed, I told him honestly. He went quiet. Now he was getting it. He cleared his throat.
I'm going to have to meet him sometime. Might as well get it over with,
he offered. He didn't sound so confident now. I smiled. Okay, how about 6?
6 it is. Just send me your address.
There was a bell sound.
Shit. Customers. Gotta go.
He hung up quickly. I smiled and texted him my address. I had an actual, real date tonight. The butterflies went crazy. How was I going to tell Rory? I got a text from Ethan telling me to be ready by 1. He was going to pick me up. The bastard was on time for the first time in his life. I grumbled the whole way as Ethan drove me out to the house of their drummer. Apparently, their practice space was in the garage.
Beautiful. You're going to do fine,
Ethan assured me again. I'm going to crash and burn, and you know it, I grumbled back. He burst out laughing. I flipped him off. He just laughed harder. Ethan drove into a weed-lined alley, then parked behind an old beat-up van. My stomach was in knots as we got out of the car and headed towards the sound of the occasional drum beat. Ethan took my hand and pulled me with him up to an open garage door. Ethan's two bandmates looked up from what they were doing to watch us walk in.
Guys, this is Lexi. She's going to save our asses,
Ethan announced confidently. I snorted and looked at him like he was crazy. More likely crash and burn, destroying your band's chance at keeping the venue, I countered, my voice snippy. Both guys chuckled. The guys sitting behind the drums smiled at me.
If we don't try, we'll lose the venue anyway, and it won't matter,
Drummer Boy pointed out in a deep, smooth voice. Well, when he put it like that, it didn't sound so bad. Drummer Boy was kind of cute, in a big, burly way. He had brown hair buzzed close to his scalp, nice gray eyes, and a nice grin. But what drew my attention was the horseshoe-shaped ring through the septum of his nose and an eyebrow stud. It actually didn't take away from his face. Instead, it seemed to add to it. Drummer Boy's eyes ran over me quickly before looking away. Then he stood up. He was a head and a half taller than me, and he had wide shoulders and a wide chest.
I'm Ryan. It's nice to meet you, Lexi,
he said, holding out his hand. I shook his hand, smiling up at him.
Ethan has told us almost nothing about you.
I snorted. Nice to meet you too, I smiled. And that is actually comforting. Ryan chuckled with a killer grin on his face as he sat back down behind the drums. The bass player stepped up. He was a head taller than me, with thick, curly, light brown hair and hazel eyes. He was lean, with wide shoulders. I'm Oliver, he smiled. He had a great smile and a fucking dimple. Dimples were so cute. I shook his hand. It's nice to meet you. We really appreciate this, Oliver said sweetly. We really don't have the stomach for pop songs. I chuckled. Don't thank me yet. You haven't heard me sing, I grumbled. Ethan walked back over with his acoustic guitar plugged into an amp as he blew a raspberry at me.
Knock it off, beautiful. You'll be great.
He strummed a few chords. I flipped him off. Ryan smiled, trying not to laugh.
Did you warm up like I told you?
Ethan asked. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, I grumbled, frowning at him. Ethan ignored the look on my face and went to the microphone on the stand. He crooked his finger at me. I walked over, regretting that I had even thought to agree to this.
Okay, we practice like we would be on stage.
Ethan pointed out the garage door to the alley.
That's the crowd. This is where you're going to stand.
Ethan reached out and turned on the microphone.
On stage, we have one for vocals, so we're sharing. When we sing together, you take that side, and I'll take this one.
I nodded. He gave me an encouraging smile before looking at the guys.
Let's start with Broken.
The others agreed. I took a deep breath and focused on ignoring everything but Ethan's playing. Ethan started playing, singing into the microphone. Everything else dropped away. Then I joined in with Ethan. I sang the way I knew, with Ethan's corrections from the night before. Soon Oliver and Ryan were playing, then Ethan joined me again. At some point, Ethan switched to his electric guitar, and we continued to sing until the end. Then there was a heartbeat of silence as I cringed.
Damn, Lexi.
Ryan's voice had me turning around. He had that grin back on his face. His warm gray eyes were on me.
That was perfect.
I rolled my eyes. So you're delusional too? I asked dryly. They all burst out laughing. I crossed my arms over my chest, feeling my oversized sweater slip down my shoulder. Ryan's eyes met mine.
Do you know any other songs?
He asked, smiling. I groaned. They were insane.
She does I Will Not Bow pretty well. We should be able to get that one down fast,
Ethan offered. Wait, what? Whoa! I thought the deal was one song, Ethan, I pointed out. Ethan shrugged.
One might not be enough. We might need a few to convince the manager.
He winced. I glared at him. You shithead, I bit out.
Sorry, beautiful.
You're dead, I stated simply. Ethan nodded, cringing now.
But will you do it?
He asked, his eyes begging. I growled at him before leaning my head back so I could glare at the rafters. I can learn a song fast, so what do you guys know? I grumbled. Ethan all but tackled me. I didn't hug him back. The shithead had lied to me. How many are we talking? I brought my head back down so I could see the guys. Oliver was beaming. Ethan was glowing, and Ryan had that grin on his face again. We sat down over the next hour and went over what songs they knew, which ones I knew, what they could learn in the next 2 days. Thankfully, I already knew a good number of their songs. I did suggest some more girly songs that had a nice edge to them. They agreed it was probably a good idea. We got back into position and practiced. We ran through the list of songs that I was going to do Saturday night. Ethan only had to correct me twice. The others found that rather impressive. While we were taking a break, gravel crunched in the alley. I turned to watch Isaac and Miles walk into the garage. My stomach knotted. Miles looked apologetic. I glared at Ethan.
You need to get used to singing in front of people, beautiful,
Ethan explained before taking a drink of water.
Isn't it better that it's them and not strangers?
I flipped Ethan off.
I'll buy you jewelry,
Ethan offered. I narrowed my eyes at him. You still owe me jewelry, you ass, I shot back. Ethan thought about that for a moment.
Oh, shit, I do.
He cringed. I nodded as Ryan and Oliver snickered.
Come on, Lexi, it's not that bad. You're going to do great,
Ryan offered sweetly. I sighed, took another drink. Then we got back to work while Miles and Isaac sat in old folding chairs in front of us. I missed my cue on Broken. We had to start over. I hit my cue but missed the next one. I cursed and glared at Ethan.
Relax, beautiful. It's Miles and Isaac. You know them.
Ethan tried to soothe me. I shot him a look.
Let's try a different song for now,
Ethan suggested. I nodded. We tried I Will Not Bow. I looked at the floor of the garage and hit my cue. I looked up and missed my second. I cursed as everyone stopped again. Asher and Zeke walked up to join the other two. I shot daggers at Ethan. He cringed.
Lexi,
Ryan called to me. I turned around to look at him. His eyes were understanding.
I had the same problem playing in front of people. When you look at the crowd, your mind goes blank, right?
I nodded, hating that I was letting them down like this. Ryan gave me a small smile.
When you start to sing, close your eyes. I played our first 3 gigs that way.
I raised an eyebrow at that. He saw my question.
I practiced a lot with my eyes closed,
he explained. All right, I'll give it a shot, I grumbled. I closed my eyes and listened to the music. It let me concentrate on the music and my voice. I made it through the song. Then the next, and the next. As long as I kept my eyes closed, I could sing in front of people. Then we ran into a problem. On Broken, we needed to share the microphone.
It's a duet,
Oliver chimed in. We all looked at him.
Keep your eyes on each other. It might give the girls the drama they crave, you know? Will they or won't they shit?
I shrugged, willing to give it a shot. So when we sang Broken, Ethan and I kept our eyes on each other. I was able to hit every cue, pitch, and note. By the end of the song, my voice was getting rough. Ethan called my practice over.
We need you Saturday night. Go home, drink some tea, no shouting, even at Zeke," Ethan advised me as he pulled his guitar strap off his shoulder. "We'll have you on stage for a song, then hop off for a couple, then back on."
Ethan looked at the others.
"How does that sound?" "With her songs, we could just go in a row,"
Ryan suggested as he and Oliver came to stand in a circle.
"They line up well. But she doesn't have the stamina to flow from one to the next,"
Ethan pointed out. Ryan thought about it, then nodded. "I still think you're all nuts," I felt the need to point out. They chuckled.
"We're not as crazy as we seem,"
Ryan reassured me. I snorted. I didn't buy that one bit. The guys agreed on the set list. I was to sing 4 songs tomorrow night. This was fucking nuts. I said bye to them and headed out to the others. Isaac swept me up in a big hug, taking my feet off the ground.
"Red, that was fucking awesome,"
Isaac said, squeezing me. I hugged him back and rolled my eyes.
"We'll see about that,"
I rasped, then swallowed hard as Isaac put me down.
"Allie, that really was great,"
Asher reassured me. I gave him a small smile. I couldn't help but feel that something bad was going to happen. I shrugged, not wanting to use my raspy voice.
"Lexi, if you'd like, I'll give you a ride home,"
Miles offered.
"The others are probably going to practice for a bit more."
I nodded. He gave me a sweet smile. I waved to the others and got into Miles's car. On the way home, I expected him to want to talk to me about Jacob and that night in the park. When he didn't bring it up, I relaxed. Instead, he told me I really did sound amazing. Better than some of the other women singers that had performed at Vagabond in the past. I really wanted to believe him. When he dropped me off, I made sure to drink some tea, and I tried to be optimistic, but I still felt disaster coming. Chapter 6. Friday night.
"Lexi, your date is here."
Rory's shout made me jump. Thank God I was done with my makeup. "One sec, I'm grabbing my wallet," I shouted back. I tucked my wallet into my back pocket and my cell phone into my bra. I considered the mirror. The boot-cut blue jeans hugged my curves. The green long-sleeved Henley brought out my eyes. And the 2 buttons undone gave me enough cleavage for me to be happy and Rory not to have a fit. My hair was down and everywhere as usual. I had kept my makeup light since we were hitting Asher's later. I grabbed my keys and jacket, then headed downstairs. My gut nodded. Oh yeah, Rory was going to meet Dylan. My chest grew tight as I stepped off the stairs. Dylan looked just as cute as usual. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt, dark blue jeans, and his blue snow jacket. He didn't even bother with his hair. I liked that about him.
"I love that you don't get all girly when you go on a date,"
Dylan told me, smiling. I snickered. I looked at Rory as I put on my jacket. My Uncle Rory was tall and still in shape, even though he was in his 40s. His copper hair was cut short to his head. His attractive face was frowning at Dylan, his brown eyes apprising. "Rory, this is my boyfriend Dylan." I introduced them, my voice slightly rough still. Rory's eyes narrowed on Dylan. Before he could start in on the questions, I added, "Asher is the one who introduced us." Rory's face relaxed as he held his hand out to Dylan. Dylan shook it. It was all very manly.
"Nice to meet you, sir,"
Dylan said respectfully.
"You too. Now, where are you going?"
Rory asked, his eyes going to me. "We're going to have dinner, then hit game night with the guys. Be back at the usual time?" I asked, hopefully.
"Will Zeke be there?"
Rory asked, his voice deadpan. I smiled. "Of course." Rory nodded.
"Okay, see you then."
Rory turned and headed into the kitchen, dismissing us. I rolled my eyes as we headed for the door. When we were outside, Dylan let out a long breath.
"When you said he was a cop, I expected the 3rd degree,"
he admitted, taking my hand as we headed for his truck. I grinned. He already ran your name through the system twice, and the fact that Asher introduced us didn't hurt any either. Plus, Zeke will be there, I explained. He chuckled. I let go and went to the passenger side of the old truck while he went to the driver's side.
All right, sunshine, where are we going?
The best burger joint in town, I said, smiling. He chuckled as he pulled onto the road.
And how's that going to go with the whole food deal with Zeke?
He'll thank me. He's a big burger guy, I promised. I gave him directions to the Frosty Freeze that Zeke swore had the best burgers in town. It was a small cinder block building with a few tables inside and several picnic tables outside. Inside was full. Oh, looks like we're outside tonight. We hopped out and got in line. Dylan's arm went around my waist as he stepped up behind me to read the menu. I smiled to myself. It was strange to only be dating him 3 days and not feel uncomfortable about him touching me so much. That had never happened before in my entire dating history, especially not after that night in the park. When it was our turn to order, we stepped up. We both ended up with double bacon cheeseburgers and fries. I even ordered Zeke's favorite. I paid since Dylan drove, and we took our number, then moved with the other people waiting.
Why'd you order a second burger?
Dylan asked, wrapping his arm around me again. This time I leaned back against his chest.
I know you can't eat that much.
It's Zeke's stop bitching gift, I told him, looking up at him. He smiled down at me. If I don't bring him one, he won't shut up all night. He chuckled. So how was your day? I asked. He sighed.
Boring, and longer than it should have been.
He leaned down and whispered in my ear.
I was kind of excited to see you.
I smiled as his husky voice ran down my spine. I looked up at him over my shoulder.
How was yours?
He asked quietly. Had an emotional talk with Asher this morning, so didn't mean to. Had band practice with Ethan, and I think they're insane, I began. He chuckled. Otherwise the same. Excited to see you. Then I realized something. Oh, God. We're that couple. He burst out laughing, his arms tightening around me.
No, that couple is sickening. They do that baby talk and shit, he said. We just curse a lot.
I laughed.
So how was band practice? He asked.
I groaned. It was going great until the guys showed up to watch, I said before I looked up at him, wincing. I messed up a bit after that. He gave my waist a squeeze. Turns out I need to sing with my eyes closed or staring at Ethan, I grumbled.
It probably takes practice, sunshine. You'll get the hang of it,
he assured me before kissing the top of my head. If their spot in the band rotation weren't in trouble, I wouldn't even think of doing this, I muttered.
You have a big heart,
he whispered down to me as he took a deep breath, his nose in my hair. I'm starting to believe you, I grumbled. He sniggered. Our number was up, and Dylan let go of me to get it. We went to the empty picnic tables and sat down at one. As we ate, we talked about everything. It was our usual. I asked about his photography. He asked about my art projects. He told me about one of his friends trying to snowboard off the roof of his house. It did not go well for him. I told him about Zeke chasing Isaac through Miles's house after a nasty prank involving paint that left Zeke covered. We had finished with our burgers, and I was still working on my fries when he became quiet for the first time tonight. I looked up at him. He was watching me with a thoughtful look on his face. What? I asked before eating another fry. He seemed to decide something. He scooted closer till his thigh was touching mine.
Lexi, why are you living with Rory?
He asked, his voice quiet. My gut nodded and my body grew tense. It was Dylan, and I was starting to feel like I could talk to him about anything. I took a breath. Last October, my mother came home high and drunk, I began, as I looked down at the asphalt of the parking lot. She yanked me out of bed and beat the shit out of me. He went still next to me. This wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. I looked up at his face to see him frowning, his eyes cold. He did not like this story. Cops came, I went to the hospital. Rory agreed to custody, and I was up here 2 days later. The next day, I was back in school.
Wait, so you were all bruised up when we met?
he asked, confused. I nodded. My entire back was black, blue, and purple. Even had some red thrown in, I said matter-of-factly. He closed his eyes, his jaw clenching. So, when Marcus... Oh yeah, that hurt like a bitch, I admitted emphatically before eating another fry. Did the guys know? He asked quietly. They found out later that week, I shrugged and looked at him again. His eyes were running over my face. Are you okay? He asked. His voice was that low, husky one that I was starting to love. I nodded, realizing that I wasn't lying. I wasn't for a while, but I got some perspective recently, and now I know it wasn't my fault. It was all on her. I smiled, then met his eyes. So yeah, I'm okay. Well, except for my trigger, which isn't much of a problem. His arm wrapped around my shoulders, bringing me against him. He kissed the top of my head. A feeling of being loved washed over me. Whoa, it was way too soon for that. Damn it. So, what happened to your mother? He whispered against my hair. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. She's in rehab right now, but once she gets out, the DA's office will be pressing charges. The trial will probably be this summer or next fall. I hadn't even told the guys that yet. Why did I feel this way about Dylan already? You need to slow down, Lexi. You can't feel this way so soon. Dylan exhaled hard. Fuck, Sunshine. Why doesn't this feel like a first date? He asked, his voice rough. Apparently, we'd been thinking along the same lines. We've only been together for 3 days and we're talking about shit that I wouldn't talk about until at least the 3rd week. He grumbled. I snorted. I knew exactly how he felt. Then he added, I keep touching you without even thinking about it, and I don't usually get that comfortable with someone for at least a month. You too, huh? I asked as I grinned up at him. He looked just as bewildered as I felt. Ethan said something yesterday that made some sense to me, I offered. Please, any insight, because this is... Fucking weird, right? I offered. He nodded emphatically. I explained. Ethan said we were already basically dating for the last 2 months, only now it's official. He thought about that. He blinked, then looked down at me, his eyes warm. That makes sense, he said simply. He took a deep breath and looked at me. Sunshine, I'm an affectionate guy and I don't always think about it, at least not with someone I care about. All my old girlfriends got used to it slowly over time, but you're getting all of it at once. Dylan, I smiled gently at him. I'm kind of in the same boat here. I've realized I'm a cuddler and I'm usually not that comfortable with a new person for at least a month. But with you, I already am. Fucking weird, right? He asked emphatically. I nodded, my smile getting bigger as he continued. Just know that if I touch you and you don't want me to, or don't like it, or... I'll tell you really quick, I said immediately. I didn't hesitate yesterday. Well, that wasn't really not liking it. It was more... Too soon, too soon. He smiled down at me. Thank you, Sunshine. He sighed and looked around the parking lot. So, what did we just decide? He looked back down at me, his brow furrowed. I snickered. We just said, fuck it. We're cuddlers, so we're going with it. I summed up. He nodded. That's what I thought. Just checking. I burst out laughing, and he wasn't too far behind. We were so weird. It wasn't long before the snow started to fall, and we walked to Dylan's truck. We hopped in and headed over to Asher's. I saw the girl's car as we parked down the street. I grumbled. What? He asked, shutting off the truck. I gestured at Trisha's car. Trisha's a bitch. She told me things are going to change in the group, specifically my relationship with Asher. I shook my head. I didn't want to believe it could happen, but that stupid little part of me was still annoying as hell. Tell Asher. I shook my head again. He likes her, and it's not going to work anyway. At least, I hoped it wasn't. So, what if she doesn't like me? I won't cry over that, I said as I unhooked my seatbelt.
Sunshine.
Dylan's voice was patient as I looked over at him.
It doesn't matter if she likes you. It only matters if she's nice to you. If she can't do that, then Asher will dump her ass faster than you can blink.
He likes her, and I don't want to fuck that up, I told him honestly. He had an odd look on his face. What? He smiled at me, then crooked his finger at me.
Come here. I need to tell you something.
I highly doubted that, but I slid on the bench seat a bit closer. His fingers held my chin, his thumb just below my bottom lip. The butterflies started flapping. He leaned closer and brought his lips to mine. My heart slammed in my chest as I brushed my lips against his. It was a sweet, soft kiss that made my stomach flip. When he pulled back, he didn't go far. His eyes ran over my face as he grinned at me.
You have a big heart, Sunshine.
His voice was that husky, low one that ran down my spine. Shit, I felt my face turning pink.
And I love making you blush like that.
You don't know how you're making me blush like that, I pointed out.
I think I'm narrowing it down.
He smirked at me. Shit, I said with feeling. Dylan laughed at me as he let go of my chin. We got out of the truck. I made sure to grab Zeke's stop bitching gift. I almost slipped on the snow as I tried to get to the shoveled walk, but Dylan saved me with his hand on my arm. Thanks, I'm always slipping in the snow. He just shook his head and smiled as I reached the sidewalk. Dylan took my hand as we headed down the street towards Asher's. He was telling me a joke when I felt a chill down the back of my neck. My heart dropped as my lungs grew tight. I felt my wrist and realized I'd forgotten my beads at home. Fuck. I tried to look around without making Dylan suspicious. I spotted him. It was fucking Herbert. Shit. He was striding towards me, looking pissed off. We reached Asher's house. I had to make a decision. Oh, I pulled out my cell phone and pretended I had a call. It's Rory. I looked at Dylan. Go on in, I'll be just a minute. He looked around the block. I did too, except I saw Herbert and he didn't.
I'll wait for you,
Dylan offered. My heart melted and then clenched as Herbert got closer. I handed him Zeke's food. No, hun, it's cold. Go on in. It'll probably only be a second. He nodded reluctantly and headed up the stairs. I acted like I answered the phone. Hey, Rory. I watched Dylan walk into the house and turned around. Herbert was only a few feet from me. I kept my phone to my ear. Look, Herbert, I've found a way to move you on. I just need more time to set it up, I told him quickly. His eyes grew bright. I felt another chill go down my neck. Are you fucking kidding me? I looked down the street to see Carl Mason striding toward us. What, were they forming gangs now? My body jerked as he came too close. I backed up and held my hand up. Carl, I just told him, now I'm telling you. I found a way to get you to move on, but it's going to take some time to set up. I grunted in pain as I felt both their deaths at once. My head was throbbing now. With both of them standing there, I stepped back again. They stepped forward. Fuck. I can help. I just need to link to the veil now. They seemed to register. I stepped back again. This was fucking insane. My head throbbed and my face ached. I had tissues out before blood hit my lip. I was thankful my barriers held against both of them, or I'd be super sick. As it was, my stomach was rolling. You will be the first ones to cross. Just give me time, I promised them. They both backed off. My stomach gave another hard roll. Oh, shit. I turned and ran in the house. I didn't bother closing the door before I was running up the stairs and into the open bathroom door. I heard my name being called, but I didn't care. I dropped to my knees in front of the toilet, ready to puke. Feet sounded on the staircase. I focused on breathing through the pain and nausea. My head was throbbing in time to my pulse, my nose still bleeding and stomach still rolling. But I didn't throw up. Not yet, at least.
Lexi.
Dylan's worried voice rolled over my ears. Oh, God, don't let me puke in front of my boyfriend. Warm hands pulled my hair away from my face as I kept breathing. I'm fine, I clamped my mouth shut as another roll went through my stomach. I felt blood soaking through the tissues. I grabbed more from my pocket and added them to the wad. The hands in my hair disappeared. Water was running somewhere in the room. There were more footsteps on the staircase. My hair moved again, and a wet washcloth was placed on my neck. Oh, that felt good. It helped. A minute, I kept breathing. This nausea wasn't going away.
1 or 2?
Asher asked from the doorway. 2. Not puking yet, I groaned, my head still throbbing. Asher opened the medicine cabinet. I was fucking miserable. I focused on breathing.
What does she need?
Dylan's voice was growing hard. I wanted to touch him to tell him it was okay, but another wave of nausea rolled over me.
This is an Allie kit. Well, everyone calls it a Lexi kit.
Asher's voice was next to us. I held out my hand, waiting. I listened to the wrapper, then felt the tablet in my hand, popped it in my mouth, and started chewing. It tasted like cherries. I held my hand out again.
Really?
Asher asked, his voice surprised. I nodded, still not opening my eyes. A wrapper tore. I felt the tablet and popped it into my mouth. The taste of cherries increased. My stomach was starting to stop cramping. While I waited for it to stop, I listened to Asher explain the kit.
We have these everywhere, in our cars, in our book bags, and in every bathroom in everyone's house.
I took a deep breath as my head pain finally started to ease. My stomach had stopped cramping, so I sat on my butt and rested my back against the tub.
What I gave her are nausea tablets. Today she needed 2. She usually only needs 1. Everything else in here is from a couple new drug trials, so she can't tell you the names. Confidentiality was part of the contract to get her into those trials. However, the white crystalline medicine stuff is for if she drops to the ground. So is this not-so-clear watery liquid. We have 2 in case someone breaks one.
Asher explained. I took a deep breath and was finally not so miserable.
If she drops like a rock and blood is pouring from her nose, that's a 3. You open a vial and pour it into her mouth. She'll go limp, and she'll be out, but the part where damage can happen will be over. Then you call Rory or one of us.
Asher explained matter-of-factly. I never knew that Asher could lie so well. My head was hurting less, so I lifted my head and opened my eyes a bit. The light hurt my eyes, but I knew it would get better.
If she's running somewhere, it's usually a 2. A 1 is a nosebleed,
Dylan said.
Right. If it's a 2, she's usually sick before anyone gets in here. The nausea tablets are for after her stomach is empty and still cramping. Today she's nauseous but not puking, and for a 2, that's damn good.
I gave him a thumbs up and opened my eyes again. The light hurt less. Asher snorted.
When she moves off her knees by the toilet, she's always done puking. She's dealing with head pain now, and light hurts her eyes. And when she starts opening her eyes like that,
I blinked owlishly at the tiled floor while ignoring them.
That means the pain is almost gone and she's just got the nosebleed left.
I watched out of the corner of my eye as Asher eyed Dylan, who was watching me.
You guys have it down to a system? How often does this happen?
Dylan's voice was demanding. Asher ignored it.
Ones happen every other day, I think. Allie?
I held up my thumb.
Yeah, every other day. They aren't a big deal and usually go away in 10 minutes or less. 2s have been more often than normal lately, but it's tapering off, I think. But it has been 3 days since her last one. What about 3s?
Dylan's hand was running up and down my back. It felt really comforting right now.
We've only seen 1,
Asher began, his voice serious.
And that's the only reason we even know about any of it. It happened at school and she managed to tell us to call Rory. Rory had us get her home and told us what to do to take care of her. Never call an ambulance. Her disorder is so rare that most doctors can't identify it in an emergency room. Basically, if she goes to the hospital, she will die.
Asher closed the kit and moved to the medicine cabinet.
She was talking about giving you a kit yesterday, and I think it's a good idea.
I pulled the tissue from my nose and only felt a trickle. I tossed the tissue in the toilet and grabbed more toilet paper. I held the smaller wad to my nose. The light wasn't killing me anymore, so I looked over and watched Asher hold out a new kit to Dylan.
I mean, if you're gonna stick around.
I looked back at the floor and tried to remember to breathe. Asher just flat out asked if this was going to scare Dylan off. Wow. Dylan snorted and took the kit.
She can't get rid of me that easily, Asher.
Dylan countered. I fought the urge to smile. My face still fucking hurt. I heard Asher snort as he headed out the bathroom door. I checked my nose. It had finally stopped bleeding. I wouldn't blame you, you know, I muttered, tossing the tissue in the toilet. I got to my feet, not looking at him, and quickly used the washcloth on my neck to wash my nose, mouth, and chin with soap. I didn't see any blood there, but I washed anyway. I rinsed quickly and used a hand towel to dry. If you bailed, I mean. I turned around and looked up at him. He had been standing behind me as I washed my face. His eyes ran over my face.
I'm not going anywhere, sunshine,
he said simply. His husky voice was serious.
Now how soon can I kiss you after one of these?
I looked at him like he was crazy. I just had blood on my face, I pointed out. He shook his head.
No, actually you didn't. You're really quick with those tissues,
he said, smiling. He leaned down and gave me a soft, quick kiss that made my insides melt. I looked at him, trying to wrap my head around it. I just had a bloody nose. Yeah, I didn't get blood on my face, but he just kissed me anyway. You're nuts, I said, smiling. Dylan smirked at me.
Maybe a little,
he admitted. He took my hand and led me down the stairs. Why did my boyfriend have to go up and take care of her? Trisha's voice carried from the family room. Dylan stopped walking, and so did I. She's probably just some drama queen with a stomachache, Faith added. My jaw dropped. Dylan went still in front of me. That probably wasn't good. I reached out and touched his shoulder. He looked at me, his mouth in a tight line. I gave him a small smile and slipped by him on the staircase. He let go of my hand so I could pass him. Oh, she's probably bulimic. You see how thin she is? Cece joined in. Wow, the shy one was a bitch too. I took a deep breath and made noise on the stairs as I went down. Dylan was right behind me. I stopped to put down my jacket and tuck my cell into my back pocket. I walked into the family room and saw 3 of the girls. I smiled at them. Hey, girls. I looked over at Trisha. Trisha, sorry for borrowing Asher. I was having a seizure and he knew where my kit was. Trisha's eyes flashed at me. I continued to explain. But that shouldn't happen anymore. Asher explained my kit to Dylan, so next time he can take care of me. I gave them a smile. They all smiled back. Oh, good. Your boyfriend should know how to take care of you, especially if you have health problems. I mean, you can't keep asking the other guys to take care of you, right? Trisha said, too sweetly. I felt it like a hit to the gut. Wow, I didn't expect that to hurt. Dylan's hand went to my lower back. I turned to look up at him. His face was pleasant, but his eyes were cold.
Let's get you some tea, babe,
he offered sweetly. I gave him a small smile and went with him. He nudged me ahead of him towards the kitchen. Ignore them, I whispered.
I don't see how Asher doesn't hear them,
he whispered back. He's not paying attention, I offered. If they get to where I can't deal with it, then I'll just avoid them or something. He grunted quietly. I opened the door and stepped into the kitchen. Everyone else was standing around with mugs. I saw Zeke finishing off his burger. Riley was laughing at the look of joy on his face. I had to admit, I started laughing too. Zeke spotted me and smiled with his full mouth closed. What are you guys doing in here? I asked.
Cece's a vegetarian and Zeke wanted to eat his burger,
Isaac said. Like that should make sense. Did he try to make her eat his burger? I asked, not quite believing this. Isaac shook his head. Then why did he have to go into the kitchen? It's her issue. She should have gone in the kitchen, I pointed out. Dylan snorted. I agree with Lexi on that one, Riley said. I winked at her. Zeke finally finished eating.
Not that I'm complaining, but why the burger?
Zeke asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. I smiled. Because I had one for dinner, I said. He narrowed his eyes at me. And you just ate it, so you can't bitch at me all night. I smiled cutely. Everyone laughed.
Okay, you got me this time,
Zeke admitted begrudgingly. Miles poured a couple of mugs and handed them to us. Oh, cocoa. I was happy. Zeke clapped his hands.
Okay, let's play.
We all filed out into the family room. The others already had claimed the couches, so it looked like we were on the floor. Asher paused, then went back out into the foyer and opened the closet under the stairs. He pulled out a few beanbag chairs. He tossed one to Dylan.
I figure you two can share.
Asher smirked at us before he threw another to Miles. Isaac volunteered for him and Cece to be one of the couples on the floor. Cece looked surprised. Dylan found a good spot near the couch corner. He put the beanbag at an angle, then sat down. He elbowed it and shifted till he got in the position he wanted. I thought it was funny. Then he leaned back in the bag, his legs open, and crooked his finger at me. I smiled at him.
Come here, sunshine.
I went over and sat in front of him, but before I could slide back, Dylan snagged me around the waist and pulled me between his legs. He bent his knees and tugged me to lay back on him. I laid back against his chest. He wrapped one arm around me, his palm warm on my stomach. His other hand took mine, his fingers playing with mine. His body acted like a chair for me, a very comfy, warm, sexy chair. I set my mug to the side, then I laid my head back against his chest. You're lucky that slide didn't give me splinters on my ass, I told him plainly. He laughed in my ear.
Swear jar,
Isaac called out. I sat up and realized I couldn't grab my wallet without groping Dylan. Before I could slide forward, fingers were in my back pocket, and then my wallet was in Dylan's hand, over my shoulder. I smirked. It was like he had read my mind. I opened my wallet and took out 2 20s. I put my wallet to the side. I laid back down onto Dylan and held the money up to Ethan. Ethan then put it in the jar for me. There, that's 40 for both Dylan and me, I announced. The guys chuckled as Dylan got me back in the same position.
That's my girl,
he whispered into my ear before he kissed my temple. I smiled.
Okay, that's weird,
Asher announced. I looked up at him. He was sitting in a wide armchair with Trisha in his lap.
Someone's hugging Allie and kissing on her.
Asher shook his head as if to get rid of the image. Yeah, that's what it has been like every night with you guys. It's weird seeing your friends all kissy, I countered, not moving an inch. Suck it up. The guys chuckled. Dylan gave me a squeeze, and we all began arguing over the first video game to play. Trisha, Faith, and Cece weren't helping. They kept saying they wanted to watch a romantic movie. I groaned. Cece's eyes flashed at me. You have a boyfriend and you still don't want to watch a love story? Cece's voice had an edge of snide to it. Stay calm, Lexi. I looked at her and said with a straight face, I will not eat them in a house. I will not eat them with a mouse. I will not eat them in a box. I will not eat them with a fox. I will not eat them here or there. I will not eat them anywhere. The guys burst out laughing. They laughed so hard it took them a while to calm down. Isaac was wiping tears from his eyes.
Man. Red just quoted Dr. Seuss.
Isaac's face was bright red. I had to sit up because Dylan was shaking me so much.
In an argument,
Ethan added.
And totally won,
Asher chimed in. Dylan had stopped laughing enough for me to lay back against his chest again. He wrapped his arms around me and squeezed me tight.
I'm so keeping you,
Dylan whispered into my ear. I smiled and squeezed his arm back. Sounds good to me, I whispered back. When everyone calmed down again, I reminded them, this was supposed to be game night, guys. We can play Truth or Dare, Trisha offered. Nothing but trouble comes from that game, especially with guys and girls, I warned them.
What if we set rules?
Miles offered. I raised my hand. I dare you all not to play this game, I said seriously. Dylan chuckled in my ear. It made me smile. Trisha's eyes narrowed on me. What? Are you scared, Lexi? Trisha asked, smirking. I looked her in the eye and gave her my blank, don't fuck with me face. You really want to play this game? I asked, making my voice warm but with an edge of ice to it. I kept eye contact with her, refusing to blink first.
Do it, sunshine,
Dylan whispered in my ear. My shit-eating grin moved across my face. Trisha must have realized I wasn't fucking around because she flinched. She does have a point, though, Trisha said, failing at nonchalance. Nothing good ever comes from it. Asher looked from me to Trisha, trying to figure out what just happened. I winked at him. I figured I should offer an olive branch. Okay, how about one girly movie, but it has to have a happy ending, no tragic crap, I suggested to the girls. They all looked at each other, then nodded. Riley, however, was eyeing Trisha like she'd never seen her before. The girls put a movie on, and I laid my head back on Dylan's chest.
Too big a heart, sunshine,
Dylan whispered to me. I smiled. Yeah, but I want my friends happy too, I whispered back. Dylan kissed my hair and snuggled back against me. I was playing with Dylan's fingers through most of the movie. We even played thumb war. We ended up whispering back and forth through most of the film. We were both bored, but we entertained ourselves well enough. When the movie was over, I sighed in relief. Can we please play a game? I begged pitifully. There were a couple of chuckles.
I have a bunch of board games in the closet upstairs,
Asher announced. He got up and walked across the room. He stopped in front of me.
Come on, Allie. You can help carry.
I looked up at him. His face was serious. Why would he need help carrying a few boxes? I eyed him, then held my arms up toward him. Up, I grumbled. He looked at me like I was nuts.
I am not picking you up from the floor,
Asher said, almost laughing. I snickered. No, I meant pull me up, you shit, I told him, smiling.
Swear jar,
Isaac shouted. Asher grabbed my hands and pulled me up to my feet quickly.
She's still got 18 left,
Dylan pointed out. I followed Asher out of the family room and up the stairs. When we reached the landing, he turned to me.
What was that stare down between you and Trisha?
He asked, his voice quiet. I knew it. He didn't need help. He wanted to grill me. Girl drama, I hedged. Don't worry about it. We'll work it out eventually. He ran his eyes over my face, trying to see if I was lying. I just gave him my mischievous grin. He snorted and shook his head.
That fucking smile,
he mumbled. Swear jar, I shot back. He chuckled as we went to the hall closet. He opened the door and started looking through the board games. My eyes were on the folded American flag wrapped in plastic and tucked into a clear spot on the shelf. Asher, what's with the flag? I asked softly. He went still.
That's Mom's,
he said as he went back to looking through games.
She was an Army drill sergeant before she quit to have us.
They have cases for those now, you know. I looked down at him, feeling like I was crossing a line somewhere. He was pulling out a couple of game boxes.
Yeah, Dad always said he'd get one especially made, but he never did,
Asher said, straightening back up. He handed me a couple of board games. I caught his gaze. Your dad is a dick, I said honestly. He smirked at me.
Pretty much. Come on, let's see if we can have a game night.
We carried the games downstairs. Trisha glared at me as we came in. I put the games on the coffee table. Everyone shifted around. Dylan brought the beanbag closer, sat on it, and then I sat between his legs in front of him again. We debated on what game to play. It took a while, but we agreed on Scrabble with teams. Miles didn't have a team, which worked because he would probably win anyway. We were halfway through the game, and I had just finished putting down our word when my cell phone vibrated. Dylan caught his breath, then let it out slowly behind me. He leaned forward, his lips going to my ear.
"Sunshine, you really need to move your phone,"
he whispered. My stomach did that flip. I caught his meaning quickly. I leaned forward, pulling away from him a bit. His fingers went to my back pocket and pulled my phone out. I sat back to where I started. I turned a bit at the waist to look back at him. His eyes were warm on my face as I mouthed, "Sorry." He winked at me as he handed me my phone. I turned back around and tried not to brush up against him for a bit. I checked my phone. It wasn't a text. It was an email from an email address I'd never seen. I tossed it into the trash and tucked my phone into my bra. I went back to the game we were losing. It didn't help that Dylan's hand was on my hip. My shirt had come up a bit when I reached for a letter. Now his thumb was making circles on my skin, just above my jeans. It really didn't help my concentration. In the end, Miles won. Not a big surprise. We were cleaning up the game when I remembered tomorrow was Asher's football game. "Hey, we need to figure out rides and shit for tomorrow," I reminded everyone.
"Swear jar,"
Ethan shot out. "I still have 4. I stuck my tongue out at him. Ethan made a face back. "And we need to figure out what we're doing after," Faith pointed out. Everyone started offering suggestions.
"Well, we're playing at Vagabond tomorrow night,"
Ethan reminded everyone. He grinned over at me.
"Lexi's helping out, so that's where we'll be."
I wrinkled my nose at him. Faith looked at me, then back to Ethan, her face confused. "What do you mean she's helping you out?" Faith's voice was neutral with an edge to it. Ethan looked over at her and grinned.
"Remember the manager wants us to have more range?"
Faith nodded, still frowning.
"Lexi's singing with us tomorrow night to help us keep our spot."
Faith's eyebrows went up, her mouth opened a bit. "Oh," Faith said. She looked at me, her eyes almost glaring. "I didn't know you could sing, Lexi." "Everyone can sing," I grumbled. "Not everyone can sing well." The guys chuckled.
"Red sounded great today. You never even went off key,"
Isaac offered sweetly.
"And that's all by ear,"
Ethan pointed out.
"She doesn't even know how to read music."
Faith's eyes snapped to me as Ethan continued.
"She seriously must have perfect hearing."
"I do, remember?" I reminded him of when Rory insisted that I see every type of doctor possible the first month I was here. He had been worried because I hadn't seen a doctor in years.
"No wonder you're an audiophile."
Ethan smirked at me. I flipped him off.
"Wait, what did you call her?"
Dylan leaned forward, his arm around me tensed. I answered quickly. "Audiophile, I love music." I shrugged. It was no big deal. His arm relaxed around my waist.
"Yeah, and particular kinds of voices,"
Ethan pointed out. He looked at Dylan, smiling.
"She's so freaking picky about sound that it's weird sometimes."
I know he was referring to the meditation guide he'd downloaded for me. "Hey, that guide guy had an accent that I couldn't place, and his voice was on the high side. It was like a knife to my ear." I defended myself adamantly. "Sorry if I have sensitive ears." The guys laughed.
"Yeah, I'll give you that. That's why I didn't complain when I re-recorded it for you,"
Ethan grumbled. Faith's eyes shot to me. "You re-recorded what for her?" Faith asked. Ethan was busy cleaning up tiles.
"Just a meditation guide she needed. She couldn't stand the guy's voice,"
Ethan told her absently. I was putting more tiles in the bag when I caught the stink eye. "But you like Ethan's voice?" Faith asked, pointedly. I paused and realized how that might have sounded to a girlfriend. Ethan's got an amazing voice. Then I acted like something just occurred to me. But I guess any of the guys' voices would have worked. Well, except Zeke's.
Thanks, Lexi.
Zeke smirked at me. I shot him a look. In fact, Miles's voice would probably have been the better one to use. I pointed at Miles. He nodded. He saw what I was doing and went with it. He has a very calm, soothing voice when he wants to. Ethan swallowed hard. He must have just realized how it sounded.
I thought of that. He was busy playing games with Autumn that day.
Ethan was lying through his teeth, and the guys all knew it, but it was to keep the peace, so everyone went with it. Is everyone coming to Vagabond? I changed the subject, because you really don't have to. The girls seemed to think about it. Then they started smiling. That sounds fun, Trisha admitted. The other girls nodded. Now let's figure out rides to Northridge, I reminded them. In the end, I was taking Faith, Ethan, and Miles to Northridge, and Zeke was going to take Riley, Isaac, Cece, and Trisha. Asher was driving himself up to Northridge early in the morning, and Dylan was going to meet us there. It was less of a drive for him. We called it a night early since Asher did have a playoff game in the morning. The guys, Dylan, and I cleaned up before heading out. It was snowing lightly when Dylan and I walked to his truck holding hands. So, did you have fun tonight? I asked, wondering. He smiled down at me.
I was with you, and you always make me laugh, he said. So yeah, I had fun. But those guys were watching me like a hawk all night.
Really? I hadn't noticed the guys watching us. Then again, I was kind of blissfully happy with him just being there.
Yeah, during the movie, anytime I moved, at least one of them would look over,
he said. I raised an eyebrow. Is that why you started tapping your knee, then my shoulder? He gave me a mischievous smile as he began snickering.
Yeah, I was messing with them,
he admitted. I burst out laughing. Give them some time and they'll back off, I said, hoping I wasn't lying. If they don't, I'll have a chat with them.
What about you? Did you have fun?
He asked. I looked up at him thoughtfully. I had fun with you. I had fun with Riley. And I had fun with the guys. I had to be honest.
It's getting to the point where you can't hang out with them anymore, isn't it?
He asked, his voice sympathetic. I sighed. I hated to admit it, but he was right. Yeah, I think so. The three of them just jump on anything that shows I know the guys. I shook my head. I didn't understand it.
Well, the re-recording thing is a little weird, but once you explained why, it didn't seem so bad, he offered. I stopped, so he stopped. I looked up at him. Does it bother you, the re-recording for my meditation guide? My stomach nodded as he ran his gaze over my face. No, not really.
He stepped closer and leaned down until his lips were near my ear.
But Ethan did basically tell me why you've been blushing,
he said in that husky, low voice that ran down my spine and to my toes. I felt my face grow warm. Shit, I said with feeling. Dylan chuckled as he straightened and smiled down at me. This is not a game we are going to play, I declared. Dylan tugged my hand to get me walking again.
Maybe,
he hedged. I groaned painfully. My face was still burning by the time we reached the truck.
You were really embarrassed about this,
he said, chuckling. How was I going to explain that he couldn't use that voice on me in public without telling him why? Shit, I couldn't. I shouldn't be embarrassed about this. Everybody had a thing that hit their switch. It was perfectly natural. Okay, let me explain it this way, I began as I felt my face cooling off. We stopped by the passenger door to the truck. Everyone has a thing that just does something for them. I swallowed hard. I like certain types of voices. I forced myself to look up at his handsome face. He had a half grin again. His eyes had gone from warm to molten. My stomach did a low, hard flip at that look on his face.
"That's not being an audiophile, Sunshine. That's something else,"
he said, smirking at me. Well, I also like music, so I just clumped it together. Then I narrowed my eyes at him. And how do you know? His cheeks started to turn pink.
"You know that soft, low voice you use sometimes?"
he said, looking everywhere else but at me. Uh-huh. My smile was growing by the second. He cleared his throat.
"Yeah, it does the same thing,"
he admitted, his face now completely red.
"I don't know if it's just the sound or if it's you, but it's the same effect."
I ran my eyes over him. I use that voice all the time on the phone, I reminded him, grinning. His eyes met mine.
"I know,"
he said emphatically.
"You need to stop."
I snorted. I only told you so you wouldn't use that voice in public. I didn't ask for your button pusher, I pointed out. He sighed.
"You were embarrassed. I knew yours, so it seemed fair to tell you mine."
His color was going back to normal. "Thank you, honey," I said, in that low, soft voice. He took a breath and closed his eyes.
"Lexi, that's just mean,"
he said, his voice pained. I snickered. "You've been doing that to me all night." He chuckled.
"Yeah, I guess I have,"
he admitted begrudgingly. He reached out, took my hands, and pulled me into a hug. I wrapped my arms around his waist as he wrapped his arms around my shoulders. I rested my cheek on his chest.
"I had an idea about tomorrow,"
he said, hesitating. "Oh?"
"I was thinking that instead of you having to drive back down here, then drive back to Dulcet, why don't you just come up after the game? It's a shorter drive, and I'll show you around town and introduce you to my friends,"
he suggested. I pulled back a bit and smiled up at him. I really liked the idea, except I have to drive Ethan, Miles, and Faith tomorrow, I reminded him. He nodded.
"And after the game, Asher can take them home,"
he countered. I thought about it. It would work in theory. I can ask if Asher's okay with that, and I'll have to ask Rory, I said, hoping they'd say yes. Then I thought of something else. I looked up at him, biting the corner of my lip. I'll probably want to take a shower before heading out to Vagabond. He smiled down at me, a light dancing in his eyes.
"You naked in my house?"
He let out a breath.
"Yeah, I'm okay with that."
I chuckled quietly at that. He smiled down at me.
"There are 3 bathrooms in my house. You can use the one connected to my bedroom, and I'll use the guest bathroom."
His smile was warm as his eyes ran over my face.
"There's even a lock on both doors if you're concerned about it."
That wasn't it. I'm not worried about you walking in. I just wanted to warn you that I want to take a shower, I explained. Some people are weird about things like that, and I just wanted to make sure you didn't have a problem with it.
"Oh, so you weren't worried I'd try and take advantage of you being naked?"
he asked playfully. I snorted. He smiled.
"Don't worry, Sunshine. I have no problems with you being naked in my shower."
I snickered and shook my head at him.
"Or anywhere else around me."
He kept grinning at me. I just smiled up at him. There was nothing else I could do. Snow started falling faster. I looked up and giggled as it hit my face.
"Hold on a second,"
Dylan said. When he let go, I looked at him as he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket.
"Lexi, pull your hood up a bit."
I did as he said, not really knowing what kind of photo he was trying to take.
"Now do that thing girls do. Their face is kind of down and they look up with those big eyes."
I snickered.
"And don't smile."
I did the face he was talking about and waited.
"Damn, I'm good."
He smiled, looking at his phone.
"Let me get one with a smile."
Same face? I asked, not really sure what he wanted.
"No, just be you."
I promptly flipped off the camera. I heard a click as he chuckled.
"Come on, less pissed off you."
I rolled my eyes and tilted my head a bit to the side. Then I gave him a smile like he wanted. I heard a click. He checked his phone and smiled. "Are you going to show me the photos or what?" I asked, really wanting to see them. He came over and stood next to me. He flipped back to the first one. My red hair looked amazing on my black coat, and with the hood it looked great. The snow on my jacket and behind me looked beautiful and went with my porcelain skin. My eyes looked bright green in the snow. It was really an amazing photo. "Wow, what filter did you use?" I asked before he swiped to the next one. He chuckled.
"I didn't use one, sunshine. That's all you."
My mouth dropped open. I saw the photo of me flipping off the camera, then the next one with me smiling. They all looked great. For the first time in my life, I felt beautiful. It was way weird. "I think these are the best photos I've ever had taken," I told him, impressed. "Can you send them to me?"
"Definitely,"
he said, putting his phone away. I pulled out my cell phone. His smile disappeared.
"No."
I nodded. "Fair's fair," I told him, going to the camera section. "I'm not nearly as good as you, but I still want a photo." He shook his head. I started pouting. He cursed, and I knew I had won.
"Fine,"
he grumbled before he stuck his hands in his pockets and gave me his half grin that I was coming to love. I took the picture and figured I'd tortured him enough. "See? It only hurt for a second," I teased. He snorted. I went back to his side and showed him the photo. It was a damn good picture, with the snow falling and his blue jacket bringing out his eyes. I think it showed who he was. I smiled. "I like it."
"That's pretty good. Send it to me,"
he admitted. He kissed the top of my head.
"Come on, it's cold out here."
He opened my door and helped me into the truck before running to the other side. He banged twice on the hood before he climbed in and started the truck, waiting for it to warm up. "What was with hitting the hood?" I asked.
"Oh, sometimes outside cats like to crawl onto an engine while it's warm, so if you don't bang on the hood, then you might start the motor with cats on it,"
he explained. I winced.
"Yeah, pretty much."
But he hit the hood to scare the cats away. I felt my heart grow warm. "Let me text Asher and see if he'll take the others home tomorrow." I pulled out my cell phone and texted him. "Alexis, hey, do you think after the game you could take Ethan, Faith, and Miles home? Dylan asked me to go to Dulcet to meet his friends." I didn't have long to wait. Hell, I watched Asher heading up the porch now. Asher.
"Yeah, no problem."
Alexis. "Thank you." "Well, Asher's in," I said, looking over at Dylan. His eyes were warm again, running over my face. "What?" He gave me a half grin, then reached out and brushed a strand of hair from my cheek.
"You're just beautiful."
His voice was that husky, low one that ran down my spine, but I didn't think it was on purpose this time. I smiled at him, heart racing. "You're kind of cute yourself, honey," I pointed out. His cheeks started to turn pink. I smiled at him. He leaned over to me, and his lips brushed mine, only for a moment before pressing down. My mouth moved with his as everything turned fuzzy. The kiss moved deeper, still soft and slow. My heart raced as his hand cupped my jaw. I loved that he did that every time we kissed. I floated in a world of warmth and feeling until we both pulled back. I opened my eyes and smiled at him. His thumb traced my cheekbone, sending those butterflies flying.
"I wanted to get a proper goodbye kiss before I took you home. I don't think I can kiss you like that at your door,"
he admitted, grinning. I snickered. "I would not suggest it," I admitted. He smiled. The heater was finally warming up the cab of the old truck. Dylan drove me home, then walked me to my door. We hugged briefly. He kissed my forehead and waited until I got inside to head back to the truck. The whole thing left me feeling beautiful and like I meant something to him. It was a new feeling. I locked the door and turned to see Rory at the front window by the TV. I raised an eyebrow.
Like you expected anything else.
Rory shot at me. I chuckled.
How did it go?
I smiled. It was different, I hedged, still thinking about the way Dylan made me feel tonight.
Good different or bad different?
Good different, I said quietly. I looked back at Rory. I ran into 2 ghosts at the same time tonight. They had joined up to try to bully me into helping them cross. Rory frowned. I told him I had a way and that I just needed time to set it up. They backed off.
Were you sick?
Nosebleed, head pain, and major nausea, but I didn't puke, so my barriers are holding stronger now. Rory jerked his chin toward the door.
How'd he take it?
I smiled, remembering him sitting next to me on the bathroom floor holding my hair back. He thinks it's a seizure disorder, I admitted. He has a kit now, though, and thinks it's medicine from some drug trials. Rory shook his head.
You sure about that kid? He asked. If you care about him, you'll need to tell him.
We've been talking for 2 months, but only dating a few days, Rory. I'm going to wait a while. He nodded. He knew it was my decision. He'd respect it. By the way, can I head to Dulcet after the football game tomorrow? Dylan wants to introduce me to his friends, and then I have to go sing tomorrow night. I gave him my sweet, begging smile. He frowned at me.
His parents going to be home?
His dad should be. His mom passed, I answered instantly. Rory sighed and nodded. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. Thank you, thank you. He gave me a squeeze back. I ran upstairs and got ready for bed. I was almost asleep when I realized that was the first time I'd hugged Rory since I was 8. I rolled over and fell asleep. Chapter 7. Saturday morning. I woke up almost screaming 3 times that night. I got maybe 4 hours of sleep. Zeke wasn't going to be happy. The shithead could always tell how little sleep I've had. So when my alarm went off, I wasn't thrilled. I groaned as I rolled out of bed. I wanted to kill Asher for getting to the playoffs. No one should be up this early on a Saturday. I went into the bathroom, took a shower, and did my usual morning routine. I went back into my bedroom and got dressed. I pulled on black bootcut jeans, a black cami, and my hunter green oversized sweater that reached my hips. This one had a regular neckline, so I wasn't too worried about it sliding off my shoulder as much as light making it see-through. I used my usual leave-in conditioner and old hair dryer to dry my hair into its long curly mass. I had learned back in November what happened if you walked outside with wet hair in winter around here. Not fun. I did my usual light makeup and pulled my boots on. Then I realized I was going to have to take a bag with me. I grabbed my book bag and put fresh clothes I wanted to wear tonight, including everything I'd need to get the look I wanted. I used my rosemary oil and slipped that in the bag, too. I also made a point of putting my bracelets in my pocket. I still needed to build my shields up, but I wanted the backup. I was zipping up my little bathroom bag to put in my bag when my phone vibrated. I finished with my stuff and picked it up. Dylan had sent me the pictures he took last night, and they still made me feel beautiful. Then he texted me. Dylan.
Morning, sunshine. See you soon.
I smiled at that and wanted to send him a heart emoji, but I hesitated. Was this too early for a heart emoji? Nah, I'd send him a pink one. Besides, I loved my photos. Alexis. See you soon. I put my phone in my pocket, got my wallet, my keys, my bag, and headed downstairs. I quickly ate breakfast and pulled on my wool jacket. I grabbed my bag and headed out. It took a while for my blazer to heat up, but when it did, I blasted the heater. I drove over to the twins' house where everyone was going to meet. I left my bag in the car and hurried up to the door. Since I'd never been inside, I knocked. It wasn't long before a woman answered. She had lovely brown skin, the boys' beautiful chocolate eyes, and thick black hair. She looked like she was in her late 40s, and she still looked fit. She was also still in her jammies, which made me love her instantly. When she saw me, her eyes lit up. You must be Lexi. Her voice was smooth and sweet to my ears. I bet she had a killer singing voice. "Yeah, you must be Maria," I said, smiling. She smiled at me and waved me inside. "Guilty as charged, honey." She closed the door behind me, then turned to me, still smiling. "The terrors aren't up yet." I rolled my eyes. Everyone was going to be here in, 10 minutes. Her eyes narrowed at me playfully. "I understand you and Ethan have a prank war going." I smirked and nodded. She smiled mischievously. It was the same smile the boys got when they were up to no good. "Okay, here are your choices. A pitcher of water, ice, or start plucking on his guitars. Any one of those will wake his butt up fast." I snickered. I loved this woman. "I'll take ice water," I offered, getting excited. "Oh, good choice. Come on." She led me through the house, which oddly had the same layout as Asher's. She pulled a pitcher down and passed it to me. I went to the fridge and filled it a quarter of the way with ice. Maria was giggling to herself as she filled her own pitcher with ice and water. I couldn't help giggling too. When we were ready, we tiptoed upstairs. I was practically bouncing with happiness when we reached the boys' doors. "Okay, go in, and on the count of 6, dunk 'em." I looked at her, smiling. "You are my favorite mom ever," I whispered emphatically. She snickered, and we both opened the doors. I counted off in my head as I tiptoed over the clothes on Ethan's floor. I didn't bother to look around. I didn't have time. I was next to Ethan's bed. He was stretched out, wearing his gray sweats, shirtless, and dead to the world. On 6, I poured. Ethan jerked awake.
"Mierda! That's fucking cold, Ma!"
Ethan shouted as he woke up. The same was coming from Isaac's room. "Morning, lazy bones. Get your ass up," I managed, laughing my ass off. Ethan pushed his wet hair out of his face and glared at me. I backed up a step, but it wasn't far enough. Ethan dove off the bed, tackling me to the floor. I grunted as I landed with his weight on top of me.
"Think that's funny, Lexi? Huh?"
he shouted as I kept laughing. He wrung his hair out at my face. "Hell yeah," I shouted back, still laughing my ass off. Ethan realized the water didn't bother me, so he went for my ribs. Oh, shit. I dropped the pitcher and tried to shove him off me, but he had me pinned. His fingers tickled along my sides, making me jump. I couldn't stop laughing now.
"Give up, huh?"
he taunted as he kept tickling me. I could barely breathe. "Maria, help!" I yelled for backup as he continued to tickle me. Feet moved across the floor. I looked up. Maria was walking in with a frown on her face.
"Ethan, déjala en paz en este instante,"
Maria shouted at Ethan in Spanish. Ethan jerked me off immediately. I just laid there, still laughing.
"Tú no golpeas hacia una niña?"
I had no clue what she was saying. I would have asked if I wasn't still laughing my ass off.
"But she—"
Ethan pointed at his bed and his wet body. Maria started laughing.
"I told her to. You brats are late. Your friends will be here any minute."
Maria looked down at me, smiling. "I got your back, sweetie." I burst out laughing again as she left the room. When I could breathe, I sat up. "I love your mom," I told him, smiling. He glared and pointed at the door.
"Out. I need to get dressed,"
he snapped. I got up and went out into the hall, closing the door behind me. Isaac's door was also closed. I was about to go downstairs when I felt that chill down my neck, but it was more like a finger, a ghost who had been dead for some time. I looked around and saw another bedroom door open. There she was. She had to have been 6 years old. Long black hair in a braid down her back, big brown eyes, sweet, beautiful face. She was wearing dirty jeans, a pink sweatshirt, and sneakers. She watched me curiously. My barriers were holding, so I walked closer. I felt a sharp pain in my chest. Not an aching, a stabbing pain. It told me of trauma. "You can see me?" she asked. Her voice was sweet and curious. I nodded.
Then can you help me? I'm stuck here.
I looked around to make sure that Maria wasn't around. I stepped closer to her so that I could whisper. The pain increased, and my head began to throb. I stopped.
The veil is shut right now,
I told her gently, and she frowned.
But I do have a way to help you move on. It's going to take some time to set up. Can you hold on to yourself with all the energy running around?
She blinked up at me and smiled.
Yeah, no problem. I don't like that energy stuff anyway. I only use my energy to mess with Eth and Izzy.
My heart dropped. Oh, God. Please, no. Who are you? My head gave a painful throb, and I didn't care. I pulled out my tissues and didn't move.
I'm Sophia. They always called me Sophie.
My chest clenched tight. No. How do you know them? I asked softly. She blinked at me.
They're my older brothers.
I couldn't breathe. My lungs seized. Fuck me. I forced myself to take a deep breath.
You can take your time. Eth pulled me back here, and I'm kind of mad at him about that, so I keep knocking over his guitars.
She smiled sweetly at me. I took a good look at her. There was no sign of extra juice whatsoever. She was just her. I nodded. As long as you stay you, okay? If you decide that you want to go, break one of his guitars and I'll hear about it. Sound good? I offered, my mind stunned. I couldn't tell him right now. I needed to process this. My head was starting to throb with my pulse. I reached into my pocket and started pulling on my bracelets as fast as possible. The pain began to ease. Sophie just watched me.
Okay. If I'm tired of being here and bugging Eth, I'll break one of his guitars, she agreed. Then you'll help me cross?
I nodded. My stomach nodded. I'll work my ass off to make sure I'm ready by then, honey. I promised. I didn't care how much it hurt. I was going to get that link going as fast as possible. I couldn't just leave the twins' little sister to the energy floating around. She nodded.
Okay. Thank you.
She turned back around and walked back into the guest room. I closed the door, my head in chaos. I found the bathroom at the top of the stairs and waited until my nose stopped bleeding. I was just changing the tissues when the door opened, and Ethan came up short. He was wearing black jeans and a black thermal, and his silver rings and earrings as always. His eyes ran over me.
"Oh yeah, I forgot to warn you. We think we have a ghost,"
Ethan said, cringing. I gave him a small smile as I changed tissues. It's okay. I already met the soul. I sure as hell wasn't going to tell him it was his little sister he'd never told me about. And I sure as hell wasn't going to tell him it was his fault that she was here. He went to the sink and grabbed a red toothbrush.
"What are we talking about here? Good? Bad?"
he asked as he put toothpaste on the brush. I swallowed hard and checked my nose. It had stopped. I tossed the tissues. Completely fine. The soul isn't dangerous, just playful, I hedged. Until I had that link up, I couldn't tell him. He went about brushing his teeth. "How's my face?" I asked, hoping to change the topic. He looked over his shoulder and frowned around his toothbrush. He spit into the sink quickly.
"You're white as a fucking ghost, beautiful. You sure you're okay?"
he asked, his voice worried. I nodded. Yeah, just tell me if I have any blood on my face. I needed to step away from him just to process this. His eyes ran over my face.
"No, you're good,"
he reassured me. I smiled as I slid past him to go downstairs. I slowed on the stairs and took deep breaths. Holy fucking shit. I needed to talk to someone. But who the fuck could I tell? Miles. I instantly thought of Miles. I pulled out my cell phone and went out the front door to call him. It turned out I didn't have to. Miles and Faith were walking up the path to the house. Fuck. I waited. shifting from foot to foot as they reached the porch. "Miles, I need to talk to you, now," I said bluntly. His eyes ran over me, his brow drawing down. Faith looked at me suspiciously. I gestured inside. "The boys are up and should be down any minute," I offered as I grabbed Miles's arm and dragged him down the porch steps and halfway across the lawn.
"Lexi, are you all right?"
he asked softly. When I didn't answer, he seemed to remember something.
"Oh, did you see the ghost in the house? Ethan was supposed to warn you."
I stopped walking and looked around to make sure no one was around. Then I stepped close and looked up at him. "It's Sophie," I said through clenched teeth. His eyes went wide, his face pale.
"The ghost is Sophia?" "Oh, fudge."
Miles almost cursed. I blinked at him in surprise. Hell, I figured if Miles was ever going to curse, now was the time. "Yeah, that's where I am right now." I looked back at the house, then back at him. I didn't even know they had a sister. I took a panicked breath and let it out. My chest was tight, making it harder to breathe. But she's fucking with Ethan because, guess what? He pulled her back here. I ran a hand through my hair, not knowing what the fuck to do. Miles reached out and grabbed my arms gently, stopping me from rocking from foot to foot.
"Okay, is that extra energy that's running around affecting her?"
he asked in his calm, controlled voice. I swallowed hard and shook my head. "No, she's fine." I took a breath and tried to calm down. She was just her, no extra energy. I took another deep, calming breath. I told her I could help her cross, but it's going to take a while to set it up.
"And how did she take that?"
His voice was still that controlled calm. I seemed to be the only one freaking out now. "She said it was okay, that she wanted to mess with Ethan some more." I swallowed hard through the lump in my throat. "She said when she's ready, she'd break one of Ethan's guitars." I knew what I had to do. My mind started to settle. My heart began slowing down. I need that link going as fast as possible. Miles nodded. Even he looked whiter than usual.
"I think so,"
he agreed. His emerald eyes ran over my face before meeting mine again.
"Don't tell them."
"Wasn't gonna."
"I hate to ask this, but just to be sure."
Miles's face was pained.
"What did she call the twins?"
I understood completely. I didn't want to believe it either. Eth and Izzy. I raised an eyebrow. Miles was almost potty-mouthed today. His eyes unfocused as he was thinking. I used the time to calm down and ease the tightness in my chest. Then Miles was back, his eyes focused again.
"Take today off, Lexi. She's okay. Start working tomorrow after breakfast at my house."
I hated the idea. "That's their baby sister," I pointed out, not really believing what he had said. "I can't leave her to rot out like Mary Summers." He looked down at me with his patient face.
"Lexi, is she in pain?"
he asked gently. "No, she was hanging out in one of the bedrooms," I admitted.
"Is she in trouble?"
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "No, she's just her," I said begrudgingly. He gave me a small, understanding smile.
"Then there is no reason for you to have to drop everything and immediately start working on the link to the veil,"
he said in his soothing, silky voice. The knots in my stomach started to fade away.
"You've been working hard already. If you drop from exhaustion, then it will take longer to get you back to work. You need to have some fun today."
That knot of guilt that had been growing since the veil closed gave me a big kick. How could I have fun when there were souls like Sophia around that needed help? But I looked back at the house, torn between what I wanted to do and what I should.
"Lexi, she's safe right now."
Miles took my chin between his fingers and forced me to meet his eyes through his glasses again.
"If you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to help anyone."
I sighed, giving in. He was right. There was really nothing I absolutely had to do today. Sophia wasn't in trouble. I needed to have a day off with my friends. I hated when Miles was right. Fine, I grumbled. He gave me a half grin and let go of my chin. Then it hit me. I had just dumped this whole mess on Miles. I was the world's worst friend. Miles, I'm sorry. He raised a questioning eyebrow at me. I needed to talk to someone about this, and well, you're you, I tried to explain. His eyes met mine as he grinned at me.
It's all right, Lexi.
His voice was still that smooth, silky one.
I'm always here if you need to talk about anything. Besides, I'd rather know what's going on than be in the dark. Plus, you'll have another set of ears for any broken guitar stories.
I smiled up at him, grateful to have him in my life. Then I hugged him hard. He chuckled as he wrapped his arms around me and hugged me back.
Don't worry, you'll start tomorrow. It's not selfish to take care of yourself,
he reassured me. I nodded into his shoulder. When I pulled back, I felt 100 pounds lighter. I'd start tomorrow and work my ass off. When I was ready, we turned to head to the house. I saw Faith watching us from the front window. Great. What now? I took a deep breath as we went inside. Just make it through today, Lexi. You can do this. We walked into the foyer where Faith eyed us. You look upset, Lexi. Something going on? Faith asked, looking from Miles to me. I smiled nicely at her. I just needed some advice from Miles, I hedged. He's great with advice. She raised an eyebrow at me doubtfully. Right now, I didn't care. I walked into the family room and sat on the couch with Maria. You, seriously, are my favorite mom ever, I told her honestly. She chuckled. Well, you raise twins who are hell-bent on creating havoc. You get a sense of humor. She smiled at me. It was a warm smile. I smiled back. The front door opened, and the others walked in. It got noisy in a hurry. Then we were all loaded up and out the door. It took 15 minutes of negotiating on the music to decide what to listen to, but we managed. About that time, my phone vibrated. I pulled it out of my pocket and handed it to Miles. Can you check that for me, hun? I never messed with my phone and drove. Miles took it and checked it.
It's from Dylan. He says, text me when you get there. I'll meet you at the gate.
Miles announced. Just tell him okay, please, I said, concentrating on driving. Then a thought occurred. And that it's you? Miles had a small grin as he did as I asked. It was a couple of minutes later when Miles caught my attention again.
Lexi, who took these pictures?
Miles asked, holding up my phone. I looked over and saw the photos Dylan took last night. I smiled. Dylan took those last night, and I loved them, so he sent them to me, I explained.
These are some great photos, Lexi,
Miles said.
Let me see.
Ethan broke off talking to Faith and leaned forward. Miles did something with my phone. Ethan's phone vibrated.
Wow,
Ethan said emphatically. My face grew warm.
Faith, check these out.
I was majorly surprised, too. I thought he used some kind of filter, I admitted.
No, this was just the right place at the right time,
Ethan mumbled.
I'm sending these to the guys.
Snoopy? I snapped.
Oh, come on. We all need a photo for contacts. And these are damn good pictures.
Ethan shot back. I sighed. He was right. They were damn good photos. I ignored Ethan and his texting frenzy for the rest of the drive. I pulled into the parking lot of the Northridge High School and parked. I took my phone back from Miles and climbed out. It was freezing today, so I pulled out my skull scarf and wrapped it around my neck. I pulled out my gloves and beanie, too. I looked in the side mirror to make sure the skull and crossbones were centered. Then I texted Dylan. Faith was watching me. I love that scarf, Faith announced. I smiled at her. Thanks. It was a present. I have no idea where Miles picked it up. I decided to leave Ethan out of the sentence altogether, and he didn't protest. We met the guys on the way towards the gate. There were whistles and hoots. I rolled my eyes.
Nice photos, Red.
Isaac smiled at me.
They looked good,
Zeke offered. Riley smacked his chest and looked at me. They looked fucking fantastic, and you had this hot goth, but not goth thing going. And the snow was perfect, Riley assured me. My face was on fire. Thanks, guys. But Dylan's the one who took them, I felt the need to point out. Riley rolled her eyes and left Zeke's side. She wrapped her arm around mine as we headed for the gate. Sweetie, you looked beautiful. Not a lot of people get one photo like that in their lives, let alone 3, Riley pointed out. So just enjoy it. I snickered. Okay, I'll go with that, I grumbled. Riley laughed. I paid at the gate and started looking through the crowd for Dylan. I didn't have to look long. Dylan found me. We were standing in a circle waiting for him when I heard my name.
Lexi.
I turned towards Dylan's voice and tried to search the crowd, but with my height, it wasn't possible. He's coming over, Riley told me. I really wished I had a bit of her height. Dylan came out of the crowd and made a beeline for me. He was wearing dark blue jeans and a black snow jacket. I smiled as the butterflies went crazy. Riley leaned down to whisper in my ear, "Girl, that boy has got it bad." My face grew warm. Just as she stood up straight, Dylan reached me. He leaned down and surprised me with a soft kiss that scrambled my brain. When he pulled back a little, one of his hands was cupping the side of my neck, his thumb in front of my ear again. His sparkling eyes met mine.
"Hi, sunshine,"
he whispered. "Hi, how'd you find me?" I asked as I smiled up at him.
"Easy. I looked for Zeke."
I chuckled. He stood up straight, then looked at the others.
"Hey, guys,"
he greeted the others. Everyone said hi.
"If you guys want to choose your seats, now's the time. They're filling up fast."
Zeke headed out, and the rest of us followed. I held on to Dylan's hand, trusting him to keep us with the others. We ended up to the right side of the field on Spring Mountain's side. We sat halfway up the bleachers. Zeke, Riley, Ethan, Faith, and Trisha sat on the upper row. On the lower row, it was Cece, Isaac, Miles, me, and then Dylan. Dylan planted his feet on the row in front of us and kept my hand in his. It sent that warm feeling through me again. Shit. His sapphire eyes met mine.
"Did you get the photos this morning?"
he asked, his eyes running over my face. I was about to answer when Isaac did for me.
"Oh yeah, we all did."
Isaac snickered. Dylan raised an eyebrow at me. "Blame Miles, he had my phone while I was driving," I told him. "He sent them to Ethan, and of course—"
"Ethan sent them to everybody?"
he guessed. He shrugged.
"They were good pictures, sunshine."
"Good? Those are fucking great," Riley said, making me smile. "Seriously, every girl needs a good photo like that." Dylan looked behind us at her.
"Thanks. What did you think about the one with her flipping off the camera?"
he asked. I just rolled my eyes. "That was my favorite," Riley admitted. His cheeks turned a tinge pink as he looked back to me. I smiled at him. "I really do love them," I admitted, not caring if I sounded girly.
"Then do you mind helping me practice once in a while? All of my friends are sick of getting their pictures taken,"
he asked. I nodded.
"Great. We can do that today."
"I thought you wanted me to hang out with your friends today," I reminded him.
"We can do both. The guys can stop by in the afternoon and hang out,"
he offered. "Okay, but if you want more practice, then I'm pretty sure we can get Riley to show up early and get some photos of her." "Yes, please. Pretty please," Riley begged from behind us. I snickered.
"Lexi, what did you just do?"
Zeke growled at me. I looked back at him and smirked. His frown was very much in place. I laughed at the look on his face. Riley smacked Zeke's arm. "No one said you had to get your photo taken," Riley pointed out. Zeke's face relaxed with relief. I looked back to Dylan. He had a big smile on his face.
"That would be great. Just bring any clothes you want to wear in the pictures. I really like highlighting a single aspect of someone. Well, last night I got two, Sunshine's hair and eyes.
My butterflies went crazy. His eyes were warm as they met mine before he continued.
So bring something that brings out your hair color or your eye color. Like black, gray but no white. I was thinking outside shots today.
I looked back at Riley, who was beaming. "I'm so in," Riley said, clearly excited. "How early do you want me in Dulcet?"
I'd say 2.5 hours before dark. That last hour before dark is one of the best times to get some great lighting,"
Dylan said, as he rubbed the back of his neck.
"Afterward, you can just hang with us at my house."
He looked at Zeke.
"You too, of course."
I hid a smile. Dylan was a smart guy. Zeke looked at Riley. My twisted side came out to play. I leaned over and stage whispered to Riley, "Pout. Seriously, do it." Zeke looked at me, his face furious.
"Damn it, Lexi,"
he snapped. I snickered. The other guys started laughing. Riley looked at me. "Is that how to get what I want?" Riley asked, laughing. I smirked. "It only works once, and then he'll run like hell if you ever try it again," I warned her. Zeke was still glaring at me. I smiled sweetly back. He was shaking his head at me, still not happy.
"You want to play it like that?"
Zeke asked, his voice hard. He looked at Dylan. My heart dropped. He wouldn't.
"Ask her how much sleep she got last night. Then ask her why."
My mouth dropped open. "You shit! That was 2. The guys kept laughing at us.
"Lexi?"
Dylan asked. I winced before looking at him. He had a suspicious look on his face. I smiled tensely.
"What is he talking about?"
His voice was getting harder, his shoulders tense. "Thanks, Zeke." "Zeke just made that sound really bad," I told him. "I have bad dreams every night, so I don't get a lot of sleep. Last night, I got maybe 4 hours of sleep." His body relaxed, though his eyes stayed worried.
"How the hell do you manage like that?"
he asked, his eyes running over my face. I shrugged. "Lots of caffeine. Work my ass off at the gym and rock climbing," I offered. "I usually get more sleep on those nights than any other."
"Sunshine, you don't have to come over today. You can just go home and get some sleep,"
he offered, making my heart melt. He was so fucking sweet. I looked at him like he was nuts. "Fuck no. I'd rather hang out with you." He snorted, then smiled at me.
"Do you need some coffee?"
he asked sweetly. I rolled my eyes up and looked away. He laughed, then gave my hand a squeeze. He let go of my hand as he got up. "I can go get my own coffee," I pointed out, just then realizing what he was doing.
"Stay here, Sunshine, or you'll get lost in the crowd,"
he said before heading down the aisle. When he was out of sight, I turned and punched Zeke in the arm hard. "You shithead!" Zeke rubbed his arm as the guys laughed. "You just made my boyfriend think I was cheating on him." Zeke winced.
"Shit, I didn't think about how that sounded,"
he admitted.
"Sorry."
"And you ratted out 2 of mine," I pointed out, still a little pissed. Zeke sighed, then gestured towards Riley.
"Go ahead."
Zeke's gravelly voice was resigned. I looked at Riley and smiled. "Your boyfriend is partly colorblind," I told her happily. Her eyebrows went up as she looked at Zeke. "Really?" Riley asked, her voice surprised. He nodded.
"For the first month we were talking, I thought your hair was blue,"
he admitted, not even embarrassed about it. Riley laughed. "Oh, that's so cute," Riley said, still chuckling. Zeke looked back at me.
"Even now?"
"Even," I smirked, and turned back around, happy that balance had been restored. Everyone started talking about the game. It wasn't long before Dylan was back with coffee. I took it from him, smiling. "Oh, best boyfriend ever." He chuckled as he sat back down next to me.
Cream and sugar. I have more in my pocket if I didn't add enough,
he offered. Okay, that's sexy as hell, I admitted, smiling. The girls actually laughed for once. Dylan just smiled at me as I took a sip. Oh, that's good. Dylan reached over and wrapped his hand around the inside of my thigh, just above the bend in my knee. My stomach did a flip, and my body tingled as his thumb rubbed on my jeans. I peeked up at him. He was talking to Miles about something I hadn't heard, but as usual, he seemed not to realize he was touching me. I smiled to myself and took a drink of my coffee. It was a bit later when I slid my arm around his to rest my hand on his forearm when he realized it. I watched out of the corner of my eye as he looked down and went still, finally noticing where his hand was. I gave his forearm a squeeze, telling him it was okay. As the teams ran out onto the field, his hand squeezed my thigh back, sending my body into tingles again. It felt good. I was suddenly very glad that Riley and Zeke were coming up to get photos done. They'd help me behave. The game started, and it wasn't going so well for our team. Asher kept taking hits from the same linebacker on Northridge's team. After a particularly nasty hit late in the second quarter, I noticed it. Every third play the offense made, one of Asher's fullbacks would let someone slip through almost untouched. Anyone else see that? I asked the group. Dylan's hand around my leg squeezed.
What, the hit?
Dylan asked. No. Every third play, number 48 lets the same fucking linebacker through, I told him, watching the next play get a first down.
You sure about that, Lexi?
Ethan asked. I gestured towards the game. Watch him on the third play. I might be wrong, but I don't think so, I said, still distracted. Everyone watched for it, and sure enough, on the third play, Asher went down hard. I winced.
Shit, she's right,
Zeke said. He's relying too much on his fullbacks with him that deep in the pocket. He needs to fucking back out or have the fucker replaced, I said, still not really caring if I sounded like an overprotective, crazy girl. Dylan's hand on my thigh squeezed firmly.
Okay, now that is sexy as hell,
Dylan said with feeling. The guys burst out laughing. I looked at him and smiled. The clock ran down with only Northridge scoring. It was halftime. I pulled out my cell phone. Will Asher check his phone at halftime? I asked the guys.
No, they'll be going over the next half.
Miles answered me. I cursed and got up. Dylan stood up too.
Whoa, Sunshine, what are you doing?
He asked, his eyes running over my face. I'm gonna go fucking tell him. I went to walk around him. He stopped me, his hands on my shoulders.
How about I go tell him? That way you aren't walking into the guy's locker room,
Dylan offered. Good point, I admitted. Tell him I said not to be the nice guy on this. This isn't about winning a fucking game. It's about keeping his ass out of the hospital. Dylan smirked at me.
Got it.
Dylan turned and hurried down the aisle towards the locker room. I was worried about Asher, but I'd admit I also took the opportunity to ogle my boyfriend's butt. I smiled to myself as I sat down again. I felt eyes on me. I turned to find Trisha glaring at me. Oh, fuck off. I stopped myself from saying it, barely. This jealous, possessive thing she had going on was getting real fucking old. The guys all decided to make a snack run while it was halftime. Zeke? I looked up at him over my shoulder. If you get me nachos, you can have nachos, and I'll buy. I smiled sweetly. He didn't even hesitate.
Done.
I snickered as I pulled out my wallet and gave him a 20. This food deal was working out great. I'd have those pounds back soon enough. Can you also grab Dylan a large soda?
Yeah.
Zeke agreed. Then the guys disappeared into the crowd. How do you eat like that and stay so thin? Cece asked. I turned and looked up to her. I work out with the guys at the MMA center 3 times a week for a few hours. And I have rock climbing lessons with Asher another 3 days a week, I offered. Plus, Zeke was really on my ass about my diet because of the whole seizure thing. I am starving for junk food. Riley laughed, and Faith smiled. Faith could smile. That was progress. Cece didn't look like she believed me. I really didn't care. But I did get an idea. I looked at Riley. Do you have any idea what to get Zeke for Christmas? 'Cause I'm drawing a blank. Riley thought about it and shook her head. I cursed. You know what? We should go shopping together for him. 2 perspectives are better than 1, Riley offered. Done. Give me your phone number. Riley laughed as we exchanged phone numbers. The other girls were oddly quiet. I was about to turn around when I saw Faith and Trisha making faces at each other and tilting their heads towards me. I turned and pretended not to notice. There was a sigh. Lexi, we're all kind of drawing blanks on what to get the guys for Christmas, Faith began. I turned around on the bench and looked at her. I was wondering if you could help us out. Was she fucking kidding? After the shit they'd been saying about me? I knew I was going to help, but damn it. I sure as hell wasn't giving them my ideas for presents. It took me long enough to come up with them. Yeah, I thought for a second over what I had heard over the last few weeks. For Ethan, he was talking about stone guitar picks a couple of weeks ago. They're supposed to make a different sound or something. And for Isaac, I thought about it, and then I remembered his hand wraps were shit. He needs new hand wraps. Go with Meister hand wraps. He said they make the best. I looked to Trisha, who was waiting patiently. Fuck. And Asher? I smiled. An advanced cooking techniques book. He's been wanting to up his cooking, but is having trouble with a few of the trickier techniques. They all nodded. Thanks, Faith said. I gave them a smile. No problem. I turned back around. Maybe now they would finally realize I wasn't after their guys. I could only hope. It wasn't long before Dylan came back through the crowd. He came over to me and kissed my forehead. Asher said to give you that, Dylan announced before sitting down. He also says, thank you for saving my ass. I snorted. Dylan's hand wrapped around the inside of my thigh again, just above my knee. This time I was sure he knew he was doing it. I went all tingly again. He was just too busy getting hit to notice the pattern. Are they taking the guy out? I asked. I really wanted to know that fucker wasn't out there anymore. Dylan nodded. Yeah, Asher's refusing to go on the field with him still on the line. He smiled at me and gave my leg a squeeze. But seriously, you talking football is sexy as hell. I smiled as I wrapped my arm around his again. I try. So, how long have you two been dating again? Trisha's voice came from behind us. We both looked over our shoulders at her. 4 days, I offered, after counting in my head. Officially, at least, Dylan added. We were already kind of dating for the last 2 months. We were both just waiting for the other one to make a move. I smiled and looked at him. We had both been chicken shit. Wow, you guys move fast, Trisha said in a snide tone. I mean, his hand is between your legs in public? Lexi, isn't that a little much? Riley cursed behind me. That was it. I was done. Dylan's face went cold. I mouthed the words, I got this, before looking back up at Trisha and her smug face. First, his hand is on my knee. Second, I've known Dylan 2 months, Trisha, and we've only kissed and cuddled a bit. I met her eyes with my dead stare. You've known Asher 2 weeks. I've seen you two making out on movie night. I've seen him grabbing your ass and sneaking little gropes elsewhere. I looked at her chest, just to clarify. Her smirk disappeared as her face turned red. A blanket only hides so much in a dark, crowded room, so get off your fucking high horse. Riley burst out laughing as I turned back around to watch the halftime show. Dylan squeezed my thigh.
Okay, that was really sexy,
he whispered out of the side of his mouth. I snickered and squeezed his arm back. I didn't know if she would have had a comeback or not, because the guys came back with food. Zeke handed me a cardboard container of nachos. Zeke also handed Dylan a soda. "Thank you, Zeke," I said, smiling up at him.
No problem, Lexi.
Everyone started talking again except Trisha. She remained strangely quiet. I didn't really care. After tonight, I was going to avoid her like the plague. It was getting harder and harder not to smack the shit out of her. I shared my nachos with Dylan, and he shared his soda with me as we watched the second half. Asher didn't get hit nearly as much, but the damage had already been done. We lost. The crowd started moving. We all stayed put. We had to wait for Asher anyway. I told Zeke that Riley and I were going shopping for his Christmas presents together, and his face looked so pained I started laughing. When the crowd had thinned out enough, everyone got up and picked up their trash. We climbed down the stairs and threw it away on our way to wait for Asher near the gate. As we were waiting, Dylan wrapped his arm around my waist. I leaned back against him happily as we talked to the others. Asher was taking longer than usual today. I looked up at Dylan. "Hun, you can go ahead and head to your house. I just want to see that Asher's okay before I leave," I offered.
I didn't drive today. A friend of mine was coming to the game, so I got a ride with him.
His husky voice was soft, making me smile. "Oh, that works." Ethan looked at me, a sly smile on his face.
Aren't you driving us home?
Ethan asked, an eyebrow raised. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten to tell them. Actually, no. You guys are going with Asher, I answered. I am going up to Dulcet to spend the day with Dylan and his friends before tonight. Ethan gave me a knowing look. I narrowed my eyes at him and stepped away from Dylan to smack him upside the head. Bad Ethan, I chided. The guys and Riley laughed. Ethan just snickered. Hey! We all turned to see Asher walking towards us, freshly showered and in his usual clothes. He had his gear bag over his shoulder. Trisha smiled a big smile and hurried to him. You did awesome, baby, Trisha gushed before going on her toes to kiss him. I rolled my eyes. Thanks, honey. Just give me a sec, Asher said sweetly as she let go of him. He dropped his bag and headed towards me. He looked at Dylan. I'm hugging your girlfriend, man. Sorry, but I gotta. Dylan chuckled and stepped back as Asher swooped me up in a big hug. My feet were off the ground and my hands went to his shoulders as he squeezed me hard. You so saved my ass, Allie girl. His rich baritone rolled through my ears like hot chocolate. Can't breathe, I gasped out dramatically. Asher laughed in my ear and loosed his hold a bit. I leaned back and looked down at him. You trust your fullbacks way too much. Get your ass out of the pocket once in a while. The guys burst out laughing. That's what the coach was calling today, he pointed out. He gave me another squeeze before putting me down. I eyed him. He looked okay for the beating he took today. You feeling all right? You took a lot of hits, I asked. He smiled down at me. Football's over. I'm happy, Asher told me simply. I smiled back. That's all I needed to hear. He went back to pick up his bag. I noticed Trisha glaring at me, her arms crossed over her chest. No one was looking, so I gave her an, "Are you serious?" look, and flipped her off. Dylan had a sudden coughing fit that covered his laughing. I stopped giving her the bird, then looked to the others. Okay, guys, I'll see you, Ethan, at Vagabond around 7. Riley and Zeke, we'll see you soon, I announced to the group. The guys said bye, and so did Riley. Dylan grabbed my hand, and we headed out to my truck. When we were out of earshot, Dylan started chuckling. Sunshine, I love it when you tell her off, Dylan said as we walked through the parking lot. I've had it. I've been nice, I began, my voice showing how irritated I was. They all asked what to get the guys for Christmas, and I gave them some damn good ideas, right before you showed back up.
It's like any affection Asher shows you, she takes it personally, he said, like it's a slight against her.
I nodded. And I'm sick of it. I looked up at him. After tonight, I'm done talking to Trisha. If she's going to be somewhere, I'm not. Dylan smiled down at me.
Well, that will give you more time to see me,
he pointed out cheerfully. I smiled. Very true. We reached my blazer when a thought occurred. You didn't mind Asher hugging me, did you? He snorted.
Sunshine. He was taking a beating out there, he said simply. If it bothered me, I would have said so.
I went on my toes and gave him a quick, soft kiss, then dropped back to my feet, smiling. That's one of the things I really like about you, I said, my voice going soft. His arms came around me, pulling me to him. His eyes were warm as they ran over my face.
So, what else do you really like about me?
He asked, smirking. I wrapped my arms around his neck and leaned against him. I really like your eyes, your laugh, and I smirked and met his eyes. You have a great ass. He burst out laughing.
Just when I think you're going to be all romantic and shit, you say something like that.
He shook his head, smiling down at me. I smirked up at him. That's me, the moment killer, I admitted without shame. He leaned down and kissed me. My heart raced as his lips touched mine. It was a simple, chaste kiss, but I felt it all the way down to my toes. He pulled back and smiled at me.
Let's get out of here.
I totally agreed. I didn't want to run into Trisha any more than I already had to today. I hopped in my side and started the truck. Dylan got in on his side. We were out of the parking lot and heading to Dulcet in a couple of minutes. My heart was racing. I was going to spend the entire day with Dylan. Chapter 8. Saturday afternoon. When we reached Dulcet, Dylan had me drive around so he could show me a couple of places. He showed me the high school, the theater, and most importantly, the best burger joint in town. We picked up lunch and headed over to Dylan's house. On the way, I saw the sharp corner that Dylan had told me about, and I cringed looking at it. We pulled up to a beautiful 2-story house with dark gray shingles and neutral goldish siding. With the light hitting it, the color reminded me of the gold some leaves got in the fall. I parked the truck where he told me to, grabbed my bag, and hopped out. My pulse picked up as Dylan unlocked the front door. I was going to see Dylan's house. This was so weird. I followed Dylan into the foyer. The wooden stairs were in a U shape on the left. Dylan led me straight ahead into a big living room. The ceiling went up to the 2nd story, with exposed cedar beams. The back wall was all large windows looking out onto the woods beyond. There was a big TV hanging on the right on the gray stone wall, a cedar coffee table and end tables, and a big brown leather couch and recliner. The whole place reminded me of a ski lodge. A really nice ski lodge. Dylan put the food down on the coffee table.
Have a seat, Sunshine, and I'll get some napkins and ketchup.
I dropped my bag by the couch as I watched him walk across the room to large glass-paned double doors. I could see a kitchen and dining table through them. I took off my jacket and laid it on the arm of the sofa. I sat down. The sofa was different. The cushions were wider than a regular couch. If I were to sit back against the cushions, my feet would be off the floor. I ended up looking at the ceiling in the corners of the room and had a question. I was eating one of my fries when he came back in with the napkins and ketchup. He sat down next to me and was quiet for the first time since I'd met him. His shoulders were tense. I've got a question, I announced in my cutesy voice. He looked over at me, his body still tense. I pointed to the ceiling. How the fuck do you dust the ceiling? He burst out laughing. No, seriously, I said, as I looked up at the high ceiling and tried to figure it out. Do you have like a mop on a pole or something?
It's like a dust mop on a pole, yeah,
he admitted, his cheeks a little pink. His shoulders relaxed again and he was smiling. Thank you for answering, Because that was going to bug the hell out of me all day, I admitted, reaching for my burger. He started laughing again. I took a napkin and took a bite of my cheeseburger. I was instantly in heaven. When I finished that bite, I looked over at him. Okay, you win the burger joint contest. This is the best burger ever. He swallowed the food in his mouth.
They use local grass-fed beef. They even make their own buns. Remind me to tell Zeke about it later, he said.
He picked up the remote and turned on the large television.
What do you want to watch, Sunshine?
I was shrugging when I saw a movie just starting. Ooh, Zombieland, I said excitedly. He chuckled. He put it on.
I love that when you have to pick between a chick flick or a horror movie, you choose the one with the most gore.
He smiled over at me. I shrugged.
Why is that?
I sighed and watched the movie. Well, a lot of chick flicks aren't realistic. I mean, it doesn't take 2 days to fall in love with someone. That's just being attracted to each other. And it sure as hell takes longer than 2 days to trust another person. No trust, no love. I thought of something, then added, well, okay, maybe if you both had perfect families, perfect childhoods, and never been hurt by someone. It could happen. But no one has that.
But a zombie apocalypse is more realistic? He asked.
I laughed as I looked over at him. He was smiling at me with warm eyes. I decided to go with it. Yes, it is. I took a bite of my burger as he laughed at me. We finished lunch and put our trash in the takeout bag. Dylan went and threw it away. Care if I take off my shoes? I shouted.
Go for it.
I quickly pulled off my shoes and socks, then curled up in the corner of the couch, my knees to my chest. I had a belly full of food, and I was happy just being here with Dylan. When Dylan came back, I moved under his arm and moved closer. With the wide couch, I ended up curled up with my head on his shoulder. His arm was over my shoulder and resting on my hip from the angle I was lying against him. My bent knees were resting against his leg. I felt him kiss the top of my head and smiled. That feeling of being loved and appreciated washed over me again. And for once, I didn't fight it. If this is how I felt about Dylan, then this was how I felt about him. I just wasn't going to tell him. I went back to watching Woody Harrelson beat the crap out of some zombies. My eyes went to the photos on the wall. There was a woman with Dylan's blue eyes smiling in a family portrait. She had been pretty. Dylan?
Yeah, Sunshine?
His voice was distracted, like his head had been somewhere else. I have a question, but I don't want you to answer if you don't feel like it. I felt his body grow tense against me.
Okay.
Why don't you talk about your family? I asked, keeping my voice soft. I felt his arm flex around me before his thumb began running up my side to my ribs, then back down again. I wasn't sure he was even aware he was doing it. He was quiet for a few heartbeats. Then he took a deep breath.
Because there isn't much of one left.
His voice was matter-of-fact.
Mom was kind of the drive that kept us going. She made sure we did Christmas right, New Year's. Thanksgiving was a big one. My family is pretty small. Mom and Dad never had siblings, and all my grandparents are gone.
So it's just you and your dad? I felt him nod against my hair.
Yep. We get along really well, but it's just us.
Do you still do Christmas and Thanksgiving? I asked, hesitating a bit. I didn't want to hit a sore topic.
We do for her. We do the tree and the gifts, then we sit around and watch action movies all day.
His voice was getting tight. I needed to change the subject. So I guess I'll have to give you your present late then. I used my aw shucks voice. His body shook against me as he chuckled.
You're getting me a present?
His voice was changing back to his normal husky one. I looked up at him. He was grinning down at me. Oh, yeah, I said, drawing the words out. Everyone is getting a present this year. Even Tara, if I ever see her.
You can always come up on Christmas. Having another person around would be nice.
He kissed the top of my head.
Besides, you're funny as hell.
I looked up at him. Oh, so you only want me here for my entertainment value? I shot up at him, smiling. He groaned painfully as he smiled. I snickered.
No, I wouldn't mind seeing my sunshine on Christmas either,
he admitted, his cheeks tinting pink. I thought about it. I could probably manage it. I have Rory and Tara in the morning, then the guys at Miles's house. I looked up at him. Sorry, no girlfriends or boyfriends allowed. Miles is really private.
I get that.
But I'm free for the afternoon and on, though. And I'll bring gory-ass horror flicks to combat the Christmas overload, I offered, smiling. He chuckled, his eyes warm on my face.
Sounds good to me, sunshine.
I went back to resting my head on his chest. Then it hit me. Shit, I still haven't done any of my shopping, I groaned. He snickered. What do you want for Christmas? He was quiet for a bit.
You know what I really want?
His voice was soft and quiet. I looked up to see his eyes unfocused on the stone wall. What, honey? I kept my voice soft.
I want my mom's Christmas cookies. She used to make all these different kinds.
I smiled.
I've tried to make them, but I always did something wrong.
Like what? He smiled.
One year I used the wrong kind of oil and made both of us sick,
he admitted. I smiled. His smile started to disappear. I didn't want to see that. Do you still have the recipes? He looked down at me, his eyes warm, running over my face.
You don't have to, sunshine. It's enough that you'll be here.
The honesty in his voice gave me that warm, fuzzy feeling again. I gave him a small smile and repeated myself. Do you still have the recipes? His eyes ran over my face again, gentle and soft. He nodded. Will it bother your dad if I try to make them? I really didn't want to try to make it better and only make it worse. I'd learned over my life to ask first.
No, he's missed them too.
His voice was thick again. My heart ached. Okay, I couldn't take it. I shifted onto my knees next to him, wrapped my arms loosely around his neck, and leaned against him. He gave me a sad smile, his eyes shining as he wrapped his arms around me.
I'm all right, sunshine,
he whispered to me.
I just miss her. It's been 2 years, and I still expect to see her every time I get up in the morning.
Missing her isn't going to go away, but it gets easier over time. My voice was soft and quiet. Looking for her, it goes away with time. He pulled me closer so he could bury his face against my throat. I wrapped a hand around the back of his neck, fingers massaging. I didn't know how else to help but to tell him what I knew about losing Dad. It took me 3.5 years before I stopped expecting to see Dad when I got home. I took a breath. Then I cried because I didn't expect to see him anymore. I felt guilty about it. His arms shifted, then tightened around me. He lifted me and moved me over so I was sitting in his lap, one knee on each side of his hips, my chest pressed against his as his arms moved back to hugging me, his face still in the crook of my neck.
It really sucks around the holidays.
His lips brushed against my skin as he whispered. It helps to do something to show you remember them, I offered gently. It was the only advice I had. It was the only thing I had found that helped. Maybe talk to your dad about doing something special for her this year. He took a shaky breath.
We do the tree for her.
But it's not enough, is it? Does it help? Do you feel better after doing the tree? I heard him sniff.
No, it feels like a fucking reminder that we lost her,
he admitted. I felt wet drops land on my skin. My heart clenched. I moved my fingers through his hair at the base of his neck. Then it's not helping, it's hurting. The tree isn't working anymore. I gave him everything I knew from my experience. You need to do something new, baby. Something that you haven't done before. Something that leaves you feeling better about her memory, and not just the loss of her. I just couldn't seem to shut up today. I cursed myself as tears ran down my face for him.
That's a good idea, Sunshine.
His voice was thick, his breathing shaky, so I just held him. I didn't know what else to do, so I did what I did with anyone I cared about. I cried with him. He held me like that for some time. When his breathing steadied and his grip eased, I did the only thing I could think of. I tried to make him laugh. I should just not be allowed to talk to people, I said, only half joking. He snorted. I made Asher cry, like yesterday. Then he made me cry, and then we decided we shouldn't talk to each other anymore. Because we kept making each other cry, I sniffed, trying to be quiet about it. Dylan's arms around me tightened as he was wiping his face. Then he lifted his head and looked up at me. His eyes were melting as they met mine.
Sunshine.
I tried to look anywhere else, but his hands cradled my face, his thumbs wiping my cheeks, forcing me to look him in the eye.
Why are you crying?
He asked, his voice soft and so gentle it made my heart skip a beat. Me? Cry? No. This is just a reaction to your cologne. Yeah, I'm allergic to it. You need to change it immediately. I patted his chest and tried to move. His hands went to my arms, his grip holding me still.
No bullshit with me, Lexi.
His voice was soft, but his eyes firm as he looked at me.
Why are you crying?
I sighed. When someone I care about is in pain or cries, I cry too, I answered quietly. One of his hands moved to my throat, his thumb stroking along my jaw. His eyes were soft and warm when he pulled me down so his lips could brush against mine. Then he was kissing me, slowly, sweetly. His lips moved over mine, making my heart race. That warmth poured through me. With his hand on my neck, it felt so good. I made a small noise in the back of my throat. His lips pressed harder against mine, taking my breath away. His lips took my lower lip and nipped it with his teeth before driving back in to kiss me again. My stomach did that low, hard flip as the kiss changed. His mouth moved hungrily over mine. That was fine. I was kissing him the same way. I barely parted my lips before he was there. He dipped in and drove any thought I had away. There was only Dylan, his mouth on mine, and the warmth running through me. I only knew I needed to keep kissing him. Had to keep kissing him. Need drove me to kiss him desperately. I shifted against him. I couldn't help it. The way he kissed me made me want to move. He moaned against my mouth, his arm crushing me against him. He felt so amazing that I didn't want to stop. My mind washed away on a wave of pure feeling. That warmth started growing hotter. We were both breathing heavy, but neither one of us seemed to care. He kissed me deeper, harder. My hips moved again. I was barely aware of it. He made a noise in the back of his throat, his hand sliding down to the small of my back, leaving sparks along my spine. The world was fuzzy, and all I knew was Dylan, his kiss, his touch. Then a phone rang. The sound brought us both back to earth. We both eased back from the kiss. He kissed me softly one more time before he pulled away. His hands moved to my hips as I leaned back from him, my hands resting on his chest. I was trying to remember how to breathe as he shifted against me to reach his back pocket. I caught my breath as he pressed against me. Sparks shot through me. His hand on my hip squeezed, letting me know that he had heard me. He pulled his phone out as I tried to focus. He swallowed hard before answering.
Yeah.
His voice sounded normal, and I didn't know how, since he was breathing just as heavily as I was. His eyes ran over my face, still full of heat. I focused on brushing my hair out of my face before I thought about how that look made me instantly want to kiss him again. Cool down, Lexi. Pull back. What the fuck just happened? Oh, I knew what had just happened, but I was trying to remember how it started. My mind was still scattered and fuzzy, making it hard to think. I leaned against him, my forehead dropping to his shoulder as I focused on trying to get my brain working again. His arm slipped around me, his hand slowly running up and down my back.
Dad, no.
Dylan's voice was sharp.
I'm not coming in. Call Mason.
My heart sank. He was going to have to go to work. I gave a quiet growl in frustration.
Dad, I'm out with Lexi. She came up from Spring Mountain today. Remember? I told you about it last night.
Dylan's voice grew softer when he said my name. It wasn't by much, but I heard it. I smiled into his shirt.
Yeah, call Mason. He needs the cash to fix his stereo system.
He sighed.
Okay, bye.
Dylan hung up the phone and dropped it onto the couch. He kissed my shoulder before moving my hair away from my face.
Sorry about that, sunshine.
I snorted. I owed Dylan's dad a huge thank you. Otherwise, we might have gone too far and not even noticed it. Or cared. I probably wouldn't have cared until later. Dylan just seemed to have that effect on me. Don't worry about it, I mumbled, enjoying his hand in my hair. I felt his nose stroke along my ear.
You okay?
He whispered softly. I snorted. Yeah, peachy. I sat up and went still. The shifting he did to get to his phone had kept him pressed against me. Hot shivers ran through me. I made a point not to move for him. Your dad has incredible timing. He snorted.
Doesn't he?
He asked sarcastically. I chuckled. He reached up and brushed more hair from my face as his eyes narrowed on mine.
So, you cry when other people cry?
He smiled warmly at me. Yeah, I said suspiciously.
Is that why you don't watch tragic romance movies?
He guessed, his eyes lighting up.
They make you cry?
Shit. I smacked his chest and pointed at him. You will take my secret to the grave and beyond, I told him firmly. Or I'll do something to get even. I really had nothing prepared, no idea how to blackmail him. I was really at his mercy here, and I didn't like it. He smiled warmly at me.
You really do have a big heart.
I rolled my eyes. I was getting tired of hearing that. I did not. I was a mean bitch who would rip off your head if I had to. Okay, I knew that wasn't entirely true, but fuck. It would be so much easier if it were. Promise me. I hated how girly that plea was, but I wasn't letting him out of this without a promise. He started laughing. Fuck this, I'm leaving. Nope, not waiting around for that bombshell. I went to move off his lap. Dylan's arms snagged me around the waist and kept me where I was. Then his hand shifted down to my hips. I glared at him. His laughing was fading away now. His warm, sparkling eyes met mine.
I promise I'll never tell anyone ever that tragic love stories make you cry,
he assured me. I narrowed my eyes at him. Or write it down or record it in any fashion. I wanted to be 100% on this. He smiled at me.
Or write it down or record it in any fashion, I promise.
His eyes were running over my face again. I was starting to wonder if I had ketchup or something on me. Okay, you can live, I grumbled as I rested my hands back on his chest. He snickered.
Thank you, merciful one.
I snorted as I smiled at him. I looked at his handsome face, those cute cheeks, that jaw. Ugh, you're too cute for your own good, I told him, shaking my head. His eyebrows rose.
Oh, I'm too cute? Lexi.
He paused, smiling up at me.
I see you, and all I can think is, what is this beautiful girl doing with me? And how am I going to keep her?
I felt my face warm and tried to fight it. Yeah, it was no good.
I love making you blush like that.
I rolled my eyes and went to climb off his lap. He gave my hips a squeeze before letting go. I moved back to my spot next to him, with his arm around me and my head on his chest again. The movie was almost over. I felt his lips on top of my head. He took a deep breath.
Rosemary. I love that smell.
I smiled. You like the rosemary, huh? I felt him snort into my hair. His arm gave me a squeeze.
I think it has more to do with the person wearing it, Sunshine,
he mumbled before kissing the top of my head. He had a point. That must be true. I never liked sandalwood until I met you, I admitted, keeping my eyes on the movie as my face warmed again. He laughed quietly. We cuddled in comfortable silence as we watched the rest of the film, then the next one that came on after. I was just happy to be with him. With his body heat and his arm around me, I started to drift to sleep. I didn't think to fight it.
Sunshine,
he whispered against my hair. I was already half asleep.
Do you trust me?
His soft, husky voice had an edge of uncertainty. I smiled sleepily. Yep, I mumbled, rubbing my cheek against his chest. I was still half asleep when I asked him, You trust me?
Yeah.
I smiled happily and fell deeper into sleep. The sound of a door slamming shut jerked me awake. I opened my eyes and looked around. What the? I saw the TV, the windows. I was at Dylan's. I looked next to me to see Dylan stretching and blinking hard, trying to wake up, too. Heavy footsteps came into the living room.
Dylan!
Thomas's voice had me really opening my eyes to see him walking out of the foyer.
You've got your hot girlfriend alone in your house and you took a nap?
Dylan's body tensed next to me. I flipped Thomas off just as the others walked into the living room. The others chuckled.
If my girl's exhausted, yeah.
Dylan shot back before getting to his feet. I scooted over to take his spot as he headed for Thomas. Jake slipped around the guys, then plopped down next to me, putting his feet on the coffee table. Jake looked at me, smiling.
Hey, cutie. Now tell me honestly, is Asher as hot in person as he looks on the field?
My eyebrows went up at the unexpected question. Before I could answer, Dylan had Thomas in a headlock and was pulling him towards the kitchen.
Remember that rule about girlfriends?
Dylan growled as he pulled the larger guy toward the kitchen.
Fuck, shit,
Thomas cursed as he tried to get out of the headlock. Derek, Aaron, and Luke went to help pull him towards the kitchen.
I forgot, I'm sorry.
The others were laughing their asses off. I looked at Jake, who was grinning.
Thomas checked you out, then called you hot,
he explained, smiling.
You check out your friend's girl, then talk about it, you get dunked.
What's so bad about that? It's water, I asked, not seeing the punishment. Jake chuckled.
It's outside in the rain barrel.
I burst out laughing as he added,
Waist deep. I'll take 2, option 2.
Thomas was yelling from the kitchen. I looked at Jake, who was still snickering. What's option 2? I asked, smiling.
You get to punch or kick him,
Jake said simply. I burst out laughing. As I tried to control myself, the boys were talking in the kitchen.
Are you sure you want option 2?
Dylan asked, carefully. My face was red as I kept cracking up. Jake looked at me questioningly. I trained in MMA fighting, I snorted before laughing again. Jake's eyes went wide before he got to his feet fast.
Take 1, man. Trust me, take 1.
Jake shouted into the kitchen, laughing. Dylan cursed.
Why?
Thomas's voice was hesitant. I got to my feet and followed Jake to the kitchen. The guys had the back door open with Thomas almost out the door.
Why do I want 1?
I gave him a big smile before looking at Dylan. He gave me a half grin. You never told them what my hobbies were, did you, baby? Dylan shook his head.
Nope,
Dylan said, grinning. I chuckled. Thomas kept looking between the two of us.
What hobbies?
Thomas asked, his voice worried. I looked at him and smiled sweetly. I train with the guys in mixed martial arts. Everyone but Thomas and Dylan burst out laughing. Thomas went a little pale. I just kept smiling sweetly.
So she knows how to throw a punch and make it hurt.
Dylan pointed out. Or a kick, I said helpfully. Thomas's eyes went out to the snow outside, then back to me. His eyes narrowed.
Where would you hit me?
Thomas asked suspiciously. I snickered. I'd probably give it over to Dylan, I admitted. He's the one pissed at you. Thomas looked at Dylan, frowning.
No balls hit?
Thomas offered hopefully. Dylan glared at him.
No balls hit,
Dylan agreed. Thomas sighed, then nodded. The guys let go of him and backed away. Dylan actually grinned as Thomas braced himself. Dylan stood in front of him, cocked his fist back, and swung. The sound of flesh striking flesh was loud. Thomas spun and caught himself on the counter. He hissed, then cursed through the pain. Dylan's face was dark as he stepped up next to Thomas.
You say something like that to her again, and I'll kick your ass,
he growled under his breath as he rubbed his knuckles. I raised an eyebrow. Jake took my arm and pulled me back into the great room. He was really pissed off, I mumbled. I hadn't really expected Dylan to be that angry about it.
Yeah, Dylan has a bit of a temper,
Jake snickered.
Thomas had a choice and he chose the punch.
I snorted. I would have taken the dunking. I sat back down with Jake next to me.
So, about Asher, tell me.
I snorted. Yes, he's very yummy, I admitted, then pointed at him. I said nothing. He snickered as he leaned back on the couch, putting his feet up on the coffee table again.
Can you get me some pics, please?
He begged with big eyes. I snickered. No, how would... Then I thought about it. Summer was coming in a few months. Can you wait till summer? Jake's face lit up.
Hell yeah.
I giggled as I nodded. I'll hook you up, sweetie, I agreed. We fist bumped.
Yes.
Then he was looking at me.
Now, how about Isaac?
I burst out laughing. You get one picture, I told him, smiling. Pick a guy. He sighed.
I don't know. Asher's hot, but I usually go for the tall, lean ones,
he admitted. I snorted. Then that's Miles. I looked over the couch to make sure the guys were still in the kitchen, then turned back around. He's ripped too. Jake's green eyes went wide.
Really?
Jake said, smiling. State swim champion, I told him. Jake made an appreciative face. He doesn't look it, I know. Jake raised both eyebrows hopefully.
Tell me he's gay,
he begged. I chuckled. Nope, sorry. He groaned painfully.
That's why I hate these towns. Not a lot of gay guy options.
He sighed.
Especially if you're not flamboyantly gay, it's hard for the ones in the closet to tell without a sign over my head.
I wrapped my arms around his. Sorry, sweetie, but I'll keep my eye out, I offered. Jake smiled at me.
Okay, I'm keeping you,
he declared before shouting,
In the event of a breakup, I get Lexi.
The guys in the kitchen burst out laughing. I smiled. I decided I was going to keep Jake, too. Do you have any trouble with the football team being gay and all? I asked, curious about it. He snorted.
Nah, it was an issue at first. Then I told them all they were too ugly for my taste.
I snickered.
Hasn't been a problem since. But I do make a point not to shower with them after a game. That would make them too uncomfortable.
His eyes narrowed on me.
So all your friends are guys?
I nodded.
You know, I think that means you're supposed to be a lesbian.
I burst out laughing. Jake just waited for an answer. I shook my head. Nope, I think guys are hot. I gestured with my hand towards the kitchen. Particularly that one.
Ew,
Jake said as he cringed. He's got a great ass, I defended my guy.
Ew, stop it. That's Dylan,
Jake pointed out, his voice pained.
I've known him since we were kids.
I just smiled at him.
So, why guys?
I sighed. Because if they are pissed at you, they tell you. There isn't that guessing game. I'm not really good with subtle, I said honestly. He nodded.
Yeah, I don't get that either,
he admitted. I smiled at him. I was so keeping Jake. I narrowed my eyes at him. Do you like shopping? Over the next 3 hours, I got to know Dylan's friends, even Thomas with a fresh black eye. Derek was a musician, classical piano, who just got into Juilliard. Aaron was a wrestler for the high school team. Luke loved books, which I understood completely. Thomas was into carpentry, and Jake... My favorite was Jake. Jake was a writer or planning to be one. I immediately asked to read some of his stories, and he emailed me a couple from his phone. The big quarterback wasn't very effeminate, but he did know his clothes. He was now my designated shopping buddy. I had a feeling shopping would be more fun with him than with Tara. I mentioned winter formal coming up, and he demanded that we switch phone numbers. He was going to help me find a dress perfect for me. I was so keeping Jake. Try and stop me. We were busy playing a racing game against the others when the doorbell rang. Dylan got up to answer. I was focused on fucking up Aaron's lead. I finally nudged him to spin out when there was a bark.
Lexi!
I looked up to see Zeke and Riley standing near the end of the couch. I shot him a look, then went back to trying to get past the others. What? I shot back.
Did you get a nap?
Zeke growled. Fuck you, I'm not too, I countered. The guys chuckled around me as Dylan sat back down next to me.
She got about 2 hours before everyone came over,
Dylan assured Zeke. I rolled my eyes as I kept pushing Aaron off the track.
Lexi, come on,
Aaron groaned. No, you won the last 5, and it's time someone else got to. I grinned as I kept knocking him off the track. You're not going to win like that, Aaron warned me. I snickered. Not trying to, I countered. Aaron cursed. I chuckled as Thomas sped past us and across the finish line first. I threw my arms up in victory. Yes! The guys burst out laughing.
Okay, she's just adorable,
Jake said, smiling. I'm not adorable. I'm an annoying bitch with a huge attitude problem, I reminded him.
You're that, too,
Zeke groused. The guys watched us. I looked over at Zeke and stuck my tongue out at him. He smirked. Pot, kettle, black. Ring a bell, tall and oh-so-grumpy one, I shot back matter-of-factly. Zeke chuckled along with everyone else. I looked up at Riley. Can you please remove the stick from Zeke's ass and beat him with it? The guys burst out laughing, and even Riley laughed at that one.
Okay, guys, it's time for photos,
Dylan announced. All Dylan's friends jumped up and made a run for the door. Jake paused to hug me and tell me he'd talk to me later before he ran after the others. I laughed the whole time. I looked at Dylan. They really are tired of having their photos taken, I said, a bit surprised. Dylan nodded, smiling at me.
Yeah, they are,
he admitted. I guess I should go wash my face and do my makeup again, I groused. I looked up at Dylan. Where's your bathroom? He smirked at me.
I'll show you two.
Dylan got to his feet and held out his hand. I took it, and he pulled me to my feet. I stopped to grab my bag. Riley picked up hers, and we followed Dylan upstairs. There were only 3 doors on this floor. Dylan stopped and opened the one on the right.
This is the hall bathroom.
Then he walked directly across from it and opened the other.
Here's my bedroom. There's a bathroom inside to the left.
He looked inside and paused.
Shit, hold on. Let me put some stuff away,
he mumbled as he hurried inside. That made me curious, so I peeked through the door. He had just put a book away high on a black shelf. Then he went around the room picking up clothes here and there. He didn't want me to see his room a mess. It was kind of adorable. I leaned out of the doorway and waited. Riley raised an eyebrow at me. I gave her a what look. We both snickered.
Okay, come on in.
I walked into his now clean room and looked around. All his furniture was black. From the wall of built-in bookshelves that were packed with books to the long built-in desk that ran below them. Even his dresser, bed, and nightstand were black. I was kind of jealous of his room. He had a double bed with a dark blue comforter, which he was now making as fast as possible. I looked to Riley. Okay, what does it say about me that I'm jealous of my boyfriend's bedroom? I asked, only half kidding. Dylan chuckled as he finished making the bed. Riley looked around, smiling. What does it say about me when I'm jealous of your boyfriend's bedroom? She asked me back. I hemmed and hawed. Dylan went to his laptop and closed it before turning back to us. I'm going to say it's normal for both of us, I offered. Riley nodded. Sounds good to me, Riley agreed. We snickered. I looked at Dylan. Want to double-check the bathroom? I asked, half kidding. He was still for a second. Then he headed to the closed bathroom door. We burst out laughing.
Hey, I'm trying to be nice here,
Dylan shot out at us. I calmed down first. I know, honey, but it's your room. You live in it, and it's going to get messy, I pointed out, going to his bed and dropping my bag onto it. Riley followed.
Is yours?
He countered. I sighed. Well, you can't really count my room as normal, I hedged, opening my bag and looking for my makeup kit.
Why's that?
He asked, coming back into the bedroom with a couple shirts and towels that he threw into the hamper. I was still looking for my makeup when I answered, not really thinking about it. Because it's the first bedroom I've had since my mother lost the house. I finally just started pulling shit out of my bag. Please tell me I packed it.
Sunshine, what do you mean?
Dylan's soft voice grabbed my attention. I looked up to find him frowning at me. We lived in a travel trailer, I told him, going back to what I was doing. One bedroom, I slept on the pull-out bed for 5 years. I'm used to cleaning up after myself. I pulled out my hairdryer and put it to the side, and then I realized it was quiet. I looked up to see them both staring at me strangely. What? Then I just ran over what I said in my head. Oh, fuck. Guys, it was what it was. They were looking at me with fucking pity. I hated that. The only weird thing was how happy and excited I was to have a bedroom door when I got to Rory's. Riley snorted. Dylan smirked at me. I finally found my makeup kit. Of course the makeup was on the bottom, I grumbled. Riley was pulling out her clothes.
All right, I'll leave you girls to do whatever it is you girls do,
he announced, before he left. He gave me a soft, quick kiss that made me catch my breath. He closed the door behind him. I exhaled hard. That boy can fucking kiss. I didn't care if I said it out loud. Riley giggled. How's it going with him? Riley asked, smiling. I felt my face turning red. Her eyes got big. Oh, spill. I need to hear this. I made my own quiet giggle. We're doing great, but we have a slight problem. I looked at her and told her honestly. The chemistry. Oh, my God. Riley's eyes went wide. Oh, it's like that, huh? She grinned. I nodded. Yeah, so I'm going to end up not kissing him as much as I want to, or as long as I want to. We just kind of keep going. I couldn't seem to stop smiling. This was so weird to me. I looked at her. Please don't leave us alone in this house again. Riley burst out laughing and nodded. You can always try what I do, she offered. Don't shave your legs or under your arms so you have to behave. I thought about that. Does it work? She nodded. Zeke is one hell of a kisser. Riley blushed. I cringed. Sorry, I know he's your friend. It's fine, it's just Zeke, I said, looking at my clothes. I was trying to decide if I was going to change into my vagabond clothes or not when Riley got my attention. Okay, I have to ask, Riley began. I looked up at her. I know you're not into Zeke, all right? I rose an eyebrow at her. I'm not asking for those bitches either. But all of your friends are hot. Do you even see that? Does it even occur to you? I took a deep breath. I had admitted it to Jake. I could tell her the truth, too. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, but don't tell any of the guys or those bitches they're dating. Promise, Riley assured me. Yes, I see how hot they are. I see how good-looking the guys are. I frequently enjoy the eye candy, and I often have to force myself to look away when one of them has no shirt on. I felt my face turning red. But honestly, there has never been that spark that you feel towards someone you want to date. No butterflies and no racing heartbeat that tells you to go for it. I shrugged. I have to have those if I'm going to try to date someone. I have a hard enough time opening up to people that if I'm going to, it's going to be with someone who makes my heart race. Riley smiled at me. And if that changes one day? Riley asked, smirking. Just on my side? She nodded. I'd keep my mouth shut and wait it out, I told her adamantly. She chuckled. And if it's not just on your side? She asked, smiling. I thought about it. Oh, man. Then I'd probably fall so hard and so fast that the thud would be heard for miles, I admitted. She laughed. They are great guys, and I do care about them, just not that way. Unless something changes the way you look at them, Riley pointed out. I groaned. My boyfriend is downstairs, and he gets my sense of humor like no one I've ever met. He's sweet, fucking hot, and he doesn't get upset when I don't act like other girls. In fact, he loves it, I told her honestly. Right now, I'm trying hard not to fall for him too soon. Riley snorted. Oh, honey, Dylan has already taken that fall, she said in a knowing voice. Huh? What? What is she talking about? Why do you say that? I asked carefully, my heart racing. She smirked at me. The way he looks at you when you're not looking? Riley said bluntly. Oh, hell no, I needed more. Keep talking, woman, I demanded. She snickered. Lexi, he looks at you like you're the only girl in the world. She smiled when my mouth dropped open. When he was coming through the crowd today, his face was drawn and actually kind of sad. Then he saw you. His eyes lit up and he had that smile. Warmth filled my chest, and it was starting to make me worried about the cause. And it didn't stop, not until Trisha pulled that shit. Fuck. She raised an eyebrow at me. I'm not good with the love stuff. Better get used to it, honey, 'cause that boy has it bad for you, Riley said earnestly. I made a slight panicked sound as I took my makeup kit and went into the small bathroom. Riley was laughing as I closed the door. I used the hand soap to wash my face and the clean hand towel to dry. I reapplied my makeup as I went over what Riley was saying. Did Dylan really fall in love with me already? The butterflies were going crazy. Did I love him? Or was this hormones, because he's a good kisser and... No, he makes me laugh too much for it to be that. Shit. I took a deep breath as I started my eyeliner. I liked him a whole lot. Seeing him made my day better. Hell, talking with him on the phone did that. But did I love him? Or was I just not there yet? Okay, let's try this from a different side. I started on my eyeshadow. If Dylan disappeared tomorrow, would I be devastated? No. But would I have a hard time? I sighed. That told me everything I needed to know. I wasn't in love with him yet, but I was fucking getting there. Shit. I finished up my makeup and brushed my hair. That was about all I was willing to do for practice photos. I headed back into the bathroom to see Riley had changed her clothes. Bathroom's all yours, I announced. Thanks. She picked up her makeup and headed into the bathroom. I decided to snoop and looked at Dylan's bookshelves. There were several Pee-wee football trophies, a few academic awards, and tons of books on just about every subject I could imagine. I smiled. I was dating a closet nerd. Awesome. I giggled to myself. Okay, I was done snooping. I'm heading downstairs. I'll close the door behind me, I told Riley. Okay. I headed out into the hall and closed the door behind me. I came downstairs to find the guys in the living room. Dylan was going through a camera bag. Zeke was sitting in the recliner. Riley's almost ready, I think, I said, walking in and sitting next to Dylan. What you doing? He smiled without looking up from the bag.
I am going through my camera bag to make sure I have enough memory cards for today,
he said absently. I figured I'd leave him alone so I didn't distract him. I grabbed my shoes and socks and started pulling them on.
I'm not ignoring you, Sunshine, I'm just thinking.
I looked up at him from tying my shoes. He was watching the screen on the back of the camera. I didn't think you were, I told him honestly before going back to tie my boots. I just figured you were concentrating. I sat back up and curled up in the corner. Zeke snickered. What? I asked, not getting the joke.
Dylan, Lexi is the most reasonable girl I've ever met. She's not going to get mad if you're busy,
Zeke said, smirking. I rolled my eyes at him. Dylan had a half grin on his face.
That's one of the things I like most about her,
he admitted, still distracted.
Yeah, I need to get a few fresh memory cards.
He set the camera down on the coffee table and got up. Can I look at your photos? I asked, sweetly. Dylan picked up the camera and handed it to me.
Just don't delete anything,
he said before going to another part of the house. I looked at the screen and started snooping happily. I found the portraits, and he was amazing. Some were posed, but the great ones were when the person didn't know they were being photographed. One girl was sitting on a bench. Her blue eyes were sad as she looked off to the left side of the frame. I didn't know why, but I didn't think she knew he was still taking pictures, or had started. I flipped to the next one. It was a forest landscape. There were a lot of nature photos, and they were kind of cool. I flipped through them. They were all taken in the fall. I found a group photo and smiled. Dylan was standing with Derek in a headlock under his arm. I smiled as I kept looking. There was another photo with an interesting rock formation. I went to the next one.
What do you think?
I jumped, clutching the camera in both hands so I didn't drop it. I looked up at Dylan, who was smirking down at me. Make some noise, man, I said loudly. He chuckled. I like some of your nature photographs, but I think you really have a knack for portraits. You don't get the stiff posed ones. Everyone I've seen looked comfortable and natural. His eyes warmed as they met mine, but that's just me, and I don't know anything about photography, so... He bent down and kissed me gently. My pulse picked up a notch. Then he was standing back up with his camera in his hands, that smirk still on his face. I just smiled at him as he moved back to his bag. I watched as he put 3 more memory cards into the bag. How many photos are you planning on taking there, hun? He smiled.
With you here, as many as I can get away with,
he admitted, putting his camera in his bag and zipping it closed. The butterflies just didn't stop. He looked up and met my eyes. Then he winked at me. Shit, I was going to be in trouble soon. Thankfully, Riley came downstairs then to save me from embarrassing myself. I'm ready to go, Riley announced. Oh, thank God. We were at a park next to a river. Everything was covered in snow. So naturally, I threw a snowball at Zeke. I got him on the back of the neck. He glared at me and went to make his own.
No snowballs until the photos are done,
Dylan declared. I stuck my tongue out at Zeke. Zeke smirked and started making snowballs. Oh, shit. I didn't think that through. Maybe I could hide behind Riley. I looked over to her. She was smirking as she nodded. I hurried over to her side. I wasn't going too far from her until the photos were done. Then I'd hide behind her.
Okay, who's going first?
I pointed at Riley. I already have awesome photos. Do hers, I suggested. Zeke snickered.
That means you have to move away from her, Lexi,
Zeke pointed out. I looked up at Riley. Group photos? Everyone burst out laughing. I sighed. accepting my fate as I walked over to wait with Zeke. We watched and walked a bit back from the others as Dylan found a spot he liked and started talking to Riley as he snapped photos occasionally. Riley looked a little tense. Her posture was rigid. He began asking her about what she was passionate about, what she loved to do. Riley apparently was big into snowboarding. I watched as Dylan asked her questions about it and asked her to tell him what she loved about it. Riley started to relax. As she relaxed, her eyes grew bright, and she had a beautiful smile as she kept talking about snowboarding.
Huh.
Zeke made a noise. I looked up at him. What? Zeke tilted his chin at Dylan.
He's good. Did you see what he did?
He asked. I smiled. Yep, got her talking so she'd relax.
And got her talking about her favorite thing in the world. She always lights up like a Christmas tree when she talks about snowboarding,
he said. And speaking of Christmas trees, we're still decorating Miles' house on Monday, right? I asked, looking around the deserted park. There wasn't much to see. The whole place was covered in thick snow.
Yeah, Miles just wants family only.
Zeke was frowning. He looked down to me.
He's been acting off the last few days. Did you notice anything?
I nodded. He almost cursed in front of me today. Twice, I offered. Both Zeke's eyebrows went sky high.
That's not good,
he said, frowning again. If you guys show up an hour late, I might be able to find out why, I offered. I could usually get Miles to talk. I just had to be a little girly.
Okay, I'll tell the others to give you an hour,
he agreed. We went back to watching. Dylan was clicking more photos. Every once in a while, he'd tell Riley to turn this way or make a certain kind of face. I smiled. I had a feeling they were going to be great photos. I went snooping. What are you getting Riley for Christmas? I asked him. Zeke sighed.
I have no clue,
he admitted.
What do girls like?
Has she mentioned anything she wanted to try or needed to replace? Zeke thought about that. Then he nodded.
Snowboarding gloves. She's been tearing hers up.
There you go. Sneak measure her hand in yours, then go shopping while it's fresh. I smiled as Dylan got a good shot of Riley standing in front of a snowbank.
Good idea, Lexi.
I eyed him. Yeah, I was going to ask again. I'm going shopping with Riley for your presents. Zeke turned to look at me. One eyebrow arched. Can you give me an idea? Something you'd like from her, at least? Zeke's eyes unfocused as he thought about it. Then he was back.
Wool socks.
His voice was completely serious. You want socks? I couldn't believe that was his answer. He nodded.
Wool socks in my size are hard to find, and I'm always in the garage. There isn't much heat in there,
he said, looking back out at the others. Well, when he said it like that, it made sense. What size?
14.5.
Damn, Zeke. You got some big feet. I smiled as I teased him. He snorted.
I'm a big guy, Lexi. Big feet are part of the package,
he pointed out.
What are you getting Dylan?
You know his mom died, right? I looked up at Zeke and he nodded. She made these awesome cookies at Christmas. I'm going to try and use her recipes for him and his dad. My stomach nodded as I really thought about it. What if I fucked them up? It'd be funny, but Dylan still wouldn't have those cookies back.
You don't know how to bake, do you?
Zeke asked, smirking at me. Not a bit, I admitted. Zeke burst out laughing. I couldn't help but chuckle, too. I was so screwed. Think Asher would help?
I think he's going to need to.
He snickered. I sighed. He was probably right. But now I had an idea for Zeke's present. My mind went to my other hard-to-buy-for guy. Any idea on what I can get Miles? I asked. Zeke gave me a look, so I explained. I'm seriously drawing a blank. He has tons of shirts with equations on them, so I can't get him one of those. And he can buy anything he wants.
What do you get someone who has everything?
He asked, giving me a half smile. I nodded. He thought about it for a bit. Then he smirked and looked down at me again.
Get him something you can't buy.
I raised an eyebrow at that.
You're an artist, Lexi,
he reminded me.
And you've never given anything you've made to any of us before.
He had a point. I was never happy with the finished piece. I always needed to start over again. Then an idea formed. I smiled. Thanks, Zeke. I think I know exactly what I'm going to make him. As I thought about it, I liked the idea even more.
It's not cookies, is it?
He asked dryly. I snorted a laugh and playfully glared at him. Did Zeke just make a joke? Wow, that was a first. No. I watched Dylan making Riley laugh and snapped more pictures. I don't know why I offered. I'm just going to fuck them up, I groused. Zeke reached over and wrapped his hand around the back of my neck, his fingers massaging. I always loved when he did that. Affection from Zeke was rare.
You have a big heart, baby,
he whispered. I rolled my eyes. No, I don't. I'm a mean, cranky bitch who will rip someone's head off without a thought, I countered vehemently. He burst out laughing as he looked down at me.
You're that, too,
he admitted, still laughing. I just smiled up at him and waited till he was done. By then, Dylan was done with Riley's photos and was waving me over. I shook my head, my stomach in knots. Nope, I'm good, I yelled to him. Dylan wanting to take my picture made me feel nervous and warm all at the same time. It was a weird feeling.
So we can have a snowball fight now?
Zeke asked mischievously. On second thought, who can't use more photos? I said nonchalantly as I moved through the snow towards Dylan. Zeke's booming laugh taunted me. I passed Riley on her way to Zeke. Your guy is sweet, she whispered to me. I managed to get a gift idea out of Zeke, I whispered back. It's all yours. Her eyes lit up. You are the best, she whispered, before turning and heading to Zeke. I walked up to Dylan and smiled awkwardly. He grinned down at me. Okay, let's do this, I said awkwardly. Dylan's eyes ran over me.
I've got a different spot in mind for you. It wouldn't have worked for Riley, but it will for you.
He took my hand and led me to another path and further into the park. We walked till we came to a spot next to the river surrounded by thin birch trees. We walked off the path. Dylan positioned me where he wanted me, standing in the trees with the river to the right.
Okay, I want to take a couple with your hood up like last night.
I reached back and flipped my hood up like it was last night. He pulled some of my hair forward so that it was lying against the black coat. This was so strange. I hadn't really had my picture taken in the last 5 years. Well, except last night. He smiled and stepped back a couple of steps.
Okay, sunshine. Give me that same look from last night.
He smiled as he brought up the camera. I did as he asked, and he started clicking away.
Sunshine, tell me about why you want to be a tattoo artist.
I gave him a warm smile. I knew what he was doing, and I went with it. People have a lot of big important events in their lives, some good, some bad, some ugly. I like that you can have something in your skin permanently to show that it happened, to represent it. I stopped posing, looked at the river, and I ignored the clicking. It's like showing everyone this is who I am. This is what shaped me, and I'm not going to hide it, so fuck off. He smiled behind his camera. And when it's a painful event, you can put something on your body that reminds you that you lived through it. You survived it. You are still here, and that means there is hope. I smiled as I remembered something Zeke once told me. Some days just being alive is the best you get. But there's always tomorrow. When he didn't give me any instructions, I just kept talking. The hope that tomorrow will be a better day. I shrugged. My hood fell off. I went to put it back.
Leave it, Sunshine. I have enough of those. Keep telling me why you like tattooing.
His voice was that soft, husky one that made the butterflies go crazy. Then you have memorial tattoos. The fact that someone affected you so much that you put a permanent reminder of them on your body is beautiful. I looked down at the snow and leaned against one of the pole-like trees. Pretty much it's the idea that everyone has shit inside that they deal with, but someone has the guts to put it out there where everyone can see and judge. I looked at him. That's amazing to me. Someone is showing themselves that way and not caring what others think about it.
I thought you don't care what other people think about you,
he asked, moving to the right, getting another angle, taking more photos. I looked down at the snow. I don't, but sometimes it crops up, like with the guys' girlfriends. I wanted to get along with them, and that made me care what they thought. I sighed. Then it turned out they were bitches, and I didn't give a shit. I bit the corner of my bottom lip as I thought about it. I know I should care, but I only really care about what the people I care about think of me, I admitted. Why was I telling him this? I already knew the answer. Because he was Dylan and I felt like I could tell him anything. I watched him taking pictures of me.
Stop looking at the camera, Sunshine.
He chided me playfully. I smiled. What else am I supposed to do, just stand here? I asked, seriously, wanting to know. This was so weird to me.
How about you tell me about your dad?
My chest tightened a bit. I swallowed hard. Did I want to talk about this? I don't know. I didn't mind talking about certain things. He was a firefighter in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He read me The Hobbit at bedtime, then the Rings trilogy, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and so many others. I can't even remember them all, but since he was a firefighter, he couldn't be home every night. I smiled, looking out at the snow as I remembered him. So on the nights he couldn't be home, he'd call and read to me over the phone, a chapter a night unless there was a cliffhanger. Then he knew I'd never get to sleep without knowing what happened. Dylan kept clicking away. He was always making me laugh. There wasn't a day that went by that I didn't crack up at something he did. I remembered something I loved about him. He didn't care that I wasn't like normal little girls, that I wasn't into playing with dolls or playing dress-up. Mom hated that about me. She was always trying to force me into a dress or to care about my hair. I snorted as I remembered Dad's response. Mom would say, "She needs to learn how to be a lady." Dad would just look at her and say, "There is more than one way to be a lady." Mom wanted a little princess, and Dad just wanted me the way I was.
What if you had been a princess girl?
Dylan asked, bringing my attention back to the present. I smiled. He would have played dress-up with me and had tea parties, I said honestly. That's just the way he was. I chuckled, remembering my 8th birthday. Dad always asked me what I wanted. Did I want to learn to paint? Did I want dance classes? I looked down at the snow, smiling. For my 8th birthday, Mom wanted to invite all the girls from school over for a slumber party. Dad looked at me and asked me what I wanted to do that Saturday. I told him paintball, laser tag, and go-karts. Dylan chuckled, drawing my attention back to him. He was still clicking away.
And what happened on your birthday?
He asked, smiling. I laughed. Mom and Dad compromised. Mom invited the whole class, even though most of them thought I was weird, and we all played laser tag and go-karts. I looked up at Dylan. Dad saved the paintball for the next day. He didn't trust that I wouldn't shoot a couple of the kids more than once. Dylan laughed. I smiled at him. He wasn't wrong. Dylan slowly sobered.
How did he die, Lexi?
He asked gently. My chest burned immediately. He was at a fire, and he was passing a 3-year-old out the second-story window to the guys on the ladder when the floor above caved in. Why did I answer that? I took a deep breath. A massive support beam hit him in the head. He died instantly. I remembered walking through the ruins of that house and looking for his soul, just in case. I didn't want him stuck here. I still didn't know if I was happy or sad that I didn't see him. Okay, I needed a lighter topic or I was going to cry. Oh, and the other reason I like tattooing is because it's awesome. You're putting art onto someone that they will carry for the rest of their lives. It's kind of cool if you think about it. He lowered the camera and smiled at me. Got enough?
Yeah, I got enough.
He came over to me and tilted my chin up with his fingers. His sapphire eyes ran over my face. Then he leaned down and brushed his lips against mine. He didn't press down. He didn't come any closer. He just kissed me softly, gently. I melted like a puddle at his feet. He pulled back and smiled at me.
Sorry I asked about your dad. It's just that you have this look you get when you think about something sad. I wanted to get a photo of it.
I raised an eyebrow. He hit buttons on the camera, then stepped next to me to show me. I was looking to the left side of the picture, my hair blazing against the trees and jacket. My eyes were soft, sad, my mouth neither smiling or frowning. The whole picture screamed of loss. That this person had lost someone and it still ached. It was an amazing picture. Sad, but amazing. I looked up at him and smiled. You are really good, I told him honestly. He narrowed his eyes at me suspiciously.
You're not mad?
Nah, it got you what you needed, I said before looking around. It was getting dark. Time to head back.
Yeah, you might want to make some snowballs first.
Dylan reminded me. Shit, Zeke was going to kill me. In the end, Riley ended up freezing. Zeke wasn't that bad off, and Dylan was covered. I, however, got away with just my sweater getting hit and ice down my back from Zeke. By the time we reached Dylan's house, Riley and Dylan were shivering. They ran upstairs to take showers and change into dry clothes. I ordered pizza and salad from the local pizza joint. Riley was quick in the shower and came downstairs in her clothes for Vagabond. I left the money with them and headed upstairs. My mind on other things, I went into Dylan's room, shut the door, and pulled off my soaked sweater.
Sunshine?
I jumped and turned to see Dylan sitting in his chair in the corner by his desk, wearing only black jeans. My eyes ran over him, my heart pounding in my chest. The guy had muscle. He wasn't as bulky as Asher. It was more like he had muscles from using them than from working out. The butterflies went crazy. His eyes were running over me, looking at me just as much as I was him. His eyes were warm when they met mine.
You really need to look around before you start taking your clothes off.
I thought you were in the other bathroom, I admitted, going to my stuff on the bed. It wasn't like I was naked. I still had my jeans on and my cami.
I was. I forgot a shirt,
he said. His voice was soft. I looked over my shoulder to see his eyes running over me again.
I saw Riley leave, then I thought I'd put the photos onto the computer and got distracted.
I felt that flip low in my belly. The look on his face made my body grow warm. Shit. That damn chemistry. I tried to distract myself, but I was looking at his chest again and wondering what all that skin would feel like. Oh, fuck. Lexi, move. I turned back to find my bathroom stuff fast. Shit. My stuff had gotten mixed up with Riley's. Sorry, I'll just, get my stuff, and I couldn't seem to form a sentence. I just kept my eyes on what I was doing. I stopped and took a deep breath, then let it out slow. Find your bathroom stuff and move. I needed to stay calm and not think about Dylan shirtless. That's when I felt him behind me. I went still. My heart was racing as his hands went to my waist. I focused on breathing. After crying with him and talking about my dad, I really wanted to be close, to be held, but right now wasn't the time. I kept reminding myself of that as one of his hands slid across the front of my waist, his palm spreading wide over my stomach. I closed my eyes as my body leaned back against him, feeling his skin on mine. This was too soon. This was not the time. Zeke and Riley were downstairs. I kept going over the reasons to grab a shirt and run into the bathroom. His body heat warmed my skin, making me want to just press myself against him. Okay, Lexi, move. Come on, move. No, don't let him do that. His lips brushed against my ear. My stomach flipped low and hard. Come on, body, help me out here. I was about to move when he finally spoke.
Sunshine.
His husky voice was soft and low. It sent hot shivers down my spine to my toes. My body tingled. Fuck it. I turned in his arms and kissed him. The room disappeared as he kissed me back, his lips moving with mine. My arms went around his neck. His hands were on my back, his fingers running over my skin. My chest smashed against his. My pulse was in my ears as the kiss changed. He swept in and took everything I had to give. He kissed me hungrily, desperately. His hands ran down my back to my butt, his fingers kneading. I made a soft sound against his mouth. This was Dylan. Sweet, sexy, funny Dylan who just seemed to get me, who made me feel beautiful just by looking at me. I kept kissing him. I couldn't seem to stop, and I really didn't want to. His hands shifted, and he lifted me with his hands on my butt. Instinctively, I wrapped my legs around his waist. His hands slid to my thighs, holding me up as he moved. The world spun. Then I felt something soft under me. All I could think was, yeah, that works. His body pressed me into the mattress, his hips pressing against mine. My legs fell to the sides as he took some of his weight onto his elbows. I couldn't think as his tongue danced with mine. I needed to stop this, right? Yeah, maybe. I needed to think. I pulled my mouth back from his. His lips moved to my cheek, leaving sweet, light kisses up my jaw. He made a path to my ear. It felt really fucking good. I was still trying to catch my breath when he reached my neck. Oh, shit. His lips brushed over that spot an inch or so below my ear. My body moved against his, unable to stop myself from grinding against him. He growled against my throat, his hard body pressing flush against me. One of his hands ran up my side to my ribs. I groaned as he grazed that spot with teeth. He was torturing me. I wanted to get even, make him as crazy as he was making me. I turned my head, my lips finding his neck. He growled against my throat, his hips moving against me, moving his hard groin against me. Sparks ran through me. My skin felt hot. Then he bit down on that spot. I made an eager noise as lightning shot through my body, my hips moving against his. I couldn't help it. The way he made my body feel made me need to move. His mouth was on mine again, pushing everything away, every thought, every worry. They were gone as long as he kept kissing me. He went back to my neck, that same fucking spot. Every nerve I had was alive and tingling. His mouth left hot kisses over my collarbone. I felt his hand on my shoulder, his fingers pulling my straps out of the way of his lips. Alarm bells went off. I was suddenly aware where I was, what I was doing, and that I had only known Dylan for 2 months, and I'd been dating Dylan for only 4 fucking days. My body still wanted to keep going, but I knew we had to stop. Dylan, I said, but my voice was too quiet. I swallowed hard and tried again. Dylan, stop, I managed between heavy breaths. Dylan stopped moving, his breath fanning out over the skin at my shoulder, his body tense. I couldn't move. If I moved, it wouldn't be to get further away from him. I held myself still as I tried to relearn to breathe.
Sunshine, don't move,
he managed between deep breaths. He must be having the same problem.
Please.
I was going to tell you the same thing. I was getting my breath back. My mind was coming back, but my body still didn't want me to stop. Oh, this sucked. I needed a freezing cold shower. Neither one of us moved while we both struggled to get control back. I knew when he was okay. His body relaxed against me again.
You good?
He asked. His voice was gentle and soft. Yeah, I whispered back. He didn't move off me. In fact, he lowered more of his weight onto me. His face was in the crook of my neck. I wrapped my arms around him, one hand playing with the hair at the back of his neck. It felt really good. Not strip me naked now good, but good. His hips were still against mine. I still felt him there. It kept my heart racing.
Just let me feel you for a bit, Sunshine,
he whispered softly against my throat.
I'm not.
I know. He just wanted to hold me like this a little longer. I knew how he felt. I felt the same way. He lifted his head and looked down at my face. His sapphire eyes were still shining with heat as they ran over my face. One of his hands came up to my face, his thumb running over my cheekbone. The look on his face took my breath away. He was looking at me like I was precious to him. Heat flooded my chest again, hard and fast.
I only meant to kiss you once, Lexi.
He whispered to me, those beautiful eyes on mine.
I should have fucking left the second you came in.
I gave him a gentle smile. I kissed you, remember? I whispered back. I should have put my sweater right back on.
So we were both stupid.
He smiled down at me. I smiled back. We seemed to do that a lot, I observed. He nodded. But I had another problem right now. Hun, you're squishing me. He lifted his weight off me immediately and laid down on his side next to me. My body missed the press of him instantly. Bad body. I rolled to my side to face him, my fingers playing across his chest. He didn't seem to mind. His fingers were stroking my arm. He swallowed hard, his eyes worried.
Lexi, are you okay with what just happened?
He whispered softly. I was right there with you. It's just...
Too fast, I know.
He took a breath and let it out.
When it comes to you, all my thinking seems to go out the door.
He whispered back. I smiled at him. Sure, I was glowing. Is that good or bad? I asked, only half joking. He exhaled hard.
Both?
He offered. I laughed softly. He didn't sound so sure about his answer. His eyes ran over my face, and his expression turned serious as he met my eyes again.
Sunshine, I don't want to go too fast with you,
he whispered softly.
Any time I've gone that fast with someone, it never went well. It never lasted long. And I really want you to stick around.
My heart melted and clenched in my chest all at the same time. And I really want to stick around, I admitted to him. He smiled a big smile again, making me feel light. My fingers found a scar on his chest. My fingers ran over it, memorizing the funny shape. His warm eyes stayed on mine. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His hand left my arm and caught mine against his chest, stopping my fingers. I needed to distract myself. So maybe we need some rules?
Like, no bedrooms alone?
He offered sincerely. Yeah, or house, I licked my lips and added. And no voice in private. He smiled.
Yeah, that's a good one.
His eyes narrowed on mine.
Phone's fair game, though.
I smiled and laughed at how serious he sounded about that. Then I narrowed my eyes on his. On the phone, I agreed. No running around shirtless for you unless it's summer. His eyebrows went up and he smirked at me. Oh, don't give me that look, I shot at him. You didn't put a shirt on for a reason. He snickered, his cheeks tinting pink.
Okay, I'll admit to that one.
When he didn't get up to put a shirt on, I gave him a look. Effective immediately, I said in my serious voice. You're killing me here. He gave me a big smile. He leaned in and kissed my cheek. It was the only safe place right now. He got off the bed and walked to his dresser. Dylan grabbed a dark blue Henley and pulled it on. I admit it, I was biting my lip as I watched the muscles in his back move. My boyfriend. I have ogling rights. He turned back around, his face full of mischief.
Okay, no tank top thingies.
He pointed his finger at my cami and moved it up and down.
You normally don't show a lot of skin. This is like...
He exhaled, his eyes running over my body.
Like fucking Christmas and Hanukkah all wrapped into one.
I snickered before getting off the bed and finding my wet sweater. I quickly pulled it back on. Okay, fair enough, I admitted, as I turned back towards him, pulling my hair out of my sweater. But what are you going to do in summer when I go swimming? He closed his eyes and groaned.
Suffer,
he answered painfully. I chuckled. I was enjoying our little game. No closed doors when we're alone, I shot back. He nodded, grinning at me. I walked over and opened the door wide, then walked back. He was smiling now.
No skirts.
His voice was deadly serious.
Not for a while, sunshine.
His voice told me not to argue. Really? I put a contemplating tone in my voice. His smile disappeared.
Lexi, I'm serious.
I nodded, smiling. He raised an eyebrow, waiting for my turn. No against-the-wall kissing, I offered. He shook his head immediately.
That's a dating staple. You can't take that away,
he said seriously, stepping closer to me. I caved. I did like against-the-wall kissing. My heart wasn't really set on that one anyway, I admitted. He smiled again. How about... Oh, I got one. I looked up at him and stepped a little closer. We'll probably be going to parties together. Only one of us drinks at a time. He nodded.
That's a damn good one,
he admitted, stepping closer to me again.
And at parties, we stick to public places.
I nodded. Good one, I said. He reached out and cupped my neck again, his thumb in front of my ear. I looked into those warm blue eyes. He had a strange grin on his face. Think that'll work?
Maybe. Then again,
he whispered, before he leaned down and brushed his lips across mine. That warmth spread through me again. With the gentle, sweet way he kissed me, I felt cherished at that moment. He pulled back, a soft smile on his face.
Go take your shower and I'll head downstairs.
He didn't move. One of us had to, and I didn't want it to be me. But I nutted up and stepped away. I was very aware of him watching me as I picked up my stuff and walked into the bathroom. I made a point of locking the door. It seemed the only smart thing to do right then. Chapter 9. Saturday night. By the time I came downstairs, the pizza had already been delivered, and everyone else had already eaten. I brought my bag down with me. I didn't think going back into Dylan's room was a good idea for now. I was wearing boot-cut blue jeans, my grommet belt, and a V-neck black short-sleeved shirt that Ethan suggested I wear. My hair was dried into its usual curly mass. Ethan had told me to wear darker makeup for under the lights, so my eyes were heavily shadowed and lined with black. Otherwise, it was normal, except for my neck. I had a bite mark and a couple of hickeys that were visible after my shower. Thankfully, I had concealer in my makeup kit. It was almost time to head out to Vagabond for the sound check, so I ate quickly, and then we headed off. Zeke took Riley. Dylan drove me. It was almost dark when we parked, and I had just slid out when Dylan walked around the truck. Those eyes met mine as he gave me his half grin. The butterflies weren't there so much as just replaced by warmth flooding me. I smiled back before I locked my door, then shut it. Dylan immediately took my hand and pulled me close. He leaned down to whisper in my ear,
"You look beautiful tonight."
My pulse picked up. I felt my face grow warm. I tilted my head up so my lips were at his ear. I went with complete honesty. "That shirt really shows off your eyes." I whispered back, feeling completely corny as hell. I pulled back to see his cheeks were tinted pink. "Good. Okay, now we're that couple," I said, slightly disgusted with us. He laughed as Zeke and Riley joined us. We all started walking toward the bar.
"Why are we here so early?"
Zeke grumbled. "Sound check," I sighed. "They have to see how my voice works with the equipment here and make adjustments if needed. Basically, it's practice before the show." Dylan wrapped his arm around my shoulders. "We get a preview," Riley said cheerfully. I groaned as we neared the door.
"I'm sure it's going to be great, Sunshine. You'll hear for yourself in a few minutes,"
Zeke offered. I flipped him off over my shoulder, not because he pissed me off, but because I was just that nervous about this. We walked into the almost empty bar and headed across the dance floor. Ryan was talking to Oliver when he spotted me. "Hey, Lexi, just in time. Get up here," Ryan called to me before yelling for Ethan off stage. I groaned as I left the others, climbed the steps, and walked through the backstage curtain. Ethan was pulling on his guitar when his eyes ran over my face. He smiled.
"Perfect eyes, beautiful. You've got a dark, pissed-off look going."
I snorted at him as I took off my coat. "That's not the makeup, Snoopy, that's just me," I said dryly. He burst out laughing as I hung my jacket on a hook. I followed him out onto the stage with the others. I growled as I saw the others standing near the back of the dance floor. I wanted to kill Ethan. One of the usual bartenders was off stage on the other side at a big electronic board with a lot of sliders and buttons. Ethan looked over at me.
"Did you warm up?"
"Yeah, before I left Dylan's," I replied. Ethan nodded.
"Okay, here's what's going on."
He pointed to the bartender.
"All of our sound goes through that mixer board. Kevin over there is going to adjust instruments and vocals to get the best mix possible so that the vocals can be heard over the drums and other instruments."
I nodded.
"Don't piss Kevin off or we're screwed."
Kevin chuckled. I grinned.
"We already got my settings into the mixer and now we need yours, so we're just doing your songs right now."
I groaned. Ethan chuckled.
"Before you come out, I'll introduce you as a guest singer, and we'll start."
I nodded as he moved away from the microphone. I closed my eyes like Ryan had told me to, as the first notes of Angel's Fall played. Then I sang, keeping my eyes closed. I made sure to follow Ethan's corrections. When we were done, I opened my eyes to find Ethan grinning.
"Oh yeah, this is going to work. You sound even better over a speaker, beautiful."
I rolled my eyes at him. The next half hour we ran through my song list. The only time I opened my eyes was during Broken. In the end, Ethan turned to Kevin.
"You need any more?"
The tall, bulky blonde man shook his head. "Nah, she's easier to mix than you, man," Kevin said as he grinned. I sighed. "I'll switch settings as she walks on stage. Don't hurry out. I'll take a couple of seconds." I nodded. I still couldn't believe I was doing this. We got off stage as people started coming into the bar. My stomach was in knots as I started pacing backstage. Ethan smiled at me.
"Lexi, relax. We have an hour before we start."
I sat down in one of the folding chairs near the open back doors. "You're going to sound great. Don't worry so much," Ryan assured me. I gave him a tight smile. My phone vibrated. I pulled it out of my pocket and checked. "Dylan."
You sounded amazing, Sunshine. Riley wants to come backstage for a bit. Are you guys busy?
I looked around at the band and saw they were just talking, waiting for the crowd to fill in. Alexis. Nope, come on back. Killing time. It wasn't long before the curtain was pushed aside. Riley, Zeke, and Dylan walked over. Lexi, you sounded great. Riley all but gushed. I groaned. So you're deaf too? I grumbled. Everyone burst out laughing. Everyone started talking about nothing. But as the noise from the bar grew louder, my stomach knotted more and more. Dylan held my hand and gave me a squeeze. I looked up at him, wanting to run away as fast as possible. He smiled down at me before leaning over to whisper in my ear.
You sounded beautiful. Ethan wouldn't let you do this if you were going to stink.
I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Not what I'm worried about, I grumbled. I'm scared I'm going to let them down. Dylan's warm eyes ran over my face, an odd grin on his lips. What? The grin became a smile.
Nothing, Sunshine.
He lifted my hand and kissed my knuckles. It was sweet. I took another deep breath and let it out slowly. Ethan checked his phone.
About that time,
Ethan announced. Zeke and Riley headed back out to the front of the bar. Dylan gave me a hug and a kiss on the temple before heading out. I turned to see Ryan looking away from Dylan and me. Ethan started pacing and spinning his rings. The others stood back and watched. I leaned over to Oliver. What's he doing? I whispered.
His pre-show freak out,
Oliver said. He does it every time. I watched as long as I could, but it was actually painful to watch. As Ethan went to pass me again, I snagged his arm, pulling him to a halt. He looked at me, his eyes a little panicked. I tugged his arm, leading him out the back doors and into the snow. I turned back to him and looked him in the eye. Why are you freaking out? I asked bluntly. Ethan bounced on his toes.
'Cause I don't want to fuck up.
He shot back at me like it was obvious.
I don't want to suck and destroy the fan base we've managed to create.
Ethan, I began, making my voice calm and soothing. His chocolate eyes met mine. You are an amazing singer. You have a panty-dropping voice. He snorted. You know those sets inside and out, right? He nodded. You've practiced your ass off the last 2 weeks, right? He nodded. I gave him an understanding smile. Add that to your voice. That can make a girl squirm, by the way, and you seriously can't fuck it up. His shoulders relaxed a bit. You want this?
Yeah.
Then get out there and bust your ass to give them a good show, I told him emphatically. He smiled down at me, calm again. He nodded.
You're right. I got this,
he said with confidence. Now that he was calm, I wanted to puke. The only one here who's likely to fuck this up is me. I took a deep breath. You guys are fucking nuts bringing me into this. Ethan's eyes went wide before he wrapped his arm around me and brought me to his side.
Lexi, you have an amazing voice,
he reassured me gently.
It's a mix between Amy Lee and Lizzie Hale. I've never heard anything like it.
I looked up at him like he was insane.
Lexi, would I ever embarrass you in public?
I'm not worried about being embarrassed, Ethan, I snapped, running my hand through my hair. I'm worried about letting you down. He snorted.
No way. You'd never let me down.
He was right. I hated to admit it, but he was. I nodded. We headed back inside to join the others. Oliver raised an eyebrow.
Done with the freak-out already?
Oliver asked, his voice surprised.
That's a record,
Ryan added, smiling at us.
Lexi has a way of telling you when you're being an idiot,
Ethan admitted. Yeah, I knock you over the head with the truth repeatedly, I admitted. Everyone chuckled. Ethan, Oliver, and Ryan put their hands in the center. I wasn't paying attention until Ryan snagged my hand and put it in the center, too.
Let's go out there and kick some ass,
Ethan said. They bobbed their hands, then threw them up, shouting,
Under fire!
I watched as they headed out on stage. Ethan winked at me before he walked out. The crowd cheered. Oh God, they were fucking insane. I paced backstage, taking deep breaths to calm myself. What the hell were they thinking asking me to do this? They were crazy. I couldn't let them down, but fuck. The first song ended a lot sooner than I would have liked.
Now I'd like to introduce our guest singer. She'll be popping on and off stage to help us out for the night. Let's have a big round of applause for Lexi.
Ethan's voice ran through the speakers. There was applause. Fuck. I headed out, keeping my eyes on Ethan as my heart raced. Ethan winked at me before stepping away from the microphone. I can't believe you're making me do this, I grumbled. The crowd burst out laughing. Shit. Ethan was smiling as he stepped closer so the microphone would pick him up.
They can hear you, Lexi.
I looked up at him. My eyes narrowed. And now they all know you're an ass that guilts your friends into doing shit they don't want to do, I pointed out matter-of-factly. I might as well. They all heard me anyway. The crowd burst out laughing. Ethan was chuckling as he stepped back. I closed my eyes as the first notes of Angel's Fall played. Then I sang. I sang the song the way it always sounded to me. I focused on nothing but the music and hitting the right notes. My heart stopped racing as I tapped my foot to the beat. Then the last two notes were played, and I stepped back and finally opened my eyes. The fucking bar was full. My stomach instantly knotted. I turned and headed backstage. Oliver gave me a wink. Apparently, I wasn't awful. Once I was off the stage, I took a deep breath. Holy shit. That was scary as fuck. Then the adrenaline rush kicked in. It was kind of fun, too. I paced back and forth through the next two songs. Then it was my turn again. I headed back out on stage, keeping my eyes on Ethan. I took my spot on the other side of the microphone as they started playing Broken. Ethan kept his eyes on my face and sang. I kept mine on his. I couldn't do this any other way. Then my verse came and I was singing. The rest of the bar faded away. There was just us, singing together. When the song came to an end, I turned and walked off stage again. I paced backstage, not needing to take deep breaths this time. The longer we went without someone yelling out, "You suck," the better I was feeling about all this. I waited for another two songs, then it was my turn again. I headed out, feeling a little more comfortable about this. Ethan was smirking at me. I shot him a look. The crowd chuckled. This time I had to talk to the crowd. I kept my eyes closed. This is a new one for the boys that I blackmailed them into learning because, let's face it, there is only so much screaming a girl can take. There were laughs through the crowd. The boys started to play Dark Side. This song was hard for me. I had to hold notes for a while, perfectly. I blocked everything out but the music and my voice. When it was over, I was so relieved. I hadn't fucked up. As I headed off stage, Ryan was grinning at me. Guess it sounded good. I went back to my pacing off stage. One more song, and it was the loudest. It required a good yell at the end. I took a big drink of water as I waited for the next two songs to end. Then I was up again. I took a deep breath and headed out to the microphone. I closed my eyes again as the first electronic notes of Numb played through the speakers. Then I started to sing. I loved this song. It reminded me of my relationship with my mother. It required backup vocals, but instead of Ethan, it was Ryan who backed me up with his deep, smooth voice working alongside mine. It was a song that needed everything you had. I thought of my mother and gave it everything. This song pushed my range, which is why we left it for the end of my songs. So when I had to yell, I hit it just right, then dropped my voice right back down to where it needed to be. The last notes of the song played out, and that was it for me. I took a deep breath in relief.
That's it for Lexi tonight. Wasn't she great?
Ethan's voice rang through the crowd, and there was applause and several hoots from voices I knew. I finally looked at the crowd and was happy. I had kept my eyes closed tonight. The place was packed. I gave them a wave, then headed off stage.
We'll be taking a short break. See you in 15.
When I made it backstage, I dropped into a chair, almost limp with relief. The guys came off stage and laughed at me.
You did great, Lexi,
Oliver assured me as he opened a bottle of water. I didn't know about great, but I thought I managed not to embarrass them. Thanks, Ollie. Oliver grinned at his nickname. Ryan stood across from me with that killer grin on his face.
You need to join the band, Lexi, seriously.
I snorted. Oh, no, not happening. I shook my head. I'm just helping you guys out. My voice was getting raspy. I took a drink of water.
Go to the bar and ask for some tea,
Ethan said, pushing his sweaty hair back from his face.
Otherwise, you'll lose your voice.
I nodded, then got to my feet. Ethan pulled me into a sweaty hug.
Thanks so much, beautiful.
I hugged him back. No problem. I'm just going to bitch about it for a bit, I grumbled. And you owe me lots of jewelry. He chuckled as he let go. I told them to kick ass on the next set, grabbed my coat, then headed out to the front of the bar. I had just stepped off the steps when Dylan popped out of the crowd. Smiling, he hugged me tight.
Sunshine, that was incredible,
he whispered in my ear. I squeezed him back. I didn't suck? I asked, my voice uncertain. I hated how girly I sounded right then. He chuckled.
You killed it, babe.
The knots in my stomach loosened. I pulled back a bit to see if he was joking. He just leaned down and gave me a quick, soft kiss that made my heart race.
Come on, everyone's waiting.
Club music came on over the speakers. I got on my toes so I could reach Dylan's ear. I have to get some tea first or I'm going to lose my voice. He nodded, took my hand, and led me through the crowd to the bar. I ordered my tea as Dylan told me what he'd heard people saying about my singing. So far it was all positive. Then he hesitated. My tea came in a big paper cup. I added honey. What? My voice was quickly disappearing. I started sipping, the heat soothing on my throat. Dylan gave me a tense smile.
The 3 bitches were making fun of your voice when the guys weren't listening.
He shrugged, looking apologetic.
I wanted to warn you.
I snorted. I don't care what they think. They're bitches, I croaked. Shit. I focused on drinking my tea. He grinned at me.
Well, they're pissing off my friends. Jake has already told them to stop bitching.
I snorted. Jake was awesome.
They're probably going to find another spot to hang out, but everyone is waiting for you first.
I nodded. We can join them if you want, I offered. He grinned at me.
If it gets too bad, yeah.
He agreed before leading me back through the crowd toward the back wall of the bar. When we stepped out of the crowd, I saw that everyone had put 4 tables together to form one long one. There was enough room for everyone to have their own seat, though 2 of the 3 bitches were on their boyfriends' laps. Everyone said hi. Jake jumped up and all but tackled me. You killed it, sweetness. Jake squeezed me tight, and I hugged him back, laughing. I couldn't help it. Thanks, hun. He pulled back, his eyes running over my face. Your makeup is starting to smear. I reached into my pocket and handed him some tissues. He lifted my chin and started fixing it. I just let him. I didn't have a mirror, and I trusted him not to make me look worse. When he was done, he leaned in.
If those bitches keep trying to tear into you, I'm going to pay someone to drop colorful drinks on those nice white shirts.
I snorted. It was so weird to hear the big jock talk about ruining a girl's clothes. Jake moved back to his spot so that the others could see me. Isaac picked me up in a big hug. I grunted as he squished me.
You did great, Red.
I smiled as he put me down. Thanks, Cookie Monster. He grinned big before heading back to his seat where Cece was. I put my coat on the back of an empty chair between Miles and Dylan.
Allie, you were wonderful.
Asher got my attention from across the table. I wrinkled my nose at him, and he chuckled.
Lexi, that was great.
Thomas called from down the table. I sent him a smile.
It sounded awesome,
Derek added.
Even I know that sounded good,
Aaron said. Thanks, guys. You're too sweet. I had just sat down between Miles and Dylan when Faith chimed in. Well, she did go off-key a couple of times. Derek snorted.
No, she didn't.
How would you know? Faith shot back, eyeing him. He's been accepted to Juilliard for the year after next, I explained smugly. They're holding a spot specifically for him. I think that means he knows a shit ton about music. Faith glared at me before whispering to Cece next to her. I ignored her and looked over at Dylan's friends. So what trouble have I missed? Aaron chuckled.
Jake almost got his ass kicked by some big guy,
Aaron said, smiling. I looked over at Jake from across the table. He was laughing. What happened? I asked, dying to know.
A guy thought I was hitting on his sister,
Jake told me.
I had to tell him I was more interested in him than her.
We all chuckled.
You should have seen his face.
Derek grinned down the table.
What he actually said was, I was trying to get to know her so I could find out if I should ask for your number.
I burst out laughing. Jake looked like he didn't regret a thing.
Hey, I got a phone number,
Jake pointed out smugly.
I'm ahead of all of you except for Dylan. Shit, she's right.
Thomas got up and looked around the bar. He grinned.
And there's Sarah.
He looked around at us.
Someone wingman me?
Jake sighed.
You're going to need my help,
Jake warned him, getting to his feet.
You're about as smooth as sandpaper.
I chuckled as they headed off to get Thomas a phone number. Aaron, Luke, and Derek were in a discussion about something I couldn't hear, and the guys were talking to their girls. I looked up at Miles. He looked tenser than usual, almost rigid. How was your afternoon? I asked, as Dylan's hand found mine under the table. I put his hand on my knee. I didn't know why, but I wanted my hands free around these bitches. Miles shrugged. The usual. I played games with Autumn, he said, his voice stiff. He didn't sound like himself. I racked my brain trying to figure out what could put him in this gloomy mood. There wasn't much on the list. I bumped my shoulder into his. He grinned and bumped his shoulder into mine. I smiled back. Dylan leaned over and asked what games he played today. He must have noticed something off about Miles, too. While they talked, I looked around the table. Faith's eyes darted from me to Miles and back again. What was her problem now? No, I didn't care. When there was a lull in Miles's and Dylan's conversation, I slipped in. Miles, you want to come get a drink with Dylan and me? I'll buy. I smiled sweetly up at him. He nodded immediately. Yeah, something was wrong. I went to get up, but Dylan stopped me and leaned in.
You go. See if you can get him to talk. I'll see if the bitches have something to say here.
It was right then and there that I felt it. I was really falling for this guy. It was terrifying and exciting all at the same time. I nodded and got up. He winked at me before I turned around. I wrapped my arm around Miles's as we headed to the bar. My head was going crazy. Shit. No, I couldn't. Maybe it was just because I was grateful and I was mixing up the feelings. Yep, that was it. I wasn't falling in love because that would mean actual feelings and real feelings. I pushed that all out of my head as we reached the bar. I ordered 2 sodas and Miles ordered another. After I had paid, I turned and looked him in the eye. Spill, you're jumpy, what's up? Miles sighed.
Faith on the car ride home kept giving me these weird looks.
Miles began, pushing his glasses back up on his nose.
Then, when we all split up at the twins' house, she cornered me.
I wanted to hit the bitch. I took a deep breath and kept my calm.
She kept asking me questions about you and me.
He continued. I raised an eyebrow.
She wanted to know where we hung out, what we did. She even wanted to know where I lived. That was weird. She was also making these snide little comments about you and I being so close during the whole drive home.
I got it then. I rolled my eyes. She thinks we're screwing around behind Dylan's back, I said as I shook my head. Miles nodded.
That is the conclusion I came to also.
He took a drink of his soda before continuing.
I have a feeling the three of them have decided to try to get rid of you and are looking for anything they can use.
That'll be funny as hell, watching them scramble and find nothing, I snickered. Miles chuckled. Then he sobered.
They can make problems for you and Dylan,
he pointed out. I laughed at that. Yeah, I wasn't too worried about that. Miles raised an eyebrow at me. Dylan knows all about what's going on. Hell, he's seen more than you, sweetie. You just got caught in the ricochet. His eyes were worried. Don't worry, Miles. After tonight, I'll be avoiding those three like the plague.
I think I'll join you,
he admitted dryly. I smiled. Are you getting along with Dylan's friends? I asked, changing the subject. He nodded.
Had an interesting discussion with Derek about the piano and why he chose it, he said cheerfully. It made me hate the piano less.
I raised an eyebrow at him. You play the piano? His ears turned a light shade of pink.
Yes, I play several instruments. My mother insisted on it.
He told me. I smiled up at him.
No, I will not play for you.
He shut me down before I could ask. I gave him a half-hearted pout, then moved on. Well, if it gets too bad tonight, we'll split off to sit with Dylan's friends. Sound like a plan? Miles nodded, still frowning. Cheer up. This is going to be my only night off until I manage that link, so please just have fun. He gave me a real smile, the one that showed just how handsome he really was. You're dancing with me tonight. I know you can, so you have to. His eyes went wide. Yes, my last night of freedom for until I get that link up. Think of it as my last request. He sighed.
Who told you I know how to dance?
I gave him a big smile, knowing I had won. Ethan? Who else? That guy can't keep a secret if his life depended on it. I said it as if it was obvious. Miles burst out laughing. I pulled out my phone and texted Dylan. Alexis, Faith thinks I'm screwing Miles behind your back, just a heads up. Dylan.
LMAO, I got that. She's prying into our relationship and pissing off my friends in the process. Want me to tell her anything fun?
I snickered and looked up at Miles. Faith is questioning Dylan about our relationship. What's the kinkiest thing you've ever heard? 'Cause I need something to tell her, I said excitedly. Miles burst out laughing, his ears turning pink.
No, I'm not going there with you, Lexi,
he said adamantly. I snickered and texted Dylan back. Alexis, tell her something freaky and watch her face. Dylan.
Best girlfriend ever. Thank you.
I chuckled. That feeling washed over me again. Fuck. I swallowed hard and put my phone away. Ready to go back? We could just find you a hottie to charm so you don't have to go back, I offered. Miles looked like he was considering it.
No, I'll be all right. Besides, she was after you, not me,
he pointed out. I nodded. Good point. I grabbed my 2 sodas and Miles grabbed his. His hand went to my wrist to help me get through the crowd. It had become a family ritual whenever we were in a crowd. The closest one held my hand so they didn't lose me. When we reached the table, he let go, and of course Faith noticed. Dylan's mouth was drawn into a tight line. His eyes were hard as he kept his gaze on the table. Aaron's fists were clenched on the table, his knuckles white. Derek and Luke were glaring at the girls. It made my stomach knot. What had those bitches been saying? I put my soda down and touched Dylan's shoulder. He looked up at me. His eyes instantly softened as he smiled at me. The knots disappeared. He was just pissed at one of the girls. I handed him his glass and leaned down to whisper in his ear. Do you need to get away?
If I don't, I might ask you to hit those bitches,
he whispered back. I smiled. I stood up straight and nodded. I looked over at Miles. Miles, can you watch our stuff, please? I tilted my head towards Dylan. Miles's eyes darted to him, then back to me.
Of course, Lexi. We'll join you, Derek offered as he got up, glaring at the three bitches.
Aaron and Luke followed. Dylan stood up and wrapped an arm around my lower back. He all but shoved me away from the table. We stopped walking on the dance floor. Aaron, Luke, and Derek followed us.
What the hell is with those bitches?
Aaron asked, his face hard.
'Cause with the way they're going after you, I'd think you had killed their kittens or some shit.
I shook my head. I'm a girl that's friends with their guys. Apparently that's enough to make someone hate me, I explained, tiredly. I didn't understand it myself. Luke shook his head.
Sorry, Lexi, but we can't sit with your friends, not with those girls there,
Luke said apologetically.
Derek's real close to calling them on their shit, and I'm not far behind.
I gave them a smile. I understand. I'm sorry, guys. I felt awful about this. If they keep this shit up, we'll be joining you guys tonight.
They have the heaters out on the patio. There should be some tables free,
Derek offered. The guys nodded. Luke sent out a text to the others. Then he looked up at me.
Sorry, Lexi,
Luke said again. Hey, I get it. I'm pretty close to joining you, I reminded them. They smiled at us, then disappeared into the crowd. The band changed to a slow song. My arms went loosely around Dylan's neck as we started dancing. He leaned down to whisper in my ear.
Those guys are fucking oblivious to what's going on. They're just sitting there talking to each other and not listening to what their girls are saying.
Boobs. They are powerful things, honey, I pointed out, hoping for a smile. Dylan snickered as he pulled back down to look at me. Faith cornered Miles today, and I'm having a hard time not knocking the bitch's teeth out, I said sweetly. I sighed. I want the guys happy, but the girls are making it impossible for me or Miles to be around anymore. Dylan leaned down and pressed his cheek against mine so we could talk better.
You need to tell the guys, Sunshine. They wouldn't tolerate this bullshit.
His voice was getting hard again. He really was angry. I wrapped one hand around the back of his neck, my fingers massaging. He sighed a small moan into my ear. I grinned. His neck was really tense. I'm just going to avoid them from now on. He grunted at me, but I was still massaging his neck, so it wasn't a hard grunt. It'll be fine. I've got a lot of work on my project coming up, and I won't have time to see everyone anyway. I'll arrange to see the guys at Miles's house, where none of the girlfriends are welcome, and I'll see you as much as I can till school starts. Then I realized a problem with my plan. They all went to our high school. Shit.
Then what? You're going to avoid your friends all the time?
He asked, sounding even more pissed.
You can't do that, Sunshine, and you shouldn't have to.
I nodded. He was right. But I wanted the guys to be happy more than I wanted to kick the girls' asses. And there was that other part of me that was still nagging at me, telling me that they'd choose the girls. My stomach knotted as I tried to push that back. I'll figure something out before then. I was lying through my teeth. I was just going to go back to taking their bullshit. But this time I was going to fire back. I wasn't their fucking punching bag. Dylan kissed my temple and kept his cheek against my hair. I just wanted to enjoy my last night out for a couple of weeks. I closed my eyes and danced with my boyfriend. When the music changed up, I smiled up at him, hopefully. He kept an arm around my waist and danced with me. I liked dancing with Dylan. If we got too close, it wasn't a problem. I could just dance and not worry about anything. I moved to the beat and enjoyed myself. Then my cell vibrated in my bra. I pulled it out. It was Miles. Miles. The guys went to get drinks. A little assistance would be appreciated. I cursed and stopped dancing. I showed the text to Dylan, who nodded and gestured for me to go. I hurried back through the crowd. When I got to the table, Faith, Trisha, and Cece were all asking Miles questions. He sat there, his mouth shut, staring at the table. I could see how tense he was from where I stood. "So have you ever slept with a girl, Miles?" Faith asked. It was clear how much she was enjoying watching Miles blush. My temper ignited. I stepped out of the crowd. Miles turned to me, his face cold, his eyes like ice. Miles was pissed and probably felt like he couldn't do anything about it because they were girls. Okay, that was it. I walked over and slammed my hand into the middle of the table to get the bitch's attention. The table shook. Glasses rattled. "You girls leave Miles alone. I'm done playing nice. Miles is too much of a gentleman to tell you when you're being bitches, but I'm not. Come after me all you want, but you mess with Miles and we'll have a problem." I growled at them. They glared at me, but they stopped talking to Miles, and that's what I had wanted. I looked back to Miles. "Come on, sweetie. Let's hang out with some non-bitches." Miles smirked as he got up, taking his drink with him. I grabbed my coat and Dylan's. He followed me like my taller shadow until we met Dylan on the way to the dance floor. "We're hanging with your friends tonight." Dylan gave me a small smile, then took his jacket from me. He took my hand and led us through the crowd out to the side patio. Though tall stainless steel heaters made the area much warmer, you still needed your jacket, but it didn't feel like you would freeze to death. Dylan's friends were the only group on the patio. They waved us over.
"That didn't take long."
Derek grinned at me. I snorted. "You don't fuck with my family." I held up my finger and thumb with only a quarter-inch separating them. I was this close to playing smack a bitch. The guys chuckled as Miles, Dylan, and I pulled up seats. Miles is too polite to tell them off, so we came over.
"How the hell do your friends not see that?"
Aaron asked, frowning. I shrugged. "Not paying attention." It was the only answer I had. Aaron snorted.
"That's fucking ridiculous,"
Thomas announced. I nodded. Then we changed subjects. We talked about what video games were coming out, who got whose phone number. We just had a good time and laughed. Dylan and Thomas made a run for hot drinks while we continued talking. I was listening to a funny story from Aaron when my cell vibrated. I pulled it out and checked it. Asher.
"Where are you? Did you leave already?"
Alexis. "Just hanging out with Dylan's friends. He hangs out with you guys all the time, so I'm hanging out with his." I was laughing at how the story ended when my phone vibrated again. Asher.
"We'll join you. Where are you? Zeke's getting pissy."
I cursed and looked around at the guys. "We're about to be found, boys," I grumbled. "Zeke's getting worried about not seeing me." Dylan and Thomas walked up to hand out drinks.
"Tell them. If they come out here, maybe they'll hear their girls talking to you,"
Dylan offered. I looked at the others. "You guys okay with that? I can always go back in," I offered. They all snorted.
"Bring those bitches out here,"
Derek insisted. I smiled. Alexis. "Out on side patio. We have it to ourselves." "Okay, they're coming." I looked over at Miles to see his blank face. I winked at him. He grinned at me. It wasn't long before the doors opened and they all came out.
"This is much better than inside. Why didn't we think of this?"
Asher asked, smiling. "Because it's freezing, that's why," Trisha complained. Asher pointed out a chair right next to the heater.
"That should work for you, Trish."
Asher and Trisha went to sit down as the others grabbed chairs and sat in a big circle. Faith sat next to Miles, smirking at me. I sent her back my "don't fuck with me" face. I met Miles's eyes and got up. He bit back a smile as we switched places. Dylan's friends chuckled while my friends looked confused. Everyone started talking about nothing, really. When all my guys were distracted, I looked at Faith and smiled. "I warned you once to leave Miles alone," I whispered quietly. Faith's eyes burned as she glared at me. "This is the second warning. Don't fuck with him or I'll fuck you up. There will not be a third warning." I went back to looking across the circle. Dylan grinned and winked at me. Asher looked at me with narrowed eyes before going back to his conversation with Jake over football stats. Everyone started to relax and really get into the conversation. My guys, including Miles and Riley, got up to make a drink run for everyone. Derek, Luke, and Thomas made a run for us. I knew it was going to start. I waited till the guys were inside before I got up and headed back toward Dylan. Dylan got up and scooted down a chair, taking Miles's chair. I took Dylan's, and Luke even scooted his chair down so he could put one for Miles between us. I smiled gratefully at him as the guys chuckled. The girls shared looks. Here we go. Trisha looked over at me, grinning. So, you're fucking all of Dylan's friends now, too? Trisha asked, sweetly. I burst out laughing and had trouble stopping. Sorry, it's just... How many people do you think I'm fucking now? I asked, still laughing. The guys were tense. They must not have realized how bad it was going to get. Trisha shot me a look. I don't care. Just keep your hands off mine, Trisha warned me. Dylan was shaking his head next to me. I winked at him, letting him know I was okay. You need to see a shrink about your trust issues, I told her honestly. Because if you don't trust Asher, then why are you with him? Trisha sent me a death glare. Oh, I'm shaking, I snickered to myself. We all know she's screwing Miles, Faith announced. It's obvious to anyone paying attention. I rolled my eyes. Or we're friends who hug, I shot back sarcastically. I was done playing nice. I looked over at Dylan's friends. Did the definition of sex change when I wasn't paying attention? Is a hug fucking now? The guys burst out laughing. I smiled, keeping my eyes on Faith. I hugged Jake today. Does that mean I screwed him too? Jake burst out laughing. That'd make my grandpa happy, Jake said, still laughing. I snickered as the other guys chuckled. He always wanted me to be straight, and you are very cute. I smiled at Jake. Thank you, sweetie, I said in my cutesy voice. Jake winked at me. You know the boys don't need you anymore, right? They don't need some trailer trash piece of tail. They have classy girls now, Cece said smugly. Wow, these bitches were really going for it tonight. My hands were starting to shake. I looked back at them with an eyebrow raised. I only see bitches here, not a classy girl in sight, I told her bluntly. They got offended. Oh, darn. I feel so bad. I was going to need to leave. I couldn't sit here and listen to these bitches. You realize you just called yourself a bitch, right? Trisha pointed out. Nah, she's a slut, just like Jessica says, Faith chimed in. Cece just chuckled. I calmly looked at them, my nails biting into my palms. Yeah, I called myself a bitch too, because I know me. I'm a cranky, pissed-off little bitch who will fuck you up if you mess with my family, I said with complete honesty. Trisha eyed me with a sly grin on her face. What family? Your mom's in rehab and your dad is dead, Trisha said in a snotty tone. I went still as that hit me hard. Hell, your dad probably died in a crack house somewhere. A red-hot wave of rage poured over me. I was up and striding towards her immediately. I was going to pound my fist into that bitch's face. Trisha's eyes went wide as she scrambled out of her chair, backing away. I was almost on her when an arm snagged around my waist. I smelled sandalwood, so I didn't try to break free.
That's it, sunshine. We're out of here.
Dylan's voice was cold. He was pissed, too. I pulled at his arm. I wanted that bitch's blood. Dylan lifted me off my feet and carried me back away from Trisha. Aaron and Thomas stepped between the girls and us. As if from far away, I heard a door open and my name being yelled. Oh no, I'm not done. I'm going to bash her face into a fucking table, I shouted. Then I'm going to break her fucking nose. The guys were coming back outside, their jaws dropping. I struggled against Dylan. He put my feet back on the ground and wrapped his other arm around my upper chest, pinning my back to his chest.
I would love to see that, babe, but the shit stain isn't worth the bruised knuckles,
he countered. He had managed to get me back to the other side of the circle. He stopped pulling me then and just simply held me. With all of Dylan's friends standing between Trisha and me, I took a breath.
Come on, sunshine. Let's leave the bitches to explain this shit.
There was chaos on the patio. The two groups of guys were yelling at each other. I took a deep breath and nodded. He kept an arm around my waist as he pulled me off the patio and towards the parking lot. It was probably a good idea. I was fucking shaking to hit someone. I caught sight of Trisha's pale face and wide eyes. Yeah, piss yourself, you bitch. Dylan gave me a pull, forcing me to turn away and move toward the parking lot. Asher was shouting my name. I kept walking, or else I'd be going at Trisha again. I heard Aaron telling Asher to leave us alone, to let us go. Dylan's friends kept my guys from coming after us. Dylan kept a firm hold on me as we walked through the parking lot. He didn't let go of me till we reached his truck, and then it was only to get me in on the driver's side. Still furious, I scooted over the bench seat as he climbed in behind me. Dylan started the truck and peeled out of his spot, going well over what was smart in a parking lot. He peeled out onto the highway. I was shaking. I wanted to hit Trisha so bad. I took deep breaths, trying to calm down.
Put your seatbelt on, babe.
Dylan's voice wasn't as hard as it had been at the bar. I did as he said. When I was calmer, at least enough to talk, I broke the silence. Should have let me hit her, I said, my voice still angry. He snorted.
Really wanted to, sunshine, but this way is better. Now they're going to lie to the guys and you're going to tell them the truth. It'll be done.
His voice was still angry. I didn't really want to tell the guys the truth. I just wanted to tell them it was girl drama and that I couldn't hang out with the girls anymore. I didn't want to make them choose. When I was silent, Dylan must have guessed what I was thinking.
You are telling them, right?
I looked out the window. That small part of me wasn't so small anymore. It was a big, tight knot in my chest. He cursed long and loud. He pulled off the highway into a scenic overlook and parked the truck. He turned to me, one arm along the back of the seat. His face was hard, his eyes burning as he frowned at me.
God damn it, Lexi, you need to tell them.
He all but shouted at me.
This bullshit needs to stop.
I really didn't want to have this conversation right then. I was still boiling from earlier, and that fucking fear was too fucking close right now. It's my fucking decision, I snapped. He needed to stop. He needed to let me figure this out. I needed him to stop pushing.
And it is the wrong fucking one.
He snapped back. I was starting to shake again, only this time it wasn't from anger. I jerked my seatbelt off me and opened the door as fear poured through me. I want them happy, and those bitches make them happy. I jumped out of the truck and slammed the door. I heard Dylan curse. I stepped onto the curb and took a couple of steps before I heard his door slam. I turned to meet him. My phone vibrated in my bra. I ignored it. He strode towards me, his face furious.
Do you understand what those bitches are going to do?
He asked, his voice low and hard.
They're going to say you went after them for no reason.
His hand was shaking as he pointed at me.
And you're what? Not going to defend yourself? You're going to let the guys think those bitches are telling the truth?
I haven't thought that far ahead, I shot back, pushing my hair out of my face. The fucking wind on the overlook was throwing it everywhere. I don't know what the fuck to do, Dylan. I finally just gathered my hair in and held it in one hand. I want them happy, and the bitches make them happy. Fucking Isaac's been after Cece for 2 years. Ethan never really clicked with any of his girls, and now he has one he does click with. Asher? Fuck. He deserves someone who thinks he's hung the fucking moon. They all do. So what the fuck am I supposed to do? My eyes filled. I wasn't yelling anymore. I couldn't. My chest felt tight, and I was really at a fucking loss. I felt stuck. And in the back of my mind, that nagging fear wouldn't disappear, the one where they would choose the girls over me. It was bigger than before, big enough now that I couldn't ignore it anymore. I knew I shouldn't think it or even worry about it, but everything in my life so far told me that this was going to happen. My phone vibrated again.
So you're what? Going to keep taking their shit?
Dylan scoffed. He walked closer, his face a weird mixture of horrified and pissed off.
You're just going to let them pound on you? Just grin and take it?
He shook his head. He came closer, forcing me to look up at him.
Lexi, you can't sacrifice your happiness for other people's.
His voice wasn't angry now. It was almost gentle.
Your fucking happiness matters. You fucking matter. To those guys and to me.
Tears fell down my face. I hated it because he was fucking right. The guys wouldn't want me dealing with this bullshit, but what if... The heat in his eyes melted away. He reached out and cupped my face in his hands, his thumbs wiping my tears away.
You don't take shit, Lexi.
He leaned closer.
It's one of the things I love about you.
My heart slammed in my chest for a different reason, but I didn't have time to examine it right now.
My sunshine doesn't take shit.
All my anger was gone. I hated that he was right. I needed to tell them, but I really didn't want to because then they'd have to choose. You're right, I admitted. I won't take their shit. I reached up and held onto his forearm, my thumb rubbing circles on his skin. I needed someone to tell me I was wrong, that what everything in my life was telling me to expect was wrong, that the guys would stay. My voice was thick and small when I asked, "But what if they don't pick me?" Understanding filled his eyes. He pulled me closer till I was in his arms and against his chest. I pressed my face into his shirt and took deep breaths.
Sunshine.
His voice was gentle as he brought a hand up to hold the back of my neck, his fingers massaging.
Those guys love you,
he whispered down to me. My phone vibrated again. I swallowed hard, trying to listen.
When Asher gave me your number, he told me he'd been answering questions about me to the others until late the night before. They fucking voted on it.
I snorted at that. The tightness was easing in my chest.
When I'm around, they've started taking turns watching me with you.
Huh? I lifted my head from his chest and looked up at him. What? His warm eyes met mine as he half grinned at me. His fingers brushed my hair out of my face.
There, those beautiful eyes,
he mumbled under his breath. Before I could process it, he was talking again.
Anytime I touch you around them, at least one of them watches me for a couple of minutes. I think it's one of the reasons those girls have an issue with you,
he admitted, his thumb stroking over my cheekbone.
They think their boyfriends are watching you, not me.
I didn't know that. I knew they did it on game night, but I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and listened to what he was saying. I really fucking needed to hear it tonight.
They care about you. My phone has been going off since we left the bar, and I'm damn sure that it's them calling.
I snorted at the tone in his voice, half amused, half irritated. He kept looking into my eyes as he continued.
Lexi.
His voice was quiet.
You trust those guys to take care of you when you have a seizure, right?
Yeah. My voice was soft and quiet, but it was loud enough on the overlook for him to hear me.
You trust them with your life,
he pointed out gently.
And from what I've seen, they would trust you with theirs.
I thought about that. He was probably right. The guys were nuts that way.
Do you really think they would throw all that away for some girls?
When he put it that way, it sounded ridiculous, but it really didn't feel ridiculous. He was right, though. How could I trust them to keep me alive, but not trust them to stay with me? It wasn't logical. It was fear. Bone-deep, horrible fear that had no basis in the real world. Well, if you're going to bring logic into it, I grumbled. He smiled down at me. He pulled me in against him, opening his jacket to wrap around me. I rested my cheek on his chest and listened to his heart beating. His fingers kept kneading at the back of my neck.
Sunshine, was that the only reason you haven't told them?
Dylan asked gently. No, I want them happy, I explained honestly. I just have this nagging fear in the back of my mind that just kept getting bigger. I took a breath before continuing. Everything in my life has taught me that people leave, that I have too many problems to deal with and they leave. Always, I explained, hoping I didn't sound pathetic. I just really needed to hear you tell me that I was wrong. He gently kissed the top of my head.
You need to tell them, honey,
he whispered softly to me. Hell, your friends probably already told them, I grumbled. He snorted.
No, they would have kept their mouths shut. Jake might have called the girls bitches, but that's about it.
I sighed. Great. Just give me a couple of days to think of something else besides just telling them. His body grew tense against me. I don't want to take away someone else's happiness if I don't have to.
Are you sure that's not that scared part of you talking?
He asked, his voice soft again. I pulled back enough so I could look up at his face. His sapphire eyes ran over me, then focused on my eyes. Yeah, I'm sure. His hand on my neck moved to cup my face. His thumb ran over my cheekbone, making warm shivers run through me. You make too much sense not to tell them, some of it at least. He sighed deeply.
Too big a heart, sunshine.
His voice was resigned.
Okay, a couple of days. But if the guys ask me what's going on, I'm telling them the fucking truth. I'm not going to watch you take those hits anymore, babe.
It was my turn to sigh. Okay, deal. My phone vibrated again. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I realized I had just yelled at Dylan because of a stupid issue of mine. I'm sorry, Dylan, I began, my voice pained. My phone vibrated again.
That's what I'm here for, sunshine,
Dylan began. I opened my eyes to see his half grin, his eyes still soft on my face.
You need me, and I'm here. I need you, and you're there. That's how it works.
I gave him a small smile.
Well, that's how it's supposed to work. I've never found someone who kept their side of the bargain before.
I snorted. Me either, I admitted. He raised an eyebrow at me.
Feel better?
Yeah. He gave me that half grin.
Good,
he whispered before leaning down and kissing me gently, thoroughly. It wasn't a long one, but it still made my toes curl and my body warm. When he pulled back, he didn't go far. He rubbed his nose along mine, making me smile again.
Let's get you back in the truck. It's cold out here.
Now that I was calm again, I realized how cold I was. My fingers were numb, and I had goosebumps all over. Ugh, it's fucking freezing.
Come on, sunshine.
Dylan kept me at his side as he tried to block the wind for me. It was one of the sweetest things anyone had ever done for me. I grinned to myself as he opened the door and gave me a boost into the seat. Then he shut the door and hurried around the truck. When he got in, he started the engine and blasted the heater. I put my fingers on the heating vent to warm them when my phone vibrated again. I growled and pulled the damn thing out of my bra. Those guys are going to give me a fucking tumor if they keep calling, I snapped and put the phone on the seat.
Don't fucking keep it in your bra,
Dylan countered. I smiled. I don't know why, but Dylan telling me that was funny to me. While I was laughing and getting warm, Dylan picked up my phone and read my texts to me.
Red, what the hell happened? Lexi, answer your fucking phone, beautiful. Talk to me.
Call me back, Allie. Why did Jake call our girlfriends bitches?
Can you tell me what happened? The girl's story is ridiculous.
I groaned. Dylan looked at me.
You're not going to get a couple of days, sunshine. They want to know what happened now.
He handed me back my phone. I bit the corner of my bottom lip. We're having breakfast tomorrow. I can probably put them off till then, I thought aloud. I don't have time to figure this out. I closed my eyes and tilted my head back. The vinyl squeaked as Dylan moved. His hand took mine and gave me a tug towards him. I leaned against his chest, his arms wrapped around me. It sent another wave of emotion through me, and I didn't bother to fight it or even identify it.
I know you don't want to do this, but if they treat you like this, those bitches aren't good enough for them.
Dylan had a point. I leaned back and looked up at him. You just gotta keep being right tonight, don't you? I sighed. He smirked.
Just remember, I'm always right,
he said, his voice cocky. My eyebrows went up. And you just lost your winning streak, I countered. He laughed softly as I smiled at him. So your phone's been blowing up too?
Yeah, my left ass cheek is numb from the vibrating,
he said matter-of-factly. I laughed as I texted the boys back in a group message. Alexis, I will talk to you guys about it tomorrow at breakfast. I was telling Dylan what I sent when my phone blew up again. Zeke.
Now, Lexi.
Asher.
Where are you? We'll come to you.
Ethan.
What happened?
Isaac.
I agree with Asher. Where are you?
Miles.
Are you okay?
I groaned and handed the phone to Dylan. He grinned. He did something, then gave me mine back. He leaned forward and pulled his out of his back pocket. What did you do? I asked suspiciously. He gave me that half grin of his. I added myself to the group message.
I'll deal with the guys,
he said as he typed out a message. I smiled as I looked at my phone to watch the show. Dylan.
I've got Sunshine. She's calmed down and fine.
Zeke.
Why wasn't she calm in the first place?
Ethan.
What fucking happened?
Asher.
Where are you?
Isaac.
I want red.
Miles.
A calm Lexi doesn't mean she's okay.
I snickered. This was rather funny to watch when I wasn't the one trying to handle the boys. Dylan.
She wants to talk to you about it tomorrow. She's sitting with me in my truck with the heater on, and she's okay.
Oh, you just opened a can of worms, I snickered. Dylan looked at his phone like it was an alien as it blew up again. Zeke.
I want proof, and why was she cold to begin with?
Isaac.
I'm with Zeke. A pic, phone call, or I'm sending Zeke after you two.
Ethan.
Agreed. Send a pic of her, and we'll believe you.
Zeke.
You can't sick me on people. You're not Lexi. But yeah, I will hunt you two down.
Asher.
That sounds reasonable. A pic works.
Zeke.
Why was she cold?
Miles.
I'm sorry, Dylan, but majority rules. Send a pic, please.
I was laughing my ass off. Dylan looked very much out of his element. Oh, honey, you can't give them any info or they'd jump on it, I offered, trying not to laugh again. Dylan shook his head in disbelief.
Are they like this all the time?
He asked, looking over at me. I smiled gently. Yeah, that's my guys. My voice was warm as he messed with his phone.
They want a pic,
Dylan mumbled as he held up his phone.
Smile, Sunshine.
I flipped the camera off with my smart-ass grin on my face. Dylan laughed and sent it to the boys. The phones blew up again. Ethan.
Does anyone recognize where they are?
Isaac.
That better be a new fucking pic, man.
Miles.
It is. That's what she was wearing tonight.
Isaac.
How can you tell? She wears the same stuff all the time.
Zeke.
They're in a parking lot somewhere. Start driving.
Asher.
Can't. I'm stuck here with the girls all of you ditched looking for Allie.
Ethan.
And I've got another fucking set.
Miles.
By the way, Dylan, I met your dad. He's very nice. Didn't mean to wake him up, though.
I was laughing my ass off again. I couldn't help it. Dylan was in way over his head. Would you like me to show you how it's done? I asked smugly. Dylan looked at me like I was crazy.
You can make them stop?
He asked, not really believing me. I nodded.
Please, make them stop.
I snickered and texted the boys. Alexis. Enough. I am perfectly fine. I will talk to you all about this tomorrow at breakfast and not a minute sooner. Zeke, don't fucking come looking for me or I'll rip your head off. I'm with Dylan. I'm safe. I'll text you guys to tell you when I get home. Does everyone understand?
That's going to work?
Dylan asked. Our phones blew up. Isaac.
I'm happy.
Asher.
Okay, Allie.
Ethan.
All right.
Miles.
We'll see you tomorrow. Please make sure you are awake enough to drive.
Zeke.
Fine. I'll stop looking. Drive safe and watch out for black ice tonight.
Alexis. You guys drive safe too.
Okay. How did you do that?
He asked, impressed. I smiled. Each of them worries about something different with me. You have to hit them all at once and make it clear you're not fucking around. I shrugged. I figured it out about a month ago. It has saved me lots of phone time. Dylan chuckled, then he sighed.
We need to head back if you're going to get back before curfew.
He grumbled as he put his cell phone away. Thank you, Dylan. My voice was soft and quiet. Being you. He smirked at me, reached over and rubbed the top of my thigh.
Anytime, sunshine.
His voice was soft again, making another wave of emotion run through me. I was getting more comfortable with that feeling. Shit. Dylan buckled in. I put my phone away and did the same. He drove us back to his house. I was putting my bag in the truck when he said he'd be right back. I turned the truck on and turned on the heater. He was back a couple of minutes later, carrying something. I opened the door to get out, but his hand on my thigh stopped me. He put a big book in my lap. It was an old binder that said, Recipes. There were several pages loose that stuck out at odd angles. His mom's recipes. I had completely forgotten about the cookies. I met his eyes, my heart filling with that warmth again. You sure? I asked gently. His warm eyes met mine.
Yeah, just be careful with it. We've kind of destroyed it.
He smiled at me. I leaned down and he tilted his head up a bit. I kissed him softly, moving my lips over his, gently, trying to tell him how I felt without actually having to say it. His teeth did that nipping thing that sent sparks through me. When I pulled back, I knew I was in trouble.
Drive safe, sunshine. Don't worry about tomorrow morning. It'll all work out.
I nodded, letting him know I heard him. I'll see you on Christmas. I winked at him and put the book carefully in my bag. He waited outside till I drove off. My heart was still racing a couple of blocks down the road. After I got to Rory's, I texted in the group message that I was home and fine. I got a lot of smile emojis back and a kiss one from Dylan. I sent one back. Isaac told us to stop making out in front of them on the phone. It made me smile. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. In fact, I didn't sleep at all. What the fuck was I going to do? Dylan was right. I should tell the guys what their girls were really like. But the girls made them happy, and I wanted them happy. But I didn't want to be around the girls. I went around and around all night till I had a vague idea. If I could manage it, the question of who they would choose wouldn't need to be answered at all. I hoped. Chapter 10. Sunday morning. I got out of bed around 8 and did my usual morning routine. I had dark bags under my eyes. Great. At least the marks on my neck weren't so bad today. I still used concealer to cover them. I didn't bother with the bags. I pulled my hair back into a loose braid and dressed for meditation. My true self said building the link was going to hurt, so I dressed with that in mind. I wore my usual blue jeans and my oversized gray sweater. It was loose, comfortable, and reached my mid-thigh. I picked up my belt and tried to decide if I needed it. These were new jeans, so no. But did I want to wear it? I pulled it on and looked in the mirror. I pulled it off and looked again. I was about to put it back on again when I realized what I was doing. I cursed. I was stalling. I pulled on my jacket, got my keys, MP3, and cell phone, then headed downstairs. I waved bye to Rory as I headed out the door. It was Sunday. I always had breakfast with the guys on Sunday. As I drove to Miles's house, my gut nodded. They were going to want answers. How was I going to avoid giving them? Just play last night off as girl drama? Would they really buy that? I had the other idea, and I knew I was going to do that, but I was trying to do it without telling them the details. Oh, this was going to be tricky. My body was tense as I punched in the combo to Miles's gate and drove up to the circular driveway. Just my luck that everyone was here on time for once. I shut off the truck with shaking hands. I could do this. I could get them to go with my plan without details, right? Right? I took a deep breath and let it out. Maybe I should call Dylan. Get a pep talk? I groaned at myself. I was stalling again. I opened the door and forced myself out of the truck. The walk to Miles's door was the longest walk of my life. I opened it and walked into the foyer. I swallowed hard as I closed the door. "I'm here," I shouted. "Living room," the guys shouted back. Wow, guess I didn't have to shout. I took off my jacket and left it on the banister as usual. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the living room. They were all there waiting for me. It was a weird time to notice that Miles had moved the furniture again. The brown leather couches were facing each other again across the coffee table. "You're stalling, Lexi." I forced myself to look at them. Ethan was sitting on the arm of the far side of the left couch, his feet on the cushion, his elbows on his knees. Zeke was sitting on the high stone hearth of the fireplace. Asher was at the far side of the right sofa. Miles was in the corner closest to me, and Isaac was pacing, his hands laced behind his head as he paced. Every one of them were waiting patiently. So naturally, I was a smartass. "So, where's the firing squad? Am I getting voted off the island? Am I the weakest link?" I was letting my mouth run because they all just kept watching me. No one laughed. The small fear from last night came back. "Lexi, come on. You can do this." I sighed and sat down in the corner of the left sofa. "Well, I thought it was funny," I mumbled. My stomach nodded. "Allie, what happened last night?" Asher asked, his eyes on my face. I smiled sweetly, my pulse picking up. "How did everyone sleep last night? Good?" "I slept great," I lied enthusiastically. I didn't know what I was trying to do, but the tightness in my chest was making it harder to tell them. I could do this, right? Yeah, I could do this. "You didn't sleep last night," Zeke bit out, his words clipped. "I can tell by the bags under your eyes. Now answer the fucking question." I sighed. Maybe I should have gotten that pep talk from Dylan. Too late now. "Okay, fine. Here goes. Let's call it girl drama," I offered. "Girl drama? You went after my girlfriend," Asher reminded me. I shrugged. "Extreme girl drama?" I tried again, my voice uncertain. Everyone frowned at me. The pressure was back in my chest. "The girls said they were just talking to you when you lost your temper over nothing and went after Trisha," Miles told me calmly. Dylan's friends wouldn't say anything. I met his eyes. He had a small smile on his face. He knew they were lying. I had to come clean a bit. "Okay, look. Your girls and I don't get along except Riley. We get along great." I fought the need to bite my lip. "So I'm not going to be able to hang out with them anymore." Everyone except Miles looked at me like I was speaking another language. "I won't be hanging out with them either," Miles added, and the guys looked at him the same way. "Why? What happened?" Ethan asked, his eyes storming. I swallowed hard around the knot forming. "I don't want to fuck things up between you guys and your girls," I admitted. "I want you guys happy, and if they make you happy, then I don't want to get in the way of it." There. That was all I was giving them. Every one of them was to some degree looking at me like I was insane. I needed them to take this answer and not ask. "Please, please, guys, I don't want to make you choose." So, you're not telling us what happened to make you go after Trisha? Miles asked gently. I nodded. My stomach still nodded. Screw this, Asher bit out. He pulled out his cell phone and started hitting buttons. If you won't fucking tell us, then I'm calling someone who will. Before I could say anything, Asher's phone was on speaker and ringing. It was answered almost immediately. Yeah? Dylan's husky voice came out of the phone. My heart dropped. My lungs were instantly tight. I closed my eyes. Fuck. Lexi's not telling us shit. What happened last night? Asher demanded, his voice hard. I bit my lip, trying to think fast. I wasn't fast enough. Those girls have been bitches to her all fucking week, man, Dylan announced, his voice still pissed from last night. Everyone's face showed surprise. Well, except for Miles. His face was just blank. I groaned and curled up in my corner of the couch. What? Asher's voice was full of surprise. Yeah, Trisha, Cece, and fucking Faith. Dylan kept talking. Fuck. Dylan, I groaned painfully. He realized he was on speaker. Sorry, sunshine, but I'm not watching this anymore. He didn't sound sorry at all. His mind was made up. I buried my face in my hands again and tried reminding myself that the guys weren't going anywhere. They started off being sneaky, and then they stopped trying to hide it at all. Cece thinks Lexi's trailer trash. Faith thinks she's screwing Miles behind my back. And fucking Trisha thinks she's trying to screw you, Asher. I groaned against my hands. Seriously? Trisha said that last night? Asher asked, his voice still stunned. Dylan scoffed. She's been saying shit like that all fucking week. Anytime you showed Lexi any kind of affection, she tore into my girl. Anytime it showed that Lexi knew you, she tore into her. She even threatened that she was going to cut Lexi out of your life. Asher's mouth was open in shock. I tried to explain why I didn't say anything. Asher, I didn't think... No, you had your chance to talk. So sit there while we find out what the fuck has been going on. Zeke shouted at me. His eyes burned as he glared at me. I'd never seen him this mad at me before. I kept my mouth shut as my heart pounded in my chest. Zeke, don't talk to her like that. Dylan's voice was hard and cold. Not over this. You haven't heard everything yet. Zeke's jaw clenched as he glared at the phone. What has Faith been saying? Ethan asked, his voice boiling. Faith believes that shit that Jessica has been spreading around. Dylan answered, his voice still hard. Then yesterday he started in on Miles, asking all sorts of shit about Lexi and their friendship. The guys shot a look at Miles. That's the only thing I knew that was going on, except the threatening thing. Those girls kept asking me very invasive questions, Miles admitted, until Lexi told them to, well, leave me alone last night. Was that how the fight started? Isaac asked, as he walked to stand next to Asher. I bit my lip. Oh, this was going to be bad. I took a quiet, deep breath. Come on, Lexi. Fucking nut up. I hated this feeling. No, Sunshine walked away from that with Miles. That's when we went outside with my friends. Dylan snorted. My friends saw this shit in one night and you guys still didn't have a fucking clue. What started the fight? Zeke growled. As soon as you guys were out of range, they started in on her. They went fishing. Dylan's voice was hard. They went looking for a reaction and they fucking got one. Give us details, man. Ethan shot at the phone. Trisha started with accusing Lexi of fucking all my friends. I winced. Oh yeah, this was going to be bad. Then she accused her of trying to steal you, Asher. What did Faith say? Ethan asked, his voice boiling. Faith accused her of fucking Miles. Lexi, of course, was a smartass and asked if hugging was the new fucking. Isaac snorted. Then Cece told her that you guys didn't need a piece of trailer trash tail around now that you had classy girls. Isaac growled in Spanish under his breath as he started pacing again. I had only ever heard Isaac speak Spanish when he was really pissed off. It didn't bode well for me.
Oh, it gets better.
Dylan's voice was still cold.
My girl, being who she is, told them she only saw bitches there.
Ethan smiled. He still looked pissed, but he at least smiled.
Then Faith chimed in with that Jessica bullshit. And then Trisha, this fucking bitch.
I looked to Miles, but he didn't seem to have a problem with Dylan calling the girls' names right then.
She said that Lexi didn't have any family, and that her dad probably died in a crack house.
The room was dead quiet.
That's when Sunshine went at her.
Zeke looked over at me, his eyes on fire.
Trisha doesn't even curse,
Asher said, probably trying to wrap his head around this. Oh, yeah, she does, I said emphatically. Everyone was silent for a minute.
My girl's been trying to take that shit just so you guys wouldn't have to dump the girls you cared about.
Dylan ratted me out again. He was so getting burnt cookies for Christmas. Okay, no, he wasn't, but I liked the idea.
I just can't fucking watch it anymore.
The guys were quiet for a minute, processing everything. My gut knotted tighter. They were going to choose. I took a deep breath and braced myself just in case. Yeah, it was stupid, and I had no real reasoning for it, but fear didn't always listen to reason.
Well, Faith's going out the fucking door,
Ethan announced. Isaac was frowning as he nodded.
So is Cece,
Isaac bit out.
Trisha is... It's way fucking over,
Asher announced. I let out the breath I had been holding. The tightness in my chest was disappearing. My stomach unknotted. The fear was shoved back into the dark corner it lived in, and I went limp in my corner of the couch for a full 5 seconds. Then I was looking around at the guys. My heart ached all over again. They liked these girls. It doesn't have to go like that, I began. Everyone looked at me like I was nuts.
Allie, they can't talk to you that way,
Asher snapped at me.
If they won't even try to get along with you, then they are fucking gone.
Isaac joined in.
I'm with them,
Ethan said. His voice was adamant. That feeling of being loved washed through me. I really did love these bastards, so I had to try to make this work. Okay, I know that you know that, but do they fucking know that? They looked at me with confusion written all over their faces. You like these girls, right? I looked at Ethan. Ethan, do you have more in common with Faith than your other girlfriends?
Yeah,
Ethan admitted. I looked at Asher. How'd you feel about Trisha before you heard this shit? I didn't ask. I demanded an answer.
I liked her,
Asher admitted. I looked to Isaac. Cookie Monster, you've been after this girl a long time. You've finally got her. Don't you want to keep dating her? Isaac glared at me.
If she refuses to be nice to you, she can fuck off,
Isaac snapped at me. I took a deep, smooth breath and decided to tell them my idea. Those girls don't know that you guys would choose me over them, I pointed out. Make it clear to them. The guys looked at me, obviously wondering where I was going with this. I'm going to be real busy for a couple of weeks with that project, so I won't hang out with you guys and the girls. Isaac was already shaking his head. We'll still hang out without them. We'll just schedule some friend time. It won't be forever. Just like a week? Enough time for it to sink in that I'm not the replaceable one here. They were listening, at least. And that they can't treat Miles the way they have been. Then we can all try again before school starts. We'll go out and do something as a group. If they can't handle it, then you'll have my blessing to dump the shit out of them. The guys were quiet, mulling it over. However, my boyfriend wasn't.
Too big a heart, Sunshine.
Dylan's voice rang through the room. The guys nodded, agreeing with him.
You really willing to give them another shot after this shit?
Ethan asked, his brow drawn low. He didn't look like he believed me. Yeah, I'll let it go for you guys. I want you happy, I told them sincerely. All their faces softened as they looked at me.
"You're too fucking good to them, Red,"
Isaac announced. The others nodded.
"What about you, Miles?"
Asher asked. Miles's shoulders moved as he let out a big breath.
"If they can be polite, I'll let it go also. But those three will never be welcome here at the house."
Miles pushed his glasses back up his nose.
"Let's make it real fucking clear to those girls that the only reason we're not dumping their asses now is that Red's willing to give them a second chance. Miles, too,"
Asher announced.
"Oh, I'm gonna,"
Ethan said, voice boiling.
"It's going to make it real clear,"
Asher agreed, still fuming. "Dylan?" I called sweetly.
"Still here, sunshine?"
"You're getting burnt cookies for Christmas," I informed him, smiling. He chuckled.
"Worth it,"
he chimed. I chuckled quietly.
"Thanks, Dylan,"
Asher said, lifting the phone.
"More than happy to stop this shit,"
he said.
"I'll call you later, sunshine."
"Oh, you're gonna," I told him, mimicking Ethan. The twins and Dylan snickered.
"Bye."
Dylan hung up. Then everyone looked at me. I was still in deep shit. I gave them a smile, hoping to ease some of the tension. It didn't work. "Okay, I should have said something sooner," I admitted grumpily.
"You fucking think?"
Zeke snapped at me.
"How did we not see this?"
Isaac asked the group.
"How the hell did I not hear any of this?"
Asher asked, sounding angry at himself now. "They have boobs, and you weren't paying attention," I offered sweetly. "Boobs are powerful things, guys." They all chuckled at that. "I'm sorry," I said honestly. "I just wanted you guys happy." Ethan moved off the arm of the couch and walked on the cushions over to me. He dropped his weight on me, his arms and knees wrapped around me.
"We're not gonna be happy if you're not happy, beautiful,"
Ethan pointed out, his face in my hair. I smiled at that. Then Isaac walked towards me. "Oh, not again," I groaned. Isaac snickered as he dropped down in my lap like a kid, his arms around my neck and his brother.
"We care about you, Red, but don't be that stupid again."
Isaac's voice was serious. I rolled my eyes. I agreed with him, but I wasn't going to admit it to him. That would just create a monster.
"You're family, Lexi."
Asher's rich voice had me looking to him. His ocean eyes settled on mine.
"Our family always comes first."
I nodded, letting him know I heard him. They really meant it. They cared about me and weren't going to leave me. I needed to accept that and stop poking at it. That warm feeling ran through me, threatening to choke me. I needed to change the subject before I cried. "Okay, squishing small girl," I pointed out. The boys refused to budge. I looked at Zeke. "Help." Zeke shook his head.
"You deserve this one,"
he told me. I sighed, then came up with a better idea. "Boys, there is food in the kitchen for breakfast," I pointed out in a sing-song voice. Both the twins' heads came up, then they were shoving themselves off me and headed to the kitchen. Asher and Miles burst out laughing. Everyone got up to follow Zeke. He was coming around the coffee table toward me. Oh, shit. He took my arm gently and pulled me with him into the foyer.
"Zeke,"
Miles' voice called.
"Just having a talk."
Zeke shot over his shoulder. His voice was grumpier than usual. He grabbed my jacket, handed it to me, and pulled me outside with him. Fuck, it was cold. I quickly started pulling on my coat. How the fuck wasn't he freezing? His body heat was rising off his broad shoulders in steam. How could he stand it? When he had me out of Asher's hearing range, he stopped and pulled me closer. There was going to be yelling, I was sure of it. His ice blue eyes met mine, his face hard.
"From now on,"
he began, his voice low and quiet.
"Anyone fucking messes with you, I want to know."
I raised my eyebrows at that. Seriously?
"Dylan said those girls kept tearing into you. What did they say?
Oh, yeah, he was pissed. His shoulders were rigid. His voice was telling me not even to try to get out of this. This wasn't Zeke's overprotective shit. This sounded like it was nearing a trigger. But that didn't make sense. They were girls. I didn't try to figure it out. I just answered him. The usual, that I was a slut, that I was trying to bang all of you. I shrugged, not knowing what else to tell him. So I summed up. They basically tried to make me feel like a piece of shit, or like I was nothing. His eyes were burning as they ran over my face.
Did they?
I scowled at him. Fuck no, they just pissed me off. The corner of his mouth twitched. I pulled my jacket closed and crossed my arms over my chest from the cold. Zeke, I can't tell you whenever someone messes with me. That's not... I didn't know what word to use. A waste of time? Normal? A huge time suck? Realistic. Yeah, that sounded reasonable. His eyes narrowed on mine.
You're on probation.
His voice was hard. I went still. Probation? Huh? What the hell does that mean? He took a deep breath and let it out slow. His jaw was still clenched.
Those bitches were tearing into you. You didn't tell us.
His voice was a low growl I'd never heard before.
You didn't tell me.
My chest burned as I realized what not telling him did. I hurt him. Shit.
You didn't trust us. Because of that, I'm not trusting you right now.
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to fix this. I reached up and put my hand on his chest to try to... I don't know. His eyes never left my face as he reached up and held my hand there. Zeke, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I tried to apologize, but he gave my hand a squeeze. I shut up.
You've got a fucking month,
he said, his voice a little softer.
You will tell me every fucking day if someone messes with you. You will tell me what they said, and you will tell me who.
I winced. For a month? I asked, cringing.
For a month.
Then you'll trust me again? I hated to ask, but I wanted to understand. He sighed deeply as he looked over my shoulder at the front door.
Yeah.
His eyes were back on mine.
You tell me everything for a month, and I'll trust you again. Every insult, every fucking dirty look, every catcall. I want to know.
He wasn't growling anymore. His voice was back to his normal, gravelly one. I took a deep breath and let it out. A month. Once we got back to school, I was going to have to keep a list or something. Okay, I agreed. A month. I could do that if it would make Zeke trust me again. I looked up at him, guilt gnawing at my stomach. I'll tell you everything.
Come on, let's get some breakfast before the twins eat it all,
he said, his shoulders relaxing again. I turned and walked with him back inside, feeling awful. I really hadn't meant to hurt Zeke. I didn't even think the guys would see it that way. But probation? What the hell was that? His big hand went to the back of my neck, his fingers kneading. He must not be that mad at me, not if he was touching me. When we got inside, his hand dropped. I took off my coat and left it on the banister. I walked into the kitchen just in time to hear Zeke.
Lexi's on probation,
he announced to everyone as he was pouring a cup of coffee. The guys laughed. Isaac was practically giddy. Apparently this was something Zeke had done before. It made me feel a little better about it. This wasn't the first time he'd done it.
Well, it's majorly official now. Your family, Asher said, smiling. How long did you get?
A month, I admitted. The guys started laughing again.
You got in trouble,
Isaac taunted me as he filled his plate with food. I rolled my eyes and got my breakfast.
A month isn't bad, beautiful.
Ethan caught my attention as he loaded up a few melon slices.
Isaac once got 3.
I chuckled at that. I looked at Isaac. What did you do? Isaac shook his head.
The rule about probation is you never have to tell why.
Isaac snickered.
The fucker stole my Jeep,
Zeke informed me. My jaw dropped as I looked at Isaac. He just shrugged, looking like he didn't regret it one bit. Did you have a death wish? I asked, suddenly feeling even better about this whole thing. The guys laughed. I looked over at Zeke, who was grinning. What did he have to do? Zeke gave me his big smile, the one with teeth. Those were rare.
Every time he got in a car, he had to send me a text of whose car it was, where he was going, and when he'd be home.
I winced. Every time? For 3 months? That would get old fast. But Zeke wasn't done.
And if he was driving, he had to send me a picture of the license plate to prove it was theirs.
I burst out laughing. I looked over at Isaac. Never did that again, did you? I asked, smirking. Isaac was chuckling as he answered,
Hell no. I asked for permission just to get in that thing now.
I snickered.
What did you end up with, beautiful?
Ethan asked, putting eggs on his plate. I have to tell Zeke if someone messes with me at all, every day, I grumbled. The guys all burst out laughing, except for Zeke. He just drank his coffee. I shook my head and looked at all of them. They were crazy. No wonder I fit in. It was almost an hour later, and I had just finished off my second cup of coffee. The guys were still telling me about their own probation stories. I was finishing my piece of toast when someone's cell rang. Asher pulled his phone out and frowned. He sent it to voicemail before reaching for another slice of melon. Then another phone rang. Ethan pulled his out and sent it to voicemail too. I was smirking now.
So, what is everyone doing today?
Miles asked just before another cell phone rang. I shook my head. Isaac pulled out his phone and sent it to voicemail.
I was going to hang out with Trisha, but now I think I need to cool off before I see her,
Asher admitted, rubbing the back of his neck.
Same here. I'm going to have it out with Faith, but not yet. Maybe this afternoon,
Ethan added.
Oh, I'm getting on the phone with Cece after breakfast, and we're having it out,
Isaac said, plainly.
You know you're all welcome to hide out here,
Miles reminded them. They all nodded.
Sounds good to me,
Ethan said.
Yeah, friend time sounds good right now,
Asher admitted.
After my call, I'll be free the rest of the day,
Isaac added.
There's no way I can look at her today. I've got to meet Riley at 2 for a movie, but I'm free till then.
Zeke shrugged as he looked around the group.
What about you, Lexi?
I met his eyes across the coffee table. Well, I'm working on building that link to the veil today. I'm expecting a lot of pain, I admitted. I looked around the group at them. So probably me in the fetal position looking pathetic for the rest of the day? The guys suddenly looked worried. Oh yeah, I didn't tell them that part.
Then I'm not going anywhere,
Ethan announced.
I can talk to Faith on the phone just as easily here.
That's my plan, Isaac pointed out.
It's probably better if I don't see Trisha during that conversation anyway,
Asher agreed.
I can cancel with Riley. She'll be fine with it,
Zeke said as he pulled out his phone. Zeke, don't bail on Riley, I told him. The others will be here. I'll be fine. His brow drew down as he eyed me.
You sure?
He asked uncertainly. Yeah, it's going to be kind of boring anyway, I said, giving him a small smile. I'll be in my little trance, and that'll be all you guys see. At least, that was what I hoped.
Okay.
Zeke put his phone away. Cell phones went off again. I snorted as the guys sent the girls to voicemail again. I got 10 that they are all together and trying to figure out what I told you, I offered. All the guys shook their heads. No one would take my bet.
I can push your rock climbing lesson to tomorrow if you need, Allie,
Asher offered. I already have one tomorrow, I reminded him.
Okay, Tuesday,
Asher tried again.
Fighting training,
Isaac answered. I decided to end this before it continued. We can do 2 in one day, or we'll have to make it up Friday if I can't make it today. It's the only free day, I told him. Asher frowned.
Your schedule is really packed, Allie,
Asher said. I gave him a small smile. Yeah, luckily Dylan lives in another town. I shrugged. It'll ease up after I get the link going. It should... Okay, I'm really hoping here. The guys chuckled. My cell phone rang. I looked at the screen. Whose number is 555-7424? I asked the group. Ethan cursed.
That's Faith. How the hell did she get your number?
Ethan groused. Ever leave your phone with her? I asked. He frowned and looked pissed all over again. Should I answer? The guys nodded.
On speaker. Don't let her know we're listening,
Zeke said in his I'm not really asking voice. I answered on speaker. Hello? Are the guys with you? Faith's voice was sharp and pissed off. Yeah, they're out in the kitchen right now. We're doing our usual Sunday breakfast thing. How'd you get my number? Off Ethan's phone. She said it like it was obvious and normal. I'm coming to your house. I need to talk to him. Be my guest. We're not there, I said, keeping my voice pleasant. And how the fuck do you know where I live? Then where are you? She demanded, ignoring my question. Ethan was shaking his head already. I gestured for him to be quiet. We're at Miles' house. It's our friend-only zone, I said, keeping my voice pleasant. Tell me where he lives. I want to talk to Ethan, Faith demanded. Miles doesn't want any of you to know where he lives, so no, I told her just as clearly. Call Ethan's phone if you want to talk to him. I don't give a fuck what that nerd wants. Next time I see him, I'll chew him out over it. But right now, I'm dealing with you. She snapped at me, her voice full of attitude. I became pissed off calm. I warned you twice and told you there will not be a third, I told her, keeping my voice calm. Now, if you so much as come near Miles, I'll fuck you up. The guys smirked. Ethan just looked furious. He gestured for me to hand him the phone. I handed the phone over. Bring it on, bitch, Faith shot at me.
What the fuck, Faith?
Ethan spoke at the phone. The phone went quiet. I expected Ethan to get up and walk away to talk to her, but he stayed put. Ethan, that was so out of context that it's crazy. Faith's voice changed to her sweet one. You don't know what that bitch has been saying to me on the phone.
Yeah, I do. I was sitting here listening the whole fucking time,
he countered. Honey, I
also know about the shit from this week now, too,
Ethan snapped. She's lying, Faith tried.
She didn't tell us. Dylan did.
He snorted.
And here's the real fucked up part. Lexi is the one who just sat here, convincing us to give you girls another chance.
Really? Faith's voice was hopeful. Ethan licked his lips and pressed them together hard.
Yeah, and you just fucking blew yours. No one treats my family that way. We're over.
He hung up the phone. I noticed his hand shaking. I pulled out my MP3. Ethan, I called. He looked at me. I tossed it to him. He gave me a tight half smile and handed my phone back.
I'll be down in the workout room,
Ethan announced, before getting up and heading into the long hallway. It was quiet for a while. Then I had to ask, where's the workout room? The guys burst out laughing. I just waited for an answer. When they finally calmed down, they told me about the hidden staircase in the kitchen to the basement. I thought they were messing with me until Isaac took me in there and showed me. The door just looked like another fucking pantry. Apparently downstairs was just as big as upstairs. There was a workout room, a theater for movies, a sauna, and a few other rooms that Miles never even bothered to use. I walked back into the living room and looked at Miles. "Can I move in?" I asked, only half kidding. Miles laughed and smiled. It was the best smile of the morning. It wasn't long before the guys went to play video games, and I went to the conservatory. I went to my chair and sat down. I had never tried this without the guide, but I was sure I had the steps memorized by now. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I let every thought go, every worry, every emotion go, and just sank. I went a lot faster. I didn't so much as sink as fall this time. The images of my life flashed by so quickly that I didn't even know which were which. Then I was there. The white plain and golden sky stretched out above it. I looked at the white plain and the white sand. It was peaceful here. It was me. I took a breath and tried to picture the veil. I pulled hard across the white sand. Before I could get scared, I stopped. I was standing on a ledge. The ledge stretched out to the side so far I could barely see the curve of the edge of my center. Out across from the ledge was a field of black with stars scattered across it, like diamonds over black velvet. Out in that space, I saw the veil. It was like an island, just floating there. But I needed more light. As soon as I thought it, the blackness pulled away, like a sunrise over a mountain. I finally saw the veil for what it was. I looked above me and saw the golden sky change to the dusk of dawn. It had texture, like fabric being pulled and pleated. I followed it out to the veil. The closer the fabric of the world got to the veil, the more it folded over on itself to attach to that island out there. I looked over the edge and saw the same below. The fabric was pulled and pleated below, just as it was above. This side connected to the bottom of the veil. The veil really was just a portal to two different sides. Now, how the hell do I get out there? Maybe if I made a bridge? I tried to create a large stone block out of a memory. Nothing important, just something I wouldn't miss. The block appeared in front of me. I pictured where I wanted it to go. I moved to the ledge and pressed against the edge. Then I let go. The stone dropped like, well, a stone. Pain burned through my head, making me wobble on my feet. Fuck. Okay, that hurt. And I suddenly couldn't remember what my third-grade teacher's name was. Okay, so don't use memories because that fucking hurts. The other me, or the person who was pretending to be me, said that making the link would hurt, but something told me that wasn't what she was talking about, so I would figure out what else would hurt. I looked over the edge and decided no jumping. I paced along the ledge, looking out over the stretch of sky, trying to think of a way over. A balloon? No. A rope bridge. Attached to what, Lexi? That other me, the pretender me, had said that a lot of my gift was instinctual. I had to get out of my own way to figure this out. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. I cleared my mind again, then looked out over to the veil. Walk. I froze. It was the first thing to pop into my head. I frowned. It couldn't be that simple, could it? Oh, fuck. I was going to wake up with amnesia or something. I should be shaking. I should be feeling my heart racing, but I didn't. I was afraid, but I didn't feel the physical effects of fear. It was really unnerving. I had a fleeting thought of sending my love to the guys. Then I was sliding my foot out over the ledge. My foot met with resistance, so I pushed. Pain lanced through my head, taking my breath from me. I stepped back. When I could see straight, I looked down. The ledge had extended out over the field of stars. Yeah, walk. Pushing against the fabric of the world hurt like hell. Well, the pretender had been right. This was going to hurt a lot. I walked back up to where the ledge had extended. I pushed my hands up in front of me, a little farther apart than my shoulders. If I was opening a way, then I was going to have it be big enough for me to get through. I took a couple of deep breaths, I rested my hands against that invisible wall in front of me. I slid my foot and pushed with my arms at the same time. Pain washed over me as every nerve I had was lit on fire. I grunted through my teeth as the wall moved back and I took a step out. Sharp knife points dragged along every nerve in my body as I kept pushing. I was grunting, yelling, screaming as I pushed and pushed. Making a new pathway in the fabric of the world required pain, sacrifice. Everything had a fucking price. I thought about Sophia when I wanted to stop. I thought about how I would have to tell Ethan I couldn't help her cross. The knife points along my nerves became blades. My vision doubled, and I still pushed. I kept pushing and pushing, step after step, until the world began to flash around me. I was too exhausted to keep going right now. My body hurting too much. My sinner was yanking me back. I looked across and saw I had only made it about a third of the way across. Fuck. I felt myself get yanked back and thrown upwards. My head exploded. My body felt like it was trying to kill itself. I kept my eyes closed. The light coming through my eyelids felt like daggers already. My body was jerking and shaking. I had no control. I felt stone on my face, and even that hurt. Every nerve felt like it was burning slowly at high heat. My stomach rolled with the agony racking my body. My weight on the stone hurt. My clothes even hurt. I kept taking, shaking, jerking breaths. I don't know how long I was laying there, but I very slowly became aware of the wetness on my face, of the sound of water. I needed help. I could barely fucking move. Ash! Ash! I tried to call for him. Even he probably couldn't hear me right now. Any other way? Cell phone? I tried to think through the bone-deep pain. I concentrated on finding my arm. It was on the stone tile in front of me. I focused everything I had on moving it. It only moved a bit. My body seized up in agony. Fuck. Oh, fuck me. Why? I was drowning in a sea of agony for I don't know how long. When it finally broke, and I could think again, I realized if I moved, I was going to be in agony. So I had to make someone hear me. Oh, Ash, please still be here. I swallowed hard, braced myself, and tried to scream. Ash! My body seized up, my back bowing, my fingertips scraping along the stone. The world turned into hell as my body tried to drive me mad with my muscles locking and staying locked. It went on and on. When it finally broke, I was still gasping. Muscles were still locked up. Fuck it. I was going to lay here till I died. I didn't even get higher than my quiet voice. There was no way Asher was going to hear me. I just laid there and focused on taking complete breaths. It was sometime later, in a haze of pain, that I heard something. I came to the surface more, still shaking, muscles still locked up. I whimpered. It was the only noise I could make right now. Footsteps were moving over stone. Oh, please, keep coming this way. Please. I was still whimpering, and I didn't care as long as someone found me.
Red?
Isaac's voice was hesitant. Oh, thank God. Isaac's footsteps came closer.
Red?
Oh, he saw me. The relief was so great, I thought I was going to pass out. Isaac's handsome face was over me, his blue hair the most beautiful color I've ever seen.
What's wrong?
Isaac touched my shoulders. I cried out in pain as his touch sent a wave of agony through me. His hands moved off me immediately. His amber eyes were wide.
Gotta get you some help.
Don't leave, I whispered. I just wanted him here. I didn't care if there was nothing he could do. I just needed him here. His chocolate eyes met mine.
Not going anywhere.
He sat up and looked over towards the door.
Guys, get your asses in here. Lexi's down.
He bellowed. Then he was back, his hand gently taking mine. He slowly uncurled my fingers and slipped his hand in mine. Large feet were running towards us. Then I knew I was surrounded because of the cursing. I couldn't see anyone, only Isaac.
"Don't touch her," Isaac snapped. "I barely fucking touched her and she practically screamed."
Wintergreen tickled my nose.
"Lexi, you need to tell us what's wrong."
Miles's soothing voice made me want to cry. I took several deep breaths and tried. Locked up. It was all I could manage through my nerves still firing. There was shuffling, and Isaac's hand went away. Miles was in Isaac's spot. His green eyes were worried as they ran over me. I could hear the others trying to figure out what was wrong.
"Blink twice for yes, once for no,"
Miles said calmly. I blinked twice.
"Good. Are your muscles locked up?"
I blinked twice. His brow came down.
"Can you move?"
I blinked 3 times.
"If you move, will it hurt a lot?"
I blinked twice. He frowned.
"Okay. Lexi, I need to touch you to feel what's wrong. I think I have an idea, but I need to be sure. It'll probably hurt."
I didn't care anymore. I blinked twice and closed my eyes. Miles gently touched my arms. Pain ran through them, taking my breath away. His fingers dug into the muscle. I whimpered. It hurt so fucking bad, I started crying. There was a scuffle, cursing, Zeke's angry voice. I focused on not making any more noise. Zeke couldn't take it. Miles stopped touching me. I lay in a haze of agony for a bit. Then someone was wiping gently at my face. I opened my eyes to see Isaac with one of Zeke's handkerchiefs, trying to clean the blood off my face. Miles was gone. I could hear him, though.
"Get here now. Bring everything you have for severe dehydration. She's locked up tight."
There was a pause.
"I don't care about the cost. Just get here."
I'd never heard Miles's voice like that. It was strange.
"Dehydration? Are you fucking with us?"
Isaac asked, not taking his eyes off my face as he kept gently cleaning the blood off. I knew I should probably be scared, but right then I was too exhausted to feel anything.
"Her muscles are locked up tight. That's severe dehydration. Except for the blood, which is the norm for her anyway."
Miles's voice was strained.
"We need to move her, and it's going to hurt. A lot." "Get out of here, Zeke." Asher's voice was hard. "Oh no, we're not fucking moving her,"
Zeke growled.
"Wait for the doc, get her an IV, and when her muscles unlock, then we'll move her."
"Zeke, outside." Miles ordered, his voice firm. "We need to move her to the closest couch now, and then we can say she's been sick."
"If the doctor sees her like this, he's going to have questions we can't fucking answer,"
Ethan pointed out.
"Ask her if she wants to be moved,"
Zeke shouted. His voice had an edge of panic.
"Lexi, did you hear what's going on?"
Isaac asked. I blinked twice.
"Good. Do you want us to move you?"
I thought about it, then blinked 3 times. Isaac frowned.
"What do 3 blinks mean?"
"It's yes and no," Miles answered for me.
"Are you willing to be moved?"
Isaac tried again. I blinked twice.
"But it's gonna hurt like a bitch."
I blinked twice. Isaac looked up at the others.
"She says move her, Zeke."
Zeke cursed a string of inventive curses even I had never heard.
"Go wait outside for the doctor,"
Miles told him, his voice cold. Zeke was cursing the whole way out the door.
"Now who's going to move her and risk getting killed by Zeke?" "I've got her,"
Isaac said instantly.
"I can run Zeke around in circles if I have to."
"Asher, go watch Zeke. You might have to block him," Miles warned him. Big feet walked off.
"Now how are we doing this? Fast? No stopping?"
Ethan asked the group.
"Or move, stop, move. 'Cause either way it's going to hurt like hell." "Lexi, blink once for move, stop, move, twice for fast and no stopping,"
Isaac asked me. I closed my eyes and thought about it. Draw it out or get it all over with at once. Fuck it. I opened my eyes and met Isaac's worried eyes. I blinked twice. He went pale. Then I tried to talk through shaking. Yeah, I barely managed. Isaac's brow furrowed.
She wants us to gag her, so if she screams, Zeke won't hear her.
Miles explained.
It's a good idea. Ethan, go grab a clean hand towel from the bathroom. Are we seriously fucking doing this? Gagging Lexi?
Ethan asked, his voice thick and boiling.
We have no choice right now. Move.
Miles shot back. Footsteps ran off. Isaac finished cleaning my face. His face was still pale and drawn. Ethan was back soon. Isaac took the hand towel and rolled it lengthwise. He almost looked like he was going to be sick.
All right, sweetie, open up.
Isaac's voice was resigned. I tried, but I was still shaking. He sighed and took hold of my jaw and forced my mouth open enough for him to stick the middle of the towel between my teeth.
I'm so sorry about this, Lexi. Please don't fucking hate me after this.
I winked at him. He snorted.
Take a few deep breaths, Red. Then I'm going to move you fast and keep going.
I winked again. I took several deep breaths. Then Isaac did exactly what he said he'd do. He rolled me on my back, and my world exploded. I tried not to scream as he picked me up in his arms. My entire body shook worse as I sank under a tsunami of agony ripping through me. I couldn't stop myself from screaming as we moved. Then the world went blissfully black.
Chapter 11.
Sunday afternoon. I woke slowly. My body wasn't hurting. Why wasn't it hurting? My body wasn't locked up anymore, but I still couldn't move. Or maybe I wasn't willing to. I floated near the surface of consciousness and tried to decide if I was going to go back to sleep or wake up.
Need to change the bag.
Zeke's voice was hard. Oh, that's not good. Someone was moving. I smelled wintergreen.
Third banana bag. This has to be a new record.
Miles's voice muttered.
What did the doc give her again?
Asher's voice was strained, too. Oh, I didn't like that.
He gave her a muscle relaxer and some pain medication that might make her loopy.
The banana bags are to replace liquids, vitamins, and minerals. She's getting everything she needs back. Miles assured them.
Rory wasn't happy,
Ethan said. Oh, shit. They called Rory? I was in trouble. Maybe I should just go back to sleep.
We explained what she told us. I thought Rory was up to date on everything.
Isaac mumbled.
At least he agreed not to move her right now,
Asher offered.
But she's in deep shit when she gets up,
Zeke pointed out. Ugh, please, pain meds. Make me loopy so I don't have to think about Rory. But no, I just kept floating there.
How long has she been out?
Ethan asked.
About 3.5 hours,
Isaac answered.
What about your date with Riley?
Asher asked.
I told Riley that Lexi had a bad seizure, not until I see she's awake and okay.
Zeke's voice was rougher than usual. Oh, tough guy. I needed to wake up. He had to go on that date with Riley.
What did you tell Dylan?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I needed to wake up. I started swimming to the surface. Told him the same and that she's out cold right now. He's stuck at work, but he's been texting every 20 minutes, Asher said. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to show up if he knew where we were and all. Oh, no. I felt like shit, looked like crap. I didn't need Dylan to show up right now.
Honestly, Asher, how do you think he's going to hold out if shit like this keeps happening?
Zeke asked. I stopped swimming. I kind of wanted to know myself.
Right now, I'd say he's sticking. He cares about her, but he hasn't seen her sick like this yet.
So, Asher answered. I started swimming to the surface again.
Well, if he won't, he doesn't deserve her.
Ethan's voice was quiet.
She fucking kept taking shit from those girls, just because we liked them.
Ethan's voice sounded baffled.
Crazy, Red.
I may be crazy, but you're the ones who picked me, I groaned. What does that say about you? The room filled with the sound of my guys laughing. I opened my eyes to see them all there around the bedroom Miles had called mine for the last couple of months. I was confused. I thought we were going to the couch. The world seemed fuzzy. Maybe the drugs were helping. That was okay. I could do with fuzzy right now. Miles moved off the wall to stand next to me. His fingers found my pulse in my wrist as he was looking down at his watch. You were unconscious before we even got you out of the conservatory. I figured going a little further wouldn't matter. Miles explained gently. I smiled sleepily. Good call, sir, I said in a funny voice. Miles smirked. What fucking time is it? It's around 4 in the afternoon. Isaac answered me. I found you around 1. Lexi, what happened? Asher asked as he got out of his chair and came to the end of the bed. I sighed. I was fucking stupid. I admitted it freely. It took me a bit to figure it out, but then I was, pushing against the fabric of this world to create a new pathway, and everything comes with a fucking price. I snorted at myself, finally lifting my head off the pillow. I blinked hard again. This price was pain. Lots and lots of pain. Even before I came out of it. I don't know why I said that. I didn't mean to say that. It must be those drugs Miles had been talking about. So, you overdid it making the link and... Asher stopped. Allie, help me out here. Why did you wake up this dehydrated? I yawned big and blinked hard. Maybe making the link is like physically pushing against a movable wall? I offered, giving it a shot at explaining it. You can move it, but that doesn't mean you aren't going to feel it the next day. At least that's what I thought happened. So, you exerted a lot of energy and you got dehydrated like if you were doing physical work, Miles said, putting it together for me. Ding, ding, I stated in another funny voice. You are correct, sir. There were small chuckles around the room. At least I think that's what happened. But I don't fucking know. I blinked hard again, trying to get a little clearer-headed. I'm sorry, guys. I really didn't know that was going to happen. As long as you're all right, Allie. You're not doing that shit alone anymore, Zeke growled. We know, Red. You scared us, beautiful. I smiled at them and looked at Isaac. So, did Zeke try to kill you? I asked, still fuzzy. No, the gag idea worked, Isaac grumbled. You gagged her? Zeke growled. I made an uh-oh face and giggled. It was her idea, Zeke. Miles' voice was firm. Even in that much pain, she was worried about you killing whoever moved her. Zeke took a deep breath and let it out. He needed a hug. But right now I had to use the bathroom badly. And I was starving. I didn't want them thinking they had to hang around when they had other shit they had to do. Okay, I'm fine, guys, I announced, pushing the blankets off me. I went to put my feet on the floor, and all 5 of them rushed me. Down, boys, I snapped, then giggled at myself. Miles leaned down and lifted an eyelid and checked my eyes. She's loopy, Miles announced. I giggled. Loopy and starving? I looked up at Miles. Is that going to be your nickname for me now? Loopy? Miles grinned at me and brushed my hair out of my face. I smiled warmly back. No, I'm just worried about you getting up, Miles said. We don't need you falling. Well, I'm going to the bathroom, I announced. And no one is following me in there, I giggled. The twins chuckled at the voice I was using. Miles's eyes ran over me, then he sighed. He reached down to my arm and unhooked me from the IV, but left the needle in place. Then he held his hands out, palm up. Let's see how you stand before we make any decisions, Miles offered. I raised an eyebrow and shook my head. Nope, no, nada. No one is going in with me. I told him firmly, or as firmly as loopy me could manage.
Lexi, let's get you standing first.
Miles's tone told me not to argue. I didn't like hearing that from Miles. From Zeke, I was used to it. Miles, no. I sighed deeply and put my hands in his. Then I stood up. The world spun for a minute, and I felt a bit drunk. Whoa. Okay. Give me a minute, I mumbled to myself. I kept blinking as I waited for the world to right itself. By the time the world stopped moving, I was leaning against Miles's chest, with my forehead on his shoulder. Okay, world not spinning. Let's try this again. I straightened slowly. When the world didn't spin, I gave a thumbs up. Miles slowly let go of me, ready to catch me. It wasn't necessary. I was good. I got this. Miles didn't move.
Walk first, and then I'll back off.
I made a face at him. Then I took a step. I was okay. I took another and another. I really needed to pee. Miles, I'm good. Now move before I go through you, I warned, before I sidestepped him and hurried into the bathroom. I shut the door and hurried, a little shaky, to the sink. I turned on the water full blast. I didn't need Asher hearing me. When I was done, I was much happier. I just finished washing my hands when a wave of dizziness washed over me. Shit. I leaned against the counter and hoped this was the drugs. I eyed the distance to the door. Too far. I needed a ride. I giggled to myself. Zeke, I called. The door opened almost immediately. His striking blue eyes found me leaning against the counter and the wall. He didn't need to be told what was wrong. He just walked over and steadied me.
Can you make it or not?
He demanded. I want a taxi, I said, in my sweet voice with a smile, trying to make a joke of it. He chuckled quietly. His eyes softened as he bent down and lifted me. One arm wrapped just under my butt, the other across my back, and my face burrowed into his neck. My arms wrapped around his shoulders. I took a deep breath of leather and engine grease. It was my favorite hug ever. He was walking,